Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 376, Chapter 340. I hopped down, following Yoruchi as he ran around. It certainly didn't take me long to find the source of my current anger and annoyance. And as he mentioned before, this strawberry was sitting there as well. 1. Kurosaki Ichigo. And he was arguing with a kid with glasses and a shimmering blue bow made of Ryoryoku in his hand. There was also that Shinigami that did the illegal thing standing behind him. My presence did not go unnoticed. You. Ichigo shouted, holding his massive sword up at me. Nice sword, I used to have one just like it. I greeted with a little wave. You bastard. Calm down, Strawberry, I'm not here for you. I ignored him for the moment. He was a little on guard, which was understandable. As was the silent Shinigami behind him that was eyeing me suspiciously. Though, hers was more actual hesitance as opposed to Ichigo, who just had his pride hurt the last time we met. Don't know where Yoruchi went, but whatever. And you? I turned to Glasses Kid. Are you the one whose mess I had to clean up? Pardon. He looked confused. I let lighting snap between my fingers to key him in on what happened. That was you. Rukia finally spoke up, exclaiming in surprise. What, how? Little bit of magic. I replied. That's not. She seemed to have trouble finding the right words. You changed the weather. You killed a Minos. That isn't something a human should be able to do. Honestly, Yoruchi said the same thing about humans in general. You lot really seem to look down on humans. I know many off the top of my head who could accomplish something similar. Wait, the lightning was him. Ichigo blinked. Of course it was, you moron. Rukia smacked him. He just showed you it. But how'd he do it? The orange-haired kid barely budged after the hit. Oi, can you do that too? He looked at Rukia. That's the whole point. She huffed. I don't know any Kido that can manipulate the weather on such a large scale. She added softly. That's not normal. As the two argued, I turned towards who I assumed was the Quincy. I didn't really know what that truly meant beyond some vague description that Tessai gave me, and only that Yoruchi pointed it out in passing. You. His eyes widened as it was pretty damn hard to miss the light show. You stole my prey. And that was not the response I was expecting. Care to repeat that? I was a little surprised by his answer. I think I needed clarification. He pushed up his glass, dismissing his bow. I would have handled those hollows fine. You interrupted my match with the Shinigami. Strawberry, explain. I looked at Ichigo. Stop calling me that, asshole. He growled. And this idiot wanted to compete in killing hollows because of some crap, I don't know. Let me get this straight. I turned back to the Quincy. You used hollow bait to bring hollows here to compete with this idiot. I jerked my thumb at Ichigo. Who are you calling an idiot? The idiot who lost his sword. I responded. Come try that again, I dare you. I don't want your size compensation anymore. I waved him off. What did you just say? He stomped on the ground with a huff, but I ignored him. That's correct. The Quincy replied, without a hint of shame. I walked up to him, and he just seemed confused for a moment until I got in his face. And in one swift motion, I slapped him. Hard, and across his cheek. His glasses went flying off onto the ground and he stuttered backwards before falling over. He's lucky I didn't have my brick at the moment. Stupid fucking kid. I muttered, looking at him recovering from the shock. Just a stupid fucking kid, probably around 15 years old. I was more so saying this to myself because I was close to wanting to just kill him and be done with it. If he gave some answer like wanting the hollows to rampage and cause harm, then I would have taken his head without a second thought. But no, this stupid fucking kid didn't see a problem with the situation because he thought he had it handled. What the hell? Ichigo shouted as he walked towards me. Did you just hit him? He's lucky that's all I did. I glared at the other stupid kid. If he was a few years older, I may have just decided to end the whole problem the fastest way. Ichigo's face darkened and I saw his hand tighten around his sword. Was he going to intervene if I actually went to kill him? Well, I can't say that makes me hate him at all. The kid has a good heart if anything. You, Shinigami. I snapped my head at Rukia, who had been silent thus far. Tell me, if you summoned a bunch of hollows into a densely populated town, one that is probably the highest concentration of reishi in the world, what would your punishment be if they ran rampant? Most likely execution. She said simply, obviously getting what I was hinting at. Intentionally causing the deaths of the living is a serious crime. This isn't a game. I turned back towards Ichigo. The stakes here, for whatever bullshit reason you guys competed for, were the lives of innocent people. God, what is the world coming to when I have to be someone else's moral guidance? Fuck, I'm a damn criminal in another world, a wanted fugitive, a fucking devil. Why does it fall to me to tell these stupid kids that soul-eating monsters in a populated area are a bad idea? I would have handled it fine. The Quincy kid shouted, obviously having recovered from his initial shock. I would have proven that I was better than this, Shinigami. Besides, the hollow bait wasn't supposed to be able to summon that many. Right, the thing you used to summon soul-eating monsters did something you didn't expect and summoned more soul-eating monsters than anticipated. That's what you're falling back on when someone calls out your stupidity. I sighed, repeating to myself that he wasn't malicious, but a stupid fucking kid. If this was your genius fucking plan, why didn't you use it? I don't know, maybe outside of populated areas. I had to resist the urge to slap him again. Tell me, do you know how many people died because of your little stunt? No one. I was on the other side of town, and I killed several before I had to do something bigger to handle the stragglers. Tell me, how did you have those handled? Finally, there was a growing look of horror appearing on his face as realization set in. Yoruichi. I called out, knowing damn well he was nearby. I actually don't know if anyone died or not. I would genuinely be surprised if there were no deaths because of his little stunt. And it's obvious he didn't do this shit maliciously, otherwise I wouldn't even bother with words, his head would have been rolling on the ground already. No, he's just a stupid fucking kid who didn't think through his actions. The cat appeared in a flash. Need something. What the hell, did that cat just talk? Ichigo blurted out. Is a talking cat as strange as a talking strawberry? Yoruichi retorted. Did you just? The kid started fuming and it was hard to keep a serious look at that jab. This Quincy kid. It's Ishida Yuryu. The kid snapped back, but he was sorta taking the verbal scolding without running away. Presumably, his parents, one or both, are Quincy. Do you know his address? I asked, ignoring his outburst. And you said you had people helping, is it safe to assume the remnants are taken care of? The kid is right, hollow bait shouldn't have attracted that many, at least the tiny amount he used. Not saying it was smart. Yoruichi glanced at the glasses-wearing kid still on his ass. The latter of whom had the decency to actually wince at the tone. But yeah, you did most of the heavy lifting there and the smart ones ran when the Minos appeared. Bigger predator and all that. My friends can handle the rest. As for his house, I know the address. Good, me and this stupid kid's parents are going to have a chat. I decided, grabbing the Quincy by the collar despite his protests. What a fucking day this is turning out to be. Responsible Wilhelm here to tell kids to stop being idiots. Kind of ironic, isn't it? You're usually the one causing the big problems. Please, I don't bring innocent people into shit like this. That's true, now that I think about it, you almost always take fights and such out of the way. I freely admit that I do things that are not quite so wise in hindsight. But when I cause problems, it's usually calculated. Or at least I always take responsibility for the consequences of my own messes. God, I really hope Kuno doesn't have a phase like this when she gets a few years older. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This the place? I asked. This is. I was talking to the cat. I jerked the kid's collar. I was pissed off and didn't even want to hear him talk at the moment. Yeah, this is it. I know his dad. Yoruichi confirmed as he stood on my shoulder. Wait, you know my father? Obviously. Yoruichi said dryly. Do you think the spiritual stuff in this town is big enough that I wouldn't know one of the other Quincy's living here? I think Yoruichi may be a little peeved at the idiot kid too. Well, he did confess his own pride in his previous occupation as a Shinigami. Which the mainstay focus of that was to deal with hollows. I'm sure some stupid kid summoning them into the middle of a town full of people ticked him off a little. Maybe I was a little too hard on him before and jumping to conclusions. His callousness was maybe misinterpreted by me. I know I might appear like that to other people when I have situations well in hand, but it appears chaotic for them. And it's not like he knew how strong and such I was. So he was probably being nice and keeping me out of any nasty business. I'll apologize later. The house itself leaned towards wealth and I tempered myself accordingly. Ishida Yuryu muttered under his breath. He won't be home, he's at wa. A man with white hair opened the door. He wore a very tidy and fashionable suite and had an air of elegance about him. Yoruichi. He was the first to speak. Hey Ryukin, it's been a while. Yoruichi greeted. I was not aware we were familiar enough for you to use my given name. He said calmly. Maybe, but I'm gonna anyways. Of course. He responded dryly. And this is? He looked at me. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself and I pulled Yuryu up as he sort of shrunk away when his father appeared. I believe this belongs to you. Yuryu, he said evenly. Father. The kid didn't meet his eyes. Oof, something tells me these two aren't really close. Very well, come in. He held the door open as he stepped to the side. I did let go of the kid's collar once we crossed the threshold. Seemed impolite to keep manhandling him while his father was right there. He gestured towards the couch with the accompanying coffee table as I took a seat and he sat down across from me. And seeing Yuryu keep a certain distance from his father wasn't lost on me. Am I to assume that the mark on my son's face is from you? He asked. His cheek was still visibly red and I could vaguely see an outline from my hand. It is. I didn't deny it one bit. I would say it's a better alternative than you finding his head rolling on the ground. I was kind of annoyed that he didn't get upset at the insinuation of me killing his son. I assume there is a good reason for this meeting. He asked. Why are you playing like you don't know, Ryukin? Yoruchi snorted, hopping off my shoulder onto the seat next to me. You're not nearly out of practice enough to not notice what happened earlier. You still don't leak an iota of Ryatsu that you don't want to. The man let out a long breath. What did you do, Yuryu? He turned towards his son. The kid scowled and didn't answer. He decided that it was a good idea to use hollow bait in the middle of the city. I filled in the blanks. You could probably notice the consequences of that. He was spouting some nonsense about proving his superiority over the Shinigami by forcing him into a competition to kill hollows. Ryukin let out a sigh, rubbing his eyes. Son. He said authoritatively. It wasn't supposed to. The words died in his mouth. It was supposed to just bring out a few hollows, and I was going to teach that Shinigami a lesson. That's it. I was forced to leave work early because there were a substantial number of hollows nearby. I even dealt with a good number of them myself. Yuryu's dad explained. That is until I noticed the shopkeeper making a move. He glanced at Yoruchi. See, I told you we had it handled. Yoruchi looked at me smugly. I suppose that refers to his people then. Tessai did mention something about a shopkeeper. I didn't mean to. The kid stuttered out. Yeah, he was way in over his head here. He clearly didn't mean for things to escalate like they did and he wasn't mentally prepared for the fallout. Yuryu, go to your room. We'll talk after I'm done with our guests. His father said sternly. The kid looked like he wanted to argue, but hung his head dejectedly and followed his command, disappearing up some stairs. Thank you for bringing my son. He suddenly said, I can understand how this may have looked from your perspective. It wasn't malicious. I replied. Beyond stupid, but it didn't come from a place of wanting to hurt anyone. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to let go of his Quincy heritage ever since his grandfather passed away. He blames the Shinigami for his death. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging one's heritage and honoring it. But he seemed a little obsessed to the point where it overruled his common sense until I literally smacked him back to reality. I was starting to get a bad vibe from him. I wasn't liking the feeling I was getting so far. The look on his face said he didn't agree with me and I could guess he didn't care to argue. I won't tell you how to be a father, mainly because I've only been one for a few months at this point and still have no idea what I'm doing. But, clearly he's had wounds that have been festering for a while. Might be a good idea to address them instead of just silently disregarding his clear interests until he does something worse in his misguided pursuits. I admit I was getting a tiny bit more annoyed with each passing moment. Well, there was a silent reaction out of him, a small frown that appeared on his face. I will clarify his grandfather's death so he will not act out against any Shinigami in the future. He replied. Right. And just ignore all his apparent trauma that's obvious to me, an outsider, that's known him for all of less than an hour. Kid clearly lashed out for some reason and expressed guilt afterwards. Is his mom not in the picture? His mother passed away when he was younger. He said simply. The way he just sounds so detached is pissing me off. But I'm starting to heavily sympathize with this kid now. So, here's a crazy thought. I have a suggestion that may help. Have you tried acting like a father? Because so far you seem utterly unconcerned about this whole affair and your son's health and safety. Oh, that really got a reaction. Almost a scowl. You have my thanks for returning my son. He stood up from his seat. Allow me to see you out. He was politely telling me to get the fuck out. Guess I really did piss him off. Well, good. Act like a goddamn parent. Well, I didn't realize that sets me off as much as it does. Learn something new every day. I would leave it at this, the kid did something exceedingly stupid for stupid reasons, but not out of maliciousness. It's not as though he was acting like those hero faction kids who attacked Kyoto and killed a good amount of Yasaka's people. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I can't believe you said that to his face. Yoruchi chuckled as we walked down the street back towards my home. I was thinking about skipping over the politeness and just calling him a cunt to his face. Puffed. Yoruchi nearly fell over in laughter. Please, can we redo this? Can we go back and you do that instead? Actually, let's just knock on his door and you say that and then turn around and leave. As tempting as that sounds, he honestly pisses me off enough that I don't want to see him. Deadbeat parents are one of my sore spots. For rather obvious reasons. Kind of sympathize with the kid now. He wasn't always so grumpy and boring. Before his wife died, he did have some life in him. Not much, but he could crack a smile before. But he kind of just checked out afterwards. Yoruchi revealed. Were you serious back there? About telling him to be a father? Of course I was. No, I mean, you said you were a father. Didn't think you'd have a brat running around. Seem kind of young. She adopted me not that long ago. She's 10 years old now, almost 11. I smiled wistfully. Cute. Yoruchi snorted. Also, where'd you get a Zanpakuto? You just couldn't wait to ask me that, could you? It's been killing me. Would you believe me if I said I just found it? Nope. That's unfortunate, because that's what happened. Bullshit, you can't just find one laying around. Really? Have you tried? Why would I try? That doesn't happen. My new Zanpakuto proves otherwise. I taunted. Am I gonna hear about some poor Shinigami that got mugged? Yoruchi narrowed his eyes. No. I was joking, but now I'm sort of concerned. Listen, don't worry about it. When someone tells you not to worry about something, usually you should worry about it. He looked at me suspiciously. Didn't you tell me not to worry about the hollows? Touché. Also, do you know about something called ho-ho? I decided to ask. Yes, but how do you know about that? You didn't even know about Kido until I told you about it. My suspicion meter is kind of swinging wildly here. Don't worry about it. I think it's broken now. I think I really should worry. I feel like I'm going to find some poor Shinigami laying face down in the gutter with all his belongings ransacked. Did you steal his Shihakusho too? Oh, is that what the uniform is called? Garment of Dead Souls. Sounds edgy. And that was fairly close to what actually happened. Also, do you know someone named Anohana Retsu? I decided to change the subject. There isn't a Shinigami alive that doesn't know that name. And again, how do you know it? I just randomly heard it mentioned. I said casually. Right, 'cause that was some bullshit you were spewing. Yoruchi rolled his eyes. Why do you want to know about her? Just curious, I heard she's a beauty. I shrugged. Puffed, sure. Yoruchi snorted. Don't know why you know that name, but listen. There are two Shinigami that I absolutely do not want to get into a fight with. Two that actually scare me. The first is the old man himself, the captain commander of the Godii 13. Sounds impressive. He can keep all the other idiot captains in line, so yes, he is. He's been leading it for over 2,000 years now. And he's supposedly the strongest Shinigami that's ever lived. Don't know how much of that is truth, cause I've never actually seen him fight seriously. Huh, is that who Shunsue meant when he mentioned an old man? Something to take note of. And the other is the captain of the 4th division. Which, I should iterate, is the healing division. They focus almost entirely on healing. The woman you mentioned, Anohana Retsu. Ah, I got it. No one fucks with the healers, right? Actually, a good chunk of the Shinigami there look down on the healers. But everyone is polite towards her. Believe me when I said that no one fucks with the captain of the 4th division. Huh. Doesn't deter you in the slightest, does it? Ignoring the dragon. Well, not that it matters. She rarely ever leaves her division, and the old man doesn't leave his post for anything short of the end of the world. And it's not like you'll ever meet them. Right. Suddenly, Yoruchi perked up, his ears straightened, and his tail followed suit before he ran over to someone walking down the street towards us. He was very out of place, honestly. He wore wooden clogs on his feet and supported himself with a cane. He had a sort of bucket hat on his head and wore a samu with a black haori over it. His messy blonde hair peeked out underneath, and he had a strange smile on his face as he approached. Yoruchi jumped up to his shoulder, then onto his head, laying himself on top of his hat. Era, you must be Schweinord-kun. The men greeted me. It's nice to meet you, I'm Urahara Kasuk. He bowed his head slightly with a strange glint in his eyes. He gave me a weird feeling. Is this the friend you mentioned, Yoruchi? I asked. Cause he seems sketchy as fuck. Yoruchi fell off his head, laughing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 377, Chapter 341. Jin POV. Was I surprised? Not really. I could weigh the odds of the decision that Salem made when I made my introduction. However, there were variables I couldn't account for. I expected her to try and assert her authority so as to not lose credence in front of her minions, but all the pressure that was built up sort of deflated once I introduced myself as Wilhelm's woman. Her hostility almost completely evaporated even if she kept putting up the front. I admit that it was strange to see her suddenly become so passive. The actions of Wilhelm were basically a blind spot due to his nature of an outsider here. So I wasn't really aware what he'd been up to other than what he's mentioned. So to see her react like this was promising. It slightly lessened some of my worst fears, however, I would still check to make sure. So you're the relic of knowledge. Salem stared at me from across the table. She didn't even bother to free her minions after I trapped them. Not that they were in any harm, but I suppose that's about par for Salem's personality. She'll probably free them later once I leave. That's right. Technically, I was the spirit of the relic, but that's really just semantics. I had heard that the relic had a spirit from Ozma. But I did not expect it to be. Be what? I leaned forward onto the table. Beautiful. Enchanting. Seductive. She snorted. That's right, I seduced Wilhelm, I said without shame. I bent my little blue ass over and let him do whatever he wanted to me. Does that make you jealous? She was at a loss for words. She clearly didn't expect me to confirm it and be so blunt about it. It's not like I'm ashamed of landing myself a good man. Ridiculous. She scoffed. Why are you here? Are you not afraid I will capture you? You obviously know what my goal is. Right, that stupid goal of yours. I rolled my eyes. How's that been coming along? Collect the relics, summon the brother gods. Commit suicide by God. Great plan. Did you just come here to mock me? She narrowed her eyes. You have an inflated sense of importance. Why would I bother coming all the way here just to mock you? I slapped the table. In the blink of an eye, a magical circle appeared, utterly disintegrating it. If you want to die so badly, I'd be more than willing to answer your wish myself. You think you can undo the curse by your creators? She scoffed again, though there was a hint of wariness in her tone at seeing my little display. Ozma has been trying to do such a thing for centuries. Don't even get me started on him. Do you know how many times I've been asked the question, how do I kill Salem? Way too many times. Damn it, Ozpin, ask a better damn question. His biggest flaw was that he couldn't overlook his own self-importance and maybe ask, how could someone kill Salem? Nope, he always had to single himself out. How do I be the hero of the story? Idiot. It felt nice though, my restrictions have been loosened considerably. My time away from Remnant fried a lot of my internal programming. I couldn't quite give away secrets, but if something was obvious or they could rationalize it themselves with some little effort, I could say it. Of course that fool would be wasteful with you. Salem snorted, a twitch of amusement on her face. It quickly disappeared though. Why have you come here? That's a good question. I crossed my legs. I'm here because my man is a bit of an idiot. He's sweet and caring, but he can get blinded if he cares for someone. Unfortunately, and for reasons I'm still trying to understand, you've caught his attention and he's developed feelings for you. How much easier would this be if it was just a case of him lusting after her? Oh, I have no doubt he wants to get up under that dress. I know exactly what kind of fat ass she's hiding under there and I'm sure he's inspected it thoroughly from the outside. But no, he wouldn't pursue this kind of extended relationship if that were the case. Not that he isn't a lustful little devil, but it doesn't make his decisions bar what happened with Vanillana. There are plenty of very attractive women around him that he doesn't have feelings for. And in Vanillana's case, well, I don't think Wilhelm stood a chance there. I think most of us would have been seduced by her if she put in the effort. It was a good lesson for him, and I don't expect it to happen again, so I didn't really mind in the end. Are you here to warn me? She snorted in disdain. Yes. I didn't deny it. You're in a unique position that you can actually hurt the men I care about. And I will go to extensive lengths to protect him. If I wish to harm him, he has given me every opportunity to do so until now. She crossed her arms in response. Please, like you could physically harm him. I chuckled, making her raise an eyebrow. No, I'm talking about hurting him in other ways. I know who you are, Salem. I know everything you've done, I've known every sin you've committed and every dirty deed to your name. So, I'm here to make sure you're not scheming to use him for your own ends. And what if I am? She challenged. What if I'm using him to collect all of the relics for my personal goal? What if I'm using him, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to kill me? she stated, not believing my earlier bravado. I will. Umph. You said he had feelings for me. And how will you explain that to him? I'll tell him. I said with complete honesty. He may hate me afterwards. He may even kick me out. But compared to seeing him hurt because you played with him, I think it'd be worth it. The thought of him finding out that she just wants to die after he became so invested, it would break his heart. I heard about what happened after Scat-Hack, and then he recently had to kill another version of Artoria. I refuse to allow him to be hurt like that again. He's always trying to make sure we're all taken care of. He promised he would take care of me. Well, right now, it's my turn to take care of him. If I have to cut off this problem at the root, I'll do it. I'm here to make sure you're not just playing with the men I care for. I straightened up in my seat. You truly believe what you have just spoken? That you can and will strike me down if you suspect me? She looked at me strangely. That's right, I can grant you your wish. I can kill you right now if you want. I learned quite a few things from my time away. That includes the workarounds for Salem's little curse. Killing immortal creatures isn't something as impossible in other worlds. It's happened plenty of times even in Wilhelm's birth world, and I've taken the time to study many things there. Salem was pitiful in a way. She was cursed because she pleaded with the god of darkness to resurrect Ozma, her love, after the god of light refused her. And after a series of events, she and Ozma became enemies after the death of their children. Since then, she's been nothing but a bundle of hatred and anger. However, she didn't always want to die. No, she originally just wanted to lash out at the world and make everyone suffer like she had. And they did. For centuries the Grimm ran rampant under her commands after she had fallen into the Grimm pools and became one with the corrupted influence. It would have normally killed someone on contact, but the curse that ran through her soul was enough to sustain her, so she survived and gained her control over Grimm. The gods in their infinite wisdom forced Ozma into a weird state of reincarnation to combat Salem. Every time he died, he would pop up in another body and basically subsume what was originally there. And they fought a shadow war over the centuries until it slowly started to die down. And over time, Salem slowly became more and more apathetic about the world until she finally just grew tired of it all and wanted it to end. Of course, she never told anyone her true goals. Even Ozma thinks she desires the relics to destroy the world or some other nefarious purpose. Granted, the brother gods will probably wipe out all living beings on the planet if Salem summons them, but that isn't really her intent. Not that it makes it any better. But surprisingly. You're hesitating. I pointed out. It should have been a simple affirmation, but you're hesitating. Oh my sweet man, did you really manage to move her heart? I was skeptical. The whole reason I came here was because I didn't quite believe it. But looking at her now. My matters are none of your business. She practically snarled. When they involve my men, they most certainly are. I didn't back down. Salem, what are your intentions towards Wilhelm? Seeing her scowl and avoid my gaze was telling. Okay. I clapped my hands. I won't interfere. Excuse me. Salem was taken off guard again. I won't interfere. I reiterated. You come here and threaten me in my domain. You claim to be able to kill me despite my immortality, and now you give up. That was only if you were planning on using him. I would have ended you without a second thought. However, I won't interfere in your relationship with him. I replied to her. And if I decide that I want nothing to do with him henceforth? She looked at me curiously. I will say nothing and I will do nothing. It's not my place to meddle with this part of his relationships. If that's what you choose, he'll be hurt for a while, but he'll get over it. I can't force you to get together with him just because he likes you. I shook my head. No, I was only coming here to make sure he wasn't blinded by his own emotions. Maybe to also reassure myself that he would be fine if he chose this. Her hesitance was enough for now. It showed that she was at least considering more than a simple relationship. And if I chose the opposite? She asked softly. It's as you have said. I have done terrible things in my life. You claim to know all of it, will you not speak against any union? She probed me a little, which was odd to see. Was she worried how Wilhelm would see her? Geez, Wilhelm, just what did you do to this woman? This is not how I remember the Grimm Queen acting. What makes you think he isn't aware of your past? I responded. Well, he isn't aware of the finer details, but he can easily fill in the blanks. Seeing her eyes widen slightly, I guess she didn't realize the extent that Wilhelm knew about her. He did ask me about her with my third question. He did see her life, in part, through my abilities. She really does have some sort of concern and interest there. It seems like I made this trip here for nothing after all. At least I can relay the news to everyone else as well. I know Artoria was having mixed feelings due to Salem's past, from what I was able to tell her before. This should make her less concerned for now and willingly to wait until things get further along. Salem wasn't always the grim queen. Maybe there's some of that woman still in there somewhere that's latching at the possibility of being something better. Looking for something other than just to end her depressing existence. I trust Wilhelm. I can't say for sure if things will work out, but I know that if it isn't working or any of us disagree with it, he won't force it. So, I may as well let things settle here. Still, seeing the confident and tyrannical grim queen look a tiny bit flustered was amusing. What happens now? She asked. Well, I suppose I should apologize for my entrance then leave. However, we could also talk for a while. I offered. Clearly some things happened that I was unaware about. Wilhelm was probably his usual self and somehow charmed her enough that she's now hesitating with regards to her former plans and considering something extended. I may as well try to get to know my new sister better even if I technically know her already. I would not be against it. She said softly. I'll give her a chance. I just hope it isn't misplaced. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. Hurtful words, Schweinordkuhen. Urahara Kasuk said cheerfully, not really looking insulted in the slightest. I'm just a simple shop owner. Sex shop. Pfft. Urusihai erupted in laughter, literally rolling on the ground. Not that kind of shop. He was a little caught off guard by my words. It's a candy shop. He smiled brightly. I repeat what I said, sketchy as fuck. I looked at Yoruchi on the ground. Does he also have a nondescript white van he drives around in? Ha 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 ha. Yoruchi's laughter intensified. He does. Right, so, you looking for me? Should I point out that I'm not a child that can be tempted into your van with some candy? He twitched a little before taking a fan out of his large sleeves. He tapped it against his palm with a strange smile on his face. You are an interesting person, Schweinordkuhen. I love when people praise me. Do it some more. He paused again for a moment. You really don't follow the scripts, do you? Well, when suspicious people approach me, I tend not to stick to normal social conventions. I relaxed a little. What can I help you with? He was giving me the same vibes as Azazel, just without the sleaziness to accompany it. No, it felt like he wanted to probe me and delve into my secrets. I was curious about something, I wonder if you could help me. I already know what you're going to ask. You do. He looked amused, unfolding his fan. I'm sorry to say that I was simply born this handsome, there's no secret to achieve such flawlessness. I nodded sagely. Schweinordkuhen. That's nice to know, but it wasn't what I wished to ask. The best way to deal with this type of person. Keep them completely on the back foot with random nonsense until you can figure out their goal. Well, then I have no idea what you could possibly want from me, unless, fashion advice. I adjusted my tie. I have a good eye for this sort of thing. My friend actually made this outfit, very durable while also being elegant and stylish. He hummed, seemingly ignoring my remarks. I was more concerned about the abrupt change in weather we experienced earlier. Yeah, what a freaky storm that popped out of nowhere. I acted clueless. One might say man-made. He grinned. Question. Why not woman-made? I asked. Why couldn't a woman have made it? I suppose. Yeah, Kisuk. Yoruchi joined in. What's wrong with women, huh? Alright, I was really starting to like Yoruchi, he's pretty fun. Person-made, then. He forced a smile. I don't think he enjoyed being constantly on the back foot like this, but it made me amused. Yoruchi is a cat. Does he count as a person? Or do we need another qualifier for him? That's a good question. As a cat, do I count as a person, Kisuk? Yoruchi looked up at Urahara. That also does beg the question on if Shinigami also count as persons. Their spirits, do they get the same nomenclature that a human would? What, of course they do. Yoruchi countered. They're people, they have the same feelings, they think, and all that. Well, so do you as a cat. Hell, aren't higher-level hollows smart as well? Are you going to count those giant monsters as people? And Shinigami are souls, they're like, remnants of people or something. I replied. Well, I was just playing devil's advocate in this random argument. I didn't actually think this way. Though, Urahara Kasuk over there just looked confused and kind of unsure of how to respond. Ahem. He cleared his throat. I believe we've gone off topic. You can't go off something you were never on in the first place. I said dryly. You never did actually tell me what you wanted from me, just playing coy and trying to poke at me for some answers. I got a little serious. Very well, I'll get right to the point. He snapped his fan shut. What are you? His eyes narrowed. Your Ryatsu vaguely feels like a human, but there's other things I can't quite place. I was almost ready to call you a hollow due to a dark nature hidden inside it as well, but that isn't quite right either. Then you do something I didn't think was possible for a human, and something that would take exceptional effort even from a Shinigami. You changed the weather in a several-mile radius. That's ignoring what you did with the lightning. So, Schweinord-kun, what are you? There was a special glint in his eyes as if he was trying to see through me. Kasuk. Yoruichi intoned. We talked about this. His demeanor changed back to something playful as his fan unfolded again. Ah, Yoruichi, I'm not asking, he chuckled. I'm just a little curious. If Schweinord-kun would be willing to talk to me about some things, I don't mind helping you learn Kido. There was a phantom of a little smug smile on his face. Help me learn Kido? I questioned. Tessai seemed pretty confident that a human wasn't really capable of it, despite what effort we put into his teaching. Well, Tessai may be better at me when it comes to Kido. However, when it comes to figuring things out, I think I have him beat there. I'm pretty confident I can help you learn it. Urahara stated. If you're confident, then that means it's possible for me regardless and I don't really need you, do I? I raised an eyebrow. I can guarantee that without my help it will be nearly impossible. Heido number 1, show. I extended my finger, pointing at the hat on his head. The invisible force shot off like a bullet, sending his hat flying off and landing onto the ground nearby. There was a moment of silence as both Yoruichi and Urahara digested what I just did. You were saying? He didn't speak immediately, he walked over to pick up his hat and dusted it off before putting it back on his head. You're an interesting young man, Schweinord-kun. I look forward to talking with you in the future. I hope you stop by my shop at some point, I would be more than welcome to host you. He didn't try to say anything else, instead he turned around with a light smile on his face and hummed as he walked away. That just happened. I grunted. So, your friend. I looked at Yoruichi still at my side. Huh, it's weird seeing him not getting the advantage out of someone in a conversation. It's called bullshitting. I replied. Ha ha ha, well it worked. Kasuk is the type that can't not know something. So, he'll probably try to poke and prod you until he gets answer to his questions. He means well. He's not a bad guy, so don't be too hard on him, please. Yoruichi hopped back up onto my shoulder. By the way, when did you learn Kido? Tessai's going to be so happy once he finds out. Just picked it up recently. Right. Yoruichi snorted. Just picked it up. Was the ability to cast Kido laying on the side of the road next to the Zanpakuto you also happened to find? Yup. I said shamelessly. You got anything else going on today? I could use your help with something. Not really. You pretty much cleared my schedule today with the whole storm thing on the hollows. I doubt there are any in the city right now. Alright, let's head back to my place. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Home sweet home. I pushed the door open. Just as many holes in it as you left it. Yoruichi jumped off my shoulder. It gives the place character. I clapped my hands, looking into my ring for a few things. So, what ya need? Yoruichi asked. I was curious about this ho-ho thing we talked about earlier. How difficult is it to learn this movement technique? I produced the book of it and set it down in front of us. Where the hell did you get this? Yoruichi was already inspecting the book intently. Internet. Just so you know, I seriously am thinking you mugged some Shinigami around here and stole all of their stuff. If we get some naked person running up to the shop trying to replace his stolen gear. I thought you sold candy. That's just a front for the living. We actually sell supplies for the spiritual side of things. Where do you think the kid got his hollow bait from? Yoruichi, what the fuck? What? Don't look at me like that, it's a legitimate resource for hunting hollows. I wasn't just covering our asses when I said that it shouldn't have summoned all those hollows. Especially that Minos that popped up. That was a freak accident, a 1 in a billion chance of happening. Fine, I'll believe you. You can also come by like he said. Some stuff there might interest you. I may go over and check it out. I shrugged. I'll tell Kasuk to not be an ass. He's not that bad once you get to know him. Yoruichi tried to reassure me again. But what did you want help with specifically? You want to learn this, right? I'd say that a human learning was unlikely, but just casted Kido apparently. Hey, quick question. Does your shop ever actually sell candy? I asked. Haha, no. Do you really think parents would let their kids come to a shop that Kasuk runs and buy candy? Nah, all the kids in the neighborhood know to stay away from the creepy old men. That's hilarious and I'll remember it when I go visit. I may as well stop over at some point. It's not like that guy pissed me off or anything. I just don't like people trying to poke me for answers, and it was obvious what he was doing. Anyways, what can you tell me about Ho-Ho? I got comfortable as I leaned against the nearby table. It's basically what you've been doing, right? Kinda. Yoruchi held up his paw in a SOSO motion. Ho-Ho is the umbrella term and it has some layers. But if you want to get to the base of it, the highest form and most important form is known as Shuinpa. Right, I had several Shinigami mention that term. It basically means flash step. The idea is to travel a certain distance in the least amount of steps possible. Like, imagine trying to cover the distance of this room in a single step. That's the concept behind it. I think I understand the concept. It makes for intense bursts of speed, but it also sounds like pivoting and immediate change of directions are its flaws. Basically, yeah. A master of it can sorta overcome those, but it's just a matter of doing them really fast as opposed to the technique overcoming those limitations. Yoruchi explained. Here I'll show you, Yoruchi said, but paused a moment later. Actually, it's probably better that I show you in my actual form. Before I could even question what he meant by that, he was suddenly enveloped in a puff of smoke. No longer was a cat sitting in the middle of the room. That is to say, no longer was he, sitting in the middle of the room. Now, there was long purple hair sitting atop a dark-skinned head with yellow eyes staring back at me. The smoke began to clear up and there was something immediately noticeable about this person now sitting here. 2 large and round mounds bounced slightly, a little giggle to accompany them. A woman. My eyes trailed downwards, she was completely naked and I soaked in that chocolate skin of hers and made sure to burn those legs into my memory. In fact, she even spread her legs slightly and let me get a complete look at her. See something you like? Even her voice was completely different as she teased me. Didn't expect this, did you? Admittedly, I did not, and I'm still taking a moment to process that a beautiful naked woman was sitting right in front of me. Haha, got nothing to say. She was clearly enjoying getting a reaction out of me. I knew it, you're just. It's purple all the way down, huh? That's what you focus on. Well, did you expect me to focus on anything else? I raised an eyebrow. I can play this game too. I've seen better. And she didn't quite know how to respond to that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 378, Chapter 342. That's it. Yoruchi asked after a moment of silence. I'm sorry. I answered, still mildly calm. What were you expecting? I don't know, surprise. Like, holy shit, the cat is actually a super hot chick and she's naked in front of me. I hope I don't pop a boner. That kind of thing, like the way a kid your age would react. I mean, I didn't expect, well. I looked at her skin tone and chose not to finish that sentence. Didn't expect what? It's not important. I coughed a little awkwardly. And I'm not a kid. You're like barely older than Strawberry. How old do you think I am? I blinked at her statement. I don't know, 18. Yeah, a little older than that. It's not my first time seeing a naked woman. Boo. She huffed, standing up. Thought you were some little innocent brat. I did say I had a daughter, granted I also explained that she adopted me only some months ago. Hell, it's not even my first time having a naked woman suddenly pop out at me now that I think about it. I had the sense to hold back saying that Jin did it better. Sure, Yoruchi looked like a chocolate goddess, but Jin, well, Jin felt more innocent about it, which increased the excitement to a degree. She was naked just because she was naked. She wasn't fishing for a reaction. And she's blue. I don't want to over-fetishize her whole blueness, but I can't deny that I find it very attractive. And if we're just talking about things of that nature, I've been flashed plenty of times. Amaterasu came to mind. Which was still a memory that admittedly made me a little tingly. And after that whole debacle, I don't think a surprise naked woman was going to startle me too much. You're very beautiful. I decided to add on to appease her. Not that I was lying. Seriously. You're going to give me a pity compliment. She looked at me dryly. Fine, I'll take it. She rolled her eyes. But this isn't over. She stretched her arms, and I did notice that it looked like she intentionally made her chest bounce a little, given away by her peeking at me for a reaction. I merely raised an eyebrow and she huffed again. Ugh. Whatever. I'll be right back. And she utterly disappeared from the spot she was in. It was many times faster than how she moved as a cat. Hell, it was substantially faster than how Mayuri moved in his Bankai. That actually gave me pause for concern because that speed was actually something dangerous to me if used properly. I just waited for a few minutes before I felt her presence touch my bounded fields again and I let her back inside. She was now wearing some skin-tight bodysuit with an orange overshirt and her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Where'd you get the clothes? The store. She blinked. That's not what I meant. I mean, where did you stash them? Like, were you just waiting for this whole thing? Nah, I ran back home. She snickered. Why? You regret it now, huh? Did I leave a lasting impression? She bent over slightly. Are you still on that? But how far away was her home that she could make it there, change, and back in only a few minutes? Hey, my pride as a woman was challenged. She huffed, putting her hands on her hips. I'm damn sexy and I want to be recognized as such. I didn't say you weren't. I just said I've seen better. I replied. Bullshit. She said pointedly. I'm calling bullshit. You're a kid. No way you've seen better than me. Aha. You know what? Fine, I could prove a point. I took out my phone and started looking through the pictures I had before turning it over to show her. This is my woman. She leaned over, looking at the screen. Her brow furrowed and she pouted. No way those are real. They most certainly are. I had checked very thoroughly. It was a picture of Reiku. It wasn't too revealing or intimate, but just enough that it really showed off Reiku's assets. She pursed her lips and crossed her arms. I admit nothing. Right. I put my phone away for now. So, I guess this is the first time we're really meeting. She quickly changed demeanor. Ha, yup. Shihoi Yoruchi. Former Shinigami, blah blah. Nice to meet you and everything even though we've met. Hey. What? She looked at me. You gonna do that to the strawberry too? That's a good idea. Her eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. Wanna be there when I do? Do you even have to ask? She started cackling. He's going to start blushing and sputtering. You should have seen it when I insinuated that he and Rukia were fucking right before I met them the first time. I chuckled. Seriously? Is that why they were all flustered after you stole his sword? She snorted with amusement. I can totally see Strawberry getting all shy because of that. You know, you're awfully nonchalant about flashing people. As fun as it would be to see it happen. Yasaka can be just as, if not more, playful, but she would draw the line at just revealing herself to random people. It's not that big of a deal. Not like I'm walking around town naked or anything like that. Besides, some of the training I had to do back home just kind of numbed me to any kind of shame when it came to being naked. She waved it off. Oh, speaking of training. I perked up, picking up on the subject change. That seemed like something that shouldn't be touched otherwise. Right, you want to learn ho-ho, or rather what I've been doing, Shuinpa. She sat down cross-legged. It would save me time instead of learning from scratch. You think you can pick it up by yourself? She laughed. I did learn Kido. I pointed out. True. She looked thoughtful. You got that book, and it looks like something straight out of the academy in how it's explained. It's not the worst reference, but it's kinda plain and doesn't really explain it all that well. Now that I think about it, I don't think they want people learning this stuff on their own and pretty much designed the lessons and books and stuff to require someone to teach. She tapped her chin. You know, with how shitty Soul Society felt, I didn't have trouble believing that in the slightest. How complicated is this, exactly? Besides the obvious, 'cause moving far distances in a single step isn't really physically possible. It's not actually just moving a large distance in a single step. I mean, that's how you do it when you're the best like me, she said cockily. But really, it's just like moving from one spot to another in the least amount of steps possible. The better you get, the less you have to move. In a competition of speed, if you only have to move a single step to travel 100 feet and someone has to take 2 or 3, that's only moving half or a third of your speed. If that makes sense. She scratched her head. I'm not really a teacher. I trained a pupil back in the day, but that was mostly just making him a little mad and forcing him to chase after me. I didn't really touch on any technical stuff after he learned the basics. Well, I wouldn't mind a hand in learning this. It's not like I'm too prideful to admit that something may be difficult for me to learn. I am very respectful to those who mastered their crafts. In this case, Yoruchi should be a peak master of this movement technique if I was reading things correctly. Yoruchi tapped her chin. And what's in it for me? As soon as she said those words, I mentally winced and my heart dropped. I could have been coy, could have done the back and forth, but I knew where I stood on this one. What do you want? That Cheshire grin of hers said it all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Where did you even get that? I exclaimed, falling to the side as something whizzed past my head. Asked Kasuk to make it for me after seeing it on TV. Humans make really fun things. She grinned, holding up a paintball gun of all things. Though, this one is a little special. She did step away, saying something about wanting to get her tools to help teach me. That had been a little while ago at this point. I noticed. I replied with a scowl as I saw that there was now a colorful dent in the concrete behind me. All right, do it again like I told you. She hefted up the monstrous weapon she waved around like a toy. There are dozens of similar marks around the room at this point. And I had a few on me. I didn't really want to reveal my aura, so I had to swallow a little bit of my pride here and accepted a little pain. You didn't tell me anything. You just said, take less steps and move faster, and started shooting me. What's so hard about that? She looked at me in confusion. The part where you physically move from point A to point B by taking less than the required steps. I've received no explanation so far. I crossed my arms. All right, you big baby. She rolled her eyes. I'll go slow, watch my Ryatsu and how I move. I did watch her feet intently, trying to note of everything she did. She disappeared in a burst of speed, landing gently on the other side of the room. Get it? Maybe. I mused, running what she did through my head again. Did you push or pull yourself with your own Riryoku? Wait, did you seriously see what I did? Kinda. I blinked. Wait, what do you mean by that? Huh. She looked surprised. Honestly, didn't think you'd pick up on it, I'm a little impressed. You were just using this as an excuse to shoot me, weren't you? I said dryly. No, I'm seriously doing my best to teach you. She put on a straight face. You've said before that you had no experience using your Riryoku before, so I didn't expect much. I think I'm doing a pretty good job, all things considered. I've seen better. She replied without missing a beat. Touché. Thanks. She grinned. But seriously, I honestly didn't expect much from this. Well, I'm happy to have your confidence, sensei. I rolled my eyes. Can you answer my question? Well, at least she didn't hold anything over my head when I asked for the favor. She's playful, but very vindictive in all honesty. Her requirement was merely that she could have fun with it and I would go along with whatever she did as long as she properly taught me. It was said in less words than that, but that was the gist. So here we were. To answer your question, it's a little of both. But also not really either. She tapped her chin again. We're skipping all the basic steps in the learning process, just so you know. So this is a little more awkward to teach. Not to mention you're a human and this technique was made by and for Shinigami. Yeah, it's probably going to take some tweaking on my end to come up with something feasible to mimic it. I muttered. However, the concept should be something I can understand before I start doing that. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. All right, go do it again, I'll pay close attention. She gestured for me to continue. I'm gathering my Riryoku around my feet. I began to move. I tried to push myself forward with my Riryoku and move quickly. And while I felt my speed increase above what I intended, it wasn't really correct. Not a bad attempt. Really. No, I'm just sparing your feelings. It was pretty bad and I felt bad seeing it. Fuck you. Don't talk to your sensei like that. She shot at me with the paintball gun again. I slightly tilted my head out of the way. I think you're just mad about earlier and taking out your pent-up anger on me. Yup. You're not supposed to just admit it outright. What's the point in hiding it? She took aim again. Get runnin'. With a grumble, I lined myself up again and tried once more. Perhaps it was just a matter of intensity. I gathered a significant amount of Riryoku around my feet as I went to move. And right as I did this, I had a premonition. I was suddenly reminded of the training I did with Thorum to learn the whirlwind shout. A similar idea, to move faster. However, this was leagues above the shout in application. Not to say that it made the shout obsolete, but Shuinpo was a more practical use, it was superior in most instances. And as I gathered the power around my legs, I was reminded of my many failures. Unfortunately, the trigger had been pulled and both of my feet launched forward. The sky ceiling became the ground and the ground became the ceiling as I went tumbling across the room and hit the wall. Ow. I let myself fall down completely. Doing good. Yoruchi shot me a thumbs up. I returned it with my middle finger only for her to expertly shoot it. And it stung a little. All right. I got up, brushing myself off. Pushing myself forward only makes it unstable and I lost my footing. Let's try, gently guiding it with a sort of pulling motion too. Sure, that might work. She nodded, but the tone and the anticipation on her face told me otherwise. Asterisk. So, what attempt is this? Yoruchi lazily looked at me as she laid on her side, flipping the pages of a magazine I gave her. I lost count after 200. I sighed, stretching myself a little. I think I'm getting better at it. Yeah, if you were in the academy, you would probably be the head of the class. I feel like that isn't praise. Most Shinigami can barely hold their swords, let alone use Shuinpa. She hummed, flipping another page. Here's some advice. Pure power isn't always the best option. You might want to try some more finesse and work your way up to moving faster. That makes sense. But, I'm not even at the point where I can take more than a few feet in a single step yet. She just shrugged. Just do whatever then, I'm having fun watching you. Thank you for the insight. I said dryly. Though, she was giving me advice when I needed it. So I was thankful for her help as I tried to learn this thing. I had the thought of using magical energy, or maybe even my aura instead as a more familiar energy, but it was the flighty nature of Riryoku that made this possible in the first place. At the very basics, it's just the idea of moving large distances in a single step. I muttered, thinking about a different approach. I had many different things available to me. Was there a way to cheat? I had half a mind that it was a matter of my control of my Ryatsu not being good enough to properly apply it here. So, I had an idea about that. I did have a sort of movement technique that I've used in the past that fell out after my physical prowess reached a certain level. To pull and distort myself over small distances through a trick of the kaleidoscope. It was good for weaker opponents who couldn't keep up with that kind of thing. But using it once in front of a powerful enemy would make it unusable again because the trick itself wasn't hard to see through even if the usage of the kaleidoscope was something beyond nearly every other person. And then there's also my technique that I used to overlay multiple swords, the myriad sword as I called it. It was how I defeated Susanoo the first time. I looked down at my feet and lifted my right leg up, tapping it on the ground. I gathered my Riryoku again. I was having trouble controlling it in high quantities, but in low quantities, it just makes me a little faster even if it's more stable. So, why not both? I'm a magus. I cheat whenever possible in things like this. I allowed myself to overlap onto another parallel world and did the same thing again. Just like how I did with my sword technique, I continued to copy it again. 5 times. 10 times. 20 times. The concept was extraordinarily simple at its core. I just had to take a simple step forward to move a large distance. And so, I did the most natural thing possible and took a step. I felt my body jerk and move faster than I had previously. I could barely catch myself as I went skidding across the ground. I blinked, looking down at myself, at where I was standing as opposed to where I was before. I was a good dozen meters away. What was that? Yoruchi looked at me, her eyes widened in disbelief. I don't know. Because I wasn't sure myself. I, technically just performed Shuinpa, but I cheated heavily. You just... She opened her mouth and closed it again. How? I just moved. I held my hands up. I was watching that wasn't. She seemed to have trouble finding the words. It looked like you took all the steps at once. That wasn't inaccurate. Instead of only taking one step to move this distance, I took every step I needed to at the same time technically fulfilling the same criteria. It felt awkward though. I noted. Well yeah, it was awkward as hell. I could see you stumble the entire way and I could have literally ran circles around you while you tried to complete that movement. But, that wasn't bad. I don't think what I did is really sustainable. I mentally began to analyze it. It was too slow, it took too many actions even if it could do it all at once. It felt too rigid too, I don't think I could even properly maneuver using that method. What the hell did you even do? I used magic to take all the steps in one moment as opposed to moving the same distance in a few steps. Alright, I'll accept that ridiculousness for now. Yoruchi pushed herself up. It wasn't really Shuinpa. It kinda looked close, but I wasn't kidding when I said I would have danced around you. I think the weakest captain could have yawned and matched that movement. So it's a failure then. I rubbed my chin. Maybe I should. No, wait. She interrupted my thoughts. This might be a good thing. Your problem is your control over your Riryoku. Why can't you slowly work down from whatever you did? Work down from it? I questioned, tilting my head. Like, you said you took all those steps in a single moment. She scratched her head. Why not slowly take less steps and still do the same thing? Like, you almost did something similar to Shuinpa, you should have a feel for it, right? That's not a bad idea. After experiencing that, I think I could get a better hang of it and work towards the right thing. Awesome. She pumped her fist. That means we can move to the next stage. I didn't think we'd get this far and I wouldn't get to have any fun. Dare I ask what that means? That means, she blurred, moving to the edge of the room by the door. However, she now had something in her hand, a familiar strip of cloth. Is that my tie? I looked down at my chest to see it missing. Catch me if you want it back, she laughed, disappearing out the door. Bitch. I grumbled, going after her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon/storyforum. Chapter 379, Chapter 343. Damn cat. I hissed, following in Yoruchi's footsteps. She was intentionally waiting for me and slowed down enough for me to catch up only to then speed off again. I had to admit though, I did enjoy watching her move. And it wasn't entirely because she was wearing skin-tight black pants that hugged her in all the right ways. It was because she was a master of this technique, and I was learning a lot just by watching her. Hey. She suddenly popped up at my side with a coy grin. She spun my tie on her finger in a mocking way. Took you long enough to catch up. I ignored her taunt. I'm amazed that you were able to take that off of me in a split moment without me noticing. Maybe I have a lot of experience. Undressing, she laughed. Catch me or I might take your pants next. She continued laughing as she disappeared again. I could vaguely see where she headed, fast enough that at times, there were multiples of her running around. And she was heading further into town. I grumbled again but followed along. As we got to a more pedestrian street, she disappeared from where I was eyeing her and landed on top of the nearby building. It was a small commercial district that only had a few people outside at this time of day. I wasn't upset because it was difficult to follow. I landed easily at the edge of the closest building and began following. I was annoyed because one of us was a spirit and couldn't be seen by normal people while the other was a fully living being that would be seen running across rooftops at inhuman speeds. Thankfully, I was somewhat prepared for situations like this. I did make a ring that sort of disrupted people's perception of me. Granted, it was mostly supposed to be used when just casually meandering on the street, not flying through the air at breakneck speeds. I teased Artoria about her competitiveness, but honestly, I'm pretty similar. I really do hate to lose, and having Yoruchi taunt me did ignite my competitive spirit. At least it was getting on in the evening so I wasn't too worried about being seen. Not to mention the giant hollow that the people probably mistook for an earthquake, they were probably bunkered down for the night. Seeing Yoruchi not too far in front of me as she jumped from one rooftop to another, I did what I did before. I took a step, overlapped many more steps in that single moment and I shot forward with an intense speed. I was more prepared this time, enough that I didn't fall on my face. Granted, I stumbled slightly, I was not used to the abrupt speed change even when using the whirlwind shout. With the whirlwind shout it was more enveloping. I became the whirlwind itself and was an aspect of it. With this, I felt like I was more on the outside and having to compensate accordingly. It was enough that I was within reach of Yoruchi, but as I went to grab her, she suddenly disappeared and reappeared another few dozen feet in front of me. So close, she teased, her head turned over her shoulder grinning at me. But too slow. I moved again, it was slightly easier and I could feel myself getting used to it. However, the flaws were making themselves more and more apparent. What I had deduced before was pretty spot on, this wasn't the correct path to take with this if I wanted to learn the actual technique. Still, I got within arm's length of her again and she flashed to the side, sliding across the edge of the rooftop and jumping off. I looked over the ledge to not see her. Looking for me? She chucked, poking me in the back. Need to work on your Ryatsu sensing cause I wasn't really trying to make myself hard to detect there. Right, I could only vaguely sense her. She had the speed to slip through my perception. Add it to the list of things I need to work on. I grunted, reaching for my tie, only for her to disappear again in a burst of speed. My eyes shot over to the side and I could sort of anticipate her movement there before she fully moved. I didn't give her a chance to open her mouth this time, figuring it would be an opening right as she went flat-footed. I did the same maneuver as before and shot at her. She blurred and my hand passed through her before dissipating. An after image. I saw her do that before, but to see it close up, it was impressive. Though I didn't give her a moment to answer, I strained my perception, I grabbed hold of my Ryatsu and did my best to sense hers. I could vaguely feel it and followed the feeling. I stomped on the ground to stop my momentum and tried something a little different. Thus far, this thing I've been doing only allowed me to move in a straight line for a certain distance. It was rigid and left no room for maneuverability. That was its main flaw in addition to being predictable once someone saw it enough. So, I tried to pivot in one move and in another step forward many times altogether. I certainly did move how I anticipated, but I also felt pain as I reached my destination that made me come to a stop. With a hiss, I rolled up my pants leg to see my ankle swollen and red. Oh shit, you alright? Yoruchi appeared next to me. Tried to pivot and move at the same time. I told her. Well, this is certainly a dangerous way of moving that I was doing in an attempt to copy her. It was enough that even through my ridiculous biology I apparently sprained my ankle by trying to do that. Do you need me to? I weighed my options and just decided to cast a healing spell. The same warm light filled my hand as I covered my ankle. Not only that, but Avalon was working on the opposite end, so it served to hide that at least. And my aura was being held back, so this would suffice. Huh, that's neat. Some healing spell or whatever. She watched me intently. Pretty much. Kind of basic, but it gets the job done. I replied, pushing myself up off the ground and putting some weight on my ankle. It felt better, it hadn't been too bad to begin with. But the surprise of actually harming myself in such a manner probably made me take it more seriously. How long had it been since I've accidentally hurt myself like this? That thing you're doing isn't gonna work. I could honestly slow myself down to a 10th, no, probably even a 20th of my normal speed and you'd still not be able to catch me. It's way too easy to just watch where you're going and dodge. She plopped down, sitting cross-legged. Yeah, I know. I wasn't really forcing it to work. Like you said, I was just going to start working down from here to get to where you are. I think it's a better approach than working up from the bottom since we're skipping a bunch of steps like you said. I was just getting some experience for now. And I realized, besides learning Shuinpa, your Ryatsu sense is pretty bad. It'll help you learn this if you get better at it. I know. I muttered. It was one of the many things I needed to work on. I was lucky that I could sidestep the issue of time to a degree due to my magic by staying in this work. If I had to go back to Chaldea as I was now, there wouldn't be much of a difference. This was partly a training trip, and partly a way for me to calm down and evaluate my circumstances. It would do no good if I continued to feel anxious and rush myself. That's why I was taking things slow and methodical while enjoying the free time I had. On a side note, I pointed my finger towards her. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. At my command, a rope made of spiritual matter materialized and shot towards Yoruchi. Cheating dick. She squeaked, rolling to the side and jumping to the air, reminiscent of her feline body. You like Kido so much, huh? How about this, Bakudo number 21, Sikianton? She declared, and at the point of her palm, an influx of red smoke burst out in all directions. I quickly stepped back, surprised by the spell. It was one I should have information on, being only 21, but I hadn't had the chance to look through them all yet. Did you just ninja smoke bomb me? I exclaimed as my vision was completely covered. And now that I tried to probe with my budding spiritual senses, it couldn't penetrate this smoke, or rather, it was being blurred. Ninja cat. A black mass shot out of the smoke. It was fast enough that I didn't react in time. Yoruchi in her cat form landed on top of my head, and in one motion, used me as a springboard to head off into the distance. She still held my tie in her mouth. I felt my eye twitch violently as I quickly turned to chase after her. Asterisk. Oh, so close. Yoruchi continued to tease, narrowly escaping my clutches. Her form flickering several times with each step she took, she was dozens of yards away from where she was previously. I stomped on the ground, doing my best to keep up, but it was futile at this point and I knew it. However, this time I made a calculated risk. After running around for so long, I felt like I had a better idea of what I was doing and reduced the amount of steps it took for me to move. It slightly took her by surprise as I did it without warning. I could see her first shoot up, and her speed instantly increased several degrees to escape me right before I could grab her. Damn, you seriously almost got me. She chuckled, coming to a stop outside of my home. Didn't expect you to make that much headway so quickly. I bent down, rubbing my leg. Kind of forced it, but progress is progress. Don't feel too bad, no one can catch me if I don't want them to. She said smugly. Really? How do you compare to all the other Shinigami? I was known as the Flash Goddess, you know, . She preened noticeably. Flash Goddess. I quirked an eyebrow. Yup. Did you get that title by flashing people all the time? Maybe it was. You seem really hung up on that, I bet you can't stop thinking about me, right? She exploded in a puff of white smoke, and her humanoid body appeared. I can't blame you. With this hot body, who wouldn't? Right. I rolled my eyes. But why aren't you naked? What? She blinked. You have clothes on. I gestured to her body. Yeah. What's your point? So you're just an exhibitionist. I thought it was a planned joke, but that's just your normal default, isn't it? Who knows? She grinned. If you ask me nicely, I'll take my clothes off. No thanks. I answered immediately. Irk. She coughed. Don't be so quick to say it, ass. She huffed. Sorry. I cleared my throat. You're a very beautiful woman. I said as monotone as possible. I think this is the first time I've been called beautiful, and it's been insulting. I retract what I said then, you aren't beautiful. I corrected myself. Happy. You have this amazing way of just stabbing someone right in the heart. Yoruchi dramatically fell to the ground. Oh, stop being dramatic. I kicked her foot. She hopped to her feet. You didn't do bad today. She put her hands behind her head. And it was fun to have someone to play with. It's been a while since I've been able to play around like that. What about Mr. White Van Candy Salesman? She snorted, laughing. He doesn't really do anything fun these days. Too busy with his own boring stuff. Well, I don't mind if you keep coming around. You've been helping me a lot. If you want to come play some more, it's fine. I actually did enjoy her presence. She's fun and relaxing despite her teasing and kind of playful demeanor. Maybe I will. She yawned. You got a Zanpakuto, right? I do, you saw it. And you didn't just steal it off some Shinigami? She eyed me suspiciously. I can promise that I didn't steal this Zanpakuto off a Shinigami. I said with complete honesty. I feel like I should make a note that you specified only that Zanpakuto specifically, but I don't really think I care in all honesty. She just shrugged. I'm guessing you're trying to communicate with it, yeah. I suppose. I'm sort of muddling around with it. I had yet to find the proper direction to go. Come on, I'll teach you how to properly meditate with it. She nudged me towards the entrance to my little abandoned building. I won't say no to help. How about I handle dinner? Really? She perked up. I could go for some tuna. There's a cat joke in there somewhere. Make all the jokes you want as long as I can get some fresh tuna. She laughed. Asterisk. I breathed in and breathed out. I centered myself. I allowed all distractions to simply disappear from around me. Only my Ryatsu and aura flowed out soothingly as it enveloped both me and my blade. There was just me and my sword. Its weight pressed against my lap as I sat cross-legged on the ground. Yoruchi taught me a couple days ago and I've been meditating whenever I have free time. Jinzen, as it's called. Or sword mediation. It was a method Yoruchi described as something honed over thousands of years in soul society. With this method, I just have to continuously imprint my soul upon the sword. Let the power of my soul nourish the sword. Honestly, the more I heard about this method, the more I realized. My aura may be a cheat here. My aura was the physical manifestation of my soul, it's being nourished much more directly than if I just kept it next to me and gradually imprinted on it. I just have to keep doing this. And Yoruchi said that eventually I'll be able to hear the voice of the spirit that develops. Oh, this is the spirit of your sword. How odd, my sword sounds exactly like a certain dragon. Of course, I would sound like the mighty and magnificent Red Dragon Emperor, the greatest role model I could ever have. I can't argue with that logic. And what's the name of my new sword? You want to hear my name? Are you worthy? Well, I'm the partner of the great and mighty Red Dragon Emperor. I continue to play along. Well said, well said. My sword spirit replied. Then, if you want to know my name, repeat after me. All right, I'm waiting. Shout as loud as you can. My excitement has reached the tipping point. I deadpanned. Ripen, watermelon. Drake roared. I was about to respond, but I felt my sword ever so slightly tremble. The very faint connection I had with it so far, there was almost an echo of a reverberation I felt through my aura. Die. I sighed. Ha ha ha. I swear to God, specifically the one literally inside the spear. If this somehow influences my sword, what will you do? Drake said mockingly. I'll make you roommates with the spear. Good thing this isn't Drake, but the spirit of your sword. Aha. I summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. Can the sword say that again? Damn, choose this moment to have a moment of intelligence. Only this moment. I huffed. I'll have you know I'm very intelligent. Drake made a spectacle of clearing his throat. Be my women, the idiot says to the eldritch goddess he just met. Touché. He did have a point. But on the other hand, I can hop over and pull her to my bed pretty much whenever I wanted. I dusted myself off, climbing to my feet. I held my Zanpakuto in one hand and looked at the boosted gear. I wonder what would happen if I put the sword in there with you. Shit, now I'm curious too. But you better not risk it. Yeah, I could always go steal another one easily enough. Wait for things to calm down. Point. I nodded. I perked up after feeling something approaching. After doing these meditative exercises along with my casual absorption of reishi, I've started to better develop my spiritual sense. I could vaguely feel Yoruchi approaching from a little ways away. However, I think she was intentionally flaring her Ryatsu so I could feel it. I quickly put the boosted gear away and sheathed my sword, opening the door to greet her. Oh hey, you actually noticed. Yoruchi smiled, walking past me without so much as a, "Can I come in?" I rolled my eyes, but didn't stop her. I basically knew her personality at this point. Cat. She was a cat. As obvious as that may seem after seeing her as a, well, cat. She had a personality that is very similar to one. Haven't seen you in a few days. I closed the door behind her as she plopped to the ground. Was busy with some stuff. She yawned lazily. Your Ryatsu increased again. How are you doing that? You aren't eating hollows, are you? No, can you eat hollows? What do they taste like? I considered that statement. Pfft, not like that, you idiot. You mean like devouring them to increase my own power? I once more pondered that statement. Wouldn't that leave some evidence? Yeah, but your Ryatsu is strange, who knows what's happening there? She shrugged. And every time I see you your Ryatsu keeps increasing, I'm kinda clueless how it's happening. It doesn't keep increasing. I didn't mind sharing some things with her. At this point, I consider her a friend. It's filling up. Filling up. Her eyes lit up. My soul is powerful. I settled on. How much until you're full? No idea. Sounds interesting. Though, you're at the point where you're gonna need to actively suppress it around normal people. You're doing a kinda mediocre job of it right now. I'll show you a better way to keep it contained without feeling like a balloon about to pop to anyone with decent senses. Is that what I feel like? Yeah, it's kinda funny actually. I rolled my eyes again. So, are you here for any particular reason or do you want to play some tag again? I asked, stretched my arms and back. Sitting down for so long makes me a little stiff. I've been practicing a little, I think I'm getting closer to actual Shuinpa. That and I've been practicing Kido as well as my other stuff. Yes. She perked up. But actually, I am here for something else. After the whole hollow thing, I figured I'd give you a heads up so you don't run headfirst into something bad. I'm listening. I got slightly serious. So, remember that whole thing with the Kachiki brat? The thing about her doing something highly illegal by Soul Society law? Yeah, that's probably coming to a head in the next couple weeks. If you see or feel any big influx of Ryatsu surge in the town, it's probably some big shots coming to grab her. Are you asking me to stay out of it or to interfere? Because I could go either way to be honest. On one hand, it's none of my business since I barely know them. On the other, fuck Soul Society. Stay out of it, it shouldn't involve you. She warned a little, warmly. I appreciate the heads up. The sentiment was very pleasant. But how do you even know that? It was always a waiting game. At this point, it's right around the time where she's probably missed at least 2 times she should have checked in. And, someone technically did come to investigate already. Some seated Shinigami, a good guy at least. He said he was gonna push his report to the bottom of the stack when he got back. So they'll probably be getting to it around now by your estimates. She probably knew exactly how the bureaucratic system there worked and could anticipate such a thing. It's none of my business. I let out a breath. Anyways. She kicked off the ground, back onto her feet. A mischievous grin made its way onto her face. Rematch. She offered. I knew full well I wasn't going to win, but I was nothing if not stubborn. Alright, round 2. Let's try to stick away from people this time. Alright, be a sourpuss. She walked towards the door. How about if you win, I'll let you take a piece of clothing off me this time. Should I admit defeat now? I replied without missing a beat. She looked at me with pursed lips. She moved quickly, probably close to her top speed. I could guess what she was going for and I could sense her better this time, but I didn't stop her. My tie was missing again and her laughter filled the air. Round 2 it is. I muttered, immediately going after her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Another person is joining on Wilhelm's adventure soon enough. Chapter 380, Chapter 344. I let out a long breath and pushed myself to my feet again. The action having become rather commonplace these past several days. Meditate, practice Kido, practice Shuinpa and then practice my spiritual control. I was making noticeable progress every day, so it wasn't by any means boring. It felt good to make progress like this, as it was my whole purpose for being here. At this point, I thought I was close to being able to properly manage a real Shuinpa and not my bastardization of it. I had a pretty decent understanding of the Kido I'd a chance to learn and I could feel like my control over my Ryatsu was significantly better than it was before. I could sorta use my spiritual senses in a meaningful way now beyond using it as fuel for their version of spells. Speaking of spiritual senses, I could vaguely feel something at the edge of my perception. Sort of like a tickling feeling that was coming from the other side of town. I dusted off my pants as I tried to focus on what I was feeling. There were 3 strange Ryatsu signatures that appeared at the edge of town. They were constrained, 2 of them more so than the third. But even so, it felt like the illumination of a roaring bonfire in the distance compared to the fireflies that were the living of this world. Honestly, I was a little surprised I could sense them at all. Perhaps there was some synergy with my inherent instincts that it was getting more used to this new sensation. I already had a good sixth sense, but after becoming a campione it had increased significantly. It wouldn't be odd that it was adapting to these new changes just as much as everything else of my mixed biology. Should I take a look? They didn't quite feel like hollows, and I think I'd sensed them enough at this point that I could kind of feel the difference. It honestly felt closer to how my demonic power felt in comparison to my magical energy if I were to draw a correlation. No, these were most definitely Shinigami. I suppose they could be humans, but I had yet to meet a human that gave off this kind of feeling. That orange-haired brat was notable, but I could pretty much place him at any moment since his Ryatsu felt like a constant stream, like he left the faucet on every single moment of the day. And once more, speak of the devil. Was that strawberry heading towards them? His signature was on the move sorta in that direction. And I recalled my little jaunt through Soul Society. There was a possibility that I could have implicated him by extension of my shenanigans. In which case, my conscience required me to take responsibility and intervene. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, right? There's the distinct possibility that I could just be overthinking things. Well, the night was young. At ******* at Rukia Kuchiki POV. They finally came. I knew that it had just been a matter of time. I could feel Brother's Ryatsu as soon as he appeared in town. I may as well go meet him and not cause any problems for Ichigo. That's why I quietly snuck out while he was sleeping. Thankfully, we hadn't been out tonight hunting a hollow, things had been a little quiet since the Minos appeared. And that strange man who could control the weather. Seeing lightning fall from the sky had sent chills down my spine. I was aware that there were Zanpakuto that could change the weather, but that was different. Even after asking the shop owner, I still didn't really know how to explain the feeling I had. It was as if the sky responded to him naturally, as if he had the right. I think even the hollows sensed the shift and didn't want to cause trouble. It didn't matter now, I suppose. Though, I hope Ichigo didn't go to cause problems with him. With his temperament, that stranger gave me a dangerous feeling. My spiritual senses were nearly depleted, however, I could still vaguely make out 3 people waiting for me as I approached. Rukia, you really did it, didn't you? Renji. I looked at my old friend. His untamed red hair and his unique sense of style when it came to his eyebrows. And, brother. My gaze fell upon my brother, but he simply closed his eyes, not wanting to see me. And it's Jin. The last one that came to fetch me cheerfully waved. Captain Ichimaru. I politely bowed my head. Wow, this is the most polite prisoner I've ever apprehended. He smiled slyly. You sure you don't want to resist a little, I fully accept any punishment I am given. I lowered my head further. Geez, Captain Kuchiki, your sister is a downer. He scratched his head. Don't know why they made 2 of us captains come and fetch her like this. Even with the whole issue with the Ryoka causing problems, this feels like overkill, you know. It is not our place to question our orders, Captain Ichimaru. Brother said evenly. How boring. He kept smiling. Hey Lieutenant Abarai. How's it feel to be bringing your childhood friend in to be executed? I had known my fate, but to hear it so plainly, I felt my heart drop. Want some private time to say goodbye? I don't mind tinning a blind eye for an hour or 2 cause the next time you see her, it's gonna be, he ran a thumb across his neck. Central looking for blood after the Ryoka thing. They probably gonna make a huge spectacle of it too to take everyone's attention away. Maybe. Ichimaru Jin. Brother's words interrupted him. That is enough. I felt a faint sense of his Ryatsu flow out. So scary, Captain Ichimaru continued to laugh. Well, let's get going. Unless we're waiting for that Ryatsu signature to get closer on purpose. Ryatsu signature. I questioned and I had a bad premonition. Honestly, I'm fine either way. Captain Ichimaru put his hands behind his head. I ain't the one having to do the paperwork. There shouldn't be anyone with that much Ryatsu reported around here. Renji muttered as I turned my head towards the direction they were looking. And my eyes filled with horror at the sight of that stupid strawberry coming running down the road. Rukia. He shouted without a second thought. Ichigo, you idiot, leave. I quickly shouted back. If he stayed here. Is he the cause of this? Renji growled. The human who you gave your powers to. He grabbed his sword, and it looked like he was going to do something, but brother put his hand out, stopping him. Did you say Ichigo? Captain Ichimaru asked, his eyes opening a little wider than normal. Rukia. Brother addressed me for the first time. What is the name of the human you gave your powers to? Hey. Ichigo grunted. Let her go. Hey, your name wouldn't happen to be Kurosaki Ichigo, would it? Captain Ichimaru asked, a wide grin splitting his face. How'd you know? Brother and Captain Ichimaru shared a look. Why did he know Ichigo's name? Ichigo stupidly drew his sword, pointing it at them. Let her go. Did he not see I was going willingly? This is the person you gave your powers to. Renji blinked, looking at me. It was a desperate situation. I felt a little bit of embarrassment. I don't regret my actions of giving Ichigo my powers to protect both him and myself and by extension his family, but he can be an idiot sometimes. Regardless. Brother interrupted. The description does not match. Clearly it was an assumed name. Still, that means the Ryoka knows him. Maybe we should grab him anyways, eh? Might make your sister happy if she has a cellmate. Captain Ichimaru chuckled. What? He's innocent, why would you arrest him too? Please, brother, it's my fault, leave him alone. I looked at brother, begging him to leave Ichigo be. Our objective is not to arrest the human. Brother closed his eyes and turned away. Our orders are to bring Rukia back only. Everything else is irrelevant. He immediately opened the Senkamen, the door sliding open to reveal the passage back to Soul Society. Guess you're right. Captain Ichimaru shrugged. If we did something so troublesome, I'd probably have to do some of the paperwork. He turned towards Ichigo. Go along, little human, we don't got time to play with ya. You. Ichigo scowled, and he quickly ran forward, blocking the Senkamen. I won't let you take her away. Do you have any idea what's going on? Renji also scowled. She's already sacrificed herself to protect you, and you're throwing away her goodwill. Because of you, they're going to execute her. Thank you, Renji. I don't care. Ichigo huffed. She helped me when I needed it, so I'm gonna repay the favor. I won't let you take her. Foolish idiot. Ichigo, please go back, you can't win. Humph, I'm not scared of him. He's pretty confident, eh? Captain Ichimaru chuckled. You got something to say, squinty eyes. Ichigo pursed his lips, hefting his sword up. Squinty eyes. Captain Ichimaru repeated, his smile never leaving. Go ahead, take out your tiny blade. I'll show you how confident I am. Do you think because your sword is big that you're strong, eh? Wait. In one swift motion, Captain Ichimaru unsheathed his sword. It was shorter than a traditional sealed Zanpakuto, but that did not at all detract from its lethality. It swept out fast enough that my eyes could not follow. I only saw Ichigo flying across the air and rolling on the ground with a loud thump. Huh, guess you ain't all talk. The captain muttered. You actually blocked in the last moment. Ichigo stood up, breathing a little heavier. He spit out a mouthful of blood and glared at the captain. Ha, like that little toothpick could hurt me. Bring it on, squinty eyes. Stop. I tried to move forward, but Renji grabbed me. Let go. Stop struggling, Rukia. Renji sighed, and he slapped a handcuff on my arm. The little spiritual power I had left was sealed away beneath the device. Don't make it worse. Captain Ichimaru, we are leaving. Brother stated. Fine, I'll wrap it up. Captain Ichimaru held his hands up in surrender. Hey, I didn't say you could leave. Ichigo roared, running at him. Here's a lesson for ya, brat. The captain chuckled, and disappeared in a burst of shuinpa. My eyes widened in horror. Ichigo looked down and Captain Ikamaru's blade was pushed through his chest. He pulled it out as quickly as it had gone in, letting Ichigo fall to the ground. No. I screamed, but it was futile. The captain knelt down next to Ichigo's prone body. Your sword isn't anything to gloat about. It just means you can't control your power. If I let mine out like you're doing, my sword would be big enough that it'd be split in the clouds right now. Ya understand? Stop struggling, Rukia. Renji grumbled. Rukia, behave yourself. Brother said quietly. Brother, please, he's just a human. Let him off. I pleaded again. Shouldn't you be asking me that? Captain Ichimaru looked at me. I guess I can let him go, not like he's a threat. Thank you. Fuck you, squinty eyes. Ichigo managed to grit out even as he laid there bleeding on the ground. Damn it, Ichigo. On the other hand, best to take care of any unnecessary problems. Ichigo reached for his sword, but Captain Ichimaru stepped on his hand. He moved his sword. Instead of hovering over Ichigo, it moved above his sword. He pushed it down and it easily pierced through the oversized katana, sending cracks in all directions. See how easily it breaks. He chuckled, pulling his sword free, leaving Ichigo's sword barely held together with a hole in it. Oh well, they weren't even your powers to begin with, no harm done. He stood up. Don't worry, kiddo, you won't even feel a thing while you bleed out on the ground. That's enough. Ooh. Oh. Captain Ikamaru's eyes narrowed as he looked down the street. There was no indication that someone was there until now. He walked out of the shadows, that familiar red hair was obvious under the street lights. Who are you? Captain Ichimaru asked, but I recognized him. That dangerous human. Just a passerby. He looked around. I wasn't going to interfere, but you're about to cross a line. The girl is one of yours, so I won't say anything, but you have no business killing a living person. He's protecting Ichigo. He didn't seem to like Ichigo in the previous encounters. Captain Ichimaru stood up, looking at the human. But he pointed his blade at me. I think that makes it all right for me to kill him, don't you think? He smiled slightly, his eyes barely opening. Besides that, you're kinda familiar. I think I read a report or something about someone that looked just like you. Any idea about that? What? Do they know about him? Renji, take Rukia and get behind me. Brother said quietly as he stepped in front of us. What's going on? Quiet. Renji chided, grabbing me and holding me back. A report about someone like me. Sorry, I have no relation to this handsome and dashing rogue you're referring to. Is that so? The captain scratched his head. What if I don't believe ya? Well, that seems like a personal problem for you then. He crossed his arms. Yeah, it is a problem for me. See, if I don't do something, the boss is gonna get angry with me, you know. Are you going to fight me? He asked. It was ridiculous. He was a human and he was standing off against a captain. I know what he did was impressive, but any of the captains could have easily taken care of that Minos too. Scary, I heard what happened to Mayuri. I'm too scared, I don't know if I can hold onto my sword too well. Captain Ichimaru turned it and pointed it downwards towards a barely conscious Ichigo. Maybe if someone surrendered, I might feel more comfortable. You're threatening me with him. The human raised an eyebrow. Is that what you think? Well, can't help it if that's how you feelin'. I promised Shunsui that I wouldn't kill the last time. But that promise doesn't hold here. I don't know if I can stop you, but if you go through with that, you aren't making it back to Soul Society. If you say something like that, I don't know if I can keep my hand from shaking. His hand holding his blade descended slightly. Maybe. I barely saw it, but something flew out from the human. That was a clang of steel, and Captain Ichimaru was forced back, having deflected something fast. You were saying? The human stated, a strange sword hovered next to him. One that looked almost to be made of glass and gave off an unfamiliar feeling. Captain Kachiki. Captain Ichimaru slowly stood up straight and he looked serious. Don't forget our orders. Brother said simply, and he sort of sounded like he was bracing himself. Suddenly, a massive amount of Ryatsu erupted from Captain Ichimaru. He reeled his arm back like he was ready to thrust his sword forward. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Something happened. I couldn't see it clearly, but something shot forward, again at speeds my eyes couldn't follow after Captain Ichimaru released his Zanpakuto. I heard the sounds of metal colliding. The human disappeared, I could vaguely see where he was forced off into the distance, a building seemed to have collapsed onto him. And from that location, I could trace the captain's Zanpakuto that was extended the full distance. And in the blink of an eye, it completely retracted back to normal. I had heard rumors that his Zanpakuto was the longest one in existence, but I did not expect that speed either. It was, I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. There's no way he's still alive. Renji muttered. Should we head off, Captain? Quiet, Renji. Brother replied, his eyes still dreadfully focused. What? In the distance, there was an eruption of light. It was golden and warm. And it wasn't Ryatsu. It exploded outward, the rubble from around him was blown away. In his hands was a spear. I had never seen it before, but for some reason I had the urge to lower my head and acknowledge it. It was as if the spear was holy and just staring at it was taboo. Well, that was interesting. The human took bated steps back towards us. I admit, that certainly took me by surprise. I can easily tell that you're stronger than that other captain I met. I actually felt threatened there and could barely bring up my weapon to block in time. He came to a stop and looked at Captain Ichimaru, who looked unnaturally focused as well. It would be impolite of me not to reciprocate. As soon as he said that, he pulled his unnatural spear backwards, a similar motion that Captain Ichimaru did a moment prior. My eyes widened as I realized what was about to happen, and I was not the only one. Once more, I could barely see what happened. There was another burst of that light, that holy and pure light that shot off, and Captain Ikamaru's body was sent hurling backwards, the spear extending just as the captain's sword had. I turned my body to follow the length of it, to see what became of the captain. I saw him slammed into the ground, the spear nowhere to be seen near his person any longer. However, he nearly fell over as he tried to stand back up. There were no major wounds on him, but his kimono was burned in several places, and a slight bit of blood that trailed down his lips, probably from the force of the blow even if he blocked. His smile didn't disappear, but it looked vicious in comparison to his normal one. His Ryatsu intensified several degrees, it weighed down on the surroundings and shot to the sky, illuminating the night. Ban. Before he could finish, brother was there, grabbing his hands, forcing the gathered Ryatsu to dissipate. What do you think you're doing, Captain Kachiki? There was venom in his tone. You have not been authorized to release your Bankai. If you persist, I will be forced to act accordingly and arrest you as well. He stared at Captain Ichimaru. Captain Ichimaru stared for a moment before snorting and sheathing his blade. Fine, you handle him then. Brother turned back towards the human, who had been waiting. We will retreat. Our objective has been fulfilled. The human relaxed and just held his spear to the side, standing near Ichigo somewhat protectively. Do you want to leave with them, Rukia? He suddenly asked, but it seemed to like any kind of true warmth to it. I stiffened slightly. I felt like, if I said no, would. I glanced at brother who was about to grab his sword, and the same for Renji. I will accept my punishment. I accepted my fate. I did what I did knowing the consequences. Very well. He shrugged. It's not my place, I suppose, to meddle with your people in a situation like this. Please take care of Ichigo. All right, I'll make sure the idiot doesn't die. Would have been a wasted effort on my part if I just left him here to bleed out. Thank you. I said quietly as I followed behind Renji into the Senkamen. The others followed and I glanced back before the gates closed. I looked at Ichigo, there was a tiny bit of light in his eyes still. I gave him one last smile of goodbye before the doors slammed shut. At ****** at A/N. Sorry for the late release, got sick yesterday and was throwing up with stomach pain. You want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. Chapter 381, Chapter 345. I watched them retreat, they maintained weariness even as they backed through their method of connection through realms. The gate slammed shut, spinning, and disappeared into the ambient reishi. I allowed myself to relax once they were finally gone. That captain, the one who attacked me, was dangerous. I didn't take the spear out just to be cute and mimic his actions. I'll admit that it was a benefit, but I was a hair's breadth away from activating Balance Breaker. The speed at which his sword moved had taken me by surprise. It was enough to make me feel threatened and I nearly got hurt by it. If I was a fraction of a second late, it would have pierced right through my heart, or a be damned. It was a lesson not to take captains lightly. He was leagues above the dangerous feeling I got from Mayuri before. While Mayuri's Bankai was definitely dangerous and had the potential to kill me, it wasn't nearly the neck-hair-raising feeling that I got when this guy was about to release his Bankai. I had a feeling that if he released his Bankai, and I released my Balance Breaker, the town wouldn't be standing for much longer. Now, it looked like I was recognized, which was annoying. I hoped they wouldn't send anyone after me, I'd hate to have to leave town. I mean, I could, but this was the best spot for me to help fulfill my goal at the moment. I'd cross that bridge when I got to it. My attention was now occupied by the orange-haired idiot who was currently bleeding out on the ground. I stared at him with a scowl appearing very quickly. He had already lost consciousness at this point. Me and my bleeding heart. I sighed reluctantly. This had nothing to do with me and I stuck my nose into it like I always did. But, he's just a stupid kid, I couldn't let him die like that. And I supposed he earned my admiration, willing to go that far when he perceived his friend to be threatened. Can't say I wouldn't do the same thing in his situation if someone close to me was being taken away. Alright, you stupid brat, let's see how bad it is. I walked over, and rolled him onto his back. Spiritual beings were significantly more durable than a normal human, so I wasn't too concerned about him immediately dying. I inspected the wound and clicked my tongue. I put my hand on it to get a better look, trying to see his spiritual biology through magical means, and I got a rough picture that took a second to translate. I wanted to call him lucky, but after trading one blow with the Shinigami, I knew this was entirely intentional. 1/10 of a centimeter to the right and the kid would have died. Did he even have the intention of killing the kid? With a groan, I ran a hand through my hair. Looks like I stepped in for nothing, fantastic. Well, I already put one foot in, may as well see this through now. How should I go about this then? My normal healing methods wouldn't work on a spiritual being like this, or at the most they would be so heavily reduced that a small cut would probably take an hour to heal properly. I wasn't stupid enough to test the method I learned from Anohana as I had absolutely no experience with that yet. Speaking of, his Ryatsu felt small. Before, it felt wild and uncontrolled, an endless stream. Now, it was like a candle wafting in the wind, about to be snuffed out at any moment. I glanced at the oversized sword at his side. There was a hole from where it was stabbed previously, and from the epicenter cracks jutted off in every direction. I was pretty sure it would shatter if I poked it too hard. Yoruchi did say that his powers manifested this way from Rukia. Could his sword breaking mean that the powers were disappearing? That's probably going to be a big hit for him when he wakes up. Looks like I had pretty much one option here, and I wasn't even sure it'd work. Their spiritual bodies were supposed to mimic a body of flesh and blood even if it was basically made up of reishi. They were different enough from servants, which Avalon worked on fine, that I was not without a small bit of doubt if this would work properly. Putting my spear away, I touched my chest and called upon the ever-distant Utopia and pulled it out. The holy light illuminated the dark night and I set it on top of his chest and pushed it inside him. At the very least, I was confident it wouldn't have an adverse effect. Avalon was many things, but harmful to reciprocants is not one of them. I frowned though once I felt a tinge of resistance. I pressed further on, ignoring it. Though once I pushed past a certain point, his Ryatsu suddenly skyrocketed. It was for a very brief moment, barely a blink, and then it was gone. And I felt a pair of eyes staring back at me before it dissipated. Avalon completely sunk down into him and his body began to glow. The wound he suffered lighting up with a holy light and mending. I waited until the light died down before retrieving Artoria's noble phantasm and returning it inside of me. He was still unconscious, so I hefted him up and slung him over my shoulder. I gently grabbed his sword, not really sure what to do with it, so I slid it back into his sheath. No idea where he actually lived, so I guess I'm taking him home with me. At *****. You're finally awake. I glanced at the orange-haired kid twitching off to the side. He jolted up, eyes widened. What, where am I? He hurriedly looked around the room. I would call it my home, but it's just a place I've been staying to conduct my experiments. He jumped to his feet and still was on guard. I gave him a moment to orientate himself. You. Me. I answered back, setting aside the sack of dirt I grabbed from my time in Soul Society. I was curious to see if it would gradually lose its coherent form whilst in the living world. Interesting enough, it still retained its original properties. Reishi in the form of dirt, and acted exactly as dirt should act. Rukia. Where's Rukia? He shouted, his current situation probably settling in now. Long gone. I hummed. She went with those Shinigami. Why didn't you stop them? He shouted again, reaching forward and grabbed at my collar. I flicked his nose with a little bit of my aura mixed in, knocking him back onto his ass. Why do you think it's my responsibility to interfere there? You're being awfully ungrateful after I saved your life. I didn't really fault him for how upset he was right now, I just wanted him to realize the situation he was in. And whether I actually saved his life is up for debate. But I have no idea who that girl is. I elaborated. Beyond her name, I've interacted with her twice and exchanged only a few words. You could have done something. He scowled, throwing his arm out angrily. You could have saved her, couldn't you? Sure. I didn't deny it. I could have fought that Shinigami you say. And the ensuing fight would have leveled, and I'll be modest and say a quarter of your town. She willingly went with them to protect you, you idiot. I flicked his forehead again. And you threw away all that goodwill and tried to fight two captains. How did that turn out for you, huh? I could have taken them. I was, just unprepared. I'll do better next time. He grunted, pushing himself to his feet. I just need to find a way to get to Soul Society and rescue her. I rubbed my eyes. Stubborn and stupid kids. Have you seen your sword? Realization dawned on him, he quickly pulled it from his sheath. There was a noticeable breathing hitch, but he gritted his teeth. It's good enough. I let out a sigh, moving my hand in front of his sword, and gave it a hard flick. It shattered quite easily, hundreds of pieces falling to the ground and dissipating into reishi before drifting away. He stared at his broken sword, barely anything left but a jutted edge stemming from the hilt. I'll just kick their asses then. He finally said. Fucking stubborn as hell, and it was hard to get annoyed with him. Maybe I saw a bit of myself in him at this point. And how do you propose you accomplish that when any one of those Shinigami that popped up could have handled you at your best? I wasn't trying to be mean, but he needed to face reality. And I suppose it wasn't entirely hopeless. I recalled that burst of Ryatsu he had at the end. I'm fairly sure the kid wasn't normal. I'll figure it out. He grumbled. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. He's definitely a stubborn idiot, but he had good intentions. I was about to continue arguing with him, but I heard a knock on the door. I went to open it, and it was certainly not who I expected. I think you're at the wrong place, there aren't any children here you can tempt into your van with candy. I said dryly. Schweinordkuen. That Urahara Kasuk greeted me with a smile. I didn't sense his Ryatsu. Even with him standing right in front of me, he was concealing it somehow. What can I help you with? I was just taking a midnight stroll. You were watching, weren't you? I narrowed my eyes. Hat and clogs. Ichigo called out from behind me. Kurosaki-kun. The shopkeeper greeted happily. Well, that answers my question. I pushed the door open and let him walk in. My, and here I thought you would need some help healing. He started to inspect Ichigo. But it looks like Schweinord-kun took care of you. He glanced at me. And not a single scar left. As you can see, he's the picture of health. I crossed my arms. Did he expect me to blurt out how I healed him? Unfortunately, your powers are nearly depleted. I'm afraid that there won't be any more jaunting around as a Shinigami once you return to your body. Urahara hummed, ignoring me. Schweinord-kun was right, I was watching from the side. What the hell, hat and clogs? Ichigo shouted again. I was about to step in before Schweinord-kun did. He lightly tapped Ichigo on the head with his cane, forcing him back to the ground. But I wanted you to understand where you stood. What's that supposed to mean? It means the cheerful shopkeeper released his Ryatsu. It was heavy. It was similar to what Shunsui did, intentionally forcing it down on something as if he was bearing the weight of his soul and clashing it against everyone else. Ichigo shivered and fell straight to the ground, practically gasping for breath. Briefly, Urahara looked at me a little surprised as he was releasing it into me just as much as Ichigo. I merely raised an eyebrow and met his gaze. He turned back to Ichigo with an amused smile on his face as the pressure let up. It means, Kurosaki-kun, that there are easier ways to kill yourself. You stand no chance against Soul Society, either of those captains could have defeated you without much effort on their part. As you clearly just found out. I had to admit, just from the weight of Ryatsu alone, I could tell this guy was strong. Easily on the same level as those other captains I'd run into so far. What am I supposed to do now? I suppose it finally set in for the kid. He looked utterly lost. The shopkeep took out that fan of his again, tapping it against his hand. Well, we'll just have to get you your powers back. You can do that. Ichigo's eyes filled with light again. I'm wondering that as well. I looked at the shopkeeper, expecting an answer. I have my ways. He hid his face behind his unfolded fan. Right, that doesn't sound shady as fuck. I snorted. Schweinord-kun, I don't mind telling you my secrets if you share yours. And suddenly, I lost interest. I shrugged. However, I wasn't stupid. Shinigami powers don't appear out of thin air, there's clearly something about Ichigo that made him confident. What are we waiting for? Ichigo shot forward, but the shopkeeper grabbed him and pushed him back onto the ground. Don't panic, we have some time. It's customary to give prisoners sentenced to death a grace period of a month. But I have a condition that you will accept before I help you. What? Ichigo took a deep breath, calming himself down. For the next 10 days, you will train with me. What the hell is 10? The shop owner pulled on his cane, revealing a sword and in one swift motion, swung it at me. It was extremely fast, though I didn't feel much intent behind it. Ascalon was already floating in front of me, blocking the strike. The force of it whipped up the air, making my hair blow back, but otherwise, I didn't budge. Tell me, Kurosaki-kun, could you even see my strike? He asked, pulling back his sword. Did you have to use me for your example? I let out a sigh. Schweinord-kun can fight Captain Ichimaru, I was sure he could handle a little hit from a candy salesman like me. He giggled from behind his fan again. I was hoping to see that spear of yours again. But, that is an interesting sword, Schweinord-kun. I reached out, grabbing his fan, and broke it in half and tossing it to the side. He looked at me, pouting before reaching into his sleeve and took out another fan with a big grin. 10 days. Will 10 days make me stronger? Ichigo asked. In 10 days, I'll teach you how to properly fight so you'll have at least the smallest of chances. Urahara nodded. 10 days, okay, I can wait 10 days. If it'll help comfort you, I need 7 days to create the gate to let you go to Soul Society. He slapped his fan shut. And since Schweinord-kun healed you so quickly, we can start tomorrow. All right, I'll do it. Ichigo punched his palm. I like the enthusiasm. The shopkeeper chuckled. But I should warn you before we begin. His expression turned dark. There's the possibility that you may die. You need to steel your resolve, Kurosaki Ichigo, if you want a chance at rescuing Rukia. If it weren't for her, I'd have been dead a while ago and my family probably too. The kid balled his fists. I owe it to her to at least do this. Then it settled. His cheerfulness returned. First things first, you need to get back to your body. He literally kicked Ichigo out the door. The kid flipped him off and grumbled, but he made his way back towards town. You're welcome to join too, Schweinor-kun. The shopkeep looked at me. Do you think I'm as naive as him? Era, what are you trying to say? His fan unfolded again as he hid his expression. I can see the manipulation as clear as day. Playing on his emotions and leading him by the nose. I shook my head. I don't know what you're doing, and frankly, I don't really care. But if I find out that he dies because of whatever games you're playing, Ascalon slammed into the wall next to his head. He glanced at it unflinchingly. You can join him. I don't like how he's manipulating a 15-year-old like that into a dangerous situation, but at the same time, it's not my decision to make. I don't have many firm lines I draw in the sand, but I don't like kids being pulled into games like this. Granted, he seems to have stepped into this side of the world by his own hand, but still. Yoruchi vouched for him, so I wouldn't press it. That's a scary threat, Schweinor-kun. He lowered his head. Right, the sarcasm really sells it. You think I'm being sarcastic? He said quietly before walking towards the door. You're free to join if you want. He started to leave, but turned back to me. I really do have good intentions for Ichigo. He said before leaving for good. Great, my guilt was eating at me here. I knew I was going to be pulled into this nonsense somehow. At *****. Meow. A loud thump hit my door, and it slowly opened up. A black cat had its nails dug into the metal door, hanging there, staring at me as it slowly opened up. Yoruchi. Yo. She greeted. Haven't seen you in several days. Yeah, heard you had some fun. She hopped over. Right, how's Ichigo doing? Heard you guys are training him. He should have started today, right? Don't know, I'm not involved in that. She did a little cat shrug. Really? You're missing out on the chance to mess with Carrot Top. I was skeptical. It was a hard decision to make, but I had something else today. Yoruchi rolled onto the ground and I relented, giving her some scratches. I'm training up some other kids, friends of his. I stopped. Yoruchi, what the fuck? I felt like this was becoming a habit at this point. Don't drag more kids into this mess. Kinda late there. Thanks to Ichigo, their inherent spiritual powers bloomed and they developed their own powers. That makes no sense, explain it properly. They had latent potential regardless, but it was kinda dormant. Sometimes humans can awaken their spiritual power in a unique way. Ichigo's rampant Ryatsu acted as a catalyst. During the whole hollow bait thing, they all fought off some hollows which really pushed it out. That sounds much more plausible. I rubbed my chin. Ichigo's Ryatsu basically just acted as a match that ignited their own fires. And they're strong enough to invade Soul Society. Well. Yoruchi, don't make me get the spray bottle. I'll be tagging along with them. She hurriedly stated. I'm slightly more relieved. I kinda felt like they had a slight disregard for the kids around them. Maybe it was just the mentality of being a Shinigami. I can't expect them to have the same outlook that I do. If it bothers you so much, you can come too. She said. That might make things worse. I'll consider it. Anyways, the reason I came here. You wanna come help me? You're asking me to help you train them. How do you know I even have the ability to do so? You're strong enough. And you have that same sort of mindset that Tesai has. I'm more of a free hand, it'll be good if they had someone more meticulous. Did your friend ask you to come convince me to do so? Yeah. Yoruchi said, her tail wagging as she didn't deny it in the slightest. I thought it was a good idea, so I wanted to do it anyway. Thanks for the honesty. No problem. I don't mind helping, you've been helping me so much already. I'd feel bad if I didn't repay the favor somehow. Besides, I'm a little curious about these unique abilities you spoke about. Awesome. Let's go. She excitedly bolted out the door. Well, I can use the opportunity to practice with her some more, then maybe see Tesai again and talk some Kido with him. At the very least, I could make sure these kids weren't walking to their deaths. At *****. Sorry for no chapter the past few days, for those of you who don't know, I was in urgent care this past Sunday night. Nothing horrible, but I'm on some powerful pain meds and it's been difficult to do anything while I'm like this. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 382, Chapter 346. This isn't what I was expecting. What were you expecting? Yoruchi asked as she led me into the building. Maybe, taking me to the wilderness where there wouldn't be many people. Not an office building. I replied as we ascended the stairs. Hollow attack a couple years ago, the company moved out and it hasn't been rented out since. Yoruchi jumped onto my shoulder. It should be fine. Right. Maybe there was some reason for it, I didn't know. Here we are. Yoruchi jumped off my shoulder and bolted down the empty hallway to a certain door and kicked it open. I followed behind her and saw the faces inside. Well, this is a surprise. I noted the one familiar face in particular. The little Quincy. Ishida Yuryu scowled at my nickname. Didn't think he'd be one of the people you were training. I added air quotes. How'd you convince him to come along? I told him that you'd be here and that made him interested. Yoruchi replied simply. But I didn't agree to come until right before we came. Anyways. Yoruchi ignored my comment. You three agreed to my training. It's going to be tough, so I hope you're prepared. I'm not participating. Yuryu stated, pushing up his glasses. Then why are you here? I looked at him. Don't misunderstand. While I question the ability of a cat to train me, I will be training on my own. I simply wish to verify something. What's that? Yoruchi asked. The Quincy looked at me. Fight me. Why? I want to understand the gap between us. He said quietly. I witnessed your battle with the Shinigami on the night that Kachiki was taken away. If you had not stepped in, I would have. However. His fists clenched. I wanted to mock Kurosaki for his pitiful attempt, but then he attacked you. And that was. Ah, you saw what the peak was like for the first time. I could pretty much understand his feelings. I could understand that part. I was confused about something else. But why are you involved in this? From what I understand, you have no liking towards Shinigami, which extends to both Ichigo and Rukia. I have a debt to pay. He crossed his arms, not elaborating. However, I could easily guess his thoughts again. Did he feel guilty about the whole hollow thing and thought this was an opportunity to redeem himself? I wanted to call him an idiot again, but I couldn't forbid him from jumping into this stupid situation. I won't fight you. But I'll let you hit me with one of your strongest attacks. If you want to see where you stand in comparison, this is your chance. At least he would have something to work towards. You two watch as well. And stand to the side. Yoruchi voiced, jumping to the corner as she ushered the other two who hadn't introduced themselves yet. Right here. Yuryu asked. It doesn't matter if it's here or outside. I gestured for him to continue. You're underestimating me. Then prove me wrong. You can wear a smug look if you actually manage to hurt me. So stop pussyfooting around and take your swing, this is the only freebie you're getting. He scowled but took a few steps back. He held his hands out and his ryatsu gathered into the form of an energy bow made of spiritual particles. He pulled his hand back, basically knocking an arrow as it also appeared. He seemed to gather a decent amount and let it loose. The whole room was filled with that blue light as the arrow was released, which shook the surrounding windows. I held up my hand and gathered my aura. The arrow collided with my own defenses in a burst of cascading light. I merely flexed my wrist and twisted, dispersing the gathered ryatsu and shattering the arrow. He slowly lowered his hands, his bow disappearing. I did notice a cross around his wrist and it seemed to resonate with him. Was it some kind of catalyst that helped him create that bow of his? Curious. I was told 10 days. I will return at the end of the 10th day. He took a deep breath and began walking out the door. I held my hand up to block him. He wasn't a bad kid, he had his own sense of honor and pride. Just, misguided previously, I supposed. I reached into my ring and flipped my hand over, holding a few bottles between my fingers. Red ones are health potions. They heal a decent amount of damage but won't heal anything ridiculous. Green ones are stamina potions. They'll give you a significant burst of stamina that will last several hours. I explained. It's a shame that the stamina potions don't work that well on stronger beings such as myself. Once my stamina reached beyond a point, it wasn't even worth mentioning, but for him, it would most likely still have a significant effect. Don't drink more than one in a 24-hour period. And expect to be lethargic the day afterwards, potentially longer. However, it can be good for pushing past walls in your own training. I only suggest drinking one the entire time you're out training. The second is for an emergency in case you're drained and a hollow pops up. Thank you. He accepted without complaint and quickly left. Yoruchi hopped back over. Did you have to destroy his self-confidence so thoroughly? Will any Shinigami care if his ego is bruised or not? I retorted. Point. Yoruchi acknowledged. Almost makes me think you care about him. Odd considering how much you berated him before. He's just a stupid kid. I shook my head. He was spouting that crap about Quincy this and Quincy that, trying to compare himself to Shinigami. Hopefully that won't hold him back. Maybe, maybe not. But don't underestimate Quincy. There's a reason that it was called a war when the Shinigami fought them in the past. I raised an eyebrow and looked at her. She didn't elaborate, but that just made me a little more interested. I suppose there is more to being a Quincy than I had originally thought. Anyways, how about you introduce me to the other two kids you're trying to send to invade the afterlife? There were two of them, and they'd been quietly watching thus far. One was a girl, obviously in her mid-teens, and she was on the voluptuous side. Long, burnt orange hair and a sweet-looking smile that made me want to give her a head pat. The other, well, I was questioning how many years he'd been held back in school. He was huge and had some very visible and rippling muscles. Introduce yourselves. Yoruchi waved at them. Hello. The girl quietly greeted me. I'm in no way Orihime. She added with a little bow of her head. Sato Yasutora. The big guy introduced himself with a really smooth voice. Please don't take offense to this, but how old are you? I asked him, with Yoruchi snickering to the side. 15. Well, puberty hit you hard and fast. Have you considered a career in voice acting? Huh. He looked at me strangely. Your voice, it's very smooth and has a unique accent while also not being too foreign. I'm guessing one of your parents is of Spanish descent. I'm guessing the South American variety. Mexico. He nodded. Ah, must have been hard. Half Japanese, half German myself. Had to deal with all the crap that came with it. I emphasized my hair. But honestly, you have a great voice for voice acting. He turned to Orihime. Do you think I have a good voice? Oh, definitely. She smiled and nodded her head enthusiastically. Well, honestly, he had the face for regular acting. But I think it would be weird if I started talking about his looks, even in an objective sense. Well, nice to meet you both. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I don't much go by normal Japanese conventions these days, so feel free to call me Wilhelm. I held my hand out to the big guy. Honestly, he was taller than I was. Everyone calls me Chad. He responded with a very gentle smile and shook my hand. Right, I'm sure they do. Wait, what year was it? I don't think that meme existed here. That just makes it all the more hilarious. You can call me Orihime. Said girl happily replied. Her bubbliness reminded me of Kunu. All right. I clapped my hands. So, what can you both do that gives you confidence to invade heaven? I don't know. Orihime cheerfully replied. Chad sheepishly scratched his cheek. I turned to look at Yoruchi. Wait, let me explain. I didn't. I grabbed her tail and walked towards the window as she struggled in my hand and tossed her out. It took but a moment for Yoruchi to burst back through the door, none the worse for wear. Rude. At *****. All right, I need you both to try and access your power first. Yoruchi started coaching them. After she returned and explained to me that they hadn't gotten to the point of consciously accessing their powers. Which, considering they were going to literally invade heaven in 10 days, was kind of a big deal. God, it's like watching a slow-motion train crash, but it's on fire, and I was somehow convinced to ride along. Just try to feel it like how you did before. Try to summon it out, just do what comes naturally. Orihime lifted her hands up into the air and started making strange sounds. Chad looked at her, and immediately followed suit. I slowly turned towards Yoruchi. I see you've only chosen the best. She covered her face with her paw. All right, stop. Please, for the sake of my pride. She quickly got between them. Let's try something else. Your powers came about due to strong emotions. The heart is linked to the soul, so remember the feelings you were experiencing right when your powers manifested. What was running through your head at the time? I wanted to protect Tatsuki. Orihime looked thoughtful. She was in danger, and the monster was going to get her. Your hairband is glowing. Chad pointed out. And it in fact was. I didn't even notice anything unique about it. Oh yeah, I remember that something happened with them after what happened. She giggled as the glow intensified. I resisted the urge to facepalm, instead, looking down at Yoruchi. Yoruchi sighed reluctantly. Though we both looked back at Orihime and the hairband burst outwards, 6 new figures appeared hovering near her head. There was a moment of silence as they appeared. I think everyone took a moment to register their existence. I wasn't quite sure what they were off the bat because they didn't quite register as normal life forms to my senses. You stupid girl. One of the little floating figures grabbed onto her hair and started pulling. Why the hell did you call us out for no reason? I'm sorry. Orihime whined as it continued to tug on her hair. And I felt a little tug in my heart as I saw that. I yanked the little figure out of the air. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? I held it up to my face. Don't bully her. I said sternly. At first glance, it seemed like a fairy, but it most assuredly was not. Hey you stupid girl, get this idiot. I held up my finger to his face, flaring up just a tiny bit of my power of destruction. Do you want to know what conceptual destruction tastes like? I didn't know what it was, but it clearly had some manner of sapience and emotions if the annoyance it had was genuine. Seeing a girl close to my daughter's age getting bullied touched buttons I didn't even realize I had until this moment. Don't hurt him. Oriheim sniffed, looking tearful at the prospect of me harming her little fairy. I won't. I quickly dismissed my bloodline power, giving a small smile. Because he's going to behave. The little thing was sweating in my grasp. I did let it go and it quickly hid behind Oriheim. Well, that was amusing. Yoruchi jumped up to my shoulder. That fact that her powers can actually talk should help things. Right, so is that weird? I feel like that's weird. She didn't just create life or something, did she? I'm a mom. Oriheim exclaimed. No, you stupid girl you. I glared at the little fairy that was kicking up a fuss again and it cowered. Shinigami Zanpakuto have spirits of their own, I'm guessing this is similar. Yoruchi clarified. Makes sense. So, introductions then. I gestured towards her other floating companions. I'm Iam. A cheerful little female fairy waved. I'm Bagan. A bulkier male member of their tiny little sextuplet introduced himself. I'm Hinajiku. A more scrawny male member also excitedly introduced himself. And I'm Lily. Another female fairy introduced herself with a peace sign. Greetings, I'm Shuno, another male fairy spoke, more reserved in his introduction. And I'm Tsubaki. The ornery one that I had to give a talk to gave his name last with a snort. And we're, the Shun Shun Rika. Several of them posed happily. Oh. Oriheim clapped in excitement. And honestly, I can see how they would be the manifestation of her powers, besides Tsubaki, they're very similar to her. And what can you do? I asked. Oh, I can answer that. Iam flew forward. We can heal, we can attack, and we can shield. And how do you go about doing that? I asked again. Oriheim needs to just chant the right incantations and that's it. She smiled. No, I mean, how do you work? I clarified. She looked at Oriheim and back to me. I don't know. She shrugged. Well, I suppose since you're the manifestation of her powers, basically given a physical form, you wouldn't know things she wouldn't know. I rubbed my chin. It stand to reason you wouldn't know your own underlying mechanics if she didn't. Alright, well, let's see what you got. I clapped my hands. What do you think, Yoruchi? I was about to say the same thing. She nodded. We'll start with Oriheim's powers then get to you Chad. No problem. He gave a thumbs up. Alright, Oriheim. Showtime, let's see what your shield can do. The fairies around her glowed and returned to the form of her hairband. Oh, I remember what I'm supposed to say now. She held her hand up. Santen Keshin, I reject. She stated and 3 of her hairband pieces shot off forming a triangle as a golden-like shield formed between them. I walked up to it, giving it a light flick. Yoruchi also pawed at it a few times. What do you think? I asked her. For a first attempt, it isn't bad. It can take a mild strike by a seated officer most likely. But. She raised her paw and slammed it down, shattering it completely. Still fragile. Oh. Oriheim looked dejected. Heart pain returned with a vengeance. Don't worry, it's your first try. It's going to take some time and effort to make it stronger. I found my hand patting her head without even thinking. We have an idea of where to go from there, but let's see how you attack now. I looked around the room and walked over to the wall, giving it a quick punch to crack and pull some pieces out. Just give this a quick strike. She looked energized and nodded vigorously. Koten Zanshuan, I reject. She chanted and 2 of her fairies flew out, and between a similar construct formed, but instead of a shield, it seemed to slice the piece of wall in 2. A little slow and predictable, but we can work on that. Yoruchi spoke. I blinked though, staring at what just happened. I walked forward, picking up a piece of debris, holding it close to my face to inspect intently. I quickly took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground and held up both flat sides of the rubble to it as calculations began going. What are you doing? Yoruchi jumped over to me. I tapped her on the head to be quiet for a moment. Even with my calculations going, I held the flat side up where the attack happened to my eye to see the surface. I couldn't see a single abnormality, it was completely and utterly flat. Oriheim, what does it mean when you say, I reject? I asked her. They just said that I need to reject things when I use my power. She replied. I picked up Mirage to confirm my suspicions. And I was genuinely surprised. You destroyed the matter between 2 points. I blinked. That is honestly very impressive and horrendously deadly. What do you mean? Yoruichi asked. I mean, that there's basically no defending against her attack on a physical basis. You would need something conceptual in nature to physically defend against something like that. Even my aura would be just completely sheared through if I let her attack me. Basically, everything between the 2 points of her, fairies, is completely and utterly destroyed on a molecular level. Or to use her own term, she rejects everything between those 2 points. What that means for spiritual matters, I honestly couldn't tell you. Oh, that's dangerous. Yoruichi muttered. Alright, we're going to instill some basic safety lessons into you as well. It made me wonder if her shield was a simple shield as well. If she got better at it, could she simply reject anything from one side to the other, as in an impenetrable barrier? Just this made this whole time spent here helping Yoruichi with these kids worth it. An ability like this just popping up was ridiculous. I wanted to study it some more. Alright, so, how does this healing work? We had just barely scratched the surface of her ability, it seemed like it should also be something spectacular. Should I cut myself and let you have a go at it? Oh, I can just heal the wall thing that I cut up. She said happily. Heal, this. I looked at the piece of wall that was on the ground, giving it a little kick. Aha. She nodded. I don't think she quite understood what heal means. Alright then. Who was I to stymy someone's potential? Soten Kishin, I reject. She chanted once more. 2 more of her little fairies flew out and they formed a shield around the 2 pieces of wall that were cut in half. And I watched, in absolute dumbfoundedness as they returned to the state they were in before she cut them. There were so many things wrong with what was happening, I was honestly speechless. Time reversal. Yoruichi exclaimed. I don't think so. I continued to watch as they slowly mended themselves back to whole. I grabbed Mirage again, and I let my calculations go in full throttle as they zeroed in on what she was doing and tried to backtrack it. I picked up the now mended piece of debris and held my finger up to it, producing my power of destruction. I pushed it against the stone, letting it sink in and obliterate it on a conceptual level until it turned into big chunks and fell to the ground before I pulled back my bloodline. Can you do it again, Orihime? Sure. She smiled. Soten Kishin, I reject. Once more, they flew out and formed a shield around the debris. Was it shock, horror, or excitement that flowed through me as I saw her start to undo my damage? Granted, her healing shuddered and fizzled out, but a tiny portion of it was rejected. What was that? Yoruichi looked at me again for clarification. I have a special bloodline. Specifically, something called the power of destruction. It does exactly what you would expect, it destroys things on a conceptual level. She was able, to some small degree, undo that. That sounds like time reversal. Yoruichi replied. It's not time reversal. I pointed to my sword. I have that checking for any temporal fluctuations and spatial fluctuations. While it's getting readings, it's not in line with either of those. Then what do you think it is? 'Cause I have no idea otherwise. I'm taking a shot here, but with the evidence I have so far. Just based on the fact that she apparently could undo my power of destruction, which was no small feat whatsoever, it's clearly something on a high enough level. I think she's altering causality. Or once more to use her own phrasing, she's rejecting certain events in the chain of causality. Did I do something wrong? Orihime looked worried. Not at all. I gave her a quick pat on the head. What does that mean? Chad asked. It sounds impressive. I also wouldn't mind a better explanation. Yoruichi also looked at me expectantly. Alright, let me see. I tapped my chin. Imagine I'm walking down the street, and I trip over a rock and fall onto the ground, scraping my knee. I go find Orihime here, and she uses her healing on me. What she's doing is basically looking at the chain of events that transpired and rejects the moment where I tripped, thereby make it so I never scraped my knee in the first place, yet the following events don't change even when they logically should. That sounds. Yoruichi paused. Ridiculous. Yeah, honestly. That's because it is. It's beyond mere time reversal and is much higher up on the tier list. I was still trying to process how the hell she was doing it. I also can do something to alter causality. However, it would take me momentous effort, resources, and time. And even then, it wouldn't be a fraction of what she's achieving with little to no effort and understanding of what she's doing. Holy shit, how am I supposed to react to this? Give me a moment, I need to go contemplate my life's achievements and how they fall short of what she's doing by accident. Oh, stop being dramatic. Yoruichi slapped my shoulder. I get it, it's a stupidly powerful ability. Should probably keep it on the down low too. Right, yeah. I looked at the 2 kids who were probably not understanding how significant something like this was. Don't mention this outside of your little group. The Magi back home would absolutely salivate over her ability. She would get a ceiling designation faster than it would take Artoria to finish a meal. Fuck, that's something that even gods couldn't easily mimic. And she's just smiling happily over there without a care in the world. I had the urge to protect her just because of how naive and innocent she was. It's funny that such a powerful ability landed in the hands of a girl who probably didn't even care about it. Please don't be as ridiculous as she is. I looked at Chad with pleading eyes. I don't think my self-esteem can take it. At *****. How you feeling? I asked, ducking my head out of the way as Chad's fist flew past. My right arm feels strange, he remarked, throwing his fist forward again. I blocked it, but the weight behind it had increased quite a bit. He already had strength that was far beyond what a human should have, so it was noteworthy that it was still increase, at least in his right arm. Thankfully, he was much easier to mentally deal with than Orihime, the sweet girl that she turned out to be. Yoruchi suggested we just spar a little as he tried to remember the feeling he apparently had when he initially awoke his powers. Fine by me, I didn't mind taking my mind off the bubbly girl that could bend causality over her knee like it was a naughty child. Don't be afraid, and don't hold back. Trust me, I can take whatever you got. I reassured him in case he was hesitating. He grunted, throwing his right fist again, and I felt like his Ryatsu was increasing rapidly. Vaguely I could see his arm change shape, almost like it was overlaid and phasing in and out. Why are you even doing this? Does Rukia mean that much to you? I flicked his arm to the side and pushed him away, letting him gather himself again for another punch. I barely know her. He grunted again between punches. She helped me before and I helped her. But, I promised Ichigo that I'd use my fists to protect him. That's honestly kind of cute, the camaraderie they have. But his punches were getting more intense, so I suppose it was something very dear and important to him. That's it, focus on that feeling. Don't hold it back. I feel something building up, I don't know if I can. Let it out. I reassured him, watching his Ryatsu swirl around his right arm. With a shout, he threw another punch at me. But instead of a simple punch, his arm looked purple, it changed shape and a massive torrent of Ryatsu discharged at the blow. My aura flared up and I held my hand out to catch it. I could feel the damage reverberate around my aura and it contained it easily enough. It had decent strength to it. If that was the standard he was working with, and if that was just him using his power for the first real time, well, there might be something good there. How's it feel? I asked as he flexed his weird-looking arm. It was purple and black like a liquid formed over his arm and created an armor with two protrusions on his shoulder. Brazo derechada gigante. He intoned, holding his arm up to the light. Right arm of the giant. I can dig it. Round 2. He asked with a little smile. Hold off on that. The important thing is for you to remember the feeling of invoking it and try to get used to it in case it accidentally disappears. Why don't we take a break, go get a drink of water, and try to get used to your newfound strength without breaking anything? Control is just as important as outward expression. He nodded happily, still admiring his arm. Well, this is turning out well. Yoruchi hopped back over. His arm is interesting, I want to see how well it works and what it can do. It's much more straightforward than her powers. I stretched my arms. All going according to plan. She nodded. Is it? Your plan is to have me do your work for you. I ran a hand down her fur. That was, partially my plan. Was the other part where you get me emotionally invested in them so I tag along? Yup. She said without a hint of shame. I would be upset if you were trying to emotionally manipulate me, but you're being completely upfront about it. I sighed. But I can't deny that I'm taking a liking to them and I'm somewhat invested. At the very least, my little jaunt around Soul Society was going to have a negative impact on them, so I'm implicated here regardless. So, you gonna tag along? It would help to have someone else look after them. She asked. Honestly, at this point, my conscience wouldn't let me abandon them. They're goddamn kids going to take on Soul Society for the sake of their friends. Can I bring someone along? You wanna bring someone along? Yeah, I have someone I want to bring. How strong are they? Strong enough to be a good stick to wave around at anyone who tries anything. Whatever, I don't care if you bring someone. They're going to be your responsibility. I'll already have my hands full taking care of them, even with your help. She shrugged. I'm gonna go give them a call. I picked her up off my shoulder and set her on the ground. All right, I'll be starting the next phase of their training now that they can bring out their powers at will. Just come over when you're done. She jaunted off after the two who had disappeared somewhere. I shook my head and walked out the room to find an isolated corner to pull out my kaleidophone and called a certain person. Wilhelm. Is something the matter? They immediately answered. Well. Nothing is really the matter per se. I find myself in a situation where I'm feeling responsible for a bunch of kids about to do something really stupid and I wouldn't mind a helping hand. I freely admitted. So, wanna come and invade heaven with me, Izzy? At ******. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 383, Chapter 347. I held my hand out for Izzy as she walked through my portal. Her eyes darted all over the place, a look of wonder about her. I didn't speak or interrupt her as this was her first time stepping into another world and it was an experience I didn't want to ruin. We are in Japan, yes. She finally spoke. In Karakura town, which, I don't actually know where in Japan this is. Now that I thought about it, maybe I should have looked into that. Southern Kanto should be close to Tokyo. She immediately replied, still looking just slightly dazed. Huh? What? Just surprised you could tell. Wilhelm, I literally created Japan. She deadpanned. Right, I forget that sometimes. She shook her head. As long as I'm in Japan, I can tell where I am. Even this one, I'm still connected to it. So, your authority is working fine. This is a first for me to bring a god outside of their home. Big G and the spear doesn't quite count, I think. I still feel as if I can carve out the mountains and rivers just as I could back home, so I am assuming so. However, there is something distinctly different here that makes me feel more. I'm having trouble describing the feeling. It's as if my authority, as you call it, is more pronounced. Stronger? I questioned. No, not stronger in any meaningful way. She shook her head again. I'm having trouble describing the feeling. Could it be because of this reishi you told me about? Spiritual matter, it is something we don't really have back home. And you're a goddess of death, you have authority over spirits and the dead, and this being Japan makes it doubly so. Some sort of strange resonance or feedback being sent your way. I suppose that is as good an explanation as any. You already told me about what's going on here, but feeling it myself is an entirely different experience. She smiled softly, her hand held up. Ah, I can see it if I focus. She grabbed something translucent, her hand clenched and she brought it down in front of her face. Slowly, her fingers unfolded and a small, blue, mote of light drifted away back into obscurity. That's kind of terrifying considering how hard it is for me to grab hold of reishi by my own means. Are you jealous? She quirked a smile. I wonder if I use my own authority if I can bullshit like you are. I am not bullshitting anything. It is my right as a goddess of death. Cough, bullshit, cough. She pursed her lips and gave my shoulder a little smack. I missed her. I've been really busy recently. I haven't had time to spend together just doing whatever. Hell, we fought that Godzilla knockoff in America, and I have its back spike sitting in my front yard. And we hadn't done anything that exciting since. She's one of my first friends. You can let go of my hand. She said quietly. I forgot I was still holding it. Awkward. Are you able to feel Yomi here? I decided to change the subject. I can't. She furrowed her brow. There are other things here, but not Yomi nor Takamagara. Oh. You can sense Soul Society just by being here. Maybe. I haven't actually been there to know yet. I can vaguely sense the flow of souls towards somewhere in an afterlife out of my peripheral vision, so to speak. That makes sense, again, goddess of death and all that entailed. An interesting interaction though, one you can't be entirely sure would work due to differences between world lines. I briefly told you about this place, you got any questions? Can I see one of those swords you mentioned? She asked. A Zanpakuto, yeah, I got a few. I didn't want to hand her mine, just because I didn't know how it would react while it was still imprinting on me. I did still have a couple I took before, and I had been meaning to drop them back off in Soul Society. But they're useful now at least. Here you go. I casually handed her one of the ones I took off an idiot I bricked. Strange. She muttered, holding it up to her face. There is a nascent spirit present within. I can vaguely feel it just as you told me. Are you able to influence it at all? Perhaps with enough force, but not willingly on its part. She shrugged before handing it back to me. I have a feeling that any action I attempt to take against the will present inside the sword will result in damaging the sword. Something to note for later. I was curious to see what damaging the sword meant. There's still plenty of other things for you to see. Yes, a world full of unknown things. I'm looking forward to it. She smiled beautifully. I couldn't help myself. I missed you. I said, bringing her in for a hug, one she happily reciprocated. I know I haven't been around the past few weeks. Wilhelm, I'm aware that you have been busy. This minuscule amount of time means very little. Do not forget how old I am. She reassured me. However, I am surprised that you reached out to me. Well, I've been meaning to take you out like this for a while. I scratched my cheek. I guess I haven't really focused on that though. While I appreciate the sentiment, that's not what I meant. She shook her head. I am referring to your tendency to run headfirst into trouble or interesting situations and only call once things reach a certain point. I believe this is the first time you've called someone for help before the situation devolved beyond your control. It's usually only myself I have to worry about so I can bear any consequences. Now I'm being responsible for some kids trying to do something stupid. I don't want a repeat of what happened in Chaldea. Her expression softened considerably. And how are you doing after that? I am aware of what occurred with the other Artoria. You know, logically, rationally, I know. I understand that the woman who appeared there was not my Artoria. I know better than most about the infinite possibilities that are present. And that there are an uncountable number of Artorias in existence, all with their own unique history. I knew it would happen one day, it was an inevitability. But emotionally, it tore my heart up to have to see the woman I love become that. And then having to put an end to her own self-inflicted misery. I don't think I'm good at handling losses. She pulled me into another hug, and I let myself sink into her embrace. You make it sound like there's a proper way to handle loss. Well, diving headfirst into a monster that slapped me out of the world line isn't the ideal way to cope. I snorted, noticing that she smelled good as my face was pushed against her chest. But I'm doing better. The time I spent with Artoria helped a lot. And now that I have an actual goal in mind and I'm making progress on it, I feel good. I am pleased that you are handling yourself well. We finally separated and there was a hint of bashfulness present on her face. And I will make sure you don't get into too much trouble. Is there a threshold of trouble that I'm allowed to get into? I snorted. That depends. What do you feel comfortable explaining to your harem? She retorted. Point. I couldn't argue with that. And it is the job I have been assigned, as I did tell Yasaka and Artoria that I would be coming to assist you. I am sure they relayed the message to everyone else. That's to be expected. Not that I really had anything to hide. But she didn't immediately come over, we waited a few days for her to square everything away. As much as she has a lot of free time, that doesn't necessarily mean she can drop what she's doing to come and help me. She does lord over Yomi, and while that's not something as stringent as Meridia's position, it's still something that needed consideration. I have the barest understanding of what is going on here. Do you want me to go meet these children? She asked. Well, I did plan for a little bit of free time before we go meet everyone. In case you wanted to play around a little bit. At the very least, I did want her to have some fun and explore a little. Oh. Then can we go seek out that strange spirit I sense? Strange spirit. I tilted my head. What does it feel like? Like a conglomeration of many souls wrapped around a dark vessel. I believe you called them a hollows. You can sense a hollow? 'Cause I didn't notice any here. I spread out my senses once I arrived. I can detect quite a few spiritual beings within the city. That's some bullshit. My powers are not bullshit. She huffed cutely. My authority persists over the matters of the dead, it should be obvious that I can better sense their existence. I'm sure if there was something related to the sea or the storm, you would be extraordinarily more adept at it after stealing my son's authority. Let's trade. Stop speaking nonsense. She slapped my shoulder again. Besides, do you know how awkward it would be if my son came and my authority was a copy of his? It's already difficult for gods of other pantheons to be close to those of the same concepts. Don't you have a good relationship with the other death deities? That's different. Death is the end step of existence. It isn't something to fight over or compare and hoard. By nature, death is a melancholic piece. That's an interesting perspective. All right. Wanna go play with that hollow? Yes, I would very much enjoy that. She smiled despite the eye roll that accompanied it. *****. No. Leave me alone. A roar shook the surroundings. The words literally rattled the windows nearby. This is not what I expected. Izzy looked at the hollow clawing at the ground, trying to crawl away. I didn't know they could talk. Really? She looked at me. Yeah, this is kind of weird to hear a soul-eating monster cry and beg for mercy. I didn't do anything. I think you scared it. I merely stood here. She huffed. Don't you dare say anything. She held her finger up with indignation. Right, as soon as we got close, a big ol' hollow basically jumped out of its little hidey hole, thinking he found a good meal. It spoke, which took me utterly by surprise, because that's a first for me. I guessed my earlier hypothesis regarding an increase in intelligence the more it consumed was correct. It said something arrogant, but as soon as it laid its eyes on Izzy it paled, and visibly shuddered. Like, a primordial fear seeped into every pore of his being. He tried to run away, but I obviously stopped him. But now, he was literally crying and trying to crawl away. I wasn't aware they could cry either. I noted. Honestly, I think it's kind of impressive. Thank you, Wilhelm. She groaned. So, what do you want to do? I do not know, this thing repulses me. There are dozens upon dozens of souls within this monster and they're all scrambled and assembled into its current form. Izzy's lips thinned. I am disgusted by it and I want it gone. As soon as she said that, she raised her hand, and it was like the shadows on the ground became animated with grotesque hand-like appendages crawling along the ground, wrapping it up. The hands lifted the monster up, holding it completely still and overlapped on its large maw, making it unable to speak. You feed on innocent souls and trap them, consume them for your own selfish desires. I can see the weight of karma inside your own soul. You don't merely eat others to continue your own existence, you do it because you enjoy it. Her words accompanied the temperature dropping. Her steps made it struggle further, but it could not budge an inch within her grasp. It was at this moment that I was reminded of her true nature. She was Izanami no Mikoto, the goddess of death and creation. How dare you touch the children born under my daughter's Sunday? Her hand lashed out, sinking into the hollow's chest. The strange humanoid shape jerked and back arched. And she pulled something out. A bright light erupted and the hollow cracked as her hand ripped free. They shot up to the sky immediately. Souls, dozens of them were immediately freed. Go, children. Izzy said softly and they dissipated, moving onwards to their next destination. As soon as they disappeared from view, she turned back towards the hollow. You will have a much less pleasant experience. The shadowy hands that held it down bored into it, tearing it apart. The creature fell to the ground, or rather what was left of it, and dissipated quickly. Izzy took a deep breath, and the shadows receded. She seemed to remember I was watching and looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to show you something like that. I must have looked. It was kind of hot. Don't say stupid things like that. She looked away with a faint blush. Did you figure out everything you wanted to? Or do you want to go find another hollow? I changed the subject. I think seeing another one right now would put me in a worse mood. She casually dusted herself off. Let's go meet those people of yours. You can continue explaining things about this place to me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is this the place? Izzy asked. Nondescript white van outside a candy store. I replied. Yup, looks like the place. Immediately, the front door slammed open, revealing a familiar face. Wilhelm Dano. Tessai greeted me excitedly. He then turned to Izzy and it seemed like any words he spoke died in his throat. I honestly did not know how a Shinigami would react to her after seeing what happened with the hollow. It seems like as spiritual beings they could almost unconsciously recognize her existence but at the same time, didn't have any context on how to properly process it. The thing was, Izzy wasn't even trying to project her presence. It was just her natural existence that was completely throwing them for a loop. He was a spiritual being, and on the scale of hierarchy, Izzy was theoretically much higher due to her authority over the dead. Not to mention the place being Japan likely made the feeling even more pronounced. However, I'm sure if Hades appeared, he would be drawing a similar reaction. And I'm sure that the fact that she doesn't possess any reacts just made matters worse. It's nice to see you again, Tessai. I took pity on him. My words seemed to allow him a moment to mentally reboot. He quickly pushed up his glasses, clearing his throat. I am pleased to see you come, Wilhelm Dano. And, friend, he was careful and polite with his wording. Thank you for inviting me into your home. Izzy returned evenly. The shopkeeper is waiting for your arrival. He dipped his head, gesturing inside. Once we walked inside, there didn't seem to be anyone there. It wasn't until we followed Tessai behind to the back room where he moved a rug to reveal a hatch on the ground. He opened it with a loud clamoring, and a bright light shined outward, a huge ladder descended downward. Please. He gestured again. This isn't suspicious at all. I snorted, taking to the ladder. But I did begin descending as I did trust Tessai and I knew this wasn't a trap or anything like that. And my curiosity was piqued as the fluctuations of space here were distorted. Interesting. Izzy commented above me. I glanced upwards unconsciously and couldn't help but admire the view. She really fills out those pants well. Though I caught myself from staring too much. She was right though, this was a neat little area. It seems like someone expanded the space underneath the shop. Or to put it simply, it's bigger on the inside down here. Not only that, the sky appeared to be somewhat identical, but static. And the terrain here was that of some rock formations and dirt. It was pretty big, big enough that people could train and whatnot here without much issue. They appeared to be all gathered there. Yoruchi and the candy men were standing next to one another, and the group of kids were all together. Ichigo, Oriheim, Chad, and even Ishida were there waiting. Though, there was the most curious reaction from them all. Well, mostly from Urahara and Yoruchi. Yoruchi, in her cat form, went defensive. Like how a cat would, her fur stood up and she looked like she was about to hiss. Urahara had a fan in front of his face, but his eyes were slightly widened, and it looked like he was trying to analyze what he was seeing. It seems like everyone is here. I clapped my hands. Nice place you got here. Perfect for hiding all the kids you trick into your van, Mr. Candyman. Era, Schweinorkuin. Urahara was the first to react, slapping his fan closed. I see you brought a friend. He said that, but his eyes never left Izzy. They were wary. I'm pretty sure I told Yoruchi I was bringing someone. I pointed out. And having her name called, she relaxed a tiny bit. Why the hell are we even waiting for him? Ichigo huffed. Actually, why are you even coming if you let Rukia go in the first place? Well, my little strawberry, I'm not going because of her. I'm going because you're a group of kids doing something exceedingly stupid and my conscience won't let me sit by while you throw your lives away. Therefore, I, along with my friend here, are going to be your chaperones for your little field trip to heaven. He looked at me and scowled. You brought a housewife? Ichigo snorted as he eyed Izzy. And now that I thought about it, she was wearing her normal clothing. She did look like a traditional housewife, so I couldn't fault him on that. But, I think his survival instincts needed work. I think introductions are in order. Urahara tugged back on Ichigo's kimono, which I might add, was the Shinigami uniform. As in, he had a sword wrapped up on his back and it looked much different than his previous one. Just through the wrappings it almost looked like a giant kyber knife. About the same size as his previous sword though. Nice sword, still compensation for something, eh? You wanna go, asshole? His eye twitched. I got my powers back, and I'm stronger than ever. That raises an interesting question. How exactly did you get your powers back? What do you mean? He tilted his head. Shinigami powers don't work like that. Ichigo blinked and shrugged. Hat and clogs over there tossed me into a hole and destroyed my soul chain. Got them back at the last minute before I turned into a hollow. I turned towards Urahara. What? It's complicated. He waved the question off. Right, yeah. I rolled my eyes at his obvious question dodging. And if I asked where you got an Asachi? I asked Ichigo again. What? He looked clueless. I glanced back at Urahara. Aha. How many red flags was that at this point? Schweinorkuin, why don't you introduce your friend? Urahara smiled innocently, changing the subject. Everyone, this is Izzy. I introduced her. I specifically asked her to come help. It's a pleasure. She said without much expression. That's it. Yoruchi jumped up onto Urahara's shoulder. Is that even your real name? She asked with a little skepticism. No. Izzy didn't even pretend. However, if I told you my true name, you would most likely run away in fear. I somehow kinda believe that. The cat muttered. No offense or anything, but, can you even do anything? Ichigo asked bluntly. I can't even feel any reiatsu from you. My, that's a good point. Urahara unfolded his fan again, holding it in front of his face. But I knew for a fact that he had a shit-eating grin. Schweinorkuin, I can't very well let someone go along without confirming they can protect themselves. Says the guy sending a bunch of 15-year-olds. I said dryly. They've all proven themselves. He retorted. Ichigo here has impressive reiatsu with the return of his Shinigami powers. Speaking of, I did notice that. Are you like, permanently in Shirkai? 'Cause your reiatsu is overflowing and still flowing out like a torrent. Huh, I guess. Ichigo shrugged. That's what my Zangetsus are saying. Oh, is that the name of your sword? I asked. He had a hint of pride as I asked. Yup, that's my Zanpakuto. Slaying Moon, not a bad name. It sounded nice at least. Wait, did you say Zangetsus as in plural? Huh. Yeah. When I got my powers back, I met both my spirits. Well, they were arguing a lot and one of them was a lot more helpful than the other. Neat, I didn't know you could have two Zanpakuto spirits. That proposed an interesting question with my own sword due to my weird nature. Anyways, continue with your bullshit. I gestured back at Urahara. Oriheim here has gotten very good with her own powers and is a talented healer. He emphasized the last bit and I nodded at that. I hadn't stuck around for much of their training after the first few days, but I could imagine she was exceedingly talented just due to the nature of her powers. And Chad here has come a long way as well. He and Ichigo were sparring not too long ago and he was able to hold his own. Chad gave a nod of agreement. And Yuri here did his own training. The Quincy looked at me silently before adjusting his glasses. I glanced at Izzy and she just shrugged. What do you propose then? Fine, let's play along. A spar. He slapped his fen closed again. With Kurosaki-kun. He quickly added. Oh, what the hell? Ichigo scowled. Now, Kurosaki-kun. You're the strongest one of your group, shouldn't you be the one to test any additional members? Whatever. He grunted. Very well. Izzy was being a good sport. Honestly, I think she was amused by this whole thing. To her, this was a fun adventure, so she wouldn't mind the supposed disrespect. She walked a little bit away, standing there patiently. Guess I'm doing this now. The orange-haired kid sighed. Hey. He looked at me. What? I questioned. I never did thank you for what you did for me. Sorry for getting on your case like that. I already owe you for your help. Well, wasn't that a nice surprise? Apology accepted. I'll make sure to take it easier on her since she's your friend. His pride shined through once more. Well, he's dead. Indeed. Hey. Yoruchi jumped over onto my shoulder as Ichigo walked over to face her. Who the hell is she? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. I mean, what the hell did you bring here? Is she even human? Nope. I hummed, ignoring her, and turned to the others. Hello, Orihime, how have you been? I've been good. The girl smiled happily. A certain fairy isn't giving you any trouble, is he? Nope. She shook her head. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. And Chad, how has your training been? He flexed his arm, that same purplish hue enveloped it, encasing it into that strange armor. Your Ryatsu seems sharper and firmer now as well. I was a little impressed. I think he could easily be called mid-class by my birthworld standards. And Yuryu, how was your training? The Quincy stiffened a little before relaxing. I am prepared. Nice outfit. I admired it. He was wearing something reminiscent of a friar's clothing, but white and pristine with a hint of elegance. He made it himself. Orihime helpfully added. He snorted. What's wrong with him? I blinked. Ichigo was giving him crap for sewing it all himself. Yoruchi replied. That's stupid. Those are some good seams. I stepped forward to take a closer look. Are you a hobbyist or is it something you're thinking about doing in the future? Pardon. He blinked. Sewing. It looks like you got some talent. I have a friend who does my clothing. I gestured to myself. I can tell the quality when I see it. There are some noticeable marks of a novice here or there, but that's probably due to your inexperience. I rubbed my chin. But good work overall. Thank you. He said quietly. Ah, poor kid. I don't think he gets very many compliments. Maybe I should introduce him to Medea at some point. If he's really into it, she might be able to give him some advice. Stop messing around, they're starting. Yoruchi slapped her paw against the side of my head. Oh yes, wouldn't want to miss the show. I turned back to face them. Ichigo grabbed the massive sword on his back. As soon as he grabbed the handle, the white cloth unraveled to reveal the blade. And it was exactly as I thought, a huge kyber knife. Hey, you got a weapon or something? Hurry and take it out. Ichigo hollered. Izzy just smiled lightly. Make your move, child. I wondered how long it's been since someone dared to take a shot at her. She must find this whole thing absolutely amusing. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you. Ichigo furrowed his brow. And it didn't come off as condescending, more like genuine concern. I was told your friend over there possesses exquisite healing capabilities. Don't worry and give it your best shot. Izzy was still treating him gently. I did tell her of Orihime's abilities, after all I trusted her completely. All right, you asked for it. Ichigo grunted, taking a few steps forward. However, it was clear his heart wasn't in it. Well, it would be a good lesson not to underestimate people in the future. He moved forward and slashed his sword downward. And it was stopped. Izzy held up a single finger, pressing it against the blade of his sword, and it didn't budge an inch. I could see Ichigo's eyes dilate and the shock spread across his face. He immediately retreated a few steps. And I could see the moment where his pride overrode his common sense and he attacked again. His blade flashed out faster than before, and clearly with the intent behind it. But every swing was met with her finger again. It must have been a dozen swings before he finally stopped and stared. What the fuck? Language. Izzy lightly chided and flicked his forehead. The orange-haired kid was knocked backwards. He nursed the tiny bump on his forehead before climbing back to his feet. How the hell are you doing that? Child, I am very old. You have much more growing to do before you can think about laying a hand on me. Izzy smiled gently. I believe that is a good enough showing. What kind of monster did you bring? Yoruichi muttered only enough for me to hear. Yes, that should be good enough. Urahara said simply without the jovial tone he had before, and he once more hid his face behind his fan. It was hard to guess what he was thinking at that moment. Make your final preparations, I'll get started on activating the gateway. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 384, Chapter 348 plus Reikalude. Kasuke Urahara POV. It's not often I find myself utterly confused. And it seems like it's been happening quite often the past couple weeks. It started off with Yoruichi telling me about a new friend she made. I didn't think much of it, my interest was a little piqued, but I was busy with other things such as keeping an eye on Kurosaki. I needed to make sure there were no problems with the exertion of Shinigami powers he had been lent by young Kachiki Rukia. That boy was something special. He constantly threw away all my preconceived notions on what was normal. For instance, I did not think it was possible for someone to have 2 Zanpakuto spirits without having 2 swords. But I digress. I was happy to see my old friend a bit more enthused lately, so I lowered it on my priority lists even further. I know that Yoruichi isn't one to ignore any big red flags even if she has a rather playful personality. So if she didn't bring anything major to my attention, I didn't think much of it and continued as I was. She continued to tell me a few things, and I admit that my curiosity nearly got the better of me. But she was not subtle in her warnings to let her friend be. What did she call him again? A wizard. That alone almost made me drop what I was doing and go pay this young man a visit. And I seemed to miss my opportunity when Yoruichi asked Tessai to help him practice Kido of all things. I could feel my hands getting itchy. Even Tessai only had good things to say about him. That begged the question, what exactly was this young man? Tessai clarified Yoruichi's early statements, he called him a magus. Meaning someone who practices magecraft. It wasn't a term that was impossible to find throughout history, or rather myths and legends, but it was usually uttered by those in myths and legends. Perhaps stories passed down by humans who had enough Riryoku to see Shinigami at work and formed their own beliefs. Well, that was my thought at least, however, I'm starting to question that logic now. I admit I never paid much attention to humans. Sure, there were a few that popped up and were worth watching every century or so, but rarely do they stand out enough to be worthy of my attention. The fact that there are several in this town recently aside, I didn't care much. Not only that, I rarely looked at things in other parts of the world. Soul Society focused the vast majority of their effort on Japan and Eastern countries for a reason. The Americas out west, they have very little ambient reishi in comparison. It's to the point where a hollow appearing is rare. And once they do form, they almost always instinctually travel to Hueco Mundo or away from that part of the world and unconsciously navigate towards the east. Sure, there are places in other countries that have abundance, and Soul Society does have a presence there. Many of those places are such that humans over the years even notice the peculiarities. Stonehenge, the Easter Islands, the Mayan civilization, certain tribal grounds for the Native Americans. Even Egypt is such a place that is a noteworthy hotspot for spiritual activity. However, in comparison to Japan and the neighboring countries out here, they require very little presence of Shinigami to properly manage. It was the reason we chose to settle down in Karakura, this small and out-of-the-way town that had nothing seemingly special about it on the surface. It was one of the most abundant natural sources of reishi in the world. Perhaps the only place that could match it was Kyoto. It made for hiding away much easier. It's understandable, with my previous mindset, why I never paid attention to both the places outside of this area of the world, and the humans who live there. But now, I have to rethink all those previous connotations. Especially with what happened recently. With how a human managed to change the weather on such a large scale with so little effort. I admit I could maybe achieve something similar with some effort and time. Perhaps create my own Kido spell to mimic what he did, but I keep thinking about the effort that would require me to do so, and I'm reminded that Yoruichi said he merely spoke a few words and thunderclouds rolled in almost out of nothing. He was an enigma, something I didn't even know existed. That isn't to say such things of a similar nature didn't exist in the past. The legends about the Onmyoji and such in the past had more than a smidgen of truth to them. But this was another matter entirely. From what he told Tessai, there is an entire organization or society of similar people with such capabilities gathered in the West. That piece of information is significant if this Wilhelm Schweinorg is a basis for their abilities. How did such a people go under the radar for so long? Well, that was rhetorical, because the reasons are obvious in hindsight. Soul Society doesn't really care about those parts of the world, and what they dabble in has apparently little or nothing to do with the spiritual aspects of the world. Their magic was something that operated on a completely different paradigm. There were of course other things Yoruichi told me about, but they all fell under the same umbrella of me having no idea of their existence prior to his appearance. I wanted to call it a scheme by Aizen, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't so blatantly reveal a trump card like this. Regardless of the strength these people wield, something completely unknown to Soul Society, and myself, would also be a significant advantage on his part. No, it's obvious that Aizen isn't involved in the slightest. Which makes the whole thing that much more exasperating. A puzzle that I couldn't solve because Yoruichi was slapping my hand away. The few times I have spoken to him, he either deflected with an amusing strategy, I was aware of the persona I created. A candy shop owner with a white van and such, or I simply am unable to coerce anything of importance out of him. I would be foolish to not see the danger he presented. I certainly was not lying when I said that his threats were scary. I felt that he would follow through on them, or at least try his best. Not to mention he somehow managed to learn Kido. Something I didn't think possible for a human to learn without help from someone such as myself. I didn't want to inflate my own ego, but I was pretty sure even Tessai couldn't help him learn with his own mastery over the art. So many things I didn't understand, so many new things I wanted to learn, and yet, they all seemed to fall to the wayside this evening. Because as much of an enigma that Schweinord was, that was nothing compared to the thing he brought with him. I had to forcibly filter certain thoughts out once I merely laid my eyes on it. Was it reverence? Fear? Uncertainty? I don't know what emotions were invoked when I saw her for the first time. There was only one time in my existence that I felt something similar. When my curiosity got the better of me and I broke a taboo, sneaking a peek at the Soul King. Kisuke, you alright? Yoruichi jumped onto my shoulder. You've been kinda spacing out for a little while now. Sorry, I've just been preoccupied. Right. Does it have anything to do with that woman that our wizard brought over? She asked, rhetorically at that. 'Cause the moment I saw her, I felt like I should lower my head. Which was a weird feeling. So it wasn't just me. I don't suppose your friend mentioned anything. Nah, this was a surprise to me too. He just said he wanted to bring a friend with him, and I didn't think much about it. Just told him to take responsibility for their own safety. I didn't expect that. And by that, she probably meant how the thing in the form of a woman casually flicked away Kurosaki's Zanpakuto. The same one that required I use my own to defend against. Granted, it took me by surprise, but no one can deny he has a substantial amount of Ryatsu at his disposal. He doesn't quite know how to wield it properly yet, but quantity is a quality of its own. That young man is not even an adult by human standards. He had the potential to easily match a captain if he trained a bit more. Give him a decade. And I'd wager money that only a few like the old men of the First Division could even threaten him anymore. And despite that, even if he could barely be considered a novice by our standards, but he had the raw power in strides here. Yet for all of that. Did she bleed at all? Maybe I should obtain a blood sample. Because I was fairly sure she was not a spiritual being. She had absolutely no Ryatsu at all. You could usually tell when someone was restraining their power. As you got closer, it became obvious. But this, she was completely and utterly devoid of any, which made no sense whatsoever. Not a Shinigami. Whatever she was not a Shinigami. And she was certainly not human. My instincts were telling me that enough. A hollow is right out as well. That would be more obvious to see. And, well, the lack of Ryatsu was a big giveaway. Even a Vasto Lord-level hollow couldn't dream of giving off that same kind of presence that she did on our first meeting. Even now, after getting used to it, and my conscious mind fighting back against this foreign instinct, it was still scratching at the back of my head. Her finger wasn't even pricked. Literally, the kid didn't even break the skin. Yoruichi said quietly. Kisuke, any idea what kind of monster he brought with him? Force once, I am completely clueless. I pulled my hat down a little bit as I noticed her glance this way. I felt a shiver, almost like disapproval, and it made me react without thinking. Quincy. She offered. No. I shook my head. That was the last on a very short list we were aware of. We were of the very few Shinigami aware that the Quincy weren't quite so extinct as many would believe. But even still, there was no way she was a Quincy. A Quincy, even their king in ages past, was someone who dominated Reishi. It's almost as if she exists above it and it doesn't even react to her presence. Shit. She hissed. You know, I'm not like you that can't leave something alone. But, this is making me kinda nervous. I don't like not knowing something like this. Just, keep an eye on them for now. I lightly pat her head. I'll get started on making the gateway. See if you can't find anything out. Roger. She chirped, disappearing over towards the others. One enigma after another. It's throwing my own plans into disarray as it were. I can only hope that it's beneficial to us in the long run. Asterisk. Izanami POV. I have not had this much fun in a while. I suppose the only other mark of that was the last time Wilhelm took me to do something ridiculous. Everything just seems so much brighter when he is around. The mundane things I do around my house become something else entirely when he drops by. The passing of time also seemed to slow down to a crawl these past months. I barely noticed how the years have gone by beforehand as I carried myself from one thing to another to preoccupy my mind. Another world. It was something I didn't even consider previously, and look at me now. I was in another world where I didn't truly exist. So many strange and wonderful things that appeared around me. It was refreshing that someone as old as I could experience this feeling of discovering something new. This was the happiest I can remember myself being in many, many years. And I have almost all of it to thanks to the foolish boy who was just smiling next to me. A smile that made my heart pick up pace when it was directed at me. What a strange place he brought me to. This spiritual world that seemed so happy to greet me once I took my first steps. I could feel the land practically cry out once I touched it with my divine power, and it responded to my call just as it would back home. And the denizens of this world, the ones behind the curtain, are almost entirely spiritual beings. I could feel the weight of my authority press on them every time we met. I didn't even have to intentionally let it out, just their existence was one subservient to mine own. It was interesting to see spirits able to shrug it off with some effort. Especially the ones here who continued to stare at me when they thought I wasn't looking. Wilhelm did warn me that there were some that were exceedingly powerful. Even with my existence being objectively above theirs on the hierarchy of Kami. I could vaguely feel their level of power even if their strengths were drawn from something I wasn't too familiar with. The one with the hat who continued to try and pry open my secrets with his eyes. I could vaguely say he was around the top of ultimate class, for whatever that was worth. While the system the devils created wasn't exactly thorough in its ability to gauge someone's strengths, it was enough to give a rough idea. Even if someone near the peak of the class could handle thousands of those who barely entered. I suppose it was better than nothing because we never really had a unifying system of measurement beforehand. Is everyone ready? The man in the hat whispered something to the spirit hiding in the form of a cat before exclaiming happily, that fan of his waving around. I'm about to get started if no one has any complaints. No one did speak up. The children were more or less stoic or nervous. The young lady of the group is the most out of the bunch. She seemed very kind. I would not allow anything to happen to her. The half-Japanese boy next to her as well, he had a good heart from the few moments we've interacted. I do not know about the one in the glasses, but Wilhelm didn't say anything. And the orange-haired boy was scowling and sulking after not being able to hit me. They were all children born under my daughter's son. I would not allow them to die on this venture, as irresponsible as it was to send children to the supposed afterlife to siege it. Yes, being told the details of this endeavor made me realize why Wilhelm asked for assistance when he usually handles things on his own. This was a monumentally idiotic goal they set out on, and it would wind up with all of them killed. Now, everyone look at me. He posed for a moment until reality sort of shifted around him. Like something bleeding out onto the physical world, 4 pillars hot out of folded space, forming a rectangular gateway. So this is it. The orange-haired boy walked forward. All right, let's get started. He appeared to get ready to walk through. Not so fast. The owner of this place jabbed him with his cane, setting the boy rolling on the ground. Explanation time. He clapped. Now, the place you're going to is Soul Society. To put it bluntly, only souls can exist there. And since Kurosaki-kun is the only one among you all that can separate his soul from his body, that presents a little problem. Oh no, looks like our plan was ruined before it began. Guess it's time to head back and admit defeat. Wilhelm chimed in with his brand of dry sarcasm. Don't worry. The shopkeeper didn't seem to get upset in the slightest. It's why I created this. He gestured to the gate behind him. I could bore you with the details. And the monumental effort I put into solving this problems. The sheer amount of money I had to spend. The planning and... We get it. The orange-haired boy scowled. Thanks for the help. He chuckled. Okay. His tone turned to something more serious. To put it simply, this will convert your physical matter into spiritual matter. So you can go on to Soul Society in your bodies without any problem. That actually sounds somewhat impressive. Wilhelm replied. And I had to agree with him on that notion. I still didn't know the finer details about everything here, but that sounded like something complicated. I will accept the compliment. He grinned. But be warned, you only have 4 minutes to travel through the Dangai, otherwise you'll be trapped there forever. Pardon. I asked for clarification. Seeing him stiffen was interesting. It seems I need to explain fully. In between dimensions exists a sort of pathway. This is called the Dangai. Time and space don't always operate on the same threshold, so Soul Society created something to sweep the place so its existence was not abused. If you take longer than 4 minutes to reach Soul Society from stepping inside, the Dangai itself will devour you, and if you're unlucky, the Koditsu will sweep you up in its current. Alright, sounds easy enough. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded to himself. Let's get going. Remember, only 4 minutes from the moment you step inside. So you all may want to head in together. The shopkeeper glanced our way. A little problem with that. Wilhelm spoke up. A problem. It won't work on either of us. He said plainly. It should work correctly. Unless, there's a specific reason. He unfolded his fan, looking at us in anticipation. It doesn't matter, I have my own means. You lot go through first, we'll catch up. Wilhelm gave them a wave to go forward. You sure? The cat asked. Trust me. He smiled and the cat nodded. All right, everyone, get ready. The pillars that made up the strange doorway erupted in a show of light, and a portal began to form in the middle. They all looked at each other and without any words, they all pushed through together. I could admire their courage. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Wilhelm held his hand out as he took a step forward. Yes, it would be rude. It appears he's already calculated everything and I happily took his hand, doing my best to not let my emotions reflect on my face. It's not too late to head through this way. The shop owner tried to nudge us again. I shared a look with him and I held up my free hand, extending a finger. I made eye contact with the men and touched it with my finger, attempting to have it push through. The entire thing shuddered. It immediately cracked and shattered at trying to alter my composition. I could see his eyes widen behind that fan of his and I took a slight amount of amusement in his dumbfounded expression. Shall we? I asked. He smiled, his aura flaring up and his sword swiped through the air, tearing through reality and revealing a strange cavern. I trusted him so I didn't question it, and he led me right through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This was not what I was expecting. I looked around at the strange place. The walls looked like they were made of purple mud and it was, decaying all around us. There were even massive skeletons being devoured by the slime flowing everywhere. Space and time were horribly twisted in every direction. I didn't even need to have Wilhelm's abilities when it came to this sort of thing to understand how utterly distorted this place was. Took you long enough. The cat hopped onto Wilhelm's shoulder. If you had taken even a second longer, we would have left. The time dilation is more even here right where we entered. We should still have nearly 4 minutes even with the few extra seconds we took. Wilhelm informed everyone. But don't dally, let's get moving. We immediately began moving. I honestly didn't know where we're going, my sense of direction was disjointed here. However, the cat was verbally navigating for us around every corner. Wilhelm didn't realize he was still holding my hand. I did not wish to inform him again. Shit, was it this one or, left, go. The cat's paw shot up. And don't touch the stuff here, it's meant to trap souls. If it touches you, it's all over. She said that right as a big blob of the stuff fell down from above, and with some sort of intelligence, it tried to grab at everyone grounded. This stupid thing. Don't use your Zanpakuto, you idiot. The cat slapped the orange-haired boy before he could take his sword out. Don't look back, keep running. Hey, what's that? The one with the glasses called out. And I noticed it as well. There was a light coming from behind it. Shit, it's the Kotatsu, I didn't think we'd run into it. Unlucky. The cat clicked its tongue. Hurry up, it's the same as everything else here, don't let it touch you. It looked like a train. It's moving pretty damn fast. Ichigo shouted. If you have time to look back, then run faster. This was not an ideal situation. Though, I paused my steps. Izzy. Wilhelm stopped with me. What are you two doing? Urusahai hissed. Hurry in. I could feel its presence. It had a tiny amount of intelligence to it. Its existence was strange, almost like a spiritual robot if I had to describe it. I reached out, my divinity filled my words as I looked at it. Stop. I commanded. It came to a screeching halt, stopping a few meters from me. And I could faintly understand that it was waiting for orders. Continue your duties once we leave. I told it. What? The cat stared wide-eyed. Well, that helps. Wilhelm chuckled. Come on, we still have plenty of time before the rest of this place tries to make us into a snack. Oh, I think I see the exit up ahead. The adorable girl declared, making us all look towards where she was pointing. I don't even know anymore. Just, let's hurry up. The cat sighed in resignation. Everyone through the opening. I was just following Wilhelm and he didn't speak against it. And I admit to having quite a lot of fun on this whole thing, so I happily jumped through with everyone else. Except, I didn't quite expect to suddenly fall down from the sky as soon as light hit my face. But I felt hands wrap me up and before I realized it, Wilhelm was carrying me in his arms. I felt my heartbeat quicken again at the seemingly inane action. I didn't dare look up at him like this. I did not know how I would appear before I had a moment to catch myself. I felt the shockwave of us hitting the ground through his arms as everyone seemed to land safely. The others were on a floating golden shield that the young girl made. You can let me down now. I managed to utter even if a small part of me wished to continue. Sorry for just moving on my own. He cleared his throat and neither of us looked at each other in the eyes. It's quite all right. I reassured him. I steadied myself and changed my mindset. I was about to explore an entirely different afterlife in a new world. I took my first step onto the ground, and the world quaked. *******. A/N. I was reminded the other day that I had completely forgotten to add this. Reiku. ******. I carried Reiku upstairs in my arms. My servant, who was usually so happy and full of smiles, was covering her face with her hands, her eyes peeking out between her fingers. Maybe it was because I grabbed her while everyone else was watching, and she could hear the giggles of my other girls, but Reiku was acting so bashful. She is way too adorable. I gently placed her down on the bed, squirming in anticipation. Were there any words that needed to be said at this point? Reiku knew me in a way that the others really didn't. It wasn't anyone's fault or intentional. The bond between a servant and a master just made it so we were intimately familiar with each other. That's probably why she hasn't taken the step for this point, even though she clearly is excited by it. She was letting me get over some of my own hold-ups due to our initial meeting. I fully admit I was hesitant due to her immediately sliding right into being my partner, beyond just a servant. I felt like I would be taking advantage of her, but those feelings were easily swept away when even Artoria pointed out that I was being ridiculous. If Reiku didn't want this, she would say something. No, instead, she was looking forward to it probably just as much as I was. I took her foot into my hand, sliding off her shoes one after another. Her cute little toes wiggled in front of me. My hands slowly worked their way up her leg until I got to the hem of the long skirt she was wearing. She let out an adorable noise when I gave her thigh a squeeze. There was no way I couldn't tease her when she was being so cute. I leaned in, kissing her inner thigh and slowly worked my way upwards. My hands caressed all up her legs, but I continued to stop before going too far. However, the twitching of excitement and her legs moving awkwardly told me that I was getting the reaction I wanted. Master, Reiku whined, biting on her thumb. My cute Reiku. I stopped, stretching forward to claim her tasty lips. Take it off. I whispered, tugging on her skirt. She let out a cute little whine, finding the zipper on her skirt, and I shuffled a little to help her pull it off. Her long and magnificent legs were fully exposed with naught but a black, lacy thong hiding her most precious place. I nudged at the corners of the sweater she was wearing and started to push it up. She held her hands up as I pulled it off, showing a matching bra that seemed to barely contain those gigantic breasts. Just taking off her sweater made them bounce enchantingly. My son is naughty, always staring at mommy's boobs, she said teasingly. They already belonged to Master. She reached around and unhooked her bra, slowly taking it off for me. They bounced free and I couldn't take my eyes off of them. Before I knew it, they were already being squeezed in my hands. The soft and squishy boobs of hers, they belonged completely to me. I barely registered another thought when I was already latched onto one of them, my tongue playing with her nipple as she let out a cute little moan. Her other one was being gently rolled between my fingers and I could feel her hand run through my hair. Fufu, Master can enjoy my boobs as much as he wants. I don't have any milk yet, but mommy doesn't mind if you suck on them. I would freely admit that I was more of a legs and by extension, ass guy. That being said, Reiku's chest was impossible to ignore. I could honestly sit here and play with her boobs for hours without getting bored. With a pop, I let go of the one in my mouth, looking up at her beautiful face. The flushed red with that clear enjoyment present, it was utterly adorable. I was by no means a selfish lover, and I really wanted to see Reiku lose her composure. And she certainly deserved the best treatment. With a grin, I slid down to between her legs, slowly pushing them wide open. I could already see her arousal before I even began to take her panties off. She made the cutest sounds when I finally tugged at them and slowly pulled them off. Like all of my girls, she was absolutely beautiful in all aspects. She had a little bit more hair down here than the others, but it didn't detract in the slightest. I wasted no time, my fingers already began running around her entrance, mixing with her juices. Once I felt it was good enough, I slowly pushed inside. MMM. She quietly moaned as her folds tightened around my 2 fingers. She was a little tight, but it was enough that 2 of my fingers could move around without too much effort. It didn't take long before she was practically a dripping mess as I continued to stir her up. Master, mommy is ready. She breathed out huskily between a few pants. She was completely flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I paused for a moment, looking up at her. But I want to see hear Reiku's lewd noises. I leaned down, my tongue began tracing around her clit while I continued to move my fingers. Ah, she breathed out, her hips moving around uncontrollably, her legs squirming with each movement of my fingers. I'm supposed to take care of Master. She whimpered, trying her best to hold back another moan. I found the place that got the biggest reaction out of her, and I lightly hooked my fingers, making her hips arc upward. A loud whine escaped from her hips. Seeing how she was reacting, I thought she was getting close. I began sucking on her clit. Immediately, her eyes widened, and her back arced. I guess it was enough to send her over the edge because her eyes rolled up a slight bit as well. HNNN, ah! She cried out, trying her best to continue moving her hips with my fingers. Her juices flowed out, and ecstasy overcame her. My fingers were utterly soaked and she practically refused to let me go with how tight she was squeezing down. But I gave her a moment to catch her breath without stimulating her further. She covered her face once she regained her composure. It's too embarrassing. Master saw Mommy in such an embarrassing way. It's funny, despite how sensual and seductive she was, she also had this cute and bashful side to her when it came to intimacy. She was thoroughly embarrassed at me seeing the face she made when she had an orgasm. As hard as I was right now, and how much I wanted to claim her completely, I felt a little bit of sadism bloom in my heart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you close? I asked. My fingers continued to move in and out of Reiku's pussy. I lost track of how long I had been playing with her, but it had been a while at this point. Her ass was up in the air and her face was buried in a pillar. It was a hard thing to resist indeed. That bouncy butt of hers was so inviting, and a part of me just wanted to ruin her. But I settled on just making her a mewling mess. Her only response to my question was a muffled moan and continued squirming in place. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep going until my Reiku is completely satisfied. I teased her a little bit. It's not like I wasn't enjoying spending all this time focusing solely on her. Seeing her ass shake so enticingly, I gave her a little slap, earning another cute moan. It would be a crime not to do anything to this amazing ass. With my free hand, I spread her cheeks apart and thumbed her back entrance. Master. She threw her head up with a gasp, my thumb pushing inside. She practically collapsed and another wave of juices nearly exploded out of her. Though, her big bouncy ass was still sticking up in the air. And I couldn't hold myself back anymore. Not to mention she was more than ready for me at this point. I shifted myself, lining my cock up with her entrance and lightly prodded her. She immediately jerked her head upwards with a very excited look on her face. Master. She breathed out, her hand running between her legs and her fingers spreading her lower lips. Mommy will take all of you right here. Could anyone resist this? My cock began to spread her pussy as my head entered. I grabbed her hips and continued to push myself into her depths. It was a mite tighter than when I used my fingers. Her folds immediately began squeezing me with every inch that went inside. Oh. Reiku exhaled. My son is inside of me. She exclaimed, the arousal clear in her tone. I would freely admit that her playing the role of my mother in this moment did things to me. And by the sounds of it, I think Reiku enjoyed that aspect too. But she was right, she shuddered when I pushed against her, but she took every inch of me inside her. This servant had finally become fully mine. I pulled back with a grunt, and in one swift motion, thrust forward again. Ah. Reiku let out a surprised moan at my sudden motion. Her ass rippled as I slammed into it from behind. She quickly regained her composure and met each of my thrusts with push of her own hips. Master, your mother is a lewd woman. She panted. Please fill Mommy with your seed. Mommy wants children. I don't know how I felt about having children right now, but I was way too caught up in the moment and it just made me too excited to give any further thought. I grabbed her hips and pulled her towards me with a final thrust. I didn't hold myself back in the slightest, having played with her for so long, I was unbelievably horny right now. With another groan, I felt it build up to the tipping point and my cum spilled out into her deepest parts. I panted a little bit, with each thrust, I released everything I had stored up. Her womb filled to the brim with my seed. MNN, ah. She tensed as I slowly pulled myself out of her one more time. She quivered and trembled in place with a small whine once my cock was finally free. I laid back to take a breath. Reiku shuffled over, an utter look of content on her face. Master filled me with his warm stuff. She rubbed her belly. Seeing her chest bounce again, and the sultry look she had when said that. Give me a moment, and I'll make sure to give you a refill. She pursed her lisp. Master was naughty, bullying your poor mother. She sat herself up. She was a mess, a beautiful, sweaty, and stick mess, but a mess all the same. Mommy is going to punish you in return. What? She grabbed my twitching cock. It was firm, not too hard, but enough to send a shiver down my spine. She didn't even give me a moment to catch my breath, her hand started pumping my full length. Her fingers were squeezing in all the right places, rubbing from my tip down to the base. And the no-nonsense look she had, the way she sternly stared at me, it just made me even harder. Her other hand went a little further below, taking hold of my balls into her palm and rolled them in her hand. It sent a jolt through my entire body. I had to clutch at the sheets of the bed. Her movements were way too good and she knew exactly how to get a response out of me. I would not last long at all like this. She looked a little smug, obviously noticing my situation. She met my eyes and licked her lips. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she lowered her head down on my member. Her tongue gave me an initial taste, a little taste as it probed my head. She still maintained eye contact with each movement. Her tongue explored my tip gently, teasingly. And once more, without any warning, she lowered her head down completely, my member disappearing halfway into her mouth as her head bobbed up and down. Gulk. The sound of air being pushed out of her throat as my cock disappeared completely inside of her. Her attack continued unabated and I could even feel my toes curl under her movements. Gulk, gulk. She refused to allow my cock to leave her throat, her tongue caressed every inch of my cock, and every time her head bobbed down, her throat would contract and squeeze me. She was doing her absolute best to milk me completely with each of her movements. Reiku. I breathed out, my fingers moving through her hair. I didn't even need to do anything, I didn't even push her down, she did that all herself. She grabbed hold of my legs and latched downwards. My hips pushed upwards and I felt myself release for the second time in such a short time frame. Her eyes flicked to mine, and she gulped down everything I gave her. Slowly, her head pulled away. My still twitching cock fell out of her mouth. At this point, I was the one who was out of breath. Yummy. She licked her lips. Succubus. I groaned, catching my breath for the second time. My son needs more punishment. She gripped my cock again, making shudder once more. However, she let go a moment later. And instead, she pushed her massive breasts up and plopped them around my cock, nestling me between them nice and firmly. Mommy is going to help you release everything. And I believed her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 385, Chapter 349. What the hell, is there an earthquake? Ichigo was the first to blurt out a response to the literal trembling of the realm around us. Everyone in the vicinity braced themselves, unaware of what was truly going on. Due to the nature of my own divinity, I could feel Izzy's authority spreading out unabated. This realm of the dead was resonating with her to an absurd degree, and the strange thing was, I'm nearly positive that she wasn't doing this on purpose. It was just her stepping onto the ground here that caused it to quake at her arrival. It wasn't just the earth that was responding to her arrival, the light in the sky, the very sun that illuminated this place began to dim. Don't be stupid, there are no earthquakes in the afterlife. Yoruchi was on Ichigo's shoulder, and smacked his head. Then what the hell is happening? He shot back. No idea. She hissed as the ground trembled once more. I looked at Izzy who also looked, confused, then a number of other emotions flashed across her face. A kaleidoscope of different expressions before finally she situated on a frown. Her lips thinned as the moments passed, and the turbulent world seemed to slowly calm down. The sun that was starting to slowly become covered in shadows began to brighten and the earth below us gradually returned to its peaceful silence. It stopped. Orihime noted. My grandfather told me some things about soul society when I was younger. Yuryu calmed himself, his glasses pushed up to their rightful position. He said that the weather here mimicked the living world, but I didn't expect something like that. Do you also have monsoon season here? That was not normal. Yoruchi answered, looking around. They have regular weather changes here but those are mundane. We don't have that kind of insane weather like in the human world. There are no monsoons, no tornadoes, no hurricanes. And there are certainly not any earthquakes. I guess they didn't notice Izzy's little accident. Not too surprising considering that it was her divine nature that spread throughout the area, not something those without any experience in such things could pinpoint. Not to say that they didn't notice the vast changes beyond the physical ripples, but the aura that it generated was more spread out. I reached over and took Izzy's hand. Her expression slowly returned to something more pleasant as she relaxed. However, I could feel her seething for some reason, but I was clueless at the moment and this wasn't really the ideal place or company to ask her. Once everything settled though, I took the opportunity to look around and we were in one of the middle districts of the Rakongai by the looks of it. Not too poverty-stricken, but basic things were still apparently a luxury here. Alright, which way do we go? Ichigo quickly brushed himself off, taking charge. Let's hurry and charge in. Don't be stupid. Yoruchi smacked his head again, though it seemed like he was used to it at this point, he didn't even react. If we're looking for which direction to go, I believe that the large gate that way is correct. Yuryu interrupted. Wait, gate. Yoruchi repeated, hopping over to where Yuryu was peering around a corner. Damn it, why is the wall down? What's the matter? Orihime asked. The wall only comes down when intruders try to enter the Siriidi. They shouldn't be down yet even in the likelihood that they detected our intrusion. Whoops. Are we not inside already? Why is there another wall? Chad asked. No. This is the Reincarnated. Yoruichi explained. This is where the normal souls live. The Shinigami and nobles live in the Siriidi, which is now separated by that massive wall in the distance. And right smack in the middle is where Rukia is being held. Why does it look so? Orihime turned her head in every direction, poor. She said quietly like it was a naughty thing to say. I perked up, wanting to hear what Yoruichi had to say as well. I was curious to hear if she would whitewash it or not. Simply put, the nobles and Shinigami don't care about the Reincarnated for the most part. As long as no hollow attacks or the souls don't start dying which could hurt the balance, they're content to let the peasants here wait out their time until they enter the cycle of reincarnation. That's sad. Orihime looked downtrodden. It's just a wall, what's stopping us? Ichigo asked. We're wasting time. He finished with a scowl. Do you really think a wall created by the Shinigami would be simple, Kurosaki? Yuryu scoffed. Clearly there is something special about it if Yoruichi is pointing it out. He's right. Yoruichi bounced to Yuryu's shoulder, much to the kid's chagrin. The wall is made of a special material that's nearly impervious to Ryoryoku. As in, none of your spiritual abilities will be able to damage it. Then let's dig under it or something. Ichigo offered. Idiot. Yoruichi visibly rolled her eyes. Do you really think it'd be so simple? The wall itself extends through the ground, completely enveloping it even if you can't see the barrier itself. What kind of fool would just assume you could dig under it? I decidedly did not speak up. Well, build a ladder and hop over it. He huffed, crossing his arms. Of course, why didn't the millennia-old Shinigami think of that? The sarcasm practically dripped from her tone. Of course it extends upwards as well. Think of the wall as a bubble that envelopes the entirety of the Siriidi even if the physical thing itself is only what you see. Well, what are we supposed to do now? Ichigo asked. You're the expert, right? I'm thinking, calm down. Yoruichi hopped onto the ground, staring at the wall. We have a few options, but I want to check why the wall is down when it shouldn't be. I'm going to go see if I can't get the answers out of some of the locals. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with this place. You should feel somewhat different compared to the living world. Don't stray too far away though, this place is massive and it's easy to get lost. Fine, whatever. Ichigo sighed. I don't mind taking a look for a little while. We still have time before Rukia's execution, right? Don't worry, Kasuk made it so the exit we took meant we got additional time. I think we got here a few days earlier than when we left. Ichigo blinked. Awesome, alright. He nodded in content. You too. Yoruichi finally turned towards both Izzy and I. She glanced at Izzy and sort of fizzled out on what she wanted to say. Please watch over them for now, I'll be back in an hour or two. We'll keep an eye on them. There shouldn't be too much danger out here, right? I asked a question I already knew the answer to. Right, the Shinigami don't really come out this far into the Reincarnated. She turned back to the kids who were listening in. I'll give you a better rundown after I get back. Though if you see a Shinigami, just stay out of their way. They're usually small fry who get stuck with any jobs this far out. At that, she disappeared from the spot she was in. Alrighty kids, don't stray too far away from your chaperones, but feel free to go have fun. I clapped my hands. Screw you. Ichigo scowled again. I'm gonna go look around. Humph, I will go my own way. Yuryu grunted, walking in another direction. Kurosaki-kun, I'll come with you. Orihime happily beamed and Chad silently walked off as well in another direction. Well, they knew to stay close, and I was fairly sure between both Izzy and me, there wasn't anything that could sneak up and harm them this far away from the Siriidi. Not to mention that locals had disappeared in a flash once the place started showing signs of trouble. I couldn't see a single soul on the street in any direction. Admittedly, I was a little concerned about what Yoruichi was going to find out. I was gonna let her do her thing though, if there were any problems, I would step in and offer my own particular solution to the wall problem. However, I was curious to see what Yoruichi would come up with. I knew my cover was going to be blown eventually, but I was just ignoring that for now. I had something more important to focus on. Would you like to take a walk with me? I offered, realizing I was still holding her hand. That would be lovely. She nodded, though there was still that silent fuming and anger going on under the surface. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You told me you've been here before. You've explored this, Reincarnated, yes. I have. I nodded. I assume this wall being down is your doing as well. There may or may not be a link to me there. How much of your explanation did you leave out? That depends. Depends on what? Depends on how much is found out and if I have to provide an explanation. She rolled her eyes and I saw the phantom of a smile forming, but once her eyes landed on the surroundings, it disappeared again. What is your impression of this place? A shithole. I answered almost immediately. I find myself unable to disagree. Her lips thinned in disgust. Yomi is not supposed to be pleasant. Hell is not supposed to be pleasant. Huang Kuang is not supposed to be pleasant. This Soul Society has no excuse on why it is in this state. You called this place the closest approximation of heaven here and yet. A professional agitation. You're the ruler of Yomi, are you mad because a different afterlife is being run so poorly? Humph, I would prefer it if it was such. She scowled. Something's wrong. I stopped, squeezing her hand as she also paused in her steps. There's no one around. What's wrong, Izzy? Something clearly upset you when we first arrived. I don't think you did that intentionally, but it almost seemed like you lost your cool for a moment. I felt her squeeze a little harder before calming herself. Tell me, do you know what I am most proud of? What you're most proud of? I repeated. Your children. I hazarded a guess. Yes, my children are one of the things I take most pride in. Even my younger children who I did not actually give birth to. Regardless, they came from me, so I am exceedingly proud of them. There is one other thing I have unshakable pride in. Regardless of what stories there are about me and what mortals say about me, this one fact is unshakable. I tilted my head and nudged her to continue. I created Japan. She straightened herself. My former husband is mostly credited with it, and I'm usually regulated down as a helping hand in most interpretations due to the matters that came later and discouraged my acknowledgement among them. However, I worked just as hard as he did. I turned the mountains and seas, I shaped the very land into what you see today. I created Japan. I can feel the land itself and every grain of dirt and every leaf that came about due to my hand. I know, and I never thought differently. I gave her a reassuring smile. She smiled briefly, but once again it was replaced with a growing fury in her eyes. Do you want to know why I almost lost control? Why I let my authority leak out so much? I nodded. It's because I have a simple question. She held a finger up. Why? She hissed. Why is the land I'm standing on the same as that of Japan? Wait, you mean? Someone stole part of Japan and made this. She swept her hand out, gesturing to the surroundings. I could feel it the moment I arrived. It was why I could nearly take hold of a foreign death realm with little effort. This place, by right, belongs to me. You could take control of Soul Society. My eyes unconsciously widened at the insinuation. This is Japan, I am linked to it beyond what mere words can state. She snorted in dissatisfaction. I retracted my hand because I felt some strange things and calmed myself. I did not wish to cause you any trouble before I understood the situation. That was new information that set my mind reeling at the possibilities. Japan most likely is the most condensed location for reishi in the world, considering that Karakura is the top or one of the foremost places for such. What are you getting at? I had a thought when I came here the first time. I dismissed it because I was preoccupied with other matters. I had thought that this place felt artificial. If someone created this place by hand, then it stands to reason they'd grab parts from the place that fits best, Japan. I tapped my chin. The only question is who created this place. I haven't heard anything about any gods since coming here. I may be able to somewhat answer that question. Did you find something? I looked at her. I felt myself brush against a passive hold around this realm. Nothing I couldn't break with some effort, especially since my claim here is beyond reproach. I vaguely felt that it was up above. A sort of subrealm that's an extension of this Soul Society. It made me pause due to the inert nature of the power behind the curtain. That's a lot to consider. Anything else I should note? I asked. I'm not sure, this place is strange, and I'm still new to everything here. The sky is limited, as in there is a threshold where you cannot move any further upwards. The laws here seem to be operating to mimic those of the outside world. Perhaps due to the concepts intertwined with the land that was stolen and placed here that it tries to continue as it did before being taken. And the shadows here are odd, there seems to be room inside of them, but I didn't delve too deep. Right, I have no idea what to make of that. Let's just start from the top and start looking for the reason as to why someone took a chunk of Japan and made Soul Society. I would appreciate it. The thought of someone taking part of the land I spent so much effort to create and stealing it to make this shithole has made me very upset. If I am not given a satisfactory answer, I will consider taking back what belongs to me. That sounded ominous. There was a taboo for dealing with gods. You do not fuck with their domain. Japan was how Izzy gained her authority over creation. It was intertwined with her whole being and it thrummed in her divinity. And someone here basically ripped part of Japan, from what she said, and made their own afterlife, basically slapping her in the face due to her other domain of Yomi and death. I'll help you with whatever you want to do. I gave her a smile. Thank you, Wilhelm. She returned it with a beautiful smile of her own. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I admit that this is giving me much nostalgia. Izzy noted as we looked around. She calmed down immensely, but she was still pissed off. Someone touching one of her bottom lines so blatantly sent her almost into a frenzy. I remember when humanity was at this stage. Huh. What? Just a thought. What did you do before internet? She playfully swatted at my shoulder. I did find ways to preoccupy my time. Though, those were far and few between compared to now. Humanity is nothing if not innovative. I wish I wasn't so blinded by my grief earlier in my life so that they may have been further advanced. How many years did I stymie their potential due to my own anger and resentment? She let out a sigh. Hey, none of that. It's true. Nope, hug. I didn't give her time to respond and quickly hugged her tight. Thank you, Wilhelm. She said quietly. But I believe the others have gathered, we should join them. She spoke, slightly turning away from me once she stepped away. I can sense that Kat is there as well. Perhaps she has chosen our next course of action. She glanced at me. You can easily take us there, couldn't you? Yup. Just checking. She smiled lightly. The people around here had started coming back out. And it wasn't hard for us to hide ourselves from their perception, or rather, Izzy was taking care of that. She's walked among mortals for centuries, she's adept at concealing her presence if she wanted to. Oh hey, they're back. Oriheim waved as we walked over. That they are. Yoruchi narrowed her eyes at me. Everyone have fun. I greeted. I had a great time, Yoruchi walked over to me. I went around, asked some people who should know some things going on in the Siri. Wanna know what I found out? I feel like I should answer, no. Well, you see, I heard something baffling. She completely ignored me. Apparently, they were invaded not too long ago. Within the past month if you could believe it. That sounds like unfortunate timing for us. I looked away. It's funny you say so. Yoruchi chirped. Because they have a name for the intruder. Imagine my surprise when the name they give was Kurosaki Ichigo. She said in the most dry tone possible. You could imagine my confusion, right? But then, I remembered several things you told me and had a certain thought. Anything you want to share with the class? Well, that didn't last long. I know how to handle this. I cleared my throat and looked towards the orange-haired kid scowling, like normal. Ichigo, when did you invade Soul Society? I exclaimed. Nailed it. You think so? Yeah, you're probably fine. Thanks, Draig. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Sorry for the late chapter, had a relapse of my stomach issues and been out of it the past few days. Found out that there's something specific I should not be eating just yet. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 386, Chapter 350. Kurosaki-kun, did you already come here? Oriheim broke the awkward silence, genuinely looking at the orange-haired kid in confusion. Why didn't you say anything? Bless her heart, I just wanted to give her another pat on the head. I didn't. He gritted his teeth. He walked up to me, obviously understanding Yoruchi's insinuations. Why the hell do they think I did shit? I don't know, why did you? I countered. It's obvious that some nefarious and dastardly villain by the name of Kurosaki Ichigo caused some havoc within Soul Society. I don't think that name is common enough for them to be mistaken. Fuck you, you did it. Really? You're going to blame me? How could it possibly? Apparently he had red hair. Yoruchi chimed in. One of his more notable features. Just because they said he was charming and handsome and a dashing rogue doesn't mean it's me. They said none of that. Yoruchi deadpanned. Are you sure? There was nothing mentioning any of that. I looked at her suspiciously. If anything, they said that the person was ugly and annoying and just a menace in general. Lies and slander. Aha. Yoruchi poked my cheek. You seemed awfully concerned about what happened to Strawberry over there. Don't call me that, you stupid cat. Yeah, Yoruchi, be nice. He's under a lot of pressure. I can't imagine the kind of stress he has after invaded Soul Society a second time. That made her snicker despite the situation. I did not, you asshole. That's not what the people are saying. Rah. He started haphazardly swinging his big sword around with annoyance. Get over here, you asshole. he shouted while I casually used a burst of my bastardized Shuinpa to hide behind Izzy. Stop flailing around. Yoruchi jumped off my shoulder, smacking Ichigo's head to the ground. We have more important things to worry about. What the hell is more important than this asshole shouting my name after running around here already? He jabbed his finger in my direction, after jumping back up to his feet. Honestly, that's a fairly decent question. But, regardless. Can't prove shit. Right here. Let's go. He made a beckoning motion. Don't fight. Orihime frowned. And the wind was taken out of his sails very quickly. All right. I held my hands up. Let's just agree that we've all made some mistakes and move on to more important things. You're the one who caused this whole problem. Ichigo's eye twitched. From what I understand, they're blaming someone named Kurosaki Ichigo. Last I checked, that isn't my name. I smiled. Honestly. I felt a hand grab at my ear and pull. Wilhelm, what did you do? Izzy glared at me. Buffed, whipped. Ichigo grinned. Virgin, ow wow. I whined, as Izzy pulled my ear a bit harder. All right, stop messing around. Yoruchi looked like she was laughing a moment ago, but she regained her seriousness. Did you seriously run around calling yourself with his name previously? Similar events may or may not have occurred. That makes things significantly worse. Yoruchi grumbled. In my defense, I didn't think a 15-year-old would get it into his head that it was a good idea to invade the afterlife. I pointed out. Didn't you do it already? What makes you different? Ichigo scowled. I can take responsibility for my actions. I came and left without problems, and I didn't involve my high school friends in some harebrained scheme when they have next to no actual experience fighting. I flicked his forehead. Am I being a little bit of a hypocrite? Sure. However, they're just kids with next to no real experience with this sort of thing. I've been in many life and death battles at this point, and I know how to handle myself. I could handle the repercussions that came my way. I just didn't expect that they were wanting to do the exact same thing only a little time later. I also will leave this world lying behind without a trace, so the consequences facing me weren't that great. Is that why you're here? Chad, who had been silent along with Yuryu at the side, had walked forward and put a hand on Ichigo's shoulder. You do not seem to care about Rukia. And you should barely know any of us. Well, he has a good head on his shoulders. That's right. Chad nodded. He wasn't the type to say much. What exactly did you do? The rumors aren't really reliable. Yoruchi asked as everyone else seemed to lean in to listen. Went to a few places, met a few people. That doesn't seem like it'd get the kind of response I heard about. May have beaten up a captain while I was at it. What? I mistook him for a clown at first. He was really weird. Are you talking about Mayuri? Yeah, that was his name. I nodded. Yoruchi stared at me for a moment in complete silence. Right, I'll process that later. Didn't know you could handle a captain like that, and I don't understand it, but that's not important right now. Not to mention Kasuke is going to get a kick out of it. Also shared a drink with Shuinsue. He's a nice guy. I added. That's actually kind of believable. Anything else I should know? Ended the little trip by going to visit Unohana, and I may have flirted with her a little. I don't believe you. Yoruchi said without much emotion. Out of everything you said, that's the least believable. She has a very pretty smile. Yeah, you're lying. Yoruchi hopped down from my shoulder. Okay kids, we have a change of plans. Our original way in is now gone because someone went gallivanting around the place without telling anyone. To clarify, the authorities here are going to be attempting to arrest Kurosaki due to his delinquent behavior. Yuryu asked. Undoubtedly. Yoruchi nodded. So it's not much different than normal. There was a shadow of a smile appeared on his face as he took a jab at the orange-haired kid. Ichigo's head slowly turned towards Yuryu and shot him a glare. Yuryu had a smug look about him and didn't look perturbed in the slightest. Nice. So what's the plan now that this asshole screwed things up? Ichigo crossed his arms with a grunt, his sword returned to his back. I have some connections around here. I think I can swing us away inside, but it's going to be noisy. Yoruchi replied. They will probably detect our entrance to Soul Society since we came straight from the Dongai, and that's not something subtle. However, this method will put all of us right in the spotlight if we get through the barrier. Well, whatever we gotta do. Ichigo shrugged. If they came after us, then we beat them and keep moving forward. How brutish. But he isn't incorrect. Yuryu fixed his glasses again, a seemingly unconscious action. If any Shinigami try to apprehend us, I will show them why Quincy are superior. If you're prepared, then we need to head somewhere. There's a restaurant not too far away that someone frequents. We need to get in touch with his sister, so it may take a little while. How long is this going to take? Ichigo asked. A few days most likely. The kid likes to come out and play often, so it's likely he'll be out causing some kind of problems and we can find him. Yoruichi shrugged. Fascinating, but I propose a different option. I interjected because that sounded like a hassle that I didn't want to deal with. What, you got a better idea? Yoruichi eyed me. I invite you to remember how Izzy and I even entered the Dangai in the first place. Oh. Yoruichi had a look of realization. What are you talking about? Ichigo blinked in confusion. He's saying he can take us inside, Kurosaki. Yuryu elaborated for me. He obviously used another method to travel along with us, considering his early conversation about being unable to use the same portal. That would save us a significant amount of time if so. Yoruichi looked at me in anticipation. I flipped my hand over, allowing Mirage to fall from between my fingers to land handle up in the ground. Maybe it was my dramatic side, but I wanted to make a little show of it as I gathered my magical energy, and my sword illuminated the surroundings. Holding it aloft, I slashed through the space, tearing it open and connecting it to a point much further away. That simple. Ichigo peered through, the obvious change of surroundings, noting that it worked. Huh, yeah, that's right smack in the middle of the Siriidii. Yoruichi walked around it, eyeing everything about it. Alright, let's get going. I yanked his collar back, making his grunt in annoyance. Hold your horses. I reached into my sleeve, or rather my storage ring, and withdrew a few things I had prepared beforehand. All of you are going to take one of these. I spread out 4 talismans and held them up. Keep them on your person at all times. They took them awkwardly. I suppose they didn't really know the purpose, so I just continued. They should be able to block death one time. A safety precaution in case things turn pear-shaped. Thank you. Orihime happily bowed her head without a second thought. Geez, she was such a likable young woman. How does this work? Ichigo asked. Just keep it on your person. I could explain the concepts behind its inception, but we'd be here all day. I waved it off as if it wasn't the time, even if the prideful side of me was nipping at the idea of explaining the complicated mechanics. Thanks. Ichigo nodded, shoving it into the inside of his kimono while the others also hid it on their persons. I smiled, gesturing towards the portal as the kids filed through with Yoruichi hopping into Ichigo's shoulder. That was a nice gesture. Izzy walked up to me. I could feel the faint divinity you applied to them. Along with the runes you used, those could not have been easy to make. Both in terms of resources and time-wise. Yeah, well, just wait until they find out what I really did during my stay here before deciding to invade the afterlife. Would you mind doing me a favor? What do you need? Izzy tilted her head. I had an idea, and I wanted to go talk to something, but it's probably not a good idea to bring everyone with me. I'd feel a lot more comfortable with you around to protect them. Take care of what you need to. I will make sure no harm comes to them in my presence. Izzy promised. Thanks, I know I can always rely on you. Of course. She looked very happy to hear me say that for some reason. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kurosaki Ichigo POV. We should be somewhere near the 8th division. Yoruichi said, sniffing the air. How would you even know that? Everything looks the same in this place. The asshole stepped out of his portal thing with the freaky woman. Seriously, I don't know why she gave me such a feeling. Even both Zangetsu were quiet when she was around. Cat instinct. Right. He snorted. But yeah, we should be right at the edge of the 8th division. Figured it would be the best spot that I remembered from before. You're not wrong, it's probably one of the better divisions to be skirting around. Yoruichi agreed. Well, guess he knew what he's doing at least. As much as I was pissed at him for using my name, I guess it's stupid to think it'd have been a problem however long ago it was. Not like he knew we'd be here like this. Still, he's an asshole, but he's not an asshole. Zangetsu weirdly liked him too. Both of them, even the pale copy, didn't really dislike, which is weird cause he only had annoying crap to say while the old men seemed to agree. They've been arguing a lot, so it's weird to see them agree on something like that. They mentioned something about a sheath, but I didn't really get it. Only that they seem to relax in a weird little meadow even though everything else of my inner world is basically sideways skyscrapers, and that somehow has something to do with it. Still, screw him. Gonna kick his ass one of these days, but he's alright I guess. It's not like he hasn't been helpful and doing stuff. I did feel bad about dragging Chad and Orihime here, even if they decided to come on their own. Would be a dick move if I told them they couldn't do exactly what I was doing in the first place. I'm glad that they have someone watching their backs. I feel like I might be too preoccupied to always cover them. Those pieces of paper, talismans, felt weird, so I think they're legit. And the scary lady that I can't feel any reatsu from but still makes my hairs stand up. Were they dating or something? They act like a couple, but also not. Whatever, I didn't really care. Scary housewife wasn't the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Anyways, I chose this place on purpose. I had an idea. I wanted to go pay a visit to Shuensue and talk to him about the whole execution thing, see if we can't maybe get a captain on our side. I perked up and listened as he talked. Even if this whole rescue thing miraculously works, what exactly is the end goal after stealing her back? True, they wouldn't just stop if we grabbed that little twerp and brought her back to the human world. Yoruichi nodded. And Shuensue is very close friends with the captain of Rukia's division, so there's a good chance he might help. We're friendly, I'll go see if I can chat him up about helping. In the meantime, you guys work towards your goal, I'll catch back up. And Izzy will be in charge while I'm gone. Everyone looked at the scary housewife and even that snooty cat didn't say anything even jokingly about her. I think even the cat was scared of her, which was weird cause the cat seemed not scared of anything until this point. Do what you want, I said. It made sense. It'd be better if they didn't do anything after. But for now, the important thing was just rescuing Rukia in the first place. Alrighty, since Strawberry gave me permission. Try to stay out of trouble this time. He smiled and it really made me want to punch him, but he slashed that weird sword of his through the air and stepped through another of his weird portals. If we're going to be moving around, should we find some clothing to blend in? Chad asked. He made a good point. Doesn't sound like a bad idea if we can grab some from somewhere. You can strip the first Shinigami we come across, because chances are they're on alert after our entrance to Soul Society. Yoruichi snorted. We're lucky this is a remote corner, but expect to see patrols every which way. Do you know the fastest way to get to Rukia? So we don't have to keep stopping or getting lost. I asked. I need to get my bearings, so we'll need to step further out. Either way, we're probably going to run into people. May as well go hard and fast. Works for me. I cracked my knuckles. Everyone else ready? Chad nodded and Yuryu looked like he still had that stick up his ass, but he looked prepared. I'd try my best to make sure Oriheim didn't have to fight. Scary housewife didn't say anything, but a small look from her made me feel a little relieved for some reason. Alright, follow my directions. The cat jumped onto my shoulder and I didn't argue. For some reason, he knew this place well. Just tell me where to go. I didn't care as long as I went the right way. Take a right up here. I began moving and they followed quickly. As soon as we turned the corner, there were a handful of Shinigami standing around. They saw us immediately and they could probably tell we weren't supposed to be here. Ryoka. One of them shouted and they all stood up straighter and drew their swords, running at us. Try not to kill anyone unless you have to. Yoruichi voiced. I nodded at Chad and we ran at them. That weird arm of his came out and he immediately cracked one of them across the face with a Hailmaker and I kicked the next one in the stomach. These guys were barely better than some of the thugs we've had to fight in the past. Sure they had swords, but we were also much stronger than when we did this in the past. Their blades never touched us and we knocked down these 6 or 7 easily. Yuryu didn't do anything, and I'd normally give him shit and he'd probably say something about dealing with weaklings, but I noticed him standing protectively next to Oriheim. Stop spacing out, to the right again, then there's a long path. Don't stand still. Yoruichi slapped the side of my head. The alarm hasn't been raised, but it's only a matter of time until they realize that we're inside. I grumbled, but I listened to his orders. Running along the endless walls, we didn't move much more before running into another group, a little bit bigger but I also felt that one of them was a lot stronger than the others. One of them is a seated officer, be careful. Yoruichi warned. Yeah. I noticed him too. I grabbed Zangetsu from my back and picked him out of the lot. A few arrows flew past my head and shot at the hands holding swords. They shouted and dropped their weapons while Chad ran up and knocked them out. I ignored the small fries and swung my blade at the strongest one. He unsheathed his sword quickly and blocked my strike. From that one exchange, I could pretty much gauge his overall strength and I just flexed my Ryatsu a little and swung Zangetsu again with more force. He tried to block again, but he was slammed to his knees and I finished him off with a kick to the stomach, sending him tumbling. He was still conscious and I was curious about something. Hey. I grabbed his collar, bring him up to meet my eyes. The name's Kurosaki Ichigo, does that mean anything to you? Oh God, please don't hit me with a brick. What? While I second that question, I have another. What's the 5th Division doing over here? Your barracks are on the other side of the Siri. Yoruichi jumped down to my hand and patted where I was grabbing at his kimono. I pulled it a little more to see a 5 stitch to the inside. That's because I was in the area. I felt something tingle on the back of my neck as the words reached me. It wasn't just me either, Yoruichi seemed to freeze at hearing the voice. I turned to look at the source and it was a gentle-looking guy with somewhat messy brown hair and an otherwise scholarly look. Honestly, without the white Haori I wouldn't have ever thought of him as important. I barely even blinked and Yoruchi was standing between us as the guy, looking ready for a fight. "Run, now," he commanded. "Run and don't look back." "What are you talking about?" While the guy gave me a weird feeling, he seemed kinda harmless. He didn't really look like he was gonna fight. What a strange coincidence. I was bringing some of my division members to see the 8th for a joint exercise and I've run into an old acquaintance. "It's been a while, Shihoin Yoruchi. And I see you've made some new friends." His eyes ran over all of us, but strangely, they looked at the scary housewife the most and he looked surprised. Looked kinda confused too and he stiffened a little as she looked back. Whatever he was thinking, it took him a second to turn his attention back to us. "Aizen." Yoruchi spat out. "How about we have a chat, for old time's sake?" He smiled and it suddenly felt wrong. "I have nothing to say to you," he growled, standing ready for some kind of attack. "What a shame. However, I have some words I want to share with you." He smiled and it came off kind of genuine despite the situation. He grabbed his sword at his hip and I tensed up, even unconsciously grabbing at Zangetsu because I felt my instinct telling me how dangerous this guy was. He only barely pulled it a few inches from his sheath. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. *****. A/N. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 387, Chapter 351. I walked towards the 8th Division without concealing my presence. Shuinsue had been extraordinarily polite and welcoming to me last time despite the fact that I had basically infiltrated their military society and stolen from them. The least I could do was reciprocate that even in this kind of situation. Besides, pretty much any idea of secrecy had gone way out the window already. Ichigo's Ryatsu was blazing without restraint and Yoruchi already said they could detect a disturbance by arriving at Soul Society by Dongai, so here we were. I suppose it didn't matter as I was here to try and get his cooperation and this would probably endear him more to the cause, as it were. I could vaguely feel his own Ryatsu probing mine without coming down hard like I knew he could do. More came off like a greeting and an acknowledgement to come in. Ugh, this whole thing was annoying me. With my lips thinning, I pushed open the barracks to the 8th Division and found him sitting on the ground once more. He knew I was coming so it was clear he had prepared a little welcoming. And his lieutenant was standing off to the side. Shuinsue cast me a small glance and didn't say anything as he threw his head back and downed a glass of sake. Though his lieutenant was glaring my way and I could guess the reason. "Sorry for dropping in again like this." I felt at the very minimum I owed him an apology. He nodded and I took a seat opposite of him. "I didn't expect to see you again so soon, and I was hoping I wouldn't," he replied, letting out a tired sigh. "The old man got mad at me last time even if I got out of trouble for the most part. A second time, I can't do it again." I winced a little. "Yeah, I figured. You came to me anyways," he said as a matter of fact. "I have some manner of confidence that we can resolve this situation without fighting. I'm open to any alternative. However, if you can't convince me, I won't let you off like last time. Especially with what happened with Mayuri, I'll have to take you seriously from the start. Can you satisfy my curiosity first? How did that conversation go?" He quirked a smile, barely holding back a laugh. "Which part? The dragon or the brick?" he asked. I snickered a little under my breath. "I suppose both." "Well, everyone's scratching their heads about the supposed dragon," he revealed with no small amount of interest himself, though he didn't outright ask me. "And Mayuri will never be able to live down the brick." "Good," I breathed out. "Did you know he exploded one of his subordinates to try and get me for whatever reason?" He blinked, his expression shifting a few times. "I did not," he said rather darkly. "I'll be sure to tell the old man about that." Well, it wasn't my place to interfere, and he seemed genuine in his own distaste for such action. "I have a question of my own, if you don't mind." "Shoot." I reached for my own cup of sake he had already prepared. "Did you meet Captain Anohana?" "I did. Did she say anything about me?" "If nothing else, I owe you a drink for that alone." He raised a cup up. "I don't think anyone else here has the courage to flirt with her." "Really? What's so strange about it?" "She has a very beautiful smile, and I enjoyed the time we spent together talking about this and that. It's not like I did anything beyond that. I wouldn't take any large steps in that direction without consent from my other girls. Nor was I even sure I wanted to at the moment. The whole situation was turbulent. We could very well end up enemies by the end of this little jaunt." "Era, you really..." He shook his head with a laugh. "You hear this, Nanano?" His lieutenant pushed up her glasses with a slight twitch. Yes, Captain. Do you think she'd want to see me again? I asked. He chuckled, sipping on his cup again. Normally, I'd give you my support, but considering the circumstances. Right. Speaking of. He set his cup down. Should we cut to the chase? I'm guessing my being here isn't going to go over well. One time, we could write it off and soothe over any bruised egos. A second time, especially so soon, people are going to be unhappy. I hope you have a good reason for being here. We were alerted that someone broke through the Dong Ai into Soul Society, and we've been on alert since then, especially with what happened right around the same time. Ever since that weird feeling swept through Soul Society, everyone's felt like there was someone looking over their backs, and it's made everyone rather tense. Oh, I guess Izzy's anger was felt here by everyone without a doubt. I actually didn't intend to come back so soon. I scratched my head. Funnily enough, I'm just a tag-along this time. A tag-along? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, imagine my surprise when some kids get the idea into their heads to invade Soul Society to rescue a friend of theirs that was recently arrested. You're talking about the Kuchiki girl. He hummed, pouring more sake into his cup. I heard the report that you were present when Captain Kuchiki and Captain Ichimaru both apprehended her. They mentioned the human that she gave her powers to, a young kid who went by the name of Kurosaki Ichigo. Yeah. I sighed. That little joke came back to bite me in the ass. So you say that a group of humans came to rescue Kuchiki Rukia? He summarized. That more or less is the gist of it. He nodded in understanding. Answer me something. He stroked his beard after setting his cup down. Why haven't you simply gone to rescue her yourself? I think everyone underestimated you last time, but it's clear you're capable. Mayuri was one matter, but Captain Ichimaru was another. I wouldn't call Mayuri particularly strong among us captains, but Captain Ichimaru is. I would have to put my life on the line to beat him if it came down to it. And the report says that he was ready to release his Bankai. That isn't a feat many could claim, especially a human. In all honesty, I could confidently break her out and take her away. I wouldn't say it'd be particularly difficult either, unless you have captains guarding her nearly every minute of the day. That's a bold claim, but I believe you. He didn't look the slightest bit disturbed by my reply. Continue. For all their good intentions, they're just a bunch of stupid kids. Their ringleader doesn't have any plan beyond beating up anyone who gets in his way. Shinsui snorted with a little laugh. Sounds like he'd make a good Shinigami. But realistically, what happens after? Assuming he grabs Rukia and they leg it out of here without any fuss. Would Soul Society leave them alone? Not a chance. Shinsui shook his head. It would become a matter of pride at that point. Right, that was my thought as well. Not to mention, what would Rukia even do afterwards? Soul Society is her home, where would she go? What would she do with her remaining existence? And you have a solution, I assume? He asked, being very patient even though he was supposedly supposed to be arresting me at this moment. I do, but first let me ask you. What exact crime is she guilty of? And does she have any kind of hearing or court sentencing? She was already sentenced to death by the Central 46. Shinsui revealed with a hint of distaste in his tone. As for her crime, specifically, it's a punishable offense to transfer our powers to a human. Suppose that there was a miscarriage of justice that happened in this situation. How difficult would it be to overturn that ruling? He raised an eyebrow and looked thoughtful. Central 46 is known for being inflexible. However, her being a noble does have benefits in this situation. What if she didn't transfer her powers to a human? I offered. Semantics won't do much good here. This isn't like your human courts where you can get off on something small like that. Did the report say what Captain Ichimaru did to Ichigo? I believe he said that he destroyed the source of Shinigami powers that the Kuchiki girl transferred to him before you arrived. And there was a flash of understanding as his eyes slid up. So that begs the question, how is that young man here at the moment? He apparently awoke his own Shinigami powers. I revealed. So that is to say, did Rukia really transfer her powers to a human? That. He blinked and again looked rather thoughtful. We might be able to work with that. I know that Yukitake would be ecstatic to know that he might be able to save one of his squad members. Yoruchi said something about that, the captain of her squad. However, you're still overlooking one important detail. What's that? You all are here. He said simply, taking another drink. So even if Rukia is found innocent, they won't let everyone off. Is that what you're saying? He nodded again. They'll want to save face. What are my options? Well. He put his cup down, scratching his cheek. What if I strike a deal with your boss? I asked. My boss. He blinked. You want to go talk to the old man? He had a strange look on his face. Era, you really are a daring kid. You. Would walk up to the old man while being a wanted criminal and try to negotiate. Would it work? I asked again. Maybe. He didn't sound too sure. If you told me you were going to talk to the old man, I could let you off though. He wouldn't get on my case if I sent you his way quietly. Well, he'd probably get a little mad, but I could talk my way out of it based on what we've said so far. I think I have a way to get everything settled neatly after the dust settles. Though, I'm hoping that your boss is willing to even sit down and talk. He won't just call for my head the moment he sees me, will he? You should be more worried about being burned to a crisp. But, the old man isn't as inflexible these days. At the very least he won't cut down someone who isn't looking for an immediate fight. He'll probably listen to what you have to say, but how receptive he is depends on his mood. I'm good at running away, so if things go sideways, I can always get out in a hurry. I slowly stood up from my spot. Would it be bad if I asked you for directions again? I'll go check up on everyone else then tell them what my current goal is before heading over there. He let out a bark of laughter. Sure, I'll tell you how to find the old man's office. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Izanami POV. Shatter, Kyoka Soijetsu. I watched the man, spirit, Shinigami used his sword. Wilhelm had briefly described the whole thing to me, these Zanpakuto of theirs. It's strange, these Shinigami almost reminded me of lesser deities even if they possessed no divinity. These swords of theirs were a little reminiscent of authorities as well. I felt something try to tickle my senses. Invisible tendrils shot out and tried to latch onto me. It was as if they were trying to obscure my entire perception of reality. No. It didn't take much more than a thought to shun off the attempt. Perhaps if it were another god, it would have been more difficult to disregard, but too many things were stacked in my favor that I didn't have to treat it as a real threat. I had an advantage over spiritual beings due to my status as a death goddess. Not to mention I was technically standing upon my domain, Japan itself. I could admire how elegant it appeared. Frankly, if I was not a goddess, I don't think I would have even noticed what was going on. This Shinigami was exceedingly strong if the power he was suppressing was anything to go by. For a mortal, that is. I believe they measured strength by the pool of spiritual power they contained, and his felt much higher than the spirit masquerading as a cat. It's funny, he would have had a better shot if he'd gone the more forceful and brutish method. I can stop those types of little probes and touches easily, but if he just brought his strength to bear, I would have to put effort into defending myself. If he simply gathered all his power and released it in the most abrasive and direct way, it would do a significant amount of raw damage. And gods aren't immune to that kind of thing. There have been gods slain by mortals in the past by achieving monumental feats of direct power. However, Wilhelm was correct, these Shinigami shouldn't be underestimated if this one was anything to go by. Even by the standards I am used to, he would be considered strong back home. But he's not quite at the level of a god. Almost immediately, the spirit disguised as a cat changed her form back to what it should properly be. And I'm unsurprised that it turned out she was a beautiful woman. Should I be worried that Wilhelm was wooing this one as well? I suppose that on a list of flaws, being a womanizer was rather low on the negative aspect. Was I the only one not caught up in his ability? It's clear he had some sort of method to trick the senses and I could see everyone else staring at the spot he was standing in a moment prior as he moved to the side. I have some questions, and I feel you will not be cooperative. So, I will have to use a bit of force and incapacitate you. He went to stab the woman at the front who was standing forward protectively, however, she jerked her body and dodged, throwing a haphazard fist at his general direction, blowing a hole through the nearby wall. The Shinigami looked mildly surprised as he disappeared in a flash, reappearing a few feet away. Once more, Wilhelm was correct. Their speed was absolutely nothing to scoff at. I had to somewhat focus to follow his movements. I watched them do a strange dance where it was clear that the woman didn't quite know where he was, but still was throwing out attacks that he had to move out of the way, even if they weren't all that decisive. Well, the Shinigami didn't look too concerned after the brief moment of surprise subsided, he seemed to be dodging easily. I see, I suppose I should not underestimate the instinct of the former commander of the Onmitsukido. The one named Aizen came to a stop. No, keep underestimating me, I'll eventually punch that stupid face of yours. The cat held up her fist with a little grin. The Shinigami tilted his head and looked our way. I wonder if such honed instinct works if I target someone else. Aizen. He moved completely around her and she didn't notice him much. There was a twitch here or there, but he appeared near us. I believe he merely picked at random, as he appeared next to the child born from both Japan and Mexico. It did not appear he intended to kill the child, but even so. Before he could lower the edge of his blade into him, I grabbed it. These children are under my protection, I told him, looking him right in the eyes. His own widened in surprise as he struggled to pull his weapon free. You. I did not wish to hear his words. I used my other hand, and slapped him with a gathering of shadows around me. I watched his body got sent hurling through a wall or two before he disappeared from my sight. What the hell? The cat looked at me in surprise as well. You can see him? Yes. I tilted my head. But you escaped my Zanpakuto's power. The one named Eisen pushed away the debris blocking the new exit he had made with his body, walking back over a little disheveled. No, it never had an effect on you. I cannot sense any reaction nor can I even perceive your existence beyond my physical senses. Shit, you weren't caught in it. Then we might have a chance. She landed next to me. Can you call out his location when he moves? Is he a danger? I asked. That's an understatement. He's hiding behind a masquerade right now, but if he shows his real power. Is that so? My lips thinned as I glanced at the children who had taken up a defensive posture behind us. Even the brash child with orange hair was acting protective of the ones he brought into this situation. I didn't really know the situation, but Wilhelm asked me not to kill anyone. And if this spirit decided to go all out, I would have to expend effort to subdue him, but there was the possibility he lashed out violently and involved the children. Well, he did look like he wasn't going to play around anymore. Very well, I shall do what I promised Wilhelm. I see, you are certainly no human, you are no hollow, and you are no Shinigami. The man looked at me with a strange glint in his eyes. What are you? Annoyed. I answered flippantly, raising my hand up and tensed as the light above disappeared, and a large hand instead blotted out the sky. My hand to be precise. It was enough to flatten the area around us for a good distance, and he appeared to look a little serious at my attack. He raised his hand up and that spiritual power of his gathered in a significant quantity. I believe he was about to cast one of those spiritual spells that Wilhelm told me about. Though, it didn't really matter. Before he could even utter a word, my large hand in the air dissipated as if it was never there in the first place. Instead, his eyes shot downward where the shadows crept up and grabbed onto his legs. He realized the danger immediately and tried to swipe his sword through them, which did sever a few, but they descended upon him in droves, an uncountable number that soon enveloped him entirely within the blink of an eye. You can go away now. I swiped my hand downward before he had a chance to respond, and I dragged him into the space that existed underneath this place in the shadows. That should take care of that for now. I think Wilhelm would be proud of me. I handled that without much collateral damage and without putting the children in harm's way. I'm sure he can escape that place eventually, and I can always retrieve him before we leave. Besides, I felt there were other people down there, so he should be fine. At the very least, he won't be a problem for a while. Wilhelm had requested that I don't kill anyone if possible, so I believe this was a job well done. I gave him a timeout. I believe we can proceed now. I figuratively wiped my hands clean of this mess. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked towards the cat who had an indecipherable look on her face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 388, Interlude 28. Sosuke Eisen POV. It was in this moment of falling that I was able to contemplate what exactly led to this entire situation turning out as it did. Which one of my plans failed so spectacularly that I found myself falling, what felt like, sideways through what appeared to be shadows. It was rare to find myself humbled in such a way. I can admit that there are others that are my equal in an aspect or two. Urahara Kasuke is someone I recognized as matching my intelligence, and the Captain Commander is someone I can accept as an opponent whom I would not fight without many plans to counter. I will even acknowledge Captain Anohana for her mastery of the healing arts, even if I never placed much emphasis on them. That being said, I find myself confused. Why am I falling? I logically knew why, of course. Even if the specifics of what is happening is something I am unfamiliar with. Such as this, space that seemingly exists mirroring soul society that went completely unnoticed by not just everyone else but myself. I thought about my plans again, what I set up to lead into the next stage. I knew that Kasuke Urahara hid the object inside the soul of Kuchiki Rukia when her powers did not return after giving them to Kurosaki Ichigo for months. It was obvious that he had a hand in keeping her powers from returning. It was easy enough to deduce his plan from there and produce a counter-plan to retrieve the object in question. It was a simple matter of using my Zanpakuto's perfect hypnosis ability to turn the Central 46 into my pawns and condemn her to certain death via the Sokayaku. The holy execution blade would have burned away everything, even her soul, leaving only the object I sought due to its nature of being nigh indestructible. I even took into consideration some foolhardy attempts at a rescue, researching Urahara Kiskyu's old notes and reproducing the method in which he is able to interact with the soul without causing damage. I had nearly cracked the method used, as ingenious as it is. It did take me a fair bit, but that is to be expected with a man I recognized as being my equal in intelligence. I was prepared to make my move. All my pieces were in place and I would have declared myself and moved to take my rightful place. I had my hollow soldiers ready for battle in Hueco Mundo, and I had my fellow conspirators ready to leave me with and betray the Goti 13. Yes, my plans had been going perfectly for decades at this point. That was until one little incident. I knew about all the going-ons in the mortal town of Karakura. Not just because of Urahara Kasuke, but his presence there did make things more convenient. But the amalgamation that is Kurosaki Ichigo demanded attention from one such as myself. My spirit of discovery and scientific advancement would accept no less than to note his presence and record his life. I knew that he was currently wielding Kuchiki Rukia's Shinigami powers, a facsimile of a true Shinigami while his real powers lurked beneath the surface. Yes, that's why it came as such a shock to hear that a Ryoka by that name had invaded Soul Society. For what reason did they use that child's name? Was it intentional in an attempt to grab my attention, or was it merely happenstance? For the first time in a very long time, I found myself confused. The intruder's presence did not last long, less than a day in its entirety, but in that time frame, he somehow created more questions than answers. It was reported that he had a very strange Ryatsu. While Captain Kairaku's reports can be questionable at times, his lieutenant mirrored his words, and she would not put up with his nonsense in a genuine report. And that was not even the most eye-catching report I received about the intruder that day. Nor was it the fact that Captain Kuratsuchi was defeated, with a brick. I admit no small amount of amusement at the thought of such a scene happening. That captain is humorous to watch as he tries to chase the coattails of his betters. He mastered Kido to a degree because Urahara Kasuke was a Kido master. He achieved his Bankai in near record time because Urahara Kasuke owned the record at a 3-day interval. And he constantly tries to surpass his former captain at every opportunity. To watch him constantly run after the level by which we stand has always been an enjoyable experience to pass the time. I once more admit to being surprised at his defeat as well. Despite the captain being one of the weakest to hold the seat of captain, he rarely lets others get the better of him, oftentimes through sheer pettiness. That isn't to say I thought he, or by extension, the other captains were beyond reproach of outside forces. Far from it in fact. However, the surprise came from a complete stranger defeating one of my peers through such ridiculous means that I am utterly flabbergasted even after reading the reports multiple times. Ignoring the brick, regardless of how that sounds, there was then the dragon. I was able to see it from a distance for the brief time it appeared. It was not a mere construct created from Riryoku, but an actual entity brought forth through some unknown means. Unknown to me. There was the interesting confirmation from Captain Hitsugaya's own Zanpakuto spirit, who happens to be a dragon as well. And I think that only serves to make the situation even more mystifying. I was completely and utterly without answers to questions and with no immediate means to satiate my desire to understand this unknown happening. The Ryoka disappeared through means I was unable to track. He used methods that I was unable to replicate, and he used a name of a person that I was keeping a close eye on. It almost caused me to alter my plans to accommodate this strange anomaly. I briefly considered backing Captain Suifeng to track down this individual in the human world as to further gather data, but I quickly dismissed that notion. I was too close to my true objective. I did not wish to possibly ruin plans that are centuries in the making over a curiosity. There were plenty of conclusions to already draw from his brief appearance. First and most important, he did not appear to be aligned with Urahara Kasuke. That man would not allow a card such as that one to escape his grasp and enter my eyes after he would have hidden it so thoroughly from me. This allowed me to push any other thoughts about the Ryoka to the side for the future. I could investigate later at my leisure once everything was finally achieved. Though it appeared that more of my plans were seemingly unraveled by this strange person. When the Quincy living in Karakura town used that hollow bait of his, I was keeping track of the proceedings offhand, and my subordinates used the opportunity to send a Minos Grande to test the young man. Once more, things did not go as I envisioned. Instead of a young Kurosaki Ichigo defeating the advanced hollow or any other of the dozens of scenarios I envisioned, the Ryoka once more made an appearance. Dealing with the hollow in such a fascinating way that I was quickly getting more and more interested. I even made arrangements to make sure everything went smoothly with the capture of Kuchiki Rukia, since it was clear this Ryoka was also staying in Karakura town. I used the Central 46 to initiate wartime protocols and allow captains to enter the human world without their seals, and I added Jin as insurance. It was easy enough to convince everyone else. The Central 46 are known for reacting outrageously to perceived slights. A Ryoka came in and caused problems, defeating one of our captains, then disappearing. An overreaction on their part would not be questioned to any meaningful extent. It also served to dissuade Urahara Kasuke in the off chance that he decided to openly move. It was highly unlikely that he would do such a thing, but it's never a bad idea to have contingencies in place when that man is my opponent at this stage. Yes, and it was a good move on my part as the Ryoka reappeared as predicted. I did not tell Jin or anyone else of my newfound knowledge on the Ryoka as to watch events unfold naturally. I don't know whether Jin intentionally initiated a conflict with him, nor do I particularly care, but I was able to learn more from their brief exchange. Jin felt threatened enough to almost use his Bankai. Only stopped by Captain Kuchiki, rightfully so I believe. It would have only caused problems for the plan if Jin used his Bankai in that scenario. Not to mention he almost killed the subject of my curiosity, Kurosaki Ichigo. I can't get entirely angry at him, I never did reveal the extent at which I was interested in the amalgamation. But apparently the anomaly came to his rescue, asserting a certain closeness with the subject that I was not entirely knowledgeable about. His presence in Karakura town had gone almost entirely unnoticed by me until the point of the hollow attack. But that was not the most interesting bit of information. No, that was how the Ryoka retaliated against Jin. A spear that Jin professed weariness at and not a Zanpakuto in the slightest. That is to say, he revealed other weapons capable of harming our kind, but Jin said he felt oppressed and genuinely threatened by the spear that gave of a holy feeling. I had the small thought that perhaps he was a Quincy of some variation, but once more dismissed that as soon as I gave it an iota of consideration. The report about Kurosaki Ichigo's actions did have me make my own preparations. Based on the profile I already designed for the young man, I could guess that he would try something ridiculous such as invading Soul Society to retrieve Kachiki Rukia. I planned accordingly. He would appear, see the walls down, and whoever accompanied him, the likely candidate being Shihoin Yoruchi, would undoubtedly use their close relationship with the Shiba clan and make use of their fireworks cannon to penetrate the barrier around the Siriidi. Once more, I was surprised. Surprised that the targets of my focus appeared so wantonly in front of me. Without causing a scene, and merely appearing in the middle of the Siriidi right as I was performing my duties as the captain of my division. I had expected them to attack, but not this quickly and not with subtlety such as this. There were too many variables cropping up for my liking. As much as I disliked the idea of taking any spotlight at this crucial moment, I felt it necessary to discover what was going on. As expected, Shihoin Yoruchi was with Kurosaki Ichigo and his group of children he decided to bring along with his rescue attempt. Of course, and perhaps the most significant thing to occur, was the presence of another unknown variable accompanying the group. I could not sense her. Despite being within arm's reach and trying my best, I could not sense her presence beyond any basic physical senses. I could not feel her reiatsu in the slightest, and I could not gauge her overall presence. It was as if the ambient reishi made way for her with each step she took. The phenomenon that occurred previously made me question what this woman actually was, because it was obvious she was giving off a similar feeling at that moment. That with her existence, it felt as if Soul Society bowed to her. I did not know what she was, and it made me wary. For the first time in many years, I found myself uncertain. Her mere presence made me almost unconsciously bow my head, an interesting first impression, but one I quickly threw off. And I was holding back the majority of my strength, keeping myself in line with the average power level of a Shinigami captain. I attempted to use my Zanpakuto to pry out the answers I desired, my sword having never failed me in the past. I originally did not intend to use my ability on Kurosaki Ichigo. I thought when he grew to his peak it would be a good test for myself. However, it would not make much of a difference in the long run. And much to my growing wariness, she did not merely throw off my own illusion, she was never affected in the first place. My Zanpakuto was unable to affect her. A miscalculation on my part. One by which I now found myself falling sideways through the shadows of Soul Society. A place I did not know existed until this very moment. It felt similar to traveling through the Danai, but also more restrictive. I did not have much control of my own body. I could attempt to stymy my own fall, but I was unaware of what would occur if I did so. I could vaguely feel that I was hitting a threshold and about to pierce this veil and land at my destination, so I bided my time. As I got closer, my speed accelerated and I was then thoroughly pulled through the barrier between this place and the one I was intended for. I did not have any time to orient myself as I slammed into something hard, breaking it into pieces and something soft and aromatic hitting my face. I could make full use of my body once more as my facilitates came back. And I pushed myself up off the ground, the darkness that covered my eyes was wiped away. And I looked down at my hand and it was food. Perhaps the disorientation affected me more than I realized because I then became aware of the powerful reiatsu that were all scattered around the room, and all focused on me. I looked at them, then at myself. I was covered in all manner of foodstuffs and a broken table was underneath my point of origin as well as a hole in the ceiling of the building I now found myself in. However, that seemed much more immaterial compared to who was present in this room. The dozen or so of reiatsu that were at the very least on par with the captain of the Goti 13 were all looking at me. A food hall. I landed in someone's dinner. Well, the person looked just as surprised as I was. Wearing a helmet reminiscent of some tribes native to the northern regions of Europe in the human world. But I could recognize their shared regalia immediately and felt myself experience an uncomfortable amount of uncertainty once more. Quincy, stronger than I've ever seen insofar. I stood up straight with a renewed grace, wiping myself off completely. I apologize for my entrance. I regained my gentle expression. Please carry on. I made way for the door. The sudden intensity in reiatsu pressing down told me that they did not in fact carry on. At ******. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 389, Chapter 352. My original plan was to head back to Izzy and the others to relay what my next move was, but then I saw the giant black hand in the sky and realized that something may have went wrong. I of course quickly called Izzy to figure out the situation and she said she had it handled. Though Yoruchi seemed to be freaking out in the background for some reason. Something about a captain ambushing them and she gave him a timeout in the shadows. I suppose it didn't really matter. If Izzy said she had things under control, I trusted her. She also suggested I just finish up everything else before coming back as to not need to keep coming and going to check in every time. So, here I was now, heading towards the supposed leader of Shinigami. I admit I was just the slightest bit nervous. Based on the strengths of some of the other captains I've met thus far, I could summarize that their leader would be something of a monster himself. I hoped this could be settled to both of our satisfaction because I didn't really enjoy handling the welfare of other people in my hands. Honestly, I didn't even want to get involved again. I was pretty much done with what I had planned to do here, but I can admit I may have caused a little bit of a problem for the strawberry brat due to my own flippant attitude, so I resolved myself to look out for them. I suppose it didn't hurt that they were just kids doing something stupid, so the protective side of me didn't want to see anything happen to them. It's amazing, who could have thought this would have come back to bite you in the ass? In my defense, what was the likelihood that the idiots wanted to invade the afterlife? Yeah, what kind of idiot would do something like that? I had a good reason. They kinda do too. Fair. I know I'd do something just as reckless in their spot. With a kick off the ground, I accelerated forward quickly, covering quite a bit of ground before coming to a stop. You're getting better at that technique. Drake noted. Thanks, I think so too. It's really quite a wonderful movement technique. The more I get used to it, the more I'm just genuinely in awe of its ability. It's not like other people couldn't match this kind of speed, but the amount of effort to move like this, and the sheer versatility was just absurd. It is impressive. The people here may not be as powerful as the ones back home, but they got their own good spots. Yeah, I think I figured that out too. I looked around before ducking behind a corner and casting an illusion. It seems like the people here took the path of extreme speed and precision over strength. Well, maybe I just haven't had enough of a sample size to say that with certainty, but that was my current thought. Makes sense. Those captains you met so far didn't really seem like the kind to start throwing fists and taking big hits. Seeing the peak of that Shuinpa, it's like what you said, Godspeed at the top. That Jin, he got a little hurt just from taking one of my strikes. That's not to say I think I did any mortal or even lasting damage, but it's clear they aren't as physically durable as me. But on the flip side, they all seem to have mastered such a high degree of speed that I can admit I'm inferior to them. Even with my lightning movements, it falls short. That being said, I was ready to get serious if he released his Bankai. My instinct were telling me that was something I most certainly couldn't take lightly. And I don't actually think they're glass cannons, just an observation when compared to powerhouses of my birth world. Even so, just because they can move in the same realm as gods, that doesn't put them on the same level. Well, maybe a few of the lesser ones, but if you're talking well-known ones, just being able to match them in speed won't be enough. Right, being well-rounded was important. Unless you strive for one peak so vehemently that you can ignore everything else. But that's just not really a plausible situation. My previous speed wasn't too far off from that realm. My fight with Susanoo, the first time, he favored strength, which my body could attest to with how sore I was afterwards. But even still, he was able to perceive and react to my attacks which perhaps breached that barrier by themselves. My Gungnir, for example, I was confident it could handle one of these Shinigami captains moving at their top speeds. I don't think it lost out in that department, but even so, Susanoo was able to block and deflect it during the fight. Well, I'm curious to see how my own Zanpakuto influences my abilities in the end, considering that my starting point was beyond what most of these Shinigamis could reach in their lives, lives. Speaking of Zanpakuto, should probably give you an update. Something happened. I admit it's a very interesting situation here, Drake being able to watch my Zanpakuto form around itself and develop my supposed inner world, as they Shinigami call it. It's been poking me every so often. What do you mean, poking you? Like it's actually trying to reach out. Or just an accident because you're also inside my soul while it's trying to form? The latter. Well, after the first time, I think it somewhat realized I was here and does it every now and then. Almost like an infant that just grabs at anything around it. I tapped my chin. Oh well, not really anything we can do about it. Not that it's inherently a bad thing, this is all new territory for us, and probably the Shinigami. Doubted they've ever had this issue before. You don't care that it's probably getting some influence from me. Why would I care? I have a dragon heart thanks to you. I have an entire draconic attribute now because you've been inside my soul so long. You're my partner, what does it matter in the end? If you don't care, then whatever. Just don't come crying to me when it likes me more than you. Drake snorted. By the way, I think we're here. I looked up at the building and read the sign overhead as well. First Division. Yeah, I think we are too. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This place was deserted. As in, literally no one was around as I walked through the corridors. I was starting to think that this division wasn't quite like the others. At least in the case of Shuinsue, he presumably made everyone scarce intentionally. That or his people were out scouring the place for, well, me. Actually, this office may not even be attached to any barracks for the First Division. I am going to meet the leader of Soul Society. It stands to reason that his office has some peace and quiet and not the hustle and bustle of military grunts coming and going at all hours. My feet continued to carry me onwards as I found myself ascending a flight of stairs. It wasn't until I got to the top that I finally saw another person. Slicked back grayish-silver hair, a black handlebar mustache, and lightly tanned skin. I think I noticed a white turtleneck peeking out from under his uniform. And the noticeable lieutenant badge on his arm. His eyes quickly looked up to see me and there wasn't a hint of surprise on his face. It was as if he was expecting me. He sat at a wooden desk, shuffling some paperwork. There was complete nonchalance in his actions. It didn't seem forced. I could tell he recognized me, as I had dropped my illusion once I started walking around inside this building. Yet he didn't even make a move against me. Well, I wouldn't want to be impolite. He clearly knew I was here. It was only a few moments later that he set his brush down neatly and scooped up a handful of papers. The Captain Commander will see you. Right. I just nodded. By chance, were you aware I was coming? He collected his papers, standing up. Captain Kairaka sent a message ahead of your arrival. Geez, I really need to thank him again. I didn't think he would stick his neck out at this point before I even got any words in. Would it be rude if I asked for advice on how to approach him? I asked as he led me towards a door, his hand on the handle before he paused. He despises falsehoods. You would be better off to speak plainly and without reservation even if you believe it detrimental. Better to say something he may not personally like rather than lie to his face, which he would probably see through. No, you misunderstand. He despises lying and your death will be painful. At least if you are upfront about everything, your death will be swift. He stated, sliding the door open and walked inside. Well, alrighty then. Lieutenant Chojiro. An aged yet very authoritative voice greeted us as we walked inside. The room was massive. Easily 6 or 7 times the size of my living room. Yet, it was almost entirely empty, not a single decoration was to be had beyond the motif that went into the design of the place. However, to the side there was an open balcony with a wonderful view of the Siriiti below. And the one who spoke was standing at the opening, looking outwards. I have prepared the reports from both the 2nd and the 5th divisions. The lieutenant stated, walking to the singular desk and placing the stacks of paper next to others. They await your approval. And your guest has arrived. Very well. He still didn't turn around. Prepare some tea. As you wish. He dipped his head before turning around and leaving. I was silent as I looked at this man's back. Was it my Campione instincts that were flaring up? Because this man was strong. He was like a raging inferno that was tempered and refined to the absolute limit. He reminded me of Amaterasu and Karna in intensity despite not having an iota of divinity within him. There was a little part of me that wanted to fight him. I didn't know if it was the Campione, dragon, or what have you, but my desire to fight was bubbling up. Powerful might be too little a word to describe him. I would have to go all out and even then. He didn't quite have that same unfathomable feeling the likes of Ophis and the demon had, but he was most definitely high up on the scales. There was a light tap on the ground and I quickly came back to my senses, refocusing back on him. He was holding a knotted wooden cane. Though the absolute sense of danger in that little thing betrayed the mundane exterior. He should be about the same level as Odin. At least when the old bastard was still a war god. Drake commented. Don't take him lightly. Like I needed you to tell me that. Same level as the Norse Sky Father, no biggie. Interesting choice of weapon there. I decided to break the ice, so to speak. It's good for beating unruly brats. He snorted, not missing a beat. Fuck, I like him. Shit, what was I supposed to say back at that? Thankfully, it seems his lieutenant returned, not stopping as he entered, and moving to set a tray containing 2 cups of tea and a steaming pot onto his desk before bowing towards the older man's back and leaving again. The old man grunted before finally turning around. He didn't even look at me as he walked back to his desk with slow and methodical steps. The screeching of his chair against the wooden floors was the only sound he made before he sat down and rested his knot cane against the desk. Though, with elegant movements, he inspected the teapot, removing the lid and giving himself a nod as he poured both cups and arranged them appropriately. Sit. he said. It was simple, yet was very commanding. I obliged, taking the empty chair on the opposite side of him. It was now that I got a true look at the leader of the Godii 13. He was bald, wrinkled and weathered with age. He had a few scars on his face, but they didn't really give him a menacing appearance. Honestly, he gave off an almost grandfatherly vibe accompanied with a no-nonsense attitude and a rather stern look in his eyes. He had a very long and white beard, meticulously cared for and wrapped along its full length that nearly touched the ground. And his eyebrows were frankly huge as well. Overall, to the untrained eye, he would look almost frail at first glance. But I was under no delusion that he couldn't take my head if I didn't give it my all in a fight. I would have thought there would be more people around. Guards and stuff since you're the leader and all that. I looked down at the tea he prepared. Thank you for the tea. I made sure to add with genuine thanks. His closed eyes opened slightly. I am here, there is no greater protection. Fair. I heard that Shunsui sent a message. Youngster. The old man grunted. Introduce yourself before you speak. Ah, I was rude. I corrected myself. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. Not Kurosaki Ichigo. He snorted again, reaching for his cup of tea. He gently blew on it, letting the steam waft away. Captain Kairaku's unorthodox request has reached my ears. Due to his exemplary and unfailing loyalty, I am allowing you this opportunity. He stated. You have until I finish my tea. Until you finish your tea to do what? I blinked. To convince me that you should be allowed to leave this room alive. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Non-canon omake, Bankai training. Alright, this is the Tenshintai. Yoruchi declared, slamming what looked like a cardboard cutout resembling a humanoid figure. How is this supposed to help me learn Bankai or whatever? Ichigo scowled. I'm also curious. I kind of agreed with him. Learning Shirkai is about communicating with your Zanpakuto and harmonizing with it. To master Bankai, you need to externalize it and force your Zanpakuto into submission. She stated. Wait, you can just summon your Zanpakuto spirit out into the real world. I looked at her incredulously. Well, it usually takes years of training to reach that stage, so we're going to cheat. Kasuk created this method, he altered the Tenshintai a little. With this method, you can master Banaki in 3 days. Awesome, let's do this. Ichigo nodded. Hold it, what's the catch? I flicked his forehead, something that was becoming a habit. He has a tendency to blatantly ignore anything else and focus only on his goal. If you can't achieve Bankai in 3 days, you lose the chance forever. Yoruchi said plainly. Alright, let's go. Ichigo barely gave it a second thought. What do I have to do? Well, it's his decision to make. Stab it with your Zanpakuto. He shrugged, pulling his big-ass sword of his back and stabbing it. The cutout lit up in a burst of Ryuryoku and split into 2 figures standing before us. Huh, you really do have 2 Zanpakuto spirits. I looked them over. One was a man in a nice-looking black coat with a white-collared undershirt and messy black hair with some cool glasses. The other, it looked like a bleached version of Ichigo with yellow eyes and somewhat menacing aura. Right, did you both hear it? Yoruchi didn't even bother questing it and just addressed it directly. Yeah. The bleached Ichigo waved her off. We'll get the moron up to snuff, just get out of the way and let us do our stuff. We will begin immediately. The more refined and older spirit didn't argue. Use the area as you see fit. She shrugged. The 3 of them walked off a little ways before a bunch of swords manifested around them and they began fighting. Huh, seems more pedantic than I imagined. Did you expect Ichigo to be complicated? Yoruchi looked at me. Fair. I hummed. Hey, got any more of those things? The Tenshintai. Why, you want to give it a go too? You haven't even gotten Shirkai yet, it's not gonna work for you. Nah, just want to give it a look over. I have a bunch of them, this thing you gave me is handy. She waved her arm, showing off a storage bracelet I made her. Here's 10, have fun cause this is gonna take a while. I picked the first one up, giving it a look around and I was a little curious. If this was supposed to bring out a sword spirit or whatever, what if I used something else? My academic mind compelled me. I stabbed it with the true Longinus. And, a new figure stared back at me. Confusion written on his face mixed with surprise and astonishment. What? Yoruchi stared at us. Huh, that was easier than I thought it'd be. Missing accomplished I suppose. I blinked. Yoruchi, meet God. God, meet Yoruchi. What? Yoruchi repeated again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Wilhelm's secret technique, talking things out like adults. But yeah, Captain Commander is pretty damn strong. I know there's going to be arguments, but for the sake of the story, know that he would be listed in the top 10 of DXD. I'll have a better sort of ranking in a few chapters because I know people were arguing over the kind of thing and where the Bleach people rank. Anyways, if you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astory forum. Chapter 390, Chapter 353. This was a strange situation I found myself in. The rather monotone way he spoke to me did not betray the undertone of fire that accompanied the words. I had no doubt that he was ready to make good on his threat. Even if I felt my lightning bubbling up wanting to meet his threat, I pushed it back downwards, recognizing that this wasn't the correct moment. I could give in to my inner fighter if things went sideways after I gave my attempt to settle things amicably. This is really good tea. I couldn't help but comment after taking a sip to taste it. His eyes opened slightly and he grabbed his own cup almost with a hint of aggression, but still maintained a proper decorum as he brought it up and took a drink, setting it back down for me to see that it was now halfway empty. Your time is running out. Right, straight to it then. It's against your laws for a Shinigami to transfer their powers to a human, yes. To interfere with the living world is met with intense scrutiny for all Shinigami who are deployed. To disrupt the balance by turning a human into a Shinigami is met with only execution. He barely reacted. Regardless of the reason. I asked, seeing if there was any wiggle room. The law makes no exception. He didn't budge. She did it to save a kid from a hollow. I calmly took another sip. I didn't know the specifics to be honest, but Ichigo wasn't shy about that little tidbit. Claimed that without her doing what she did, he and possibly his family would have died. The old man grunted, taking another sip himself, closing his eyes. She will receive full honors upon death. But death is still certain. No exceptions can be permitted. He said unwaveringly. And if she didn't give her powers to a human? He grunted again. I'm guessing Shunsui already mentioned something like that. His lack of a response made me think that Shunsui already started on that aspect. The ruling of Central 46 cannot be changed lightly. He stated. Even if they made a ruling on incorrect information. Shouldn't she get some kind of trial to defend herself? I admit I wasn't the most knowledgeable on their system of criminal justice. Her trial was conducted in her absence. That's pretty bullshit. His eyes narrowed slightly and he held up his cup of tea, taking a much bigger drink than before. Our system is not for you to question, youngster. I was really hoping he'd be more receptive to this. However, I think there was also a hint of annoyance in his tone when speaking about Central 46 as well. Even if she was technically innocent, they wouldn't want to reopen any discussion without prompt by someone else, would they? I vaguely could understand the mindset of this Central 46. Their supposed governance system was comprised of noble families passing judgment on criminals. Another grunt answered that question perfectly. It's not for me to question, that's right. But Shunsui mentioned her captain. I fingered the warm rim of my cup. I don't suppose he's someone who has the capacity to formally question the ruling. Captain Jushiro has the authority to petition the Central 46 in the event that new evidence brings about questions regarding Kachiki Rukia's crimes. The old man responded. His appeal for a stay of execution has been signed off by myself and will be submitted to the Central 46 for deliberation immediately. I'm sensing there's a but coming here. The way he said it didn't really fill me with confidence. Due to recent events by a Ryoka invading Soul Society, wartime protocols have been in effect. As such, all criminals sentenced to execution will be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. At this moment, the execution platform is being unsealed and will be available in 7 days. There was a bit of heat to his words as his eyes narrowed at me. Oh. By the time we receive a proper answer, the execution will already have been completed. He added. The wheels of bureaucracy spin slowly even in the afterlife, it seems. He snorted again, looking down at his cup of tea. You have one last opportunity, youngster. Make it count. Well, what if someone, or rather some people, were in the unique opportunity to cause some damage? Enough to force a delay on her execution. I offered. He looked at me, with eyes slightly open. He then threw his head back and downed the last bit of tea he could, slamming the cup back down. I suppose he didn't like that idea. My cup is empty. There was an accompanying increase in temperature with his words as well. As in, the room noticeably got warmer by probably about a dozen degrees, and it began climbing. I blinked, looking down, then back up at him as he eyed me intensely. I reached for the teapot and refilled his cup. His expression didn't change. Well, that's not entirely accurate. There was a very slight twitch of his eyebrow. Cheeky brat. He snorted and the heat emanating from him dissipated quickly. And who taught you to pour tea? He raised his voice, smacking the table. Pardon. I was taken off guard by his sudden expressiveness. Elbow out. He barked an order. Back straight. Don't splash it, you brat. He grunted as I fixed my posture at his sudden insistence. Keep it 4 inches away from the cup when you pour. Pinky extended, an index finger leading. Honestly, this took me utterly by surprise, and I just followed his instructions until his cup was full. With a harumph, he quieted down. Acceptable. I'm glad I could meet your expectations. I drawled. He ignored me, apparently savoring another sip of tea as he closed his eyes again. Your first time here. What was your purpose? I blinked again, taken back by the sudden question. I considered how I should answer, but I just decided to be truthful. Stole an asachi and a book on keto. Came here specifically for both. He nodded and didn't outwardly react much at my confession. I suppose his lieutenant was right, he preferred hard truth even if it's something like that. Speak. He stated, breathing out. I will fully hear what you have to say as a courtesy for your actions. A courtesy for my actions? I once more blinked in confusion. No lives were lost in your machinations. That alone has earned you a modicum of goodwill. Tread carefully. He warned sternly before shifting back to the topic at hand. You would not have come here with only what you have said thus far. Continue. Why did I feel like he was testing me up until this point? All right, I'll just lay all my cards on the table. I didn't have plans to come around again like this, but I didn't expect a bunch of kids I had the barest relations with to decide to invade the afterlife to save a friend of theirs. His eyes opened a little, and I think I could vaguely feel like he wanted to facepalm at my explanation. And of course, they haven't really considered anything beyond rescuing her. Such as, what to do with her afterwards, because it's not like she can just drop everything to bunk up with Ichigo again and just run around with him and help him with hollows in Karakura for the rest of her life. Regardless of if they succeeded, it would be a significant insult both to the prestige of Soul Society and your own personal honor that would require a response. He nodded, not denying it again. And I wouldn't always be around to deal with the problem. And there's the issue that even if Rukia is somehow pardoned in the next few minutes, we still invaded what is essentially a military facility and caused all sorts of problems that come with that. You understand your crimes then? He said evenly. Supposed crimes. He looked at me dryly. I gave him a cheeky smile and continued. So there's 2 glaring issues, one with our presence here, and the entire matter with Rukia. And how do you plan on solving it? He asked. Tell me, youngster, how do you intend to escape punishment? I think I can understand you a little bit. I reached for the teapot again, taking the precautions this time to pour myself another cup properly. I think I saw the faintest hint of amusement from him as I did so. You are unbending on the rules, but at the same time you obviously care about your subordinates if you were willing to honor Rukia after her death. If you really saw her as this supposed criminal, I don't think you would go through with the effort. And you never denied that her actions were honorable and righteous. A Shinigami's first priority is always the greater good of Soul Society. He said calmly, gently taking another sip of his drink. A split between the responsibility and duty of your position and the well-being of those under you. I said quietly. He didn't disagree as we enjoyed a moment of silence. Frankly, I didn't care much about Soul Society, but this man was the leader here. The amount of blood and sweat he poured into this place was something I couldn't really fathom. You would follow through with the execution without a second thought, wouldn't you? Even knowing that she may be innocent now. As is my duty. He nodded without a hint of shame. I don't agree with you, but I can understand your position. I didn't ask for your understanding, you brat. He snorted dismissively again. Youngsters these days, blinded by arrogance. There's an idea, in the human world. I smiled slightly, forming an idea in my head on how to make everyone happy. Companies, sort of a gathering of merchants. I am aware of the concept. I am not ignorant of the living world. He grunted. I nodded awkwardly. Companies will sometimes do this thing where they hire outsiders, specialists if you will. Their purpose is to stress test the company's defenses. For the outsiders to poke around and find any vulnerabilities and exploit them ruthlessly to show where the company can improve for genuine threats. His large eyebrows raised ever so slightly, showing more of his pupils. You are asking for my permission to continue your invasion? He asked almost incredulously. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Central 46 is your government, more or less. You are the military leader while the Central 46 handles the laws and actual governance and such. I don't know how much that is separated, but you should have authority to organize a military exercise. I paused, giving him the opportunity to rebuke me, but he just continued staring, so I took that as a hint to keep going. Shuinsue said his people were getting lazy and hand-waved it when I beat up some of his division members. There was a slight twitch above his eye as I mentioned that. What better opportunity is there to practice for an actual invasion than outsiders showing up like this? Especially in a situation where they will actively not be killing or overly harming your people. Approach your point quickly before I lose my patience. He warned with a hint of fire to his words. Let the kids down below run wild for a few days. We'll do what we can to delay Rukia's execution. Afterwards you can say you let it go intentionally as a training exercise to soothe any egos. I was severely oversimplifying things, but I think my point was obvious. Basically, I was just giving him a halfway valid justification to let everyone win in this given scenario. I heard him make a grumbling noise before he slowly pushed his chair back and sat up from his seat. He grabbed his cane and with methodical steps, walked towards the balcony once more. I have heard what you wish to say. He finally spoke, casting his gaze at the buildings below. Now you will hear a question of my own. What's that? His head slowly turned back towards me. What gives you the courage to try and negotiate with me, youngster? Flames erupted from his person, filling the room entirely. They were intense, searing hot. I could feel the ends of my hair nearly burning away at their sudden arrival, my throat was drying just from their proximity. My aura flared up protectively, but I found myself bubbling up to meet this sudden instigation. With a crackle, my lightning peeked out, fending off the flames that sought to consume me. Do not take my respectful tone and difference as weakness. I let my lightning erupt outward, fighting against his flames in a head-on clash. A snap of fire met a whip of lightning in front of my face. Similar instances of the two elements clashing were happening all around us as the old man and I never broke eye contact. He eventually was the first to break it. With a harumph, the flames he produced were snuffed out in the blink of an eye. I followed suit, reeling back in my lightning. I did admire the fact that nothing in the surroundings was burned due to his fire. That was amazing control of his flames. I can't really say the same for what my lightning did. I will send out an order to capture every Ryoka alive without exception. He suddenly spoke. What punishment they will receive will be determined by the events that unfold up to Kachiki Rukia's execution. Well, that made me feel relieved that they weren't in any overt danger. And I could read between the lines here in what he was saying. Basically, I was being given the green light, but if things played out badly, we would be taking the blame. It was a fair conclusion given the circumstances. However. He grunted. Your debt has yet to be paid. Noted. I would not deny it then. He didn't make a fuss about me stealing stuff and I caused my own messes, so I would acknowledge that I owed them a little bit. With another grunt of acknowledgement, he didn't elaborate. You may leave. I walked out towards the balcony. Thanks for sitting down and talking. I gave him a quick smile, leaning against the edge. He looked at me rather suspiciously. And, what happened to your desk and papers isn't my fault. I saw his head jerk towards where his desk used to be along with what remained of everything else in the pile of ash and debris. His head snapped back to me and I realized it was quite a good time to skedaddle. No take-backs. Later, Gramps. I hastily jumped off the edge because I felt the temperature rising quickly. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 391, Chapter 354. I was in a pretty good mood at this point. Managed to settle things to a somewhat satisfactory level with the leader here, so things should go much more smoothly the next few days. And I didn't even have to resort to fighting him. Well, I admit I was a little enthused with the idea of a fight with that old man, but I had certain other priorities. If I was just on my own, I'd probably be more open to the idea. But alas, it wasn't a good opportunity at this point in time. It just further cemented my theory that Scathack somehow infected me with her battle lust. I don't recall myself anticipating a fight like this before I met her. I suppose it doesn't help that a significant portion of the time we spend together is fighting. In a good-natured sort of way, we haven't had a fight yet. Which often leads to sex. Oh well. Can't say I hate how things turned out. I could do without fights to the death and all that, but I do enjoy a good fight these days. Speaking of fighting. I finally tracked down where the others were after my little dive off one of the taller buildings in this place. And I could hear the clashing of blades as I got closer. You're back. Yoruchi perked up from where she was sitting. And the fact that she was in her humanoid form was a little surprising. Hey, what's going on? I asked cause Ichigo was here fighting someone I recognized. That bald guy I met right outside the healing division. Dumbass 1 is fighting Dumbass 2. She explained. Noted. Fuck off. Ichigo shot back as he swung his oversized sword, making the bald guy bring up both his Zanpakuto and accompanying sheath to block it. Though, he looked like he was having fun. Yuryu was standing against the wall being all quiet as he watched the fight quietly. I gave him a little nod and he returned it. Chad was standing nearby Oriheim with arms crossed, almost protectively. But the young girl made me do a double take. Do it like this, and another pull here and that's about it. I kind of stared for a moment as the guy I remember as Yumichika Iasegawa was braiding Oriheim's hair. He still had those weird eyebrow extensions, his most defining feature. Well then. She looked like she was enjoying it, so who was I to interrupt? Hey Izzy. I smiled. Hello, Wilhelm. She returned a beautiful smile herself. Was your time productive? Yup, managed to settle things on my end. I nodded happily. So, what's going on? These two idiots found us after we found a corner to hide in to catch our breaths after. Yoruchi began to speak up, but she glanced at Izzy and the words sort of died in her mouth. After your friend managed to neutralize a very threatening enemy. I didn't kill him. Izzy added. Oh, what happened? I pushed him into the shadowy space. The shadowy space. There's a space that's parallel to this place. I merely pushed him there to give him a timeout. She nodded. There is no such thing. Yoruchi huffed. I'm confused. I looked between them. She insists that there is no shadow space connected to this soul society. Even though I saw people there and sent that spirit inside as well. Izzy shrugged. That's just ridiculous. I was the former commander of the Onmitsukido for years. There isn't any secret spot in soul society that I don't know about. It's probably nothing important then. Izzy once more shrugged. I guess it doesn't really matter. So, what's the deal with these two? I asked, walking towards Oriheim and company, and it's good to see you again, Yumi Chika. The men braiding Oriheim's hair looked up. It's a pleasure for me as well. I like your outfit, it suits you better than our uniform. Well, he's always full of compliments. Thanks, it's what I normally wear. What exactly is going on, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, nothing much. Ikaku and I were just lucky and came across your little group. Ikaku wanted to fight, well, you. But he called out for Kurosaki Ichigo and the young man over there answered. He paused as both the bald Shinigami and Ichigo were shouting at each other between blows. Ikaku of course didn't believe him and got annoyed and the young man seemed just as irate. This is the third round so far. He hummed. Right, proper introduction then. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Yumi Chika Iasegawa. He replied in amusement. And this wonderful young lady here has been healing them up after each round so they keep going at it. He gave Oriheim a little pat on the head. Speaking of, you need to take better of your hair, darling. It's much too beautiful to have so many split ends. If I had known, I would have brought my brush collection with me, maybe some scissors. Didn't he say he's from the division that are basically battle maniacs? Then again, I don't know if I have any room to talk. And I guess everyone needs a hobby even if they enjoy fighting so much. Oriheim was enjoying it though, so whatever. Do you got next? I asked. Or anyone else that wants to fight? He shrugged. I wouldn't mind trying my hand at the traitor over there. He eyed Yoruchi. If you want to get your ass kicked, then come on. Yoruchi snorted. By the way, how'd your little thing go? Yoruchi asked. Good. Things went really good. Enough that we can move on if you want. Yeah, we should get going. I wanted to let Ichigo get a handle on someone moderately high up on a division roster, but they're just kinda flailing around. Yoruchi grunted, disappearing in a burst of Shuinpa. Next thing everyone else knew, that bald Shinigami was kneeling over with Yoruchi's fist in his stomach. Before the strawberry could protest, she already disappeared with his unconscious body and threw it on the ground next to Yumi Chika. Oh well, I was just about done anyways. The other Shinigami sighed, pushing himself up off his feet. Just not my face, please. Please be gentle. Oriheim pleaded rather cutely. Yumichikia chuckled and made a beckoning gesture with his hand on his sword. Well, you got balls if nothing else. Yoruchi said with some small amount of respect. As the other Shinigami was expecting her, he did make a move the same time she did and flashed away with his own Shuinpa as they clashed at high speeds. But Yoruchi only appeared a moment later with him over her shoulder as she tossed him onto the ground too. He actually wasn't that bad. Could probably try for lieutenant if he really wanted. Might seem mean on the surface since the guy was being so hospitable, but it was actually to help the guy. If Yoruchi didn't do anything, they'd have to answer questions about why they didn't try to capture the intruders. At least this way he can say that Yoruchi defeated him. And the power disparity meant that he wouldn't come under any real fire. Alright kiddos, gather around. I clapped my hands. You did what you needed? Ichigo asked. You said you were going to talk to some people here for help, yeah. The eagerness on his face was obvious. The others too seemed to be getting a bit anxious. No idea how long they've been sitting around here, but they're wanting to get back out there. I won't bore you with the details. Go wild. What? Ichigo asked, perhaps the spokespersons mirroring their thoughts altogether. Run wild. Go rescue Rukia, cause some chaos, beat up anyone who gets in your way. I already made some moves somewhere else, your job now is to do what you came here to do. It'd probably be better not to tell them the specifics. That's it. He asked again. Just, go ahead. No holding back. He questioned again. Don't kill anyone if you can help it, but your safety is a priority. Otherwise, go at it. He kind of looked at me suspiciously. Perhaps because I was advocating a more clandestine move originally and now I was telling them to do the opposite. One last warning though before you go, I stated, grabbing their full attention. Rukia's execution was moved up. You got a week. It's funny, that might seem like a significant amount of time, but this damn place was gigantic and a maze. Not to mention there are thousands of Shinigami between them and their friend. You're not coming with. Ishida spoke up. Correct. I didn't hide it. I'll be attending to other things in the meantime. All right. Ichigo breathed out. All right, that's enough time. Thanks for the heads up and the help so far. I know you were doing stuff to help in the background, so thanks again. Well, we got off on a rocking footing, but he's not a bad kid. I have one slight request. What? Don't just brute force everything. Be sneaky if you can, looking for openings to abuse. Maybe steal some uniforms and try passing off as Shinigami. See if you can't infiltrate a little bit. But if you have to, overpower anyone in your way as well. It would help with the whole thing I sold to Gramps. And that would help. Yuryu asked a little skeptically. It would help for later. All right, that's doable. Would help if we don't have to beat up so many people. Ichigo grunted. Anything else? He trapped his foot impatiently, but I don't think he was doing it intentionally. Kid is the type to rush forwards without a second thought. Have at it. I gestured for them to go. Ichigo looked at me and gave a firm nod before turning around. All right, let's go guys. He stated and they all followed along without any complaints. What did you do? Yoruichi asked. Made a deal with the old man. Old man? Wait, you mean the captain commander? She blinked. Did you not tell her? I looked at Izzy. She was behaving strangely when we spoke. And it slipped my mind afterwards. Because you threw Aizen into a pit of shadows. Yoruichi cried out. Excuse me if I need a second after seeing that. Is this Aizen person important for some reason? I asked. Yoruichi looked at me and let out a huge sigh. I have so many questions, but I don't think I can handle anything right now. What's the summary? Orders are for capture only on their end. They're attempting a stay of execution, but due to my previous visit, the traditional month of waiting time was nixed. So we have to disrupt the execution enough to delay it for the government here to properly review the reports they're going to submit. Sold this whole invasion to the old men as a type of military exercise. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Right, wartime protocols, forgot about those. She winced slightly. That would have been shitty if things went normally. And I'll ignore the ridiculousness of that second part. All right, I get what you're saying. I'll help the kids a little on that end, but if I make an appearance in any meaningful way, it's going to hurt them. She sighed again, crouching down and turning back into her cat form with a puff of smoke. But chaos and confusion I can do. She happily chirped. I'll follow them and make sure nothing bad happens in the worst case. What are you both gonna do? I'll just be doing some things on my end, make it seem more legitimate. I got a fix on them with that talisman I gave them as well. Go catch up to them, I'll be sure to meet back up in a couple days or so. Got it, have fun. She disappeared in a flash and I could see her running across the wall. This is turning out to be a fun experience. Izzy commented. Oh, and I gave them my blessing when they weren't looking so I can keep a better eye on them at a distance. Are you being facetious? I eyed her. And that was very kind of you. They're lucky to have such a wonderful goddess looking after them even if they don't know it. Oh stop. She playfully swatted my shoulder. And I am actually enjoying myself quite a bit. I rarely get to go out and do things. If nothing else, I'm glad you're having fun. I held my arm out. Shall we go for a walk? She smiled beautifully again. That would be lovely. She said as she took it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm confused about something. Izzy spoke as we began walking down the street. Was this a street? I didn't actually know. What's up? What exactly are we doing? Why not follow the others? Make things appear more natural, I suppose. Hit up some spots elsewhere, and also draw some attention away from them. I sold their boss on the whole, we'll act like a fake invasion to give you guys some training, meaning we should probably do some things in that regard. Figured I'd go to some other divisions, sneak in, maybe leave a big ol' message or something, cause some commotion, that sort of thing. Sounds fun. Maybe I should find another brick. How about you? You ran into a captain, right? How was that? It was interesting. I'm not used to seeing spirits with so much power. I could maybe think of the ones we've run into as outliers, but no, the spirits here simply can build up such strength in a way that's somewhat consistent. Izzy responded. How strong was he? Fairly strong, I suppose. Though he tried to use something to affect my senses, which didn't turn out so well for him. He'd be better off just using raw power, honestly. That's exactly what I thought. She let out a small laugh. It's not that he didn't have an impressive amount of power available. Really? Where would you rank him? What, like on a scale of 1 to 10? Probably be better than just going, oh, he's ultimate or high class or whatever stupid bullshit. She giggled again. Preaching to the choir here. Do you know how many arguments I have to mediate online because of those stupid rankings? And they're nothing compared to arguments about the top 10. Oh, do tell. It started off as a thing that mortals argued about. And of course, it got to the ears of certain gods and then they used it to stroke their own egos. Obviously no one is going to come out and make a fuss about it, they'd look like utter children. But you better believe that in the background they gloat and take pride in those ridiculous rankings. What exactly is the current ranking going around right now? Which list? She snorted. Ask 10 people, and they'll give you 10 different lists. But I saw one recently I didn't disagree with too much. I think it was something like, 1. Shiva, 2. Ra, 3. Indra, 4. Hades, 5. Thor, 6. Serzex Lucifer, 7. Fenrir, 8. Nuwa, 9. Ajuka Beelzebub, 10. Luff. And Nuwa. That's a surprise. I haven't heard that goddess name in a very long time. The Chinese god is credited with creating humanity in some of their creation myths. Actually a sort of serpent demon, but also a goddess. There's a reason that Indra hasn't just usurped the Jade Emperor's court and they still persist this long. They have some interesting methods of uplifting mortals, but they lack many on the stronger end. She silently backs them and the higher-ups everywhere know it. And I can sense some devil bias in there. It made me roll my eyes. Well, when you have devils owning the fair. I couldn't argue with that. Some obvious names are missing from there off the top of my head. As I said, it's not exactly accurate if you take into account every being in the world. Even ignoring the likes of Ophis and Great Red. I know that Nyx is somewhat active, relatively. The Triumvirate isn't mentioned anywhere beyond Shiva. Sun Wukong could probably be there if he wanted. Typhon is a monster worth noting. And even Odin, as much as I dislike the man, isn't someone who would lose out to his own son enough to not be exceedingly close in ranking. And those are just examples off the top of my head. Yeah, Odin mentioned about some of the older lot taking a step back. It would look significantly different if we accounted for everyone. She nodded. Well, first Shinigami captain besides the Candyman and Yoruchi you've met. What's your ranking there? Honestly, I could probably make a better ranking myself. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give him a 5. No, make that a 5.5, perhaps a tad higher. He had a lot more power than the cat, even if he tried to hide it, I could tell. You sure that isn't too low? I think it's rather fair. Where is Ophis ranked on that list then? Ophis? She would be a 9. Not a 10. Perhaps if I never met you and by extension had no knowledge of that woman you call a lover. Ah, right. Meridia is definitely in a league of her own in comparison. So Meridia would be a 10, Ophis would be a 9. Give me the ranking downwards from there. Ophis and Great Red as a 9. I would probably give an 8 to the top end of those who would rank in the top 10 or those who could compete for the positions. And a 7 would be for the lower and middle spots. That's not a bad measurement either. I rubbed my chin. Where would you put Susanoo? My son. As much as I love him, I would be somewhere above a 6 but Bello believe. I guess a 5.5 doesn't seem that low then. If anything, that seems a little high now. He wasn't weak by any means. He was strong enough that if a real fight occurred, I would have to treat him with some manner of respect. Ah, strong enough to be able to harm you, but not strong enough to defeat you, is it? Kind of how I felt versus that other Shinigami back in Karakura town. Don't know what tricks his Bankai would have brought, but I was pretty confident in beating him even if I would have to immediately get serious in a real fight. More or less. She shrugged. He was strong enough that he could throw off my oppression over his spiritual existence without much effort. But then again, I think anyone on his level would be able to. That is impressive though. A little more and he's the same tier as genuine gods. Speaking of, guess where their leader is ranked? A6. Honestly, I'd give him a 7, maybe a tad more. She raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not over-evaluating him? Nope, he's genuinely that strong from how I felt. Reminds me of Karna and your daughter honestly. If he got serious, I would have to immediately pull out my trump cards. Oh, and even Drake compared him to Odin back when he was still sitting on his throne. That's impressive. I would like to meet him at some point. Well, he was a powerful old man. And we're on the topic of powerful spirits, are we going to wait for that one to approach our direction quickly? Izzy asked. Do you wanna? Why not? She shrugged again. It didn't take long for whoever it was that was running over to meet us. They were practically broadcasting their presence for the whole world to feel. And as they got closer, I could faintly hear bells. A rather large man burst through a nearby wall. His hair was spiky, and at the tips of it were little bells swaying in the wind. He wore an eye patch over his right eye and he held a very weathered Zanpakuto over his shoulder. The thing looked like it's been hitting a rock for several years without many chips and rough edges. And the captain's Hayori was very eye-catching. Told you I felt them this way. He spoke, and as he did a little head peeked over his shoulder. Seen Kenny, I told you they were here. A little girl, probably 7 or 8, with a pink head of hair and a lieutenant badge was smacking his shoulder happily. Whatever. He grinned, leveling his blade towards us. All right, who wants to fight first? Or do you both want to come at me at the same time? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? I spoke up. Kenpachi Zaraki, captain of the 11th Division. He said curtly. Oh, so you're Kenpachi Zaraki, huh? You know me. His smile widened. Of course. Actually, I had no idea who this was. All right, you fighting me. What's your name? He grabbed the little girl off his shoulder and set her on the ground. Go play at the side, Yachiru. She ran right up to Izzy and tugged on her pants, even taking Izzy by surprise as she held her arms open. Izzy looked for a moment before picking up the strange Shinigami child. Hello child, what's your name? Yachiru Kusajishi. She smiled. 11th Division 2nd seat. Is that so? She raised an eyebrow. And does your captain know what you actually are? Nope. Would you like me to tell him? Nuha. She shook her head. Very well. He treats you well enough. If not, I could have words with him. Kenny's the best. Very well. Izzy smiled rather moderingly. Can I have some candy? She asked. I have no candy. But I have some cookies I baked. She replied, taking them from presumably her storage bracelet. Thanks, Mama. I think I saw Izzy almost fall over at that. You're very welcome, child. Huh. I turned back towards the captain. You have an interesting lieutenant. Whatever, as long as she isn't getting into trouble. Had the old man on my ass the last time. Not my fault she burned down a few buildings. He grunted. Is she the brat's mom? He asked me. No. I blinked. Why is she calling her that then? Stupid Kenny, Mama is your mama too. The little girl blew a raspberry. Did she realize who Izzy was? No idea what the hell you're talking about. But I don't really care. Who am I fighting? He was starting to get a little impatient. Sorry, someone else called dibs. What? He asked in confusion. Another person in our party called dibs on fighting you. He said that he wanted to fight the strongest captain, Kenpachi Zaraki, and he called dibs. I bullshit with a completely straight face. Really? Someone wanted to fight me. His eyes sparkled ever so slightly. Who, where? His name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and he went about. Raised my finger up, pointing in a random direction. That way. The Shinigami looked at me for a moment, as if he was actually considering it. I heard about him. They said he beat Mayuri and invaded the place already. All right, Yachiru, we're going. We got a fight waiting for us. He grinned happily. Okay, Kenny. She climbed down from Izzy's grasp. Bye, Mama. Goodbye, child. Izzy gave another warm smile, and we watched her climb back onto his shoulder. I think I can sense them that way, let's go, Kenny. The little girl declared. Got it, just tell me when you think you can sense them. He leapt over the wall, and went running. Did you really just convince him like that? Izzy asked. Yup, completely bullshitted him there. I was kind of surprised it worked, to be honest. Heard that the members of the 11th Division were all battle maniacs, so, yeah. That boy is going to get mad at you again. It's good practice. That guy seemed pretty straightforward, so it's a good matchup for Ichigo. Besides, Yoruchi was there just in case and I even pointed them in the wrong direction. What was up with that little girl? She was his sword spirit. What? The spirit of his Zanpakuto. Izzy clarified. I don't know why she was running around as she was, but she was without a doubt his Zanpakuto spirit. That's strange. I am aware. That shouldn't be how artifact spirits exist, Wilhelm. Your Jin is a perfect example of what one should be like. This is strange, and I'm suspecting that something is amiss with these swords. I already felt odd hearing about how they work, but now I'm not so certain on their existence. We can investigate that if you want. It would perhaps set my mind at ease because it gives me a worrisome feeling. As if I will not like what I learn about them. Izzy revealed. I'm already disliking this soul society with every passing moment. I am very close to doing something about it. You have my support with whatever you want to do. I gave her hand a little squeeze in encouragement. Why don't we? Izzy jerked her head to the side enough that it made the words die in my mouth. What's wrong? The shadows are acting weird. Something is coming over from the other side. She spoke, and suddenly there was a strange phantom image of some buildings of a different architectural style that appeared in various places. But the most eye-catching thing was a massive pillar of light that shot upwards to the sky. It took the form of a large cross with a ring around it. That doesn't look good. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. People have been talking about power rankings, so I wanted to clarify things and show where I'm at in my own thoughts. Feel free to comment if you think I didn't get something right or you disagree, but this is where I'm at for the moment, and I think I'm be fair here. On a scale of 1 to 10, you can divide these into smaller decimals to show the further divide. 10, Meridia, basically the EX ranking, where the normal ranking doesn't even matter anymore. 9, Ophis/Great Red/Goetia, the sort of transcendent ranking where the unfathomably powerful enemies are all grouped. Not saying they're all equal in strength, but they sort of exist in the same level in a broad scope. 8, top half of the top 10 or those who could rank there. Shiva in DXD is right near the top, like an 8.9 or something. 7, middle to lower end of the top 10, I would put Yamamoto in this bracket somewhere. 6, this is where the normal gods would be, think Susanoo in DXD, who's in the middle of the pack strength-wise. The higher ranked deities are obviously pushing the limit of this bracket. 5, this is where most Shinigami captains are. Izzy rates Prihogyoku Aizen as a 5.5, only a little ways away from what could be considered a god by the standards of DXD, post-Hogyoku Aizen. Well, that's a whole different story. 4, this is specifically where Mayuri is, if on the higher end. He's not particularly strong amongst the captain-level Shinigami, but he has his own tricks. I'd also put a good chunk of ultimate class people here, but the DXD strength rankings are really obscure, so it's often hard to say. 3, this is where a lot of the lower end, ultimate class and high class people are. Think Soma, Yasaka's bodyguard with the dimension lost. 2, this is probably where the above average superhumans are listed. Probably Rias's peerage, and people like Riser and basically any standard magician, DXD, you could find that's had some years under their belt. 1, freshly reincarnated devils, generally superhumans that can shrug off bullets but don't necessarily rise above common fodder. Anyways, this is my thoughts on power levels so far. But don't take this as gospel. It's not like in a Xianxia where if someone's 1/10 of a realm higher, they automatically win. It's just sort of a way to eyeball where people are power-wise between various settings. Yes, people in Bleach have some impressive abilities and hacks that let them punch above their weight class, and that's a perfect example. Shunsue isn't cleaving mountains in half with every wave of his sword, but he can pull some bullshit with his Zanpakuto that lets him minorly alter reality and possibly causality. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 392, Chapter 355. Well, that's odd. The sudden emergence of what looks like Germanic Gothic architecture. No, it's completely normal. Izzy deadpanned. I'm sure the Shinigami here who take inspiration from Japanese culture just decided to redecorate. It's always something, isn't it? I admired the pillar of light that lingered for a tad before it dissipated. I think this is only a you thing. Me. I said with faux offense. There is a list I could recite. When a pattern forms, there's usually a constant variable. I didn't have a single hand in this. Aha. Well, wanna check it out? I offered. Sure, let's go see what mess you caused this time. She replied with a little grin. There's a weird building just over there. I eyed our surroundings. It wasn't particularly big, but it was a tad taller than most of the regular buildings that were the norm around here. Izzy shrugged and we began walking towards it. From the looks of it, this little section of weirdness would be on the opposite end from where the kids were running towards, so at least they had that going for them. I believe that people are fighting up ahead. Izzy paused in her steps, tilting her head as if gazing into the distance. What do you see? See? Nothing. I can feel several people dying. That's probably not good. I gave it a moment of thought. Right, let's speed up. I can keep up, go as fast as you want. Izzy gave me the go-ahead. With a nod, I gathered my lightning and kicked off the ground with a burst of speed. My Shumpa still wasn't up to par, but I can at least move in a straightish line with some effort. Actualizing my lightning also seemed to help me a tad in that regard, as it kept me from stumbling and falling on my face. Jumping over a wall, and running across a few rooftops, I could make out the sounds of battle as we approached. The sounds of explosions and shouting got louder and louder until we saw the source. Shinigami were in a fight with a group of people in some strange white uniforms, and almost all of them were wearing similar masks. But the thing that made me furrow my brow was that the white uniform people were wielding bows. As in, bows formed from reishi similar to how Yuryu did. Are those Quincy? I did not know what Quincy were until literally today. Izzy replied. Right then, who do we help? I asked. Technically, the Shinigami were our enemies, but at the same time we sorta had an agreement with them to not actually be enemies. And not to mention we had no dog in this fight, for whatever was happening. I have yet to pass judgment on this place, so for now, I would assume we should aid the owner since you struck a deal with their leader. Works for me. I mentally went through my swords within my ring and decided to take out my Zanpakuto. I had a feeling that using it would speed up the process by which it develops. I leapt off the building, landing next to a man with his hand drawn back, producing a bow made of spiritual particles. He was about to fire off towards a group of Shinigami who were on the back foot, to put it politely. He was immediately startled, reeling back his arms and his bow dispersed in the action. I noticed a cross similar to the little regalia that Yuryu used around his wrist and flicked my sword, slashing it in half. There was a small burst of Ryoryoku that exploded outward from the epicenter, sending him flying backwards onto his ass a few feet away. That's interesting. Maybe I should steal a few of those for research. Later. I turned my head to see dozens of more of Quincy's comrades. And they obviously noticed me if the bows pointing in my general direction were anything to go by. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. I quickly chanted as a literal barrage was shot towards me. An invisible barrier sprang up in front of me, somewhat reminiscent of a standard bounded field. It was more so a line that separated one side from another. Not bad overall. As soon as my barrier disappeared, my vision was entirely filled with arrows made from Ryoryoku. Their timing was impeccable, and they seemingly had good coordination. These weren't your run-of-the-mill mooks, no, these were trained. Depending on how many there were, I'd almost call them an army, but surely there weren't that many. Regardless, I took that moment to take a step forward and used a burst of my bastardized Shuinpa to maneuver to the side. I was surprised when I saw that they could sort of perceive my movement. As soon as I moved, they too started moving as if to change their formation. They were nowhere near as fast as what I've been experiencing lately, but even so, credit where it was due. My other swords shot out of my ring, swiping through the air before they could react. Despite the praise I had mentally given them, they were just nowhere near strong enough to resist my attacks. Limbs went flying with my sword slashing through flesh and cleaving through bones. In another time and place, perhaps I would have been gentler, but with the still warm bodies of Shinigami on the ground nearby, my pity was non-existent at this point. Sure, I didn't care much for Shinigami as a whole, but I felt like I owed it to the few I got along with. You missed a few. Izzy stepped onto the ground next to me, two bodies floating next to her, struggling as much as they could while being wrapped in actual shadows. I noticed you moved towards them. I shot her a smile. You don't particularly care for fighting, do you? Not really. Would you mind holding onto them then? Figured I could hand them over to Shuinsue or someone, and try to clear any misconceptions they might be having at this point. I made sure to grab a few of those cross-like regalias they were using to examine for later. Ryoka. I blinked, turning to see the origin of the shout as reinforcements had apparently arrived. About 20 or so Shinigami of varying strengths came flooding through the nearby entrance to this little courtyard area. I was about to dismiss them, but one presence loomed over the others. Raise your head, Wabisuk. A roar resounded and a weight of Ryatsu weighed down on me. A man with blonde hair covering half his face jumped out of the crowd. And the noticeable lieutenant badge on his arm was enough to relay his status. His normal Zanpakuto morphed into something angular. Instead of a tip, it hooked downwards at a 90-degree angle, completely removing the ability to stab. I brought up my Zanpakuto to block his attack, which I admit was fairly decent. Did my sword just get heavier? I noticed the slight change as the edge of his blade skirted off my own. There was a gleam in his eye as he followed up with a flurry of slashes. I blocked them a couple more times to verify, and I could say without a shadow of a doubt, my sword became significantly heavier. Huh. I took a step and moved with a burst of Shuinpa backwards to look over my sword to inspect the changes. How interesting, I wonder if... Wilhelm, not the time or place. Izzy interrupted my thoughts. Right. I quickly squashed the mental tangent I was about to lose myself in. I looked back towards the Shinigami who was about to attack me again. Peace. I held my blade up, though I called over my other swords as they hovered nearby, at least giving him a pause for concern. I wasn't the one who attacked your people, in fact, I even helped. Like I would believe that, Ryoka. He frowned, gripping his weapon. I rolled my eyes, just settling on kicking his ass quickly and moving on, but another Shinigami ran forward, practically collapsing onto the ground. Wait, please. His clothes were a mess and he had some blood streaming down his chest from a wound. Lieutenant Izuru, he's telling the truth. The lieutenant hesitated. Captain Shunsui can verify. I offered again. His eyes flashed as he looked around. Take any wounded to the 4th Division, immediately. Anyone who has any life-threatening injuries, I have some basic healing knowledge. Can you undo this weight thing? I asked. He turned back towards me with a scowl. You're the Ryoka who fought my captain. Mayuri. I really hoped he wasn't his lieutenant. Captain Ichimaru. Oh, silver hair. Yeah, I wouldn't really call that a fight. I scratched my cheek. Anyways, gonna go investigate who these people are. We good or are you gonna try to arrest us? 'Cause it seems like you have much bigger problems and I already spoke to your higher-ups and sorted things out. He sighed, his Zanpakuto returning to normal and so too did the weight of my own sword. It wasn't unwieldy, but it was sort of uncomfortable for it to be that heavy. Well, he didn't seem all too pleased by my presence. I'll pass on my report to the others so you don't get attacked. He suddenly spoke up, kneeling next to a wounded Shinigami as his hands glowed that familiar green hue. Thank you for saving my men. I nodded my head and gestured for Izzy to come with me. There seemed to be quite a few powerful Ryatsu in the distance, I'm sure something interesting is happening there. Shunsui Kairaku POV. Well, this was not a good situation. Nanao, what's the report? I glanced at the hell butterfly on her finger. I'm coordinating with the lieutenants from nearly every division, bar the obvious exclusions. We have some strange sort of invasion that appeared in sectors 2 and 3. You don't say. I mused, deflecting what looked like an arrow made of Ryuryoku and quickly cut down the offender. One of many thus far I've had to deal with. Anything helpful? I asked. The only thing I found out so far was that Captain Aizen was seen with the appearance of these strange buildings and there seemed to be a large group of these Ryoka chasing after him. Huh, what did Aizen do? He's usually very likable, even treating hollows respectfully when he purified them. Hang on, I'm getting that now from Lieutenant Momo. She looked like she was concentrating. Reporting, Captain Aizen identified the intruders as Quincy. He claims that they've been hiding in the shadows of Soul Society, sir. What? That's all I got, sir. I guess this makes a little sense then. I pushed off my hat. The bows, and the hatred they seemingly have for us. Sir. She questioned me. It was before your time. I thought they'd been almost wiped out, guess we aren't so lucky. I shook my head, looking at the dead bodies. Just know we have bad blood, and there's no talking things out. Be prepared to kill any Quincy you see, Nanao. Yes, sir. She replied with a frown. Stay back, Nanao. I gripped my Zanpakuto. These aren't enemies you can deal with. I'll be heading towards the higher levels of Ryatsu in the distance. I'll report your movements, sir. She nodded firmly. I'll leave it to you. I gave her one last look before disappearing. I couldn't hold back in a situation like this. This was not like with those kids that were just playing around and not causing any real problems. I already had too many dead of my own division, I would be seeking an answer from those responsible. What a mess. I didn't understand the thoughts of these, Quincy. Why did it seem like there was barely a rhyme or reason for their sudden entrance? A foreign building here or there, and they looked completely unorganized. It's as if they didn't intend to reveal themselves and got forced to. Did Aizen have something to do with it? Leave it to our most soft-spoken captain to unveil a conspiracy right under our noses and bring it right into the open. Speaking of Aizen, I could feel his Ryatsu increasing rapidly. He's most likely in a fight, and if the report was anything to go by, he's probably at the center of the action and has their attention the most. He should be able to. It disappeared. His Ryatsu completely vanished. Either he used some method to mask his impressive Ryatsu or... I ignored my own laziness and moved as quickly as I could. Towards a large concentration of those foreign buildings that seemed to overlap onto the Siri-IDI. I landed on a rooftop at the spot where I last sensed him and closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. Sosuke Aizen, you were a good Shinigami and a good friend. I paid my respects. I'll make sure to bring the ones responsible to justice. I promised towards his body that was impaled to the side of the building with an arrow sticking out of his heart. What the fuck? Who the hell killed that bastard? I said he was mine. Wonderful, I didn't need to go searching. There was a woman with bright green hair and very little clothing to speak of. However, her Ryatsu was oppressive, very easily on the level of a captain. Bullshit, he was mine. Another appeared with speed that would match an expert at Shuinpa. He had a bright red mohawk and was touting a little bit of fire around his finger. Why does it matter? He's dead, now let's deal with anyone else around before time runs out. A third appeared under a hood and similar attire. There appeared to be a sort of claw-like weapon on his right hand though. Fine, I guess there's another bastard I take my anger out on. The young woman looked at me and all their eyes turned towards me as well. This may be more problematic than I first assumed. I hoped I wouldn't have to resort to my bankai. Oh, this one is scared. A voice whispered into my ear. I felt a shiver down my neck to see a fourth Quincy I hadn't noticed before, sitting on the edge of a rooftop not too far away. He had long black hair and a spiky mask that covered the lower part of their face. TSK, great, now this bastard is going to make things weird. The Mohawk one clicked his tongue in annoyance. Oi, bitch, you can play your fucking creepy games after I take out my pound. The green one growled. Era, this isn't a good situation at all. I sighed, readying myself. It's polite to introduce yourselves before a fight. I'm Basby and His Majesty bestowed H for the heat onto me. The Mohawk one introduced himself with a flick of his fingers, a burst of flames appeared. And my flames are hotter than even your captain commanders. Doubtful, but good information. Also, His Majesty. Really going to need to talk to the old man after this. Fuck, I'm Candace Catnip. I got T for the Thunderbolt. And that bastard messed up my hair, so you're gonna pay the price since I can't kill him myself. She growled. I was starting to notice a little bit of a pattern. I'm as not, and I have F for the fear. The voice of the one sitting down sent shivers down my back again as something grated against my mind. Is there a reason to introduce ourselves? The last one asked. Fucking rules, you dumbass. His Majesty wanted them to know who was killing them when it came time. Even if it is fucking early. The girl shot back. Fine. He glowered before moving, very quickly. A familiar movement, to appear behind the enemy and finish them off in one blow. And his speed was excellent, even amongst captains. Tsang-du, the iron. Now you can die. I didn't move, not because I couldn't, but because I didn't have to. His claw blade weapon was deflected, and not by me. I followed up immediately, slashing my own blades. One high, and one low. He noticed, retreating as soon as he had the opportunity, but there was a thin line of blood flowing from his chest. Sui Feng, I owe you one. I smiled towards my companion who appeared next to me. Save it. She huffed. You should have ended him in that opportunity one gave you. Era, you know it's not that simple. She clicked her tongue and didn't argue. Who the hell are these guys? They're all at least captain level. Quincy. I said simply. She grunted. I thought they were all dead. We're right here, you flat-chested bitch. The green-haired woman hollered. Sui Feng's eye twitched, but didn't immediately jump out. Each takes two. I offered. Neither of our bankais are good in a situation like this. Haha, doesn't seem so. I chuckled. But we just have to stall for a little at least. I'd wager that we got reinforcements coming soon. Fine, I'll take the creepy one and the one with the claw. You take the prostitute and the mohawk. Who the fuck did you just call a prostitute, you slut? A very large amount of reishi poured towards the green-haired girl. The surroundings were broken down and she assimilated the reishi as lightning that formed around her fist. Did you really have to make her upset? I sighed, knowing how troublesome this was going to be. However, something strange happened. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. In a clear weathered sky, it slammed downwards onto the gathered lightning that this Quincy woman had. It clearly wasn't her doing as it dispersed her own gathering of lightning and she let out a little yelp of surprise. I did find myself smiling once I realized who the Ryatsu belonged to. Well, what a fun party you got going on here. I hope you don't mind if I join in. The Ryoka I'd had the pleasure of getting to know recently. The more the merrier. I chuckled. Which son of a bitch? The Quincy girl recovered quickly, though she looked a little frazzled. You bastard. I barely fixed my hair after that other asshole fucked it up and now look at it. Die. She roared, throwing all the lightning she could gather in a moment and it coalesced, shooting out. He just stood there, with a little smile on his face as it collided with him. I blinked as I realized that part of his body had turned into lightning and seemed completely unscathed from the blast. I kinda feel bad. I'm just the absolute worst matchup for you. He chuckled, lightning began crackling all around him. And he felt more dangerous. I didn't quite know how to label it, but I felt that for equal measure, I'd much rather take on the Quincy girl's lightning over his. Friend of yours, Captain Kairaku. Suifeng eyed me suspiciously. I will gladly say so in this situation. I didn't think the old man would get after me in a dangerous spot like this. Priorities then. She accepted it quickly. Well, the old man did give the order to only capture the Ryoka, but I'm fairly sure he doesn't expect us to apply that to these other invaders. By the way, I also brought a friend. Oh. I looked around and my body froze up. Hello, would you like some help? I can handle one of them to even things up. A woman walked over and I couldn't sense her beyond her actual presence in front of me. I'll take this one in the mask, if you don't have any objections. And I somehow felt that the Quincy who had an epithet containing the word fear and seemed to radiate a chilling feeling was less scary than this woman who looked like a modern housewife. Who put this fake dead body here? The very dangerous woman that I felt myself not wanting to even look at commented towards Aizen's still fresh corpse. Never once housed a real soul. Honestly, if you're going to try and intimidate someone, at least put effort into it. What? I found myself blurting out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 393, Chapter 356. A fake dead body. That's fucking weird. Seemed like someone was playing games for whatever reason. Anyways, I focused back on my opponent. Always happy to lend Shunsui a hand, he'd been such a good person and helped me out. I couldn't not return the favor when he was in trouble. And judging by the amount of Ryatsu this woman seemed to be radiating, she was pretty damn strong. However, as I said, I was perhaps her absolute worst matchup. Even considering that I felt confident beating her in a straight-up fight, my aspects were just an inherent counter to hers. Izzy would be fine with whoever she chose to fight. I'll thank her later for that too. She said she wasn't really big on fighting, so it's definitely kind on her part to lend a hand. And who the fuck are you supposed to be? She looked down at me. Literally in this case, as she was floating, standing in midair. I had questions about that. Kurosaki Ichigo. I happily introduced myself. Bullshit, you ain't. She immediately countered. And you know that how? Because she said that with confidence, like she knew who Ichigo was. You're not a Shinigami, who the hell are you? She obviously avoided answering my question. Was it some sort of secret? That kid was getting more and more confusing the more I learned. Not a Shinigami. Actually, I was in the midst of my own invasion and you intruded. Very rude of you. I wagged my finger. You can appease my anger by telling me how you're standing in midair. What? She looked confused. I'm just making a platform with my Riryoku, dumbass. Interesting. I hadn't considered that. Just a small difference in how magical energy compared to this Riryoku that something like that was a viable method. Anyways, very rude of you to intrude on someone else's invasion. Like we're fucking here intentionally, you asshole. She growled, lightning flaring around her. That asshole over there just showed up out of nowhere and then dragged us here with him. She jabbed her finger at the fake dead body. Huh. I didn't really know what to say to that. Fuck it, I'm done. She seemed to finally lose her temper for some reason. Everyone can just fucking die and I can forget this shitty day. She let out a roar that echoed to the skies as lightning fell down like pillars into her hands once more. Don't know what you did before, but you can just turn to ash. She threw it down like a javelin. I let my own lightning seep out from my core, laced with my divinity. My arms and legs became fully enveloped. It had been a while since I've used this and it felt good to feel it against my skin again. My authority over the storm welcomed this challenge. The lightning javelin slammed into me and I raised my arm up to block. It erupted into another pillar of lightning arcing off and utterly disintegrating everything in the immediate vicinity. However, this was far from enough to reach me. My semblance was a good defensive measure. It allowed me to turn my body, or parts, into lightning at a whim. It drained my aura at a staggering rate, but that was neither here nor there. It wasn't inviolable by any means. Someone with godly power, after seeing it once, could counter it with some effort, which was why I usually reserved it for very particular situations. It was best used to take an opponent by surprise or defend myself from something deadly. In this situation though, I could just make liberal use of it due to the nature of my opponent's powers. My semblance was fueled with my aura as the lightning surged throughout my body to combat this attack. Once the girl's lightning cleared up, I saw her shocked gaze. It's funny, I could sympathize with her. I remember when I used my Thor's hammer against Susanoo and he just fucking shrugged it off. It was a very similar situation, except I'm on the other side of the fence this time. Her furious look from before simmered down, and she looked to be getting serious now. The lighting surged around her hands as she shot off multiple bolts of significant power at me. I raised my hands, matching her in intensity. The collision of a similar element caused a strange phenomenon to erupt midair. The hostile, but kindred, elements collided, causing bouts of lighting to arc off in every direction. However, in every encounter, it was becoming increasingly clear that I came out on top. "How are you doing that?" she screamed, unleashing a rather devastating blast, bigger than the other bolts thus far. I conjured a magical circle in front of my lightning-encased hand. Thunderbolt. A spell I picked up in Skyrim all those years ago that was just so handy. It collided with her own haphazard attack and tore right through it. Her body reeled back as the spell closed in on her. It was enough that she fell from the sky and slammed into the ground below. She wasn't that hurt, but she definitely got shocked. I could see her push herself out of the small crater in the ground and looked slightly roughed up and frazzled from it. Oh boy, did she look pissed. "Who the hell are you?" she roared again. "How the hell are you stopping my lightning?" "Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg." I introduced myself properly. "And to answer your second question," I kicked off the ground, moving with a burst of my bastardized Shuinpa. "Come back and talk to me when your lightning can reach a god," I said softly, just enough for her to hear as I was nearly right up in her face. My aura gathered on my hand and intertwined with my lightning already coating me. It all discharged as I threw my palm at her stomach with a loud thunderclap. Her body went hurling off to the side. I could see blood spit out of her mouth, and she went tumbling across the ground, tearing it up before coming to a stop. She quickly returned to her feet, a deviant fury still ever present in her eyes. Despite everything, she was pretty durable. That last blow should have been a hefty one. Strangely, there was this weird pattern that lit up under her skin where I had hit her. It looked strikingly similar to magic circuits in appearance. I had thought I hit her harder than what the damage looked like she took, but perhaps she used some method to offset it. Interesting. She slammed the weird heart-shaped emblem at her side. I noticed it before, but I just assumed it was just her taste in accessories, but I was obviously wrong as a heart flew out and landed into her hand, forming a small bow. "That's kinda cute." "Fuck off." She let out another roar as an arrow of lightning coalesced with the string drawn back. And once more, I'll admit that there was a significant amount of power build-up. Enough that if I wasn't dealing with lightning of all things that I would be taking it much more seriously. It wasn't outwardly expressive as it gathered lightning and compressed itself, remaining small and within the size of an arrow for that small bow she wielded. "Take this, 5 gigajoule blast," she shouted, letting loose the arrow. I did just that. I reached out and grabbed it. The sheer power in it was enough that my footing shifted. Within my hands, the thing fought mercilessly. If I wasn't attuned to the element on such a level, I was sure I would have been reduced to ash if I tried this so flippantly. My divinity seeped out into my own lightning and I twisted, shattering her construct. The accumulated lightning erupted outwards, forcibly discharged away from myself. I expected her to say something else, but she was no longer in the same spot. I jerked my head to the side to see her figure appear behind me. Very fast. Her bow lit up again, but this time there was no lightning. No, it reminded me of Uriu's arrow from before. With a single pluck of the string, an uncountable number of arrows were loose. I reached out into the air, grabbing Mirage from my ring and responded appropriately, firing off my own sword phantoms to meet them. She didn't even stop or pause at my display. Instead, she kept moving. I did notice one thing. That's not Shuinpa. Don't compare our movement technique to that trash. Ours is called Hirenkyaku, you can remember it when I send you to hell. She shouted, above me, dozens of feet in the sky with her bowstring pulled back. I heard they have a good amusement park there. I answered casually. I could see the confusion on her face at my remark, so I took the opportunity to summon my other swords. They all shot up, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. I expected her to use her movement technique again. I admit I was very curious about it. At first glance, it was obviously slightly different from Shuinpa. However, her body seemed to somewhat shift into lightning and at the same time, she moved. She perfectly maneuvered around my swords in a very meticulous way, avoiding their lethal edges as she slid to the ground, bow still knocked. I was stunned. Enough that I just kicked off the ground and Shuinpa'd out of harm's way for that attack. She combined her ability to wield lightning with her movement technique. She had literally turned into lightning for a moment and still moved similarly. That gave me ideas. I was lost in thought for a moment, enough that she slipped through my perception a tad. She was behind my back again, getting ready to let loose another barrage. All right, I'm tired of this nonsense. I grumbled, tightening my grip around Mirage. I pivoted and then planted my foot, thrusting forward. Her arrows tore through me, but alas for her I was no longer there on the world axis. My sword pierced through her back. Swallow returns. What's with people here and constantly attacking from the back? I grumbled again, pulling my blade free and flicked away the blood. My Yuri tried that same shit multiple times and I was starting to get annoyed with it since everyone here can move at such ridiculous speeds. She looked back at me, trembling with blood seeping from her mouth, but the words couldn't form and the bow dropped from her grasp, her body soon following it to the ground. I did pick up her bow out of curiosity. I would examine it later. I did see some interesting things from her, which was why I wanted to see what she could do, but I was starting to get annoyed. Well, I wondered how Izzy was doing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Izanami POV. I guess we will be fighting. This one was not born under my daughter's son. I wondered where he came from. He was still a living being, not like these Shinigami. Was he and the others living inside that shadow space from before? He tilted his head in an unnatural way and his eyes rotated oddly as he stared at me. I can't sense your fear, he stated. Okay. I wasn't quite sure how to respond to him. Impossible. His eyes practically bored into me. Every being has fears, and all will succumb to them eventually. I was given F for the fear. He held his arms out as some thorn-like constructs manifested as the ambient spiritual matter was drawn and condensed at his beckoning. He had quite a bit of power, same with these other children around here. Not quite as much as the Shinigami I had put in time out, which someone tried to make a fake body out of. But it was still an impressive amount for a mortal. However, there was something certainly strange about him. And not just his mannerisms or his voice, as he apparently attempted to sound intimidating and incite fear. I could guess his shtick from the obvious insinuations. No, his soul was odd, and I was curious as to why. My idle musing was brought to an end as his little thorn weapon was fired off at me. I flicked it away. Foolish, just touching it is enough. I will bring out your worst fears. He cackled ominously. Okay. I waited. It wasn't very often I indulged in a fight, and I did not wish to bully this child, so I would allow him his chance. Something did try to assault me though. I would almost call it similar to the way that Shinigami attempted to assault my senses earlier. It was as if something tried to crawl into my heart and pull out some very personal feelings and emotions. The power was strange. It was almost as if it held the very faintest hint of divinity to it, but so muddled and clouded that I couldn't really tell. I touched it, metaphysically speaking, to understand what it was. The easiest way to describe it was a distilled aspect of fear made manifest. Weaponized by this man in front of me. I admit I allowed it to affect me a single iota, opening myself up for it to freely flow for a singular moment, just to understand it, and it brought out something I hadn't felt in a very long time. It in no way influenced me, but it did make me vividly recall certain things that I would much rather forget from my past. What was I afraid of? It was very simple, really. I was scared that I would turn back to who I was many centuries ago. How would Wilhelm look at me if he saw what I used to be? How would my children react if they saw me like that again? The idea genuinely made me uneasy. And now I was annoyed at this thought that was in my heart. You're unaffected, he said quietly. You are much too young to try and instill fear into me, child. I kindly informed him. Do you have anything else to show, or are you done? Impossible. He stiffened. My power was given by His Majesty, there's no way you're not affected. He started losing his composure. I don't think he's ever had someone deny his power before. He spread his arms wide and many more of those thorns formed behind him. I stopped counting after 20 and they continued to fill the area behind him. They were all unleashed towards me and I merely raised my hand. Hands of shadows emerged from the shadows, knocking them away. I didn't believe them the slightest threat, but I felt it would be embarrassing for them to just hit me all over. I reached down, picking one up. Would you like this back? I offered. Just touching them should induce limitless fear in you. He took a step backwards. How? Allow me to return this. I took a step forward to mimic him and he looked a little hesitant. You, what are you? Why are you not afraid? Child, I am death. I clenched my hand and the shadows around him swirled and grabbed hold. Perhaps I was feeling petty, but I was still annoyed, so I stabbed his little thorn into him as he struggled helplessly. I believe it would be more beneficial to leave him alive. I thought Wilhelm would appreciate it. Though, that doesn't mean I can't take out my annoyance beforehand. Wait, a moment. Why is there something stitched onto your soul? I asked the strange child that was frantically trying to escape. He didn't give me an answer, but it didn't matter. I will find out then. I reached for it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. Hey there, Shunsui, need a hand. A large condensed beam of fire shot through the air as Shunsui narrowly dodged, the ends of his haori getting singed. A hand would be appreciated. He chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't just blowing hot air when he said his flames could match the old man's. Thankfully, I have experience in that department. I glanced to the side to see the other Shinigami captain, someone I hadn't met before until now. She was fighting the other guy with a cool claw on his hand. Her Zanpakuto was in the form of a gauntlet claw, nail poker thing. And the guy she was fighting had these weird butterfly marks all over his body. They seemed about pretty even, perhaps she was on the back foot with some minor wounds, but I turned my attention back to Shunsui. The guy Shunsui had been fighting landed to the side, flames dancing between his fingers, and he looked a bit more together than Shunsui. "Why don't you release your Zanpakuto?" I asked. "It's not good when fighting together with others," he said sheepishly. "Huh, oh well. Thought it'd be interesting to see. Unfortunately, my girl is a bit temperamental, she also doesn't like sparring either. If she comes out, it's on her own terms." "She." A random question, "Is your Zanpakuto spirit hot?" "What?" He didn't fully answer as we both flung to the sides, another wave of fire tore through where we were a moment ago. "Fucking ignoring me." The dude with the mohawk glowered. 1, 2, doesn't matter. Come and get it." He taunted. Well, he felt a tad more dangerous than the girl I fought. Like, replace lightning with fire and suddenly, there's an actual threat in front of my face that I had to pay attention to. "We can make it 3, if you prefer." Izzy casually strode over, throwing the comatose body of the one she fought to the ground. "Not lost." The mohawk guy blinked in confusion. "Haha, that asshole always so fucking cocky about his power. Look at him now." Speaking of power, he had something strange attached to his soul. I believe it is the source of his power and they appear to have something similar. Izzy informed us. "Oh. How curious." Shunsui hummed. "That'll be something we can look into later." "Yeah right." Mohawk scoffed. He paused because his shadow, jerked. No, it grabbed hold of him and began pulling him into itself. "Shit, looks like we're out of time. Count yourselves lucky. Next time we meet, I'll kill every one of you." It wasn't just him, I glanced to the side to see the other captain having the same issue with her opponent. And that girl I fought and left on the ground was also sinking into the shadows. And lastly, so was the twitching body that Izzy brought back. Then I guess I should make sure that doesn't happen now." Shunsui smiled, raising his blade and moved with a burst of Shuinpa, slicing at the mohawk guy. The guy didn't even move, the blade just freely passed through him, like he wasn't even there. In fact, even the odd buildings started to descend back into the shadows all around us. "Dumbass, His Majesty's shadow isn't something you can mess with." He laughed, mockingly as his form all but became submerged. "Is that so?" Izzy responded, and she reached down into the shadow, completely pulling out the person she fought with. The shadows resisted, if it could be called that. But like a naughty child, her own chastised them until they relented, and the person was pulled free and tossed back onto the ground. The mohawk guy just stared, awkwardly, and in silence for the last couple moments as he finally disappeared. "Would you like this?" Izzy offered, talking about the body still on the ground. "That would be very helpful, ma'am," Shunsui said, rather respectfully. *****. Non-canon Omake, the mysterious red-headed woman. Part 1. Getting blasted out of the world line by the demon was not pleasant. And by that I mean, I was in so much pain it made it hard to think properly. Avalon was doing what it could, but I had taken a huge hit. I was thankful to the piece of Big G in the spear, giving me that tiny opportunity to sort of yank myself out of harm's way. I wasn't in the right mind, so I couldn't precisely aim myself, more so, just hurl my body in a sort of general direction that I felt was familiar. That was the last thing I remember. And now, I was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. I was bandaged and someone took care of me, but I had no idea where I was. As if to answer my question, the door opened. A beautiful woman walked in, seemingly surprised as I was to see her. She had long red hair, a large chest, and long beautiful legs that accentuated her hips. She was utterly gorgeous and nearly took my breath away. "Oh, you're awake," she said with an enchanting voice. "Are you an angel?" About the opposite." She giggled. "You're lucky I found you when I did. The guards around the place thought you were an intruder." "Guards?" I questioned. "You don't know where you are?" "Honestly, I have no idea. I had a little accident." I guess it doesn't really matter." She shrugged. "You're free to go when you're all healed up." She smiled beautifully. "I'm free to go, just like that. I doubt an intruder would willingly hurt themselves like how I found you. It's an honest mistake, most likely a haphazard teleport when you were in a bad state. No harm was done. And what if I asked to come back?" "Come back? Whatever for?" It would be rude of me to not thank the wonderful woman who nursed me back to health. I gave my most charming smile. "Oh my, aren't you a sweetheart? I never did get your name." "Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service." I reached out to take her hand, giving it a kiss. Has anyone told you that you're a terrible flirt? She giggled, not dissuaded in the slightest. You can call me Rishira. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. And now you're just doing it on purpose. She playfully swatted my shoulder. I am many things, but a liar is not one of them. Era, I need to be careful around you. I think just one little slip up, and I may just find myself caught up in that cute smile of yours. She giggled again, cupping my cheek. It's strange, I feel like I somehow know you for some reason. Have we met before? I can honestly say that this is the first time we're meeting. And you would know if there was a second. And why's that? Because the second time we've met would have certainly been on a date. You are dangerous, she cooed with a little smile of hers. Let me go get you something to eat, otherwise I don't think I'll be able to resist eating you up. She shot me a little wink before leaving the room again. Holy shit, that woman definitely did things for me. At *****. Well, how was the meal? I asked. I was right, you're a dangerous man. Rishira giggled, laying her head on my bare chest while the blanket covered our naked bodies. I think you're the dangerous one here. You're entirely at fault for seducing me. She let out that cute giggle of hers again. Oh, so I'm to blame. How am I supposed to resist that beautiful smile of yours? I think my father warned me about men like you. Men like me. The ones who say all the right things to get me to take my clothes off. Oh, don't act like you don't get flirted with every day. I doubt a woman like you doesn't have many people trying to win your heart. She poked my cheek. You'd be surprised. A lot of people are. Intimidated by my position. They'd much rather go after my cute little sister. Their loss. Is it? She questioned. Are you being possessive now? That depends, are you against it? Her eyes softened. Is this you asking me out on a date? Maybe it is. Consider it a date then. She kissed my cheek. I can't wait to tell FIA that someone finally asked me out. FIA. Graphia. She's been my best friend for years now. Ever since the Civil War. I blinked. I'm sorry, did you say Graphia? Is there a problem? She tilted her head. No, sorry was just, taken by surprise. Do you not know who I am? Should I? It was her turn to look confused. I mean, I don't mind that you're a half-devil. I don't care about any of that and you seemed plenty strong anyways, I didn't think you would care about me being a pure-blooded devil. You're not with the old Satan faction, are you? Oh, absolutely not. No worries then. You said you have a sister. I changed the subject, trying to figure out who this woman actually was. My cute little Rias. She's already almost an adult but she's still just my adorable little sister. She cooed. Rias. I choked out. That's right. She looked at me again. Do you not know who I am? She questioned me this time. I honestly have no idea. I replied. Oh, this is awkward then. She blushed a little. I just assumed you were aware, it's not a problem, I hope. I don't really have many people flirt with me so, genuinely without some scheme or something. I'm still not quite sure on your identity, actually. What are the names of your parents? Oh, you really didn't know. She giggled. My mother is Vanillana Gremory, my father is Zeoticus Gremory. And I'm one of the Satans, Rishira Lucifer. She proudly introduced. Oh my God. I realized who she was. And where I was. I was in a parallel world to my birth world. And I just fucked my father. Ha 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 ha. Asterisk. A/N, so a bad storm hit my area and knocked out the power for a few days, just got it up earlier today, which was why the delay. But, we're back up and jumping back into it. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 394, Interlude 29. Yawach, King of the Quincy POV. Do you know your sins? Jugrim Hashwalth addressed everyone in my place as I sat upon my throne, overlooking the gathering of my Sternritter. My elite soldiers. It was difficult to say what emotions I felt at this moment. I don't think I've ever been quite as enraged in my entire life, and that was a significant feat. Perhaps I've gone past pure rage and my mind cleared, allowing me full coherence. Candace Catnip, the one for whom I bestowed the letter T, a part of my own soul, onto hers. Allowing her to achieve power reminiscent of the Shinigami captains. The Thunderbolt, how quaint. It was straightforward, but that didn't mean it was unworthy of my bestowment. Perhaps average amongst the other Sternritter, but average among elites was still elite. She had nearly died. Basby, for whom I gave the letter H. His power came about in the form of flame manipulation. He liked to brag about his flames being comparable to that man. I never corrected him, he didn't need to know how terrifying the strongest Shinigami was. Tsang-Du, who received letter I for the iron. The person with the strongest defensive ability in the Sternritter bar my royal guard. Combined with his blood, there were very few capable of harming him significantly. Yet, he also looked weathered. Lastly, as not with the letter F, for the fear. A very powerful ability that I considered of great use and would have been very beneficial for the war in the future. The war itself was muddled, even with my previous use of the Almighty. I was mostly able to perceive events that led up to it, and plan for certain outcomes. But the finer details, I would not know until my true powers returned once more. It was enough that I was able to foresee my stepping onto the palace of the Soul King. As not was one I felt would be quite beneficial with his ability being extremely difficult to counter for nearly any Shinigami. And yet, he was absent. I had to use a very precious reserve of my own power to bring them and everyone else back. The tiniest spark I had kept in case of an emergency. And by all means, this qualified. We accept our punishment. They spoke together. Rehearsed together. A bid to get out of real punishment. You yet live because of one reason alone. Jugram continued. You were wise enough not to reveal your Volstandig. The method devised to match a Shinigami's Bankai. It was something we did not possess in the past, and it was one of our true trump cards in the conflict that was supposed to erupt in a little less than 3 years. I had witnessed the proper path needed to be taken. Many years ago, I used the last gasp of my power before I had to recuperate. And I was able to see which steps needed to be taken, and what I was required to do to achieve my goals. The Almighty. My own ability to perceive the future. I had seen it all happen. The events that would play out, and the ensuing conflict that would inevitably happen. That was until a very special war potential defied my vision, something only the Soul King, my father, should be capable of. For reasons I'm still trying to comprehend, fate was upturned, and the inconceivable happened. Sosuke Aizen appeared in the mess hall while several of my Sternritter were holding a banquet. How? In every possible iteration of the future, that turn of events never occurred on any probable level. Not even in a 1 in a trillion chance did one of the most volatile entities fall into the shadows of soul society in which we hid ourselves all these years ago. Did my father make a move? Impossible, he shouldn't even be capable of proper thought with what the Zero Division did to him. Nothing more than a thing now. But that didn't seem to be the end of the absurdity that had been the past day. I received their reports ahead of time. And I was thankful that I did, for I did not wish for my subjects to see me fly into a rage. This was no mere coincidence. There was a leak somewhere, someone set these events in motion and ruined over 1,000 years of planning. We were not ready. I was not ready. My power had yet to return. I need just under 3 more years to fully recuperate everything I have lost. As I was now, I was fearful to stand before that damnable Yamamoto, much less siege the Soul King's palace. And now, circumstances may have forced our hand. Our greatest boon, the element of surprise, had been lost. Now we have to be prepared for an invasion into our own stronghold. Who and how? My sight saw none of this occurring. I needed more information. I heard their reports, but perhaps something else was left out that I could use. Jugram. I interrupted my second in command of his justified scolding. Amongst everyone present, there was not a single peep to be heard. Candace Catnip, Bazby, Tsang-Du, I spoke their names and each one stiffened at my proclamation. And every other Sternritter that I have bestowed a letter to looked onwards, silently. There is one name I did not call. Why is one of my Sternritter not present? Explain to me, from the beginning, and I might offer leniency depending on the circumstance. At this point, I was forced to look past their momentous failures because the future had somehow changed considerably. I. The Invad. I raised my hand with a tired sigh, silencing them. Tsang-Du, you may speak. Yes, Your Majesty. He bowed his head. I will report from the beginning. We were present when the Shinigami invaded the Wandenreich. Upon noting what exactly he was, we immediately moved to action to apprehend or eliminate this intruder. Sosuke Aizen just suddenly appeared in my Wandenreich. Absurd, even hearing it again. Continue. I commanded. It was the 4 of us that happened upon him when he attempted to flee. He used his sword to some effect and was able to commandeer several of our soldat to discover a means to escape. Through the use of just under 100, they were able to deploy a shadow despite the normal limitations. I see. Sosuke Aizen's Zanpakuto was a headache for sure. Absolute hypnosis was it. He took control of around 100 of my soldiers and used them as fuel to breach through to Soul Society via the shadow. It would be easy enough to find out any information he needed with that annoyance. This situation normally shouldn't have been possible, but with so many willingly sacrificing themselves, the limitations, as he said, were overcome. I have no doubt that those involved directly were all dead. And that led to the phenomena. Perhaps Sosuke Aizen made use of his own extraordinary Ryatsu to facilitate the process. It would explain why a portion of the Wandenreich disappeared along with many of my soldiers and Sternritter. The only question is how the damnable Shinigami got here in the first place. Because even from the report, it's clear he was just as surprised as we were. He clearly fled and sought an escape as soon as possible. Continue from when you arrived at Soul Society. I waved him onwards. Yes, Your Majesty. He respectfully replied. Once we arrived, we immediately focused on the Shinigami that was the cause of the situation. We began to fight him, but he continued to flee, and that was when Soul Society became aware of our presence. By the time we caught up, he was already dead. That was when we encountered 2 more captains and 2 other individuals. Sosuke Aizen dead. Utterly ridiculous. 2 more captains appearing, that would be expected, however. But what's this about 2 unknown individuals? Was he referring to the humans that invaded with the other war potential, Kurosaki Ichigo? That should be happening at this time. That child of mine, born in darkness. Describe them. There was a man with red hair. He was very clearly not a Shinigami, but... He glanced at Candace. Candace Catnip. I turned my attention to her. She had still yet to fully heal, but at this particular moment, I was very far beyond mercy for her situation. You fought this individual. Report. Why yes, Your Majesty. She replied, still clearly in pain. He was unaffected by my lightning. Nothing I did to him was able to hurt him. I hit him with everything I had but my Volstandig. And he just walked it off. He had lightning of his own, and I tapped my throne in annoyance, and she stopped her incessant prattling. I could glean the details beyond her whining. Who was this person? I had no knowledge of him. I had no glimpse of him in my visions. Either he is someone who should not exist, or perhaps he was a piece of father. The only being I had been unable to perceive was him, after all. A being with a similar ability as mine would obviously be beyond my own sight. And the second person? I asked. The second one was a woman with silver hair. She dressed like a normal human woman with no noticeable Ryatsu. Basby was the one who spoke up. I turned my head to him and he shuddered under my gaze. She was the one who fought not. When Your Majesty's shadow was sent to retrieve us. He clenched his jaw. Speak. She reached into the shadow and pulled him away, Your Majesty. He lowered his head, expecting my anger. And he was right to expect it, however, my attention was not focused solely on him, but these individuals that I had no knowledge of. Someone who could ignore my shadow. Someone who could reach inside and prevent my retrieval of one of my Sternritter. Not even Yamamoto could interfere with my shadow in such a pedestrian manner. Who was this woman? Who was that man? Why were they there? How were they able to escape my sight? Were they the cause, or was their presence a side effect of someone else subverting me? All my plans burned to ashes in a mere day. And at this moment, I didn't know who to blame. There was an enemy I was unaware of, someone was working against me. It seems our plans must change. I finally spoke, addressing everything. We await your orders, Your Majesty. Jugram bowed his head. We must adapt. I knew Yamamoto, he wouldn't sit there and wait. As soon as he received word of our continued existence, he would immediately rally his Shinigami to search us out. I don't know how long it would take for them to discover us, but we had one benefit going for us. Sosuke Aizen's little rebellion should be moving forward. He would still seek to retrieve his artifact at the earliest convenience, and even with his discovery of us and subsequent reveal to the whole of Soul Society, he would likely not delay much longer. The man is too arrogant to allow himself to be subservient for any longer than needed. He would rebel, and then he would claim his throne of Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society would be preoccupied with a war on their doorsteps. The only issue was to make sure that Aizen is perceived as a threat large enough that they can't commit too many resources on us. We will prepare for war. I let my voice echo outwards, reaching every corner of the Wandenreich. The fire that I had lit inside them for centuries was finally ignited with a fury. They had been training and waiting for this moment for many years. For them, it didn't matter if it happened now or in a few years' time. I will be at a disadvantage, but I must adapt and change my stratagem. Aizen wished to wage war against Soul Society, so be it. I will use that to my advantage. While both were weak, we would eradicate both of them. Hueco Mundo has many resources we can acquire for our own war against Soul Society. The Arankar are numerous and require no training. They were originally intended to be used as disposable soldiers, but perhaps they could play a slightly bigger role. Those hollows that blurred the lines between hollows and Shinigami, they would be adequate to tip the scales. I planned for a blitzkrieg, but a prolonged war was something we were capable of. Your Majesty, if I may. Jugram spoke up again. Speak. I replied. What do you wish to do about us not? Yes, him. No doubt he's being shuttled off to their research division to be dissected and experimented on. I could still vaguely feel his soul essence. He was alive, for now. It would be a mercy then. I would allow him this for his part in relaying important information, by happenstance. His letter, I will retrieve it and find a new host for it. The link that I shared with all my Sternritter, I reached for it. The piece of my soul that was attached to his and eyes looked back into mine. My retrieval of my soul piece was prevented. I stared back at mine. A woman. I could not feel her presence, I could not ascertain her existence. She stood there, towering over the piece of soul I attempted to retrieve. No. A simple word sent ripples backwards through the link and a shockwave completely tore apart whatever claim I had. It felt like I was looking at Father. That presence, the weight behind her existence. I slammed my throne, shattering the armrest as I looked out and grabbed hold of 100 random soldat. Mere foot soldiers, but it would be enough. And I took back the Quincy power within them. I, as the origin, commanded their essence back to me. It was enough, for a mere flicker. The tiniest spark to ignite my almighty for a singular moment when combined with what minuscule amounts of power I had remaining from my forceful use of the shadow. Jugram stumbled in place, but I paid him no mind. His ability, the letter B I bestowed on him, balance. He would shoulder some of the burden for me as was his duty. I used to try and view this woman. To see the immediate futures available around this anomaly. And there was nothing. I couldn't see her, and her presence was frighteningly similar to his. Did I have a mother? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 395, Chapter 357. It was kind of funny, watching Shunsui open his mouth, and attempt to say something, then as the words failed to come out of his mouth. He tried a handful of times at this point and Izzy just stood there, looking absolutely amused by the entire situation. Despite the very strange circumstances of this impromptu outing, I'm glad Izzy appeared to be enjoying herself. And really, his own confusion and uncertainty only diminished once that other captain appeared. She came with a purpose in her steps, her sword still seemed released and it was clear she was still very much in combat mode. Ryoka. She hissed, holding up her gauntlet, claw-finger blade-pointed thing at me. Now, Sui Feng, how about we all calm down? Shunsui stepped between us, trying to calm her down. Captain Kairaku, step aside. I'm going to arrest these 2 Ryoka, immediately for questioning. Just hold on a moment. Aizen is dead. We were attacked by 4 captain-level combatants. This is beyond talking, Shunsui. Either assist me or I will report that you have defected and betrayed us. She growled. 2 of which we handled. Helping you. I commented. Just thought I'd throw that out there. She snapped her gaze at me, looking rather eager to punch me in the face if she could. I would also like to add that this Captain Aizen of yours isn't dead. Izzy also added. And when Captain Sui Feng looked at her, she deflated slightly, but still noticeably. At least, that body over there isn't real. She walked over to where he was impaled. All 3 of us shared a glance. Sui Feng, they did help us. Shunsui expressed his stance once more. The woman scowled, looking like she was warring with herself mentally. Explain the body. She crossed her arms with a grunt. His Ryatsu is still there, lingering around his fresh corpse. She spat out in annoyance. Can spirits have corpses? I asked, the sudden question just coming to mind. Clearly. She screamed at me, pointing at the fake body. All right, let's all calm down. Shunsui tried to ease her down again. I'd also appreciate an explanation, miss. He looked at Izzy. You can call me Izzy. She said dismissively. As for an explanation, it's simple. This thing never once housed an actual soul. It certainly mimics what facilitates life for you spiritual beings, but it's but a hollow husk. A jigai. Shunsui furrowed his brow. They shouldn't be this detailed or be able to trick someone like me. He scratched his head. What do you think, Sui Feng? I think you're still missing the fact that his Zanpakuto is sitting right there. She pointed out. That also raised a question. Also fake. Izzy chimed in. Once more, a hollow husk. It has never housed a proper spirit like both of your weapons do. And we're just supposed to believe you. Would it perhaps be possible to ask how you know this? Shunsui asked, still being rather respectful. I simply do. Izzy shrugged. I am intimately familiar with death and spirits. How convenient. Sui Feng scoffed. That's going to be hard to convince someone else. Shunsui sighed. Is there anything I can have that proves it? I have nothing but my words. You are free to check for yourselves. If you can't discover what I can see after a thorough investigation, then you are simply helpless. However, if you wish proof, then should I point out the difference between the sword you held in your left hand opposed to your right? Izzy replied. Shunsui stiffened. Okay, I believe you. I raised an eyebrow at that. Did Izzy know something she shouldn't know about him? What? Sui Feng, please, don't question it. Just, trust me for now. At the very least, it's obvious they aren't our enemies, and it wouldn't be a good idea to get on their bad side while we apparently have real enemies hiding in the dark. Sui Feng looked at him with a strange look before her shoulders sagged. Fine. But how the hell did this even start in the first place? Why were those people chasing after Aizen? I believe that may be my fault. Izzy spoke up again. He aggressively attacked the children I was accompanying. I did not wish to sour relations, so I chose a method of removing him without harming him too much. How did that end up with? I put him in the shadows below this soul society. I noticed people down there, I just never fathomed that you would be unaware of a group of people hiding in your basement. She deadpanned. What? Are you saying that these people are hiding in the shadows of soul society? Sui Feng's eyes widened. So it appears. Izzy delivered without much emotion. Welp, I think she's broken now, cause she looked ready to have a minor breakdown at that little revelation. Seems like they had a whole alphabet theme going, don't know what that's about, but pretty good odds they had quite a few more people around that same strength. I also helpfully added. Shunsui then had a blank stare as he processed that information. Kind of weird shtick in all honesty. Oh, that's probably due to the parasite that someone attached to their souls. Izzy spoke up again. What do you mean? I asked. That one over there has the piece of another's soul attached to him. I believe it to be the source of his power and the way they were so blatantly showing off. She trailed off, but connecting the dots was not difficult. Huh. I don't know if I should be happy with this information or not. Shunsui admitted rather depressingly. I made sure that nothing could happen to it, so you are free to investigate at your leisure. That was nice of her. Great, I'll pass that message along. Shunsui sighed. All right, we better send our reports, Sui Feng. She glanced at us. Everything. I already spoke to the old men, we're good for now. I assured them. Oh, just a heads up, there is actually a Quincy with the kids that came with us. I'm like 99% sure he has no relation to the people who just attacked. How sure are you? Shunsui questioned. Well, he seemed to think he was the last of the Quincy, bar his own parents. Right, I'll make sure to pass that message along as well. He shook his head. What a mess this turned out to be. He let out a long breath before perking up. And here comes Yukitake and Jin, it seems. Oh, squinty eyes. Ichigo called him that and I liked the nickname. Pfft. Shunsui held back a laugh. Tussled with him before, should probably head out before that causes any problems. I mentally looked into my ring before taking out a talisman. Here, take this. I said, tossing it to the Shinigami I was quickly becoming friends with. Just rip it in half and it'll alert me and I'll come on after if you need anything important. Similar to the one I gave the kids, but without the whole defensive properties attached. Basically just a beacon to reach me. Handy. He mused. What are you going to do now? He asked with only a hint of interrogation. Struck a deal with the old men, going to fulfill it, more or less. I'll keep a lookout if those people pop up again, but otherwise, back to business. There was no argument on their part, so I took that as a cue to get away before things became more complicated. I could understand their own position and sympathized with them a little even if I was divorced from this whole thing beyond my personal choice of helping the kids. Oh well, it wasn't my problem. I shared a look with Izzy and we quickly made ourselves scarce. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What do you think? I asked Izzy, finishing my masterpiece. I think it's a horrible reflection of your daughter and I'm also wondering if this is the time to be doing this. She said rather dryly, with a paintbrush in her hand, making her own little picture on the wall behind me. What do you mean? I asked, admiring the mural I painted of Kuna running around with Sir Wiggles. I missed my familiar. I knew he was doing good at the moment, but nothing beyond that. I didn't want to stick my head back into that world line until I had another talk with Gramps about what was going on. The last thing I need to do was cause more problems over there by leaping before looking. I mean, we just got out of a fight. And this soul society just experienced an invasion. 3 invasions in a month, I wonder if this happens to them a lot. And you were involved with every one of them. She deadpanned. Technically, the third one was your fault. I gave her a look. Miss, trying to blame me for it. How was I supposed to know they were ignorant about supposed enemies literally next door? Izzy threw her hands up. That's fair, I guess. But to answer your question, this is exactly what the deal I made with their leader was. Painting graffiti on their walls. She said sarcastically. No, well, yes. I touched up the colors on Kunu's eyes. Specifically, we're supposed to act as a nuisance, an annoyance, and otherwise cause problems without actually doing anything damaging. I noted the patrol times, and I took a picture of who was slacking off and whatnot. And I'll be making a detailed report on every movement we made to get here. Which was the center of the 6th Division. Like, their gathering point for their barracks. I was also going to point out the vulnerabilities I saw. Granted, most of the people running around were complete and utter trash, but at the very least, they could be useful if properly positioned in a situation like this. It seems like the blanket reaction was to run around like chicken with their heads cut off. Made me really question how much training they had with dealing with attacks. You don't feel compelled to help them. I mean, with what? Those Quincy are gone, no sign of them. I guess we technically know where they are as you can access that place with ease. But, it's not really our business, is it? The only reason I'm here, and you by extension, is because I felt bad about the kids. I shrugged, continuing what I was doing. Do you really care? I do have a few things I nicked off the Quincy that appeared that I was going to play around with later. Not really. I'm still deciding on how to feel about this place. I'm only helping because you are. She confessed without any reservations. And a different question. Why do you have paint? It seems like a random thing to have. I'm a hoarder. I freely confessed. I should have guessed. She snorted. What was that about Shuansue's sword? You said something and he looked like you just kicked his puppy. Oh, only one of his swords was his Zanpakuto. The other was, concealed or some other nonsense. It seemed to deflect my probing, which was interesting, but I didn't really push it. I think it was some manner of divine weapon, which raises some questions. Neat. Quite. Do you? One moment. Izzy's eyes glowed ominously. No. She intoned, a wave of pressure cascaded outwards, and everything went deadly silent. Sorry about that, you were saying. The fuck? Oh, just someone attempted to probe me and take that parasitic soul piece back from that person I captured. I left a little surprise there in case someone did something. She said nonchalantly. Well, alrighty then. This looks nothing like Kunu. She peered over my shoulder, pressing up against my back. It's called artistic interpretation. I think Kunu would have done a better job if she was finger painting. I hear your criticism and allow me to retort. I booped her nose with my paintbrush. She looked at me, raising a single eyebrow. I see. Then allow me to provide you with assistance. She held her own brush and smacked me with it, right on the side of the face, slowly pulling it down. How do you like my artistic interpretation? I think I see some room for improvement. I turned around. Don't you dare. She took a step back. I started swinging my paint-soaked brush at her, flinging paint everywhere. Why, you despicable, she let out a cute squeal as she tried to cover herself with her arms. Honestly, I think I got more on myself than her. She was pouting as she peeked through her fingers. Look at this mess. The mess was the point, I think. She pursed her lips, flinging her arms with still wet paint flying off in small droplets. Was this the point, huh? Hey, don't dish it if you can't take it. She huffed, walking over to the can of paint I had on the ground, and she dipped her finger in it before turning back around and pushing it against my nose. There, we're even. She said proudly. Even, huh? I pushed my head against her, the side that had a big glob of paint still running down the side. She made more cute noises before I finally pulled away. All right, now we're even. You're a child. She flicked off what paint she could with another huff. Yup. She looked at me again and flicked the paint my way. Hey, foul, foul. I covered myself. Look at my clothes. I'm looking. You still look as beautiful as ever. Hush, you. She huffed once more, hands flinging at me with renewed vigor. Peace. She crossed her arms, trying to look annoyed, but it was hard with all the paint splattered on her. Well, at least your painting looks better. You keep throwing shade at me, let's see what you got going on over on your side, huh? By all means, look at what real talent is. She gestured over to her side. I took a look, and paled a little. It's all right, I guess. Admit defeat. I wasn't aware it was a competition. We both know it would have been had you thought you had any skill in painting. Now, admit defeat. I think I should get bonus points for actually trying something difficult. Literal stick figures would have been better. You just painted Pac-Man. Admittedly, it was fairly good. But it's not like it's something hard to paint. And you know what it is without any indication from me. That makes me the winner by default. Why Pac-Man though? I asked. It was the first video game I ever played. I remember when it was first created and I spent hours and hours in front of the arcade machine. She paused. What? Nothing. No, you were going to say something. I used my powers to keep playing, even after they closed. She looked away. That's hilarious, and I'll be making fun of you in the future because of this. She slapped my shoulder. I chuckled, walking to the side and taking a seat. Izzy followed, sliding down against the wall next to me. I wonder what the Shinigami are gonna think when they see this. Izzy blinked, and we both shared a look before breaking out in laughter. Maybe it was just the utter ridiculousness of the situation. We were literally just fighting some people a few hours ago, and now we're repainting the Shinigami's barracks. As we stopped, Izzy leaned in, her head resting against my shoulder. And I found myself putting my arm around her, almost unconsciously. Neither of us said anything to ruin the pleasant moment. ****. Non-canon omake, all according to plan. Ichimaru Jin POV. Heya, boss man. Jin, you're late. Aizen was moving around some stuff, didn't know what it was. Sari was dealing with the fallout of whatever the hell happened. Heard some stuff, but still kind of confused. Can you fill me in on the blanks? I've had an interesting day. What do you want to know? I heard you got beaten up. I did not get beaten up. He scoffed. Really? Heard from some sources that you got slapped pretty hard. It was all according to plan. Right. He didn't sound too confident. Heard you found a bunch o' Quincy. Yes, I discovered a secret hiding spot of our sworn enemies. A gathering of significant power that we'll need to take into account with our own forces. And I heard you got shoved there, by the woman who beat you up. The interrogation from the Quincy we got said you were running around their base while they shot arrows at you. Yes, it was all according to plan. He nodded. Righto then, boss. Whatever you say. I was getting skeptical at this point. And you did the whole dying thing with the fake dead body, yeah? Yes. He said rather proudly. It took considerable effort to create a body that would fool. Yeah, the same woman who beat you up saw through it. Told everyone it was fake. All according to the plan. He twitched. Really? Yes. You see, it was merely a distraction. To lure away the sights of our enemies, to draw their attention and redirect it from our true goal. For you see, what I really accomplished. All your plans have been right fucked, haven't they? Completely and utterly. He immediately admitted. I wonder if it's too late to switch sides. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/storyforum. Chapter 396, Chapter 358. Ichimaru Jin POV. Report. Old Man Yamamoto slammed his cane on the ground, calling everyone to attention. How did a group of Quincy appear within these walls without us knowing? Oh, he was furious. Felt like I was gonna start sweating, and not because of the pressure. Quincy, huh? Aizen told me about the couple holding up in that human town we were watching, but I heard nothing about a whole group of them like this. I'd have thought he was keeping stuff from me again, but then I saw how beat up he looked when he finally reappeared. That was not the look of men who had planned this. Captain Kuratsuchi. He roared. I had to hold a hand up to my eyes to cover myself from the glow he was giving off. His entire body was lighting up the room, almost made it seem like daytime in here. He always did dress weirdly, but this is a little much even for him. Due to the reports I received, I haven't been able to look into it just yet. I have just recently gotten my hands on the specimen, but I had other concerns prior to this. He replied, making the Captain Commander's temper start to flare even higher. I have been prioritizing securing my lab for proper testing if the report from Captain Suifeng and Captain Kairaku is to be believed. And I did not wish to take any undue risks of the specimen escaping or being taken. The old man gritted his teeth and the temperature lowered. Acceptable. He got out with a grunt. 3 times. 3 times. He slammed his cane down. In just this month, we have been invaded 3 times. I demand an explanation, or I will find new captains. His heat radiated outwards again. Never have we suffered such disgrace in the entire existence of the Godai 13. Who will give me an explanation? For the Quincy or the others? Captain Kairaku raised his hand. Old Man Yamamoto practically shot fire out of his eyes as he glared at the captain. Since you have volunteered, Captain Kairaku, and that title very well may be changed by tomorrow. I will hear your report. If I wasn't worried the old man would burn off my eyebrows, I'd be laughing at him. Captain Kairaku cleared his throat. I don't really know much myself. I saw the buildings start appearing and the people. He paused for a moment. I had Nanao make her report after hearing what happened from Aizen's lieutenant, and I went to engage the powerful Ryatsu signatures that popped up. The captain commander nodded, happy apparently, that Captain Kairaku was actually doing his duty and not being lazy, if I had to guess. Continue. I ran into several Quincy along the way. They weren't particularly powerful and they seemed just as confused as our own people were about everything. But as I headed towards the more powerful sources, that's when I came upon Aizen's body. Shunsui tilted his hat. I paid my initial respects as I could, but I was surrounded nearly immediately by stronger Quincy. Each of them were around our levels of strength. Well done. The captain commander, despite looking furious, gave a small bit of praise. Continue. Well. He scratched his cheek. Things weren't looking really good, considered using my Bankai until I noticed Sui Feng came to back me up. Reporting. She then spoke up, stepping forward. I noticed Captain Kairaku about to engage 4 enemies of significant Ryatsu, so I waited stealthily at the side for an opportunity. The first one to attack him, I engaged and threw him off balance as my presence was not noticed until that point. However, we were unfortunately unable to deal a decisive blow. Now that I have had time to reconsider the order of events, I believe that these Quincy have some way to reduce damage they take. Blood. The old man almost growled. They can harden the blood vessels in their veins with reishi, strengthening parts of their body. That's an Int-Erestin technique. Wondered if it could be copied. Probably not, since Quincy can do that whole thing with stealing reishi from the surroundings. Well, they introduced themselves in a strange way. They all had a letter for some reason that corresponded to their power. Shunsui continued on. One of them could do some nasty things with lightning. A second could make fires that reminded me of, well. He paused, looking at the captain commander who gave him a gruff nod. The third, he introduced himself with F for fear, if that makes sense. And I admit that it made me feel uneasy just being near him. You were scared, eh? Kenpachi chuckled. Didn't even expect him to be here, but every captain was in attendance, minus Aizen, for obvious reasons. I can corroborate Captain Kairaku's report. Sui Feng spoke in his defense with an annoyed glare shot his way. There seemed to be a primal feeling of fear associated with the men. Out of everyone there, that one was the one I wanted to fight the least. Now I am getting excited, Mayuri tapped his fingers with a wide grin. The last one was the opponent I fought. He introduced himself with I, and he could make himself as hard as iron. I couldn't pierce him with my Zanpakuto in its sealed state, and my hits were ineffective. However, it appeared as though my release was able to overcome the disadvantage. It was gonna be a tough fight, don't know if we would have made it before reinforcements came, to be honest. Shunsui stated. Were they really that powerful? Captain Hitsugaya asked. Surely you could have handled 1 or 2 with your Bankai. Maybe. Was all he said. I didn't like my chances though. Do not underestimate the Quincy. Old man Yamamoto said kind of darkly. 1,000 years ago, we fought a bloody war. Not many of you were around, but those who were should remember how many bodies were piled up even when we had our Bankai. The most difficult fight of my life was against their king. Sounds like a strong bastard. Is he still around? Can I have a go at him? Kenpachi asked excitedly. Captain Kenpachi. Old man Yamamoto growled, making the idiot slightly cower. I will be unsealing the reports and information regarding the Quincy after this meeting. I expect every single captain and lieutenant to memorize their strategies and powers. Everyone nodded in unison. When the old man said something so serious, everyone damn well listened. How were you able to defeat these Quincy, Captain Kairaku? You described them as powerful enemies, but you do not appear to have suffered any grievous wounds. Both you and Captain Sui Feng. Captain Byakuya asked. Era, didn't you read my report, Kuchiki-kun? Shunsui asked with a little chuckle. I apologize. He said with a little twitch of his eye at his nickname. I immediately came to this meeting without having time to read the required reports. I was guarding the prisoner and then arrived back to my division to find it defaced. Defaced. He blinked. Someone had painted nonsensical images all throughout my division barracks. He seethed. And considering that I repelled Ryoka matching the descriptions provided previously from rescuing the prisoner, I believe I am able to guess the culprit. Oi, was that Kurosaki Ichigo with them? He owes me a fight. Kenpachi asked. The Ryoka with orange hair and owner of that name made an attempt to free Rukia Kuchiki from her cell and was defeated by me. Captain Kuchiki stated. I was unfortunately unable to apprehend them per orders. Oh. Doesn't sound like you, Kuchiki-kun. Captain Shunsui chuckled. I did not foresee the traitor Shihoin Yoruchi interfering in bringing them to safety. He responded. What? Captain Suifeng raised her voice. She's here. And why were you guarding my division member, Captain Kachiki? Captain Yukitake asked, a little bit of bite to him. That isn't your duty. My lieutenant was defeated by the Ryoka. I had every right to seek them out. He replied evenly. Era, Lieutenant Abarai. He's pretty strong, almost at captain level if you gave him a few more years. You're saying that he was beaten by these Ryoka? Shuensue hummed. That is correct. He closed his eyes. And I request higher authority to deal with these Ryoka. Denied. The captain commander cut him off. The orders regarding these other Ryoka will proceed. Capture only for the human children. He grunted. Does this order include the traitor and the other Ryoka that were not present? Captain Kachiki asked. You may deal with those ones at your discretion. The old man closed his eyes. Something told me he took a little pleasure in giving that bit of information out. I think there's something going on with how the old man is intentionally treating them with the kitty gloves after the whole Quincy attack. I have my men searching for the Ryoka, but they don't seem to be a priority at the moment. I'm more concerned with the Quincy who killed their way through a portion of the Siriidi. Captain Hitsugaya spoke up. What happened with the Quincy, Captain Kairaku? It was the Ryoka. Captain Kairaku admitted. His true name being Wilhelm, as you should know by now. Haha, he went around calling himself Kurosaki Ichigo, making Aizen confused as hell. And the woman that was with him. Captain Suifeng added. Right, her. Captain Kairaku winced a little. So, he came in, took one of the Quincy. I saw a little of their fight. He apparently uses lightning too, easily dealing with the Quincy that used lighting. Did he by chance use that spear of his? I asked. I didn't see any spear, sorry. He shrugged. Huh. Still wondered what the hell that thing was. What about the dragon I heard about? Captain Kenpachi asked. The one that kicked Mayuri's ass. Times like this are why I love Kenpachi. I thought that was a brick. I asked innocently. The look on Mayuri's face is just priceless. No dragon. Shuensue shook his head. Just fought with lightning and a sword. What about this woman? Captain Mayuri asked, eyes moving weirdly. Was she human? If not, did you get a sample for me? Not a human. Captain Suifeng responded. She was the one who captured the Quincy and handed him over. Was it the same woman who beat up Aizen? I asked him about that and he was kinda pissy about the whole thing, wouldn't answer me. She was also the one who told us that the body of Aizen wasn't actually Aizen. Shuensue also said. That's gonna piss Aizen off even more. Captain Anohana, your thoughts? The captain commander asked. I inspected the body, and I'm of a similar notion. I do not believe that it is Captain Aizen. She said plainly. The old man grunted. Captain Aizen is missing. He tapped his cane on the ground. The circumstances are questionable. I am ordering his arrest on sight for derelict of duty. We will find out if this is a plot against or by him. Shouldn't we be a skin the Central 46? I raised my hand. The old man grunted again. Under wartime protocols, I have authority in these matters. My orders will stand. Arrest Aizen and bring him in, to clear his name or for further punishment. Well, I tried. Man, he's gonna be even more pissed. First that woman beats him up, sending him to the Quincy place, or whatever. Then he tired to do his whole faking his death thing. Something he was planning for a while now cause he needed to do some work behind the scenes without causing a commotion. And now that was tossed out the window by the same person. I'm confused. I remember it said in your report that the Quincy and everything regarding them was taken by the shadows. How did this woman manage to capture one of the Quincy then? Captain Hitsugaya asked. She reached into the shadow and pulled him out, as weird as it sounds. Captain Kairaku replied. Whatever I tried, I couldn't interact with them. That doesn't seem convenient. Hitsugaya said dryly. She's the one who told us about the shadows in the first place and that the Quincy were hiding down there. Are we sure she isn't a Quincy or related to them? Hitsugaya asked skeptically. Considering I couldn't sense any Ryatsu from her, I'm pretty sure she isn't. And she was helping us along with the Ryoka with her. Shuensue responded. Shouldn't we at least be concerned about two individuals of unknown origins that are apparently on the level of captains just running around causing trouble? At this point, they've done more to help than harm. Shuensue countered. Perhaps Captain Kairaku should be reprimanded for not apprehending these Ryoka when he had the chance. Captain Mayuri spoke up. You're welcome to go after them yourself. Shuensue shot back. Maybe it'll go better for you this time. You. Enough. The captain commander slammed his cane on the ground. Bickering amongst ourselves will solve nothing. We will acknowledge the contributions of these Ryoka. However, their invasion cannot be without recourse. My orders will stand as they are, capture them and bring them in for interrogation. And regarding the Quincy? Captain Kayaraku asked. I am authorizing any means necessary to eliminate them. Every captain is authorized to release their bankai regardless of location against these enemies of Soul Society. At this moment, with the re-emergence of our ancient enemy, we are at war. Wondered how much this was gonna ruin Aizen's plans. 'Cause even he was kinda frantic about escaping from the Quincy cause he didn't even know they existed until now. Captain Kuratsuchi, I expect a means to track down these invaders at the earliest opportunity. If they truly dared to hide so close to us, we will show them the error of their ways. I will begin my examinations on this Quincy and figure out their means of traveling and hiding. See it done. He grunted. There is 1 month until the newest batch of graduates from the academy. I expect a rotation of captains every 3 days to teach and prepare them for the upcoming war. Captain Suifeng, your Onmitsukido will be deployed to create a coordinated relay point to every corner of the Siri-IDI. I expect no invaders to escape our net if they invade through similar means. We will not be taken by surprise again. Yes, sir. Captain Suifeng nodded. Captain Unohana, you will receive any resources required to get the wounded back up to fighting strength as quickly as possible. I'll send a report immediately. The information regarding the Quincy will be sent to every division. He declared. We will not suffer another disgrace. You are dismissed. He slammed his cane down with a flare of his Ryatsu, lighting a fire under everyone's butts, almost literally. Well, I'm glad I won't be around to see the look on his face when Aizen finally made his move. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wilhelm POV. What are you thinking about for today? Izzy asked. Can't you guess? I pinched my current shirt, or rather the robes I was wearing. We're going to be doing laundry. Oh, joy. She said dryly. With a little bit of this. I held out a vial. We will turn the whites pink. Amusing. She smiled lightly. And how are you going to rationalize this? Nobody is batting an eye at us when we're wearing the stuff that the laundry people wear. Honestly, it's probably the same as the whole walk into a building with a clipboard and pretend like you belong type deal. That is true, I suppose. If anything, the Shinigami we passed almost went out of their way to not look at us, like we were beneath them. She hummed, taking clothing off a nearby line and putting them in a pile. Are you really surprised? I tossed a handful of clothing into a bucket of water, pouring a drop or two of my vial into it. I would be surprised if anything other than that happened. These Shinigami remind me too much of those pompous deities in Takamagara. The ones who are barely even known outside a handful of human scholars, but still walk around like they're oh so important. They dare to look down on you. Don't underestimate the stupidity of some deities. For some reason, there are plenty that think me powerless because I am not present in Takamagara and I isolate myself in Yomi. Why don't I go pay a visit up there? Are you really suggesting to invade another heaven? She deadpanned. Well, I don't like it when people make you upset. I appreciate the sentiment. She said quietly. But I can't bring myself to care about them. Other than my children, Takamagara could burn for all I could be bothered with. Speaking of, how's that going? Other than Susanoo, about the same. She sighed. But I'm thankful he is keeping in touch at least. So I don't need to go have more words with them. Oh no, I think you should go fight my son again. She said dryly. That turned out well the first time, let's just have a repeat. I splashed her with some water. She puffed up and took a bucket next to her and dumped it on my head, completely soaking me. Well now you have to give me a hug. I held my hands open. You stay away from me. Hug, I wrapped her up, with only minimal protests on her part. I looked up to see more of those weird ninja running across rooftops, disappearing into random places. Ninja again. Izzy turned her head. Yup, been seeing them a lot the past couple days. You can't blame them, they're probably spooked from the earlier invasion. The one that was your fault. I admit no fault. They were ignorant of something so obvious, the blame lay solely at their feet. She huffed. And when are you going to let me go? Never. She grumbled. Yeah, those weird ninja people popped up the other day, running everywhere and doing random things. Izzy and I have been just keeping our heads down as we went about causing some mischief and exploiting some holes in the security here and there. Well, it has nothing to do with us. I shrugged, finally releasing her. Look at this, my clothes are soaked now. I did look. I looked at something poking out on her chest. And I think she noticed too because she looked away, blushing a little bit before drying herself off through her super goddess powers. After we finish ruining their clothes, what else have you planned? She seemingly wanted to divert the subject. I figured we could go check in on the kids after this. Haven't noticed anything too bad on their end, but with the execution was coming up soon, wanted to see where we were with that. I replied. Have you caused enough problems, is that it? She snorted. Let's see. I held up a finger. Painted several divisions at this point. I held up a second. Snuck into their pantries and food storages, left them notes and such there. Yes, leaving a note with, a Ryoko was just here, you're lucky I didn't poison anything, is going to fill them with these once we're done. I did say I would help in case of a real invasion. Practice as it were. I think poisoning a good portion of Shinigami through an unsecure food source would be a good thing to point out. And 3, was this laundry stuff. Really, just making their whites turn pink is for fun. Honestly, they have a lot of security flaws that are easily manageable. You actually noted everything down too. I don't know if I should be impressed or not at the lengths you're going to justify messing with them to such an extent. I shrugged. Soul Society is pretty shitty. I don't disagree. We could do more. I rubbed my chin. But my thoughts have been drifting to the kids all day today. Whatever you choose, I don't mind. This is the most fun I've had since our trip to America. She smiled. Godzilla, good times. I smiled similarly. Just need to find the kids, I think they're. I turned around, kind of eyeballing the general location. They're underground, it seems like. She tilted her head. I can sense my blessing from this distance. Underground. That's weird, but whatever. Not the shadow place, right? You didn't send anyone else there. One time, she huffed. Right, you only accidentally started a war one time. You're never going to let this go, are you? She crossed her arms. Besides, you did this twice. Yes, and I'm a bad role model. I freely admitted. There is no winning with you. She threw her arms up. Fine, let's go see the children. I'm a little curious to know how their side has been doing. Regardless of anything else, just the time I've been spending with Izzy made this whole thing worth it. Things were a little chaotic for a while, but they've calmed down now. I doubted anything else like that Quincy thing will happen again. Alrighty. Let's just wrap up with these clothes and head over there. I'm sure the 11th Division won't mind if their white underrobes turned up pink in the morning. Oh hey, it's a Captain Haori. That's definitely getting turned pink. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Canon Omake, date with Artoria and Mordred. You look beautiful. You say that regardless of what I am wearing. Artoria smiled bashfully. Well, it's not every day I get to see her wearing just jeans and a t-shirt. She usually opts for more feminine clothing. I asked her about it before, and she mentioned that she was used to wearing trousers and such during her life that she wanted to be wearing the opposite now that she embraced being a woman more openly. But still, absolutely beautiful regardless. Personally, I think she's scared that she'll come off as masculine. So I make sure to remind her at every opportunity of how truly stunning she is. I was about to sneak in a kiss, but a scoff behind us kind of ruined the moment. Please tell me you aren't going to be doing this the entire time. Mordred grumbled. Still fucking weird seeing father being so lovey-dovey with someone. Mordred. Artoria greeted, the tiniest hint of pink on her cheeks. It continues to give me the warm fuzzies in my stomach to know that she's still so adorable about things like this. Alright, I'm here. What did you want? Mordred asked. I thought it'd be nice to spend time together. Artoria and I have been dating for a while now, and besides the joking about the whole mother thing aside, I'd like for us to get along. So, I planned a little outing for us all that I think you would both enjoy. I briefly explained. It was at the point where I could easily see myself asking Artoria a very important question in the future. One that involves a ring and everything that comes with that. Making sure Mordred is comfortable with us together and doing things as a group was important to myself, and I would assume Artoria if our relationship continues to the next level. I mean, we already do things. We've gone out and fought, sparred, beat up people together and generally did things with one another. But I guess what I want was us to all spend time together as a family. It's not like I hate you or anything, you didn't have to do crap like this. Mordred grumbled, sorta in a cute way, like she didn't know how to actually respond to my earnest desire. I think it's a wonderful idea. Artoria smiled beautifully, grabbing my hand. We should do more activities that don't involve fighting. Generally, yes. She admitted. Admittedly, it is a very definitive aspect of our lives. Ain't never given up my sword. Mordred grunted. None of us would ever ask you to, Mordred. Artoria soothed her son. And what activity did you plan, Wilhelm? Before I say, let me ask you something. What do you know about alchemy? barely anything. No, it's to make stuff. Potions, and crap. Homunculi. Mordred shrugged. As Mordred says. I know more specifics due to my time with Rin, but I am not a magus by any stretch of the imagination. Artoria also added. Right, well, it's pretty common knowledge that alchemy and other aspects of magic to a lesser extent make use of parts of magical and mundane creatures. I'm sure you can imagine things like dragons being treasure troves in that aspect. Yeah, that's pretty damn obvious. What are you getting at? Mordred sounded a little impatient. She never cared about magic stuff, so it was expected. As I said, mundane creatures too. Certain animals also have properties that make them valuable, enough that they get hunted by the magical side of the world. Combined with how the mundane side of the world is going, their habitats are also getting destroyed. I waved my hand, producing a portal. Our destination. I welcomed them forward as we all stepped through. Welcome to Africa. Huh, didn't expect that. Mordred looked around. Never been here before. Neither have I. Artoria mirrored. Specifically, welcome to the world's largest reserve and sanctuary for what are essentially big cats. I gave a better introduction. Big cats. You mean like tigers and lions and shit? Mordred's eyes started lighting up as she stared at me. Precisely. And it's owned and operated by someone who is a magician themselves. They go around rescuing mistreated and dwindling species and protecting them here. An honorable profession. Artoria nodded, looking just as interested as Mordred. Artoria liked cats. She had a pet lion when she was king. Mordred shared very similar thoughts on the feline species. I made a donation and talked to the owner. I stated, spinning a key ring around my finger. We have the place to ourselves, relatively speaking, for the day. Since the owner is a magician, and I made assurances we weren't here to harm the animals or steal them, well, he doesn't mind if we go in and play. The owner was around, but I made a very significant donation to let me essentially rent the place out for the day. Which was rather unorthodox for a place like this, but he didn't really question it with the amount of zeros I showed him. Not to mention they can't exactly harm any of us, so, not any different than normal house cats. Really? Mordred's eyes widened. I can just. She walked up to the fence of one enclosure which was probably pretty damn big. I tossed her the keys. Have fun. Mordred didn't need to be told twice. She immediately made way for the gate, unlocking it and hurrying inside. There were a group of lions in the distance, and she practically ran up to them and gave the first one a gigantic hug. I think it tried to fight her, but I'm pretty sure Mordred took that as indication that it wanted to be pet. And after a moment or two, the lion seemed to accept its new life and settled down. I'm fairly sure there were magics in place that suit the lions and kind of let them know that the people around here weren't going to hurt them. This was a very kind and thoughtful trip, Wilhelm. I'm sure Mordred will remember today for a very long time. Artoria squeezed my hand. It wasn't just for her, you know. I looked down at Artoria who, very clearly looked like she wanted to join her child. Go play with Mordred, I'll be right behind you. She bit her lip, mentally fighting with herself for half a second before standing on her toes to give me a quick kiss on the cheek. And with grace, quickly made her own way towards where Mordred was. God, I love that woman. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was amusing, watching Artoria and Mordred sort of ignore the usual stiffness or any concept of decorum and just have fun. Artoria found herself on the back of the biggest male, as it slowly trot around, and she had a big smile about her as she rode it haphazardly. Mordred was the opposite. She had a very confused lioness above her head as she ran around with it. As for me, well. I was giving ear scratches to a lioness who decided that my hair was her new plaything while I laid down in the middle of their little pride. There was another lioness who was licking my cheek, with her barbed tongue. Fun fact, big cat licks are not pleasant. If I was a normal human, her licking would have torn the skin on my face. Should I be concerned that you once more find yourself surrounded by women? Artoria came riding over. Her apparent mount looked like it was done and just fell down and rolled over, ignoring that Artoria was on its back. She let out an adorable eep. I could make a joke right now. I pointed out. She puffed up cutely before hopping over several lion bodies and laying down next to me, snuggling up as much as she could. Thank you, Wilhelm. She whispered, giving me another kiss on the cheek. This has been a most wonderful evening. I have not seen Mordred have such whimsical fun in my life. This means more than you can imagine. As long as you and Mordred had fun, then it's a success. She leaned over, kissing my cheek again. I love you, Wilhelm. I love you too, Artoria. She rested her head on my shoulder as we watched Mordred run around with a few of the lionesses. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Yeah, that is a canon make. The timetable doesn't really matter, but just wanted to throw in some random things here or there while other stuff is going on. We're reaching the end of the Bleach arc soon with the climax coming up. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 397, Chapter 359. Both Izzy and I stepped out of my portal, feet sinking into the rocky sand. I would ask if we left Soul Society and were back in the Candy Man's basement. Izzy looked around. You call him the Candyman too? I asked. I have been in my head since I met him. She admitted. Heh. Right, yeah, this place looked exactly like that guy's basement. Maybe a tad bigger, but the space here was extended and expanded in nearly the same way. There was a notable difference due to everything being made from reishi, but the principles remained the same. What's with all the swords? I stopped looking at the space itself and more so at what was around us. There were swords all stabbed into the ground, and they all kind of looked like Ichigo's sword or rather variations of it. They're all real. Izzy replied. Really? Are you doubting me? She smiled amusedly. It was more rhetorical, I trust you. Just kind of weird that I had to double check. I reached out to grab one that looked like a jagged version of Ichigo's giant cleaver. Don't touch that. A voice called out, and it sounded off. Maybe it was because of all the swords around, but I didn't notice its presence. No, it blended in near perfectly around them that even staring right at it, it was nearly impossible to pick out. Did you spill a bottle of bleach on yourself, Ichigo? I tilted my head. Funny. He grinned, weirdly with that same off voice. It sounded like its voice was echoing within itself. Right, this person was basically an albino reflection of Ichigo. Literally, his skin was bleach white, and he was missing the iconic orange hair. Not to mention his eyes were yellow and black, in fact. Are you a hollow? I questioned. Yeah. He admitted. That a problem? Do you eat souls? Nah. Then I don't really give a shit. I shrugged. Why do you look like Strawberry? Did you eat him or something? Nah, I'm his inner hollow. Oh. I blinked. That's really fucking edgy. Ha. He chuckled in that distorted way. So Ichigo's part hollow, that's neat. Is that why he apparently doesn't need an Asachi for his Zanpakuto? Who knows? Got a name? I asked. Zangetsu. He replied. The same as his Zanpakuto, eh? I did hear he had 2 spirits, but I didn't know a hollow could be a Zanpakuto spirit. Not that I'm really an expert on this shit. Can I ask you a question? Something I've been wondering about these Zanpakuto spirits as I'm trying to get my own. Wouldn't consider myself a normal spirit, you know. Well, it shouldn't matter. What ya want? He appeared very open, which was odd considering he claimed to be a hollow. I would almost call him easygoing and cheerful. Are you like a complete reflection of Ichigo? How much is he really compensating for that big-ass sword of his? I am the sword. He deadpanned. Right. He cracked a smile. You really want to know? He leaned in and promptly disappeared from the spot he was in before uttering a word. Out of everything you could have asked him, that was what you chose? Izzy asked incredulously. I was genuinely curious. Why did I expect anything different? She sighed. There you two are. A familiar purple head of hair appeared with a blur of Shuinpa. Hey Yoruchi, feels like it's been a while. I greeted. Where the hell have the two of you been? Here and there. I said rather vaguely. So I met Ichigo's albino twin. Her expression changed. Yeah, that. I take it that's not normal. No, it is not. Creeps me out. She grunted. Anyways, the kids are over on the other end. Lead the way. I gestured. Asterisk. Looks like everyone's doing well. I looked around, most of them looked like they were taking a break as it was clear they'd been doing some kind of training. Well, everyone but Ichigo was here, but I could see off to the side as he was sparring with a man in a black cloak and some nifty-looking glasses and long black hair. Huh, I vaguely remember a face like that when I was healing him with Avalon. So, what's going on? I asked, addressing everyone. Training. Chad grunted. I noticed. I glanced at Ichigo again. They found out how powerful a captain actually is. Yoruchi clarified. They ran into Rukia's brother, Captain Kachiki, as they got close to her cell. He cut them down like wheat. Ah, yeah, I can see that. And Ichigo is Bankai training. She replied. It's a method Kasuke created that can get their Bankai unlocked in 3 days. That sounds kinda suspicious. What's the catch? If you fail, you lose it forever. I take it you couldn't talk him out of it. Stubborn brat. She snorted. The kids did manage to handle a few lieutenants though. Not bad. And albino Ichigo. What's the deal with that? I wanted some clarification there. She let out a frustrated sigh. I'm blaming Kasuke. Seems like that's probably a safe bet when he's involved in anything. She let out a small chuckle. Right, so to regain his powers, they broke his soul chain, making him start the hollowification process, . And you think that part stuck around and conceptualized into his Zanpakuto spirit? I tapped my chin. Did Ichigo freak out? His friends weren't really batting an eye at it, so they're probably used to it at this point. She shrugged. I think he's in denial. They've been arguing a lot but he hasn't tried to hurt him or anything, so who knows. Something the kid has to sort out himself. He seemed nice enough. The hollow. She blinked. He barely spoke to us, but sort of was standoffish and condescending most of the time. Really? Maybe he just likes me. Or maybe it was the whole Avalon thing. I know his spirit now looked back at me, maybe I was in their good books because of that. Whatever the reason, it's not really my area of expertise. But more importantly, what the hell happened earlier? There was a massive influx of Ryatsu and some weird phenomenon appearing on the other side of the Siriiti. Was that you? She looked at me skeptically. Nah, apparently some Quincy invaded Soul Society and they had a big fight. What? Yuryu interrupted. Quincy. He had been listening at the side, looking utterly exhausted, but suddenly he shot to his feet with eyes widened. That's impossible, I'm the last one. Yeah, no. I corrected him. I cut down a few dozen myself and they had some powerful ones called Sternritter or something and they were about as strong as captains. Helped Shunsui and some female captain handle them. Izzy also took one of them too. I smiled towards Izzy who had been patiently at my side. You serious? Yoruchi looked at me in shock. Yup. Izzy here said they're actually hiding in the shadows of Soul Society and there's a bunch of them down there. Yoruchi's jaw dropped as she turned towards Izzy. I did not expect you all to be ignorant of your neighbors, otherwise I would have not sent that Shinigami there for a timeout. Wait, Aizen. You threw Aizen right in the middle of a bunch of crazy Quincy. So it seems. She huffed. Yoruchi stared for a moment before breaking down in laughter. Oh god, that's great, that's amazing. I can't wait to tell Kasuke. What about the Quincy? Yuryu asked. There isn't much to tell, they attacked, they were repelled and ran away. Doesn't seem like they're overly friendly with Soul Society, so. Be careful, yeah. Yuryu slumped down, looking lost at the newfound information. Honestly, I thought he'd be happy at the revelation that there were other Quincy. Even if they were hostile. So what is your game plan now? I walked over to Orihime who was sitting on the ground. I gave her a little pat on the head, making the quiet girl brighten up. Izzy also came to fuss over Orihime. Child, you are unharmed, yes. I'm not hurt. Orihime smiled. Such a nice girl. We still have a few days, enough time for Ichigo to master his Bankai and for the others to get some needed training in. Knowing where they stand. Now, they'll have a better shot. And attack the execution while it's happening. Hell yeah. Ichigo chose this moment to jump down from a nearby cliff, looking rather roughed up and weathered. There was blood dripping from several wounds on his body too. That's the plan. She stated, ignoring his return. You're here too, huh? Ichigo scowled. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime hurriedly shot off the ground, her ability enveloping him, healing him at an extremely fast rate. Thanks Orihime, you're the best. He smiled and the girl all but melted under the praise. Huh. A crush? Heard you got smacked around by a captain. I'll get him next time. He scowled deeper. Your Ryatsu is higher than the last time we met. Noticeably higher by a large degree. You're making good progress. Thanks. He blinked. Was he surprised by my praise? Have you happened to run into a captain with spiky hair with bells tied to the ends? I asked. Wait, isn't that Kenpachi? Yoruchi blinked. No, why? Ichigo looked confused. No reason. You did something and I'm gonna be pissed about it later. The orange-haired kid sighed. Do you have any idea how many people were screaming about a brick when they heard my name? He shouted in exasperation. When they weren't shouting at getting revenge, you bastard. He huffed. I was about to respond, but another person joined us. The spirit that had been with Ichigo a moment prior. He approached and stared at Izzy for some reason, and she stared back. Call me when you are ready for our next session. He said in a smooth voice before disappearing in a burst of Ryatsu. Seemed kind of in a rush too. Whatever. Well, I may as well lend a hand while I'm here. I also think I made some progress on my Shuanpa. Wanna go for a few rounds? Let's see if I can't incorporate what the Quincy girl did and cheat out my own version of Shuanpa. And this seemed like a good place to get some keto practice in as well later. Sure, I've been a little stiff just standing here for so long I wouldn't mind stretching my legs. Yoruichi smiled. I glanced at Izzy, who gave me a nod of approval. Well then, tag is it? Catch me if you can. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Izanami POV. The nights here were strange. It was not the first time spending a night in the spiritual realm, but it was strange to not feel the familiar light of my son's moon hanging in the sky. No, it felt fake in comparison. The sky itself was false. There was a limit to how high one could ascend before hitting a limit. Everything about this place was created to mimic the living world. A facsimile of my homeland after literally carving out pieces of Japan to build it. As much as I am disliked this place, I have been enjoying myself. Had Wilhelm not been present, I may not have held myself back thus far and simply exerted my will out of anger. But for now, I allowed them to continue at my mercy. If things reached a point, I would simply let them know who I truly am and where they truly stand. Though, I didn't wish for Wilhelm to see that side of me. However, the last time, he seemed receptive and attracted. Regardless, it was not a matter for concern at the moment. The children were getting some much-needed rest as they were pushing themselves admirably in their training, and Wilhelm was off to a far corner of this underground gorge and practicing something or another. Thus, I had nothing to do but enjoy the strange night by my lonesome. Despite the angering situation I found myself in, I can't deny that it's been the happiest I have in a very long time. Wilhelm has been one of the best things to happen to me. Never would I have dreamed of being on an adventure like this before. I wanted more of this. I didn't ever want it to stop. I want to be selfish and keep him close to me and not let go. To approach me while your owner is sleeping, one might find it suspicious. My idle musing was broken by a wayward spirit at my back. What do you require, child? I turned towards him. The one called Kurosaki Ichigo with his two interesting spirits. The hollow we had met previously, and now this one. I apologize for my sudden appearance. He spoke politely, so I would hear what he wished to say. What requires you to materialize without your owner's notice and seek me out? I wish to ask you a question. Does it have anything to do with the Quincy I encountered not long ago? I raised an eyebrow, watching him have a minuscule reaction, but retain his stoic expression. It's strange, you are awfully familiar to the presence that lingered inside the souls of the Quincy. And considering the composition of your owner's soul, it makes me wonder if you are a Zanpakuto in the first place. So you know. I simply did not have the context for when I first met him. However, after meeting more of those Quincy beyond the child that accompanies him, it is easy to ascertain the nuances of what resides within him. Souls are my domain. I would have to be blind not to see that Kurosaki Ichigo is part Quincy. There is a very distinct difference in the souls of Quincy over regular humans. I see. He breathed out. I am, he paused. No, he looked like he was forced into silence. That name was taken from me. He closed his eyes. I am Zangetsu. The same name as the hollow claimed. How quaint. I looked him over. Someone did something to you, yes. You were going to say something, but you were forced to silence. I can take a look. I was mildly curious. He nodded silently and I took a step forward, touching the spirit. Someone used an authority to erase something from your existence. It's not that you are forbidden from speaking, but that you are conceptually unable to actualize the word in any form. It does not matter. He took a step backwards. I only wish to verify that you knew and to ask that you don't tell him. How interesting, you can keep information intentionally from your owner. What would you do if I wanted to tell him? I have no recourse. He said simply. And you have no plans on telling him. You would keep that information away from him when he desperately is pushing himself to save someone he cares for. It would surely be valuable to learn their techniques and abilities. I tilted my head. It would be harmful for him to learn. My priority is and always will be to protect Ichigo. Really? I questioned. You're hiding the truth to protect him. Or are you trying to protect yourself? He was silent. You need not worry, I won't say anything. I don't make it a habit of involving myself into people's personal matters. I dismissed the matter out of hand. And the other young men? I did not reveal what I discovered about your owner's unique soul. Your wielder is owed his own privacy, and as long as it isn't an issue for us, I won't say anything. You have my gratitude. He bowed his head. Your owner was born under my daughter's son. You have no reason to thank me for something so trivial. I waved my hand. You should return before you are noticed. He turned to leave, but paused his steps. Please extend my gratitude to the other one. I did not originally intend for Ichigo to meet his hollow aspect so soon. The sheath that was used to care for Ichigo is beyond something I understand and changed things I did not wish changed. However, the meadow has been enjoyable. Wilhelm told me he used Artoria's sheath to heal him. Did it do something to him? I will pass on your words. I withdrew my sight from him as he disappeared as I had something more important to focus on. You're back. I smiled as Wilhelm returned at quick speeds. Yeah, had a good little workout and figured some things out. He stretched his arms. You're not sleeping. I don't require sleep, it's merely a pleasant experience I indulge in. I'm trying to wind down at the moment. But Yoruchi told me something interesting. Apparently they have a hot spring down here. Interested? I think that would be most enjoyable. He offered his arm and I happily took it. This was the happiest I have been for a very long time. Asterisk. Non-canon Omake, the clown imposter. Shuensue POV. Another captain's meeting so soon. I yawned, taking my spot. What's on the agenda for today? You would know if you weren't late. Captain Suifeng hissed. Era, I'm just on time, I grinned. Well, the old man wasn't angry, so that meant I'm not late. Can we get started? I have other things planned today. Mayuri asked and. You sound different, Mayuri, did something happen? I looked at him. And you changed your look again. I decided it was time to embrace my inner nature. He puffed up proudly. Okay then. Well, he did weird stuff like this all the time. We were about to start when the door was pulled open hastily. I apologize for being late, but my experiments on the Quincy were taking my full and undivided attention, Mayuri said as he walked into the room. And I. He stopped, coming face to face with Mayuri. What is this? That's what I'd like to know. I looked at the two Mayuri. You. The newest Mayuri screeched, pointing a finger at the Mayuri that was already here. Ryoka. What are you all standing around for? Arrest him. Calm down, calm down. I stood up, getting between them. It's clear that one of you is an imposter, we need to settle this properly. What are you saying? How could you think I'm an imposter? Look at him. The Mayuri that looked like he did the last time I saw him pointed to the Mayuri that was standing here from before I walked in. A trick by our enemies? Captain Hitsugaya asked. It's going to be difficult finding out which one is the real one. Is this a joke? He's wearing an orange, curly, wig and his face is painted white and that's a big round red nose on his face. You can see his real hair behind him. I'm really not seeing much of a difference. Gah. Mayuri let out a scream. This is a conundrum. The Mayuri with the red nose spoke up. Clearly we should solve this by asking us questions. That's a good idea, Mayuri. I pursed my lips. All right, here's a question. Let's have Mayuri recount how he was defeated recently by the Ryoka. I was not. A brick. I was beaten brutally with nothing but a mundane brick because I'm weak. The red-nosed Mayuri immediately replied. That's. I think that answers our questions. I looked around and everyone else nodded. Take the imposter to a holding cell. The old man commanded. Very well, leave it to me. Captain Kachiki volunteered. I'll help you take the fake Mayuri, Kachiki. Jin also decided to help. No, this is ridiculous, I'm not. His voice died down as he was dragged outside and pulled away. Sorry about that, Mayuri. I apologized. Don't worry about it. It's easy to copy my look with any clown get-up. Mayuri was much more likable today. I hope this continued. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 398, Chapter 360. The hot spring was magnificent. It had been a while since I've used one, and they were always so relaxing. The pleasantly hot water simmering against my skin was soothing. Not to mention there was something a little special about this one. I'm fairly sure there was a rejuvenation effect embedded in this water. Both for stamina and any lesser injuries, if I had to guess. Normally, I'd be all over trying to figure it out, but even my need to know things could be dissuaded when I was so comfortable. Really, it just seemed to eat away at any accumulated stress. If I wasn't a Campione with absurd magical resistance, I would be sure that this thing was affecting me. How's the water? Izzy sauntered up. I peeked out with one eye, but both of them immediately shot open. She was wearing nothing but a towel to cover herself, and it didn't leave much to the imagination. Specifically, my eyes were drawn towards her wide hips and down to her long legs. She has always been utterly beautiful, but I've simply never seen so much of her before. It's considered rude to stare at other people in a shared hot spring, she stated, making me regain my wits. However, there was the slightest pink hue on her cheeks as she gracefully slid down, her feet touching the water. You make it hard not to stare. Water's great. I coughed awkwardly, turning my head, though I still sent a glance her way. She smiled in amusement. Slowly, she slid down into the water, pulling the tower away and covering her chest with her arm. With a small splash, she completely submerged herself up to her neck, relaxing immediately under the steamy water. Oh, this is pleasant. Isn't it? I let out a content sigh. It almost makes me not want to rip away my land from underneath these Shinigami. She smiled happily. Almost. Still on the fence about that. At the very least, I will make my displeasure known before we leave. If they do not clean up this mess, then I will have no qualms about fixing things myself. That sounds ominous. It was supposed to. She snorted. What are those? She pushed herself through the water towards me. I kind of missed her question because she sat up straighter, and her chest was barely covered by the water. I felt the touch of her finger on my chest as she poked at me. Are you staring at my chest? No. She flicked my nose with a little huff. Ogle my boobs later. Will do. Tell me why you have this nasty scar. She added an eye roll before tracing the scar on my chest. I looked down at it. I told you before, that's when I got stabbed by a light sword. I didn't even think about how it affected you. She pressed onto it. Even if it wasn't notable when you were younger, you are a half-devil. One of the church's light swords should have. Her hand reeled back. I thought about it before. It was almost the moment that everything happened. The moment when my circuits ignited for the first time, the moment my demonic power, as minuscule as it is, bubbled to the surface. The first time my devil biology was pressured in any meaningful way. The best answer I can give is that with everything suddenly bursting to the surface, the invading holy energy was expelled and the sudden jolt vitalized my body to speed my natural healing for a brief moment before returning to normal. Maybe an additional surge of magical energy by unconsciously pulling on the kaleidoscope as well. I did teleport myself by accident back home during the whole mess, so that's also plausible. I guess I was lucky. It annoys me that you came so close to death and survived due to luck. My luck has always been pretty good. I was lucky that Meridia didn't smite me when I asked her to be mine. I was lucky that Scathack accepted me as a student. I was lucky that I met an amazing goddess who has become someone dear to me. I gave her a smile. That got a little bashful smile out of her. The kind that she tried her best to keep herself from expressing too outwardly. I still can't believe what you did with that, goddess. In retrospect, I am fully aware of how utterly reckless I was when meeting Meridia for the first time. I was in no way, shape or form prepared for that level of power when I was younger. I can admit that I was more troubled then and perhaps acting out due to my newfound freedom and didn't consider my actions. He says while in the middle of an invasion of heaven. She deadpanned. I splashed some water at her. There's a difference. I actually give thought about my reckless actions now. It's all carefully calculated. Didn't you drop out of school? I opened my mouth to retort, but I had nothing. As a goddess of death, you know how to just kill someone so thoroughly. Oh hush, you're being overly dramatic. She splashed some water up at me. Besides, I'm sure many high school dropouts lead successful and fulfilling. I flicked my finger with a good amount of force, sending a wave of water that smacked her face. The water dripped down her face, and even the water around us couldn't negate the dryness of the look she gave me. Next thing I know, there was a hand atop my head, and my body was fully submerged underwater. And what have we learned? Izzy asked, pulling my head up a moment later. That I should cast a spell to see clearly in the water quicker. Of course that is your first thought. She huffed, letting go of me as the tinge of red returned. I sometimes forget how perverted devils are. First, that's racist. Oh no, I'm sure someone will be upset with me about saying something bad about devils. She deadpanned. Second, the goddess is throwing some stones from her glass house over there. Oh, and what? Zeus. That is a low blow. You should push my head back underwater as punishment. I smiled. Yes, I'm sure there's no other reason you would want that. She stepped closer, practically hugging me. It seems I'll have to be on guard against you. She declared, laying her head against my chest as she relaxed. Now you can't sneak a peek at my body. She harumphed. Though I don't mind so much if it's you. She added on quietly. I found myself putting my arms around her once more, leaning back against the edge of the hot spring. Do you want to stay with the children or go cause some more mischief? She asked with a hum. May as well stay with them for the next couple days. Once this whole execution business is sorted, we can probably head home. I pretty much got what I needed. After I make sure the kids aren't going to suffer because of my actions, I won't really care about them much. They should mostly be able to take care of themselves, and they have some powerful people in their corner. I guess I could check up every now and then, but I got more than enough on my plate at the moment. I already spent more time in this world than I intended, and this was eating into some training time I could be having. Did they not grow on you? You seem to pick up several acquaintances and whatnot on every world you visit. I guess so. I mean, I would say I'm friends with Yoruchi, she's fun. And Shunsue has been great, I'd consider him a friend at this point. Orihime is a cute girl with ridiculous powers, but I suppose that's where it ends. I mean, I kinda wanted to see Unohana again, but it felt really awkward at the moment. Partly because we were technically enemies, but also because I had Izzy at my side and, flirting with Unohana with Izzy next to me felt wrong. Why, do you like them? They are interesting, but I have no concern beyond what you asked. And that they were born on the land I created and under my daughter's son. Mortals live, mortals die, it's the proper cycle, so I would not normally interfere. However, this situation is unique enough that I don't mind intervening on their behalf. Well, let's just get through this execution, get everything settled nice and tidy without any problems first. And you just jinxed it. Izzy said without a hint of hesitation. I think you have more power hidden inside you. I spoke, dodging out of the way of one of Chad's punches as he unleashed an admirable amount of power and blasted apart a plateau behind us. Also, try focusing all that energy to a smaller point. If it's so widespread, the destruction may be impressive, but a captain can disperse it easier. Chad grunted, following up with a flurry of punches. He would charge up his fist for a feint and then 2 punches later, release the build-up without any warning. He was learning. I wouldn't say it was slow, but compared to Strawberry, whose Ryatsu more than tripled since I saw him again a few days ago, well, maybe it's not a fair comparison. Yuryu also had significant progress, his Ryatsu was probably double what it was at the same time. Though, he's still significantly lower than Ichigo and the gap was widening. I think that was pushing the Quincy more than anything. That or learning that there are other Quincy out there, and they're much more powerful than him. You're going to need to figure out your footwork too. I don't want to be mean, but you're slow. I commented, slamming his fist to the side. I stepped in, grabbing his extended hand, and threw his body at a rock formation. He had pretty good endurance, so he stood back up from the broken rocks, and dusted himself off with minimal damage. What do you suggest? Honestly, it's probably too late to learn anything in time for the execution, but check with Yoruchi about her Shuinpa and see if there's anything you can do with it for the future. With Strawberry's luck, this isn't the last time you'll be punching some ghosts. There was a faint smile, perhaps a tiny chuckle as he readied himself again for another bout. Although, I had a thought, and completely forgot about something. I had some enchanted items that I kept in some dark corner of my storage ring. I mentally searched through it until I found a ring that was enchanted similarly, if to a lesser extent, to my ring of the Khajiit that Meridia gave me. Here, catch. I quickly tossed it to the confused giant. He stared at it, then me. It's magic. I made sure to clarify. Try it on. He blinked, eyeing it again and pushing it down on a finger. Now what? He asked. I made a come-at-me motion. And he obliged. He took a step and shot forward. The kid was always fast for a human, but that increased noticeably. It's a very far cry from a Shinigami using Shuinpa, but it was significantly better than where he was before. I feel light. He stated, throwing punches that were a tad sharper too. The ring should increase your overall speed and agility. I informed, dodging some more, but his punches came to an abrupt stop when there was a gigantic burst of Ryatsu from where Strawberry was doing his training. It skyrocketed at least 10 times from what it was for just a moment. I'm pretty sure your friend is done. I scratched my head, looking over there. Chad nodded as I patted his shoulder and we walked back to where the others were. Izzy was happily chatting with Orihime. That woman had a soft spot for children, I know she did. Yuryu had walked back over too, looking exhausted, but otherwise fine. And Yoruchi was hovering around, making sure everything was fine, but her eyes were focused on Ikchio, who sort of hobbled over, kimono torn, and weathered heavily, but a big grin on his face. You succeeded. Yoruchi stated, as a matter of fact. Yup. Ichigo said proudly. Let's go save Rukia. He punched his fist into his open palm. Don't be an idiot. Yoruchi gave him a flying kick. You're nearly spent and everyone else is tired. The execution is tomorrow, we'll move then. Ichigo took a deep breath. Alright, what's the plan? Asterisk. Sosuke Aizen POV. Finally, the day had arrived. I had barely enough time to master the technique to interface with the soul that Kisukirahara had hidden in his notes. I did not originally plan for the execution to be interfered with due to the wartime protocols, but in the long list of issues that have occurred recently it was a minor footnote. Compared to being banished to a secret Quincy stronghold hidden right under our noses, I think it's utterly ignorable if an annoyance. And it is certainly less intrusive than my plan of faking my death being discovered so easily. I expected that Captain Unohana would eventually discover the features of the Jigai I had left behind, combined with my Zanpakuto's ability, but to be discovered so quickly was beyond my expectations. I was growing weary of keeping up the illusion of the Central 46 still being alive. As cathartic as it was to end those sniveling and insufferable nobles, it only brought more annoyances for me at this point. One of the only plausible places to hide was beneath the Central 46 in the Forbidden Archives. Considering I was forced to hide because I was declared derelict of duty and there was a search for me. Just one more bump in my plans. But even with the unexpected occurrences, everything was turning out in my favor. The situation was salvageable without changing my plans too drastically. I just need to retrieve the object that Kisuke Urahara hid inside of Kachiki Rukia's soul, one way or another. I doubted that the execution would go as planned, thus I have prepared. I have my own forces prepared and waiting to intervene if necessary. My Espada, they were ready to answer my call to battle. The strongest hollows in existence, given power beyond what's conceivable and blurred the lines between hollow and Shinigami. Each one was easily a match for a captain in strength. And a further army of hollows that were, lesser but still mighty compared to the average Shinigami. I watched from a distance, using one of Kisuke Urahara's parting gifts from the night of his banishment. A cloak that concealed my Ryatsu from the senses of others. The majority of captains were present for the execution, standing below the scaffolding and the holy execution blade, the Sokayaku. An interesting Zanpakuto, if it could even be classified as such anymore. The combined might of a million Zanpakutos compressed into a single form resembling a Guandao. In another time or place, I may have made a bid for it. I toyed with the idea of telling my lieutenant that Captain Hitsugaya was planning on stealing it to sow discord, but I unfortunately had no time. I supposed it's something I could look into once I achieved my true goal and Soul Society would no longer be able to stop me. The final seals on the mighty weapon unraveled. An intense flame engulfed the area as the execution weapon released itself. The equivalent of a shuriken. The screech of a bird echoed out across Soul Society. The weapon taking on the form of a phoenix. It's quite poetic, I would assume. The bird that represents death and rebirth being the one to carry out the execution. It's only a matter of time before the Ryoka would appear to disrupt everything. And almost right on cue, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared with impressive speed on top of the execution scaffolding. He was attempting to face down the large flaming creature, and I would admit that his courage was respectable. Even I wouldn't want to face it head-on without using my full power. I was sure my Ryatsu could suppress the mindless weapon, but it was powerful to earn a modicum of my respect. I would assume that even the Captain Commander can acknowledge the power behind the holy execution weapon. Now, what method did they devise to rescue their companion? Does he plan to just brute force? It would be in line with the personality of the young man. Perhaps Yoruichi. I felt a strange coldness down my spine. And then I noticed the shadows acting erratically. No. I whispered. It was sudden, with hardly a warning. A large Quincy cross exploded to the sky and a large shadow displaced a dozen Quincy into the air above the execution. And they started to assault the Sokayaku and moved towards Kachiki Rukia. Were they attempting to steal her? Absolutely not. I have had enough of all these unforeseen interlopers destroying my carefully laid out plans. I no longer cared that the Shinigami engaged the Quincy, I no longer cared about my stealth. I gathered my Riryoku and sped towards my prize. I didn't know why they were targeting her, maybe my plans had been leaked, but frankly, at this moment, I no longer cared. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. I declared as a significant amount of eyes had turned to me. My blade buried itself into the back of a Quincy in my way, one I vaguely recognized as having fallen under my Zanpakuto's abilities when I had found myself inside their base. I had no time to consider the humor in that the Shinigami thought I was coming to reinforce them. Quincy drew their bows, Shinigami released their Zanpakuto, and I gave a signal. Kurosaki Ichigo had grabbed Kachiki Rukia and dislodged her from the execution platform while the bird was fending off attacks from several Quincy, so I needed not bother about that. At my command, a Garganta opened up in the sky. The method by which hollows traverse the worlds. It was massive and in its depths an uncountable number of glowing eyes within the darkness. The hollows roared, shaking the foundations of Soul Society. Hundreds of Minos Grandes appeared, towering high above and the familiar eerie red light eclipsed the sun. Hundreds of Siros fired down towards both the Shinigami and Quincy. The chaotic and abrupt battlefield immediately became silent, if only for a brief moment, but it was all I needed. Kurosaki Ichigo hovered over the girl protectively, but he was easily dispatched and kicked away when he couldn't even perceive my existence and I wasted no time. I activated the technique that Kisuke Urahara left behind in this moment of respite. Small pillars emerged from the ground around us, activating a field of reishi and altered the frequency of souls within. An ever so slight change that allowed for one to interact with the soul of the occupants without any negative side effects. The second piece of the puzzle was to turn my arm into a device capable of accessing the frequency. Why it appeared green and scale-like, I didn't know and I didn't care. The Kuchiki girl didn't have time to react, nor did anyone else. I reached inside her soul and found it. The Hogyoku. A masterpiece created by Keisuke Urahara, his greatest masterpiece. An object that can blur the boundaries between Shinigami and hollows to the uniformed, but held so much more power within. I of course also created my own, before I even knew of the existence of his. But there was a problem, mine was incomplete. And I had the theory that Keisuke Urahara's Hogyoku was also incomplete. Thus, I had a simple thought, they could be fused together to make them whole. My hand turned back to normal, and in my moment of triumph, I admired my prize. Except, I blinked and noticed a phenomena next to me that I didn't quite recognize. A multitude of colors swirled briefly and parted, opening a space to somewhere else, and a hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. My head slowly turned to see the human, the red-haired human, clutching my wrist and refusing to let go. Oh, this looks important. It is. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. Chapter 399, Chapter 361. Should we be more active? Izzy asked. It'd probably be more detrimental, to be honest. I think the old man is just looking for an excuse to defer the execution long enough to get everything settled legally. I added some air quotes around the word. The plan that the kids came up with is pretty sound. Their plan pretty much consisted of running in and beating up everyone and running away. She deadpanned. I was trained by Scat Hack. Comment withdrawn. For real though, I don't expect them to succeed. But if they destroy the scaffold, execution stand thingy, the old men can call off the execution so they can fix it and do it properly or some other nonsense. Not only that, they can then capture the kids, and feel good about themselves and let everything settle while retaining their pride. I looked at everyone present. The old man, Shunsue, the spiky-haired captain, and the petite woman that I met the other day along with Unohana. I resisted the urge to sneak over and chat her up. Along with those, there were others I didn't recognize, but they all wore the same Haori. And they all had lieutenants at their sides as they all silently watched the apparent unsealing of the execution weapon. That would put a nice bow on everything and neatly tie it all up without any major lasting problems. She hummed. At this point though, they'd better hope that's how things go. I won't say I've put in any significant effort, but I've spent a week here, and I did not do that just to see those children fail and have everything be for naught. Is it weird that I thought her menacing and ominous threats were attractive? I'll support you however you want. If she wanted to tell them to get their shit together, I'd be behind her 100%. She smiled, turning back towards the execution area. We were hidden well enough through our own efforts at the tree line at the edge of this massive rock formation which situated the whole execution scaffold. It's starting. She stated. There was a massive polearm-type zanpakuto that pointed upwards. Or would it be called a naginata? In the West I suppose they'd call it a halberd, but the naming convention didn't really matter. Yoruchi gave some information, that it's a zanpakuto that's the combination of a rumored 1 million. Meant to carry out execution on the highest level, soul destruction. The conglomeration of zanpakuto released itself, turning into a massive fiery phoenix. I admit, it was rather impressive, and its power wasn't anything to scoff at. And of course, Ichigo jumped right in, about to break the scaffold, ignoring the big ol' monster. Something's wrong. Izzy's lips thinned with a small growl. The shadows appeared again, the imagery of an overlaid world, and out came a dozen or so figures, who immediately began to bombard the phoenix. The arrows of the Quincy were noticeably effective against the thing. As each one landed upon its fiery body, a small amount of flames were forcibly dispersed. And there were hundreds and hundreds that laid into it in a single moment. That being said, the phoenix didn't take kindly to their involvement. Before the captains could make a move, the spirit instead ignored Ichigo and attacked. Alright, guess I better step in. I noticed the captains that were present also moved to intervene. A big battle was about to kickstart, and that's when I noticed another anomaly. Like back in Karakura town, a black crack was pulled open in the sky, revealing a significant amount of hollows that all roared in unison. And they were all at least the same power as that big fuck-off one as well. What were they called? Minos Grande. Oh, it's the Shinigami I put in timeout. Izzy tilted her head as I too noticed the presence of a certain Shinigami heightened and his power weighed down on the surroundings. He made a gesture, then all the hollows in the sky attacked. Hundreds of those same balls of light gathered and were released, bombarding the area. It didn't do any meaningful damage to the Shinigami present, or even the Quincy for that matter. But it made everyone retreat away from the immediate area. That was when he began doing something to Rukia and I felt like I should intervene. I'm going. I flipped my hand over, pulling out Mirage. I'll watch the children, do what you want. She gave me the go-ahead. I noticed him take something out of Rukia and immediately opened a portal, reaching through and grabbing his hand before he noticed. Oh, this looks important. I commented, before pulling myself through. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a beat of silence, perhaps as he processed that I wasn't going to let him go after he tugged on his hand 1 or 2 times. Truthfully, I had absolutely no idea what was going on. All I knew was that this guy apparently went through a lot of effort to take this little thing, and since he went about summoning hollows, then it's probably a good idea to stop him. And it's shiny, I want it. And Yoruchi had mentioned him in a bad light once or twice. So, fuck him I guess. Release me. He seemed to finally register what was happening and hissed out a response. Let go of the marble and I will. You dare call it a marble? He seethed. Raising a finger up from the hand holding up his sword, pointing it at me. Heido number 4 Byakurai. He chanted, a bolt of pale lightning arced off his finger. I activated my semblance, letting it pass harmlessly through the midpoint of my chest as that part of me was turned into lighting. In my defense, it looks like a marble. This is not happening as I finally achieved my goal. He growled, swinging his sword at me, admittedly, a little awkwardly due to my left hand being on his right wrist. He had to slash over himself and I deflected it with my mirage. We played this song and dance a few times with every movement he attempted to jerk his arm free or swing his blade until the fury on his face reached its tipping point. Enough. I should have simply done this from the start. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. He declared, activating his Zanpakuto. Izzy mentioned about it trying to obscure her senses, and I could understand it now. It wasn't just physical either, it attacked my Ryatsu, burrowing into the source of my Riryoku. His own Ryatsu was significant enough that it dwarfed mine by comparison. Granted, I wasn't quite full yet, but that didn't help me in this particular situation. On your left. Drake spoke up and I raised my blade, blocking another strike I actually didn't see. Huh, that's weird. It was actually able to affect me. Was it because of my own Riryoku in comparison to Izzy not having any? Duck and swipe upwards. I followed his directions. Thrust at 80 degrees. My sword shot forward and I didn't feel like I hit anything, but at the same time my instinct told me that I did. How are you doing this? His voice reappeared. You shouldn't be able to perceive my existence. The dragon in my soul is giving me directions. I replied with a completely serious expression. Die. He snarled, his image not matching the sensation I felt overheard as I brought my sword up to block. I was fairly sure I blocked something. But this was getting annoying. Let's just nip this in the bud then. I stabbed Mirage into the ground and began to draw a rune quickly in the air. Well, not just any rune, but a primordial rune. Let all falsehoods be revealed. The primordial rune of truth I drew pulsed and actualized, touching upon the closest approximation of the origin I had beyond my kaleidoscope. The image of him blurred and sort of retracted until I saw a confused return of the original person who was still being held tight by me. In fact, his sword was glowing very brightly, and it was trembling in his grasp. Kyoka Suigetsu. He blurted out, confused, and his eyes widened. What's happening? I didn't know how a primordial rune would interact with his Zanpakuto-S ability, but I was effectively clear of the illusions now. You forcibly dispelled my hypnosis. He sounded confused and shocked, though it only lasted for a brief moment before the full force of his Ryatsu slammed into me, as if he was done playing. I have had enough. First that woman, and now you. Though his anger was abruptly paused as he looked up and I followed his eyes. It seems our little cat and mouse game had been noticed, and a whole lot of Quincy were flying right towards us. Ichigo, Rukia, go. I noticed the orange-haired kid getting ready himself and I decided to stop playing around. My hand around his wrist ignited with my bloodline. My power of destruction crackled out and tore away at the Shinigami's skin. He let out a roar of fury and pain, and nearly instantaneously his Riryoku flowed out, fighting against my destruction. My destruction was winning, easily so, but he continued to pump his Riryoku out, acting as sort of a dowsing hose, warding away the worst of the damage. The first of the arrows arrived, both the Shinigami, Aizen, and I were about to dodge, but we went opposite directions, jerking each other, and ended up not moving. He furiously swiped with his sword, deflecting the ones coming at him as I snapped my fingers to actualize a spell behind me. My runic circles appeared, crackling with lightning. They sent volleys of thunderous bolts to intercept the ones aimed at me. There were many different Ryatsu pressing down on us at this point. Everyone seemed to have recovered, and we were right in the center of the storm. Hark, villains! Your tyranny ends here. Hand over the object. A Quincy flew over wearing a lucha mask. One with a star-shaped emblem on it. I tugged away and Aizen seemingly allowed himself to be pulled as the Quincy crashed into the ground, utterly destroying the rocks beneath him. He swung his fist and I pushed Aizen in front of it. The Shinigami scowled in annoyance. Bakuto number 8, Seiki, he chanted quickly, the fist bounced off him with, repelling it backwards, sending the Quincy stumbling back. Aizen, explain yourself. A Shinigami captain with white hair, and rather short, let out a shout, appearing in a burst of Shuinpa with a sword drawn. Aizen looked at the captain then at me. Captain Hitsugaya, I'm trying to subdue this Ryoka. He's lying, he's with the hollows. I pointed out. Nonsense, Ayama. His eyes widened and I realized what he was looking at. The Quincy got up, and the star on his mask was shining bright. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. He cast another Kido, an ethereal chain shot out, grabbing hold of the short captain, and Aizen used it to yank him into the way of a star-like beam of energy launched by the Quincy. Star flash. Aizen. The captain looked back with eyes filled with horror. Dick. I called out, holding my hand up. Greater ward. I cast my own defensive spell, protecting the captain. The blow was enough that my ward nearly shattered from the impact, and I had to pump a significant amount of magical energy to maintain it. I nearly lost my grip when Aizen swung his sword again, my aura flaring up to block it. I quickly yanked Mirage out of the ground with a thought, returning it to my hand, and our fight continued. The Shinigami captain broke free from the chains and turned to attack Aizen, who merely flashed his blade. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. And the captain Shinigami seemed to fly off and fight the Quincy. What a broken ability. Yoruchi did say he had strong illusions or something. I don't want to hear that from someone who broke free of it. He glowered, swinging his blade again as our song and dance continued once more. He glanced up to see the giant fiery bird start to flicker out of existence, under the assault of so many opponents, but the Shinigami were also engaging with the Quincy at the moment. I am running out of time. Release me. He roared, gathering a significant amount of Ryatsu around him, striking downward at my arm with the accumulated power. I dismissed my power of destruction and summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. The sheer force did send a shiver through my body, but it wasn't enough to harm the boosted gear, despite the ground beneath us cracking and sundering. Jin. Aizen growled out and a tear through space opened up, similar to the one the hollows were using. Heya, boss man, you called. The lackadaisical captain appeared with that eerie smile of his. Well, that's not good. I looked at the guy smiling brightly in my direction. Remove him. If you insist. Era, should you be doing that, Ikamaru-kun? Shusue stepped over in a blur, looking slightly weathered. Aizen is currently wanted for questioning, do you really want to listen to his orders? Ichimaru Jin scratched his cheek. Well, guess we're in the open now, boss. Aizen seethed further as the other two Shinigami clashed. I owe you one, Shuinsue. I called out as their quick speeds made them disappear from the immediate vicinity. I'm keeping a tally. I could vaguely hear as he departed. Anyways, boost. I called out and Aizen almost slumped over at the sudden increase in strength I put out and my own power swelled up. I could see that he was in actual pain and his wrist almost crunched. My other sword shot out of my ring, and the Shinigami looked cautious. He glanced up to the sky, the hollows weren't just hanging out either. They too were coming under fire, but at another gesture of his, they all turned to look right at me, charging up a very similar attack once more. I quickly turned my swords out and shot them towards the sky, impaling several of those massive hollows before they could finish because even I would be wary about being hit by over 100 of those all at once. But there were in fact too many for me to just cleave my way out of. I did some very quick calculations, my point on both the X and Y axis as I leaned backwards, to avoid Aizen's blade from cleaving my throat. Their actual location as they were hiding in another dimension, and snapped my fingers. For each beam of condensed Ryoryoku that was fired off, I created 2 portals, one to receive, and one to redirect at the source. The Siros as they were named, essentially shot into portals, and came out the other end, blowing themselves up. It's a petty trick that any competent opponent could counter, but for these sort of mindless beasts, it was more than effective. I looked at Aizen and took a big breath. He must have sensed something was coming because he went into panic mode immediately. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. Fuss ro da. I bellowed out at near point blank. The spiritual shield he summoned vibrated and shattered. His Ryatsu flared up impressively once more and his feet buried into the ground as he roared, withstanding the attack and not letting his grip on the object waver. You are the single most infuriating individual I've ever met. He had some blood dripping from his mouth. I was curious if his hand even had feeling anymore. It was basically pulled from its socket, crushed, and even destroyed partially by my bloodline, yet he held on. Noted. But here's a question for you, why did it suddenly turn dark? I asked. He blinked, then looked up at the sky as the sun had disappeared. It was completely covered by storm clouds. I used that moment to portal away a few allies that were a little too close for my liking. My whisper had been doing work. A massive thunderous boom drew the attention of the battlefield. The thunderclaps reverberated throughout all of Soul Society. Lightning arced between the dark sky, dancing from cloud to cloud. 2 massive hands shot out of the clouds, pulling the rest of its titanic form forward. The construct made entirely of lightning roared to life, an equally massive hammer made of the same element appeared between its flowing fingers, gathering every ounce of lingering energy before reaching the precipice. Thor's hammer, I declared. Aizen tried to run away. The amount of Ryuryoku he gathered under his feet was impressive and he shot into the air, trying to gain some kind of distance, but it was hopeless. I held him tight and didn't let him escape. The hammer was brought down, divine punishment, one might say, and everyone else scattered. It was at that moment that Aizen finally made the smart decision to literally cut his losses, even if he was a moment or two too late. Even my own vision was engulfed with lighting as the rock formation that we were sitting on was nearly reduced to rubble and a pillar of lightning soared to the sky. My aura flared and my semblance was activated, but that doesn't mean I could completely avoid my own big attack so easily. I felt sore and pained after even all of that. Like having just metaphysically punched myself in the face. The ground beneath my feet was no longer present, yet I slowly glided downwards. I had yet to fully understand the method that these Shinigami used to fly, thus I had to rely upon my own familiar method. My wings sprouted behind my back, and I gently touched down on the nearest threshold that wouldn't collapse under my weight. I also held the severed hand of a certain Shinigami within my boosted gear-clad arm, complete with the strange object he was so keen on obtaining. There was an eerie silence that perpetuated the battlefield, however. As in, no one was no longer fighting, instead, all eyes were now turned upon me. Quincy, who had been fighting with Shinigami, had ceased, and even the Shinigami who were fighting each other had stopped, just to look my way. It kind of makes me self-conscious when people stare at my wings. What, have none of you ever seen a devil before? ******. A/N. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 400, Chapter 362. Despite the many eyes on me, I looked down at the prize in my hand. Or rather in Aizen's hand. I was technically still holding his hand. His cleanly severed hand was still clutching tight to the marble thing in a small hexagonal barrier around it. I admit, I was surprised to see him so quickly decide to cut his own hand off to escape. Credit where it was due, I may not have the same resolve to pull out abruptly like that. Then again, I can understand, one of my strongest spells intertwined with my divine lightning would make for a very intimidating sight. Hell, I felt uncomfortable after taking my own attack and I was able to negate the majority of it. I wondered if this was the same as a god of strength punching themselves in the face. I carefully pried away the fingers of the severed hand and with a second to think about it, I tossed it in my ring. You never know when a Shinigami's hand was going to come in handy. You deserve to die for that pun. Oh, get over it, you know I can be a handful. Don't you dare start. Fine, priorities anyways. I looked at the marble and down at the gauntlet. Mind holding on to this for now? Why me? I actually don't know what this is and it's giving me some small amount of hesitation now that I look at it. I'd rather you hold onto it instead of putting it in my ring. You held onto the Eye of Magnus for a while, I think it should be fine in your hands. The boosted gear glowed, and the marble disappeared from my grasp. I decided to dismiss the boosted gear and return it to inside my soul. Ah, brat. What? Your baby spirit, it wants the thing you gave me. What? I couldn't help but furrow my brow. What do you mean? As soon as I took it in, it's been almost clawing at me to get a hold of it. Do I let it have it? I didn't know if my nascent spirit even was capable of higher-level thought, was it purely instinct driving it at this moment? If so, would it want something that could harm it then? There were tons of possibilities to consider, what if? I gave it. Thanks, Draig. No problem. Well, I suppose I'll see the side effects of this later, because it appears as though we're going for a second round here. I noticed as Aizen sent me glares not far away once the dust settled. No, that wasn't quite right, what's the thing beyond glares? I'm fairly sure I would be on fire if it was any more intense. And he was missing his right hand. Funny enough, neither his wrist nor the hand itself were leaking blood everywhere, thankfully. That's mostly due to the fact that my spell cauterized the wounds. Aizen seemed to have gotten hit by the tail end of it. He was only mildly roughed up instead of taking the full brunt of my divine lightning. He was trembling as he looked at me, and I was fairly sure it wasn't because of the residual pain. His lips twisted back in a barely contained snarl. Espada. He roared at the top of his lungs. The space behind him pulled back, revealing several new figures stepping through. Were those hollows? There were a few with visible holes in their chests and what looked like remnants of masks or that white armor-like skin that they seemed to have. But otherwise, there was very little to tell them apart from Shinigami besides their mimicking white uniforms. Other than the feeling of being, well, hollows compared to Shinigami. Huh, I didn't know hollows could look like that. I thought they were only legends. A voice sounded next to me. Erinkar. I glanced at the person who stood at my side. Sorry, I don't believe we've been introduced. He glanced up to me and scoffed. Hitsugaya Toshiro, captain of the 10th Division. He introduced himself curtly, though there was a noticeable weariness to him as he inspected me closely. Weren't you fighting the masked wrestler, Quincy guy? I glanced back at him, seeing his clothing looked muffled and some minor wounds and bruising. I burn all creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka. An absolute massive amount of Ryatsu enveloped all of Soul Society, and a searing heat could be felt at my back. The captain commander had joined the battle, and my abilities would be best served far away. He twitched. Even Aizen and these Espada, who looked like they were about to attack, had paused, and I couldn't hold back my curiosity. I turned around to look, and I saw Gramps fighting against 6 Quincy. All of them were easily at the level of the captains here. Yeah, I'm staying far away from that, I noted. He sounded angry. Era, I haven't seen the old man that angry in a long time. Shuinsue joined us with a flash of Shuinpa. He tilted his half-cut hat, covering some wounds up himself. Captain, traitor, Ichimaru Jin snuck away during the confusion. Captain Kairaku. Hitsugaya greeted, gripping his sword tightly. Captain Hitsugaya. Shuinsue nodded. Can't use your ice near the old man. The smaller captain grunted. Even this far away. Ice is it? I questioned. I suppose I could give you a hand with that. Because the average strength of the enemies here was nothing to scoff at. If they all attacked me at once, I would most certainly be in a bad spot. Looks like we got one more. Shuinsue smiled. Just in time, Yukitake. Shuinsue, and Captain Hitsugaya. One last person joined our little group. Long white hair, and a rather gentle demeanor about him. And Ryoka. He looked at my still deployed wings. I crossed my arms, putting them away. And he wasn't the only one staring. Captain Yukitake Jushiro, captain of the 13th Division. He smiled. Thank you for protecting Rukia. Ah, this was her captain. But there was something strange about him that was somewhat familiar. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. Thank the kids, I was just a tag-along. I waved him off. But I believe we have other things to focus on. Hollows with Zanpakuto. He hummed. I only heard stories about them. The old man mentioned them before, something rarer than even Vasto Lords. Shuinsue rubbed his chin. Be careful, they're all at least as strong as a captain, it seems. And we're not getting any immediate backup. Didn't know what a Vasto Lord is, but it sounded impressive. Yeah, it looked like everyone else was held up fending off the Quincy that were attacking, and the weaker Shinigami were defending against a small invasion of lesser hollows. For what lesser could mean when they were gigantic skyscrapers in height and trying to invade en masse. The one with the red hair, kill him and bring me his corpse. Aizen finally shouted, commanding his minions, subordinates. The hollows that gathered around him looked excited. Shuinsue and the others around me tensed up, they obviously were not liking the odds very much. I held my free hand out and brought forth my staff of Magnus. Slamming it onto the ground, I summoned a swirl of runes that formed a coherent runic sentence and cast one of my first spells. Freezing winds of Jotunheim. An abrupt blizzard burst out from around us. I was careful about how it actualized, to make sure we weren't affected by the area of effect. The cold torrents rotated outwards, spinning and expanding. Enough ice for you? I asked as they looked at me in surprise. The smaller captain tilted his head to the side. My Zanpakuto can absorb the moisture in the air to produce ice. It's needed for me to use its abilities. This should be enough for now. He nodded in thanks and a massive torrent of Ryatsu ascended to the sky. Bankai. He shouted and ice formed into 2 big wings while also covering his hands and feet to look like claws with an accompanying ice tail. And some strange cross-like objects appeared behind him. Daiguren Hyarinmaru. He declared. Huh, he's a little dragon. Neat. I want a Bankai. If the clouds above didn't belong to me, I think he would have started changing the weather. What about you two? I glanced at Yukitake and Shuinsue. Shuinsue scratched his cheek. My Zanpakuto isn't good to release near allies. He said sheepishly. I'll lure 1 or 2 far enough away if I have to. All ye waves, become my shield. All ye thunder, become my blade. Yukitake chanted and he grabbed the hilt of his sword before pulling it apart into 2 separated swords, connected together by a red rope and several metal talisman-like objects attached to it. Sojio no Kotowari. Shirkai. Well, I wouldn't presume to tell them how to fight, if he thinks it's best, then so be it. Ebony flesh. I held up my staff, casting the spell over top of them. They shot me a look of confusion, so I explained. Strengthening spell, somewhat. Physical exertion should be a little higher, and it can absorb a bit of damage before breaking. Now that I think about it, I don't have many strengthening spells to cast on other people. Frankly, I didn't need any. Reinforcement was a sort of catch-all in that category. The more I could withstand, the more reinforcement provided. And most strengthening spells didn't quite mesh well. Ebony armor being an obvious exclusion due to overlaying instead of innately empowering. Well, I did know quite a few more interesting spells that were similar. Frost Cloak. I held my staff towards the icy Shinigami. There was now a literal cascade of ice flowing off of him. He blinked, looking down at himself. Thanks. He seemed confused before turning to a small smirk. I've never had this much readily available ice before. Era, you know some neat things. Shunsui chuckled. I know a thing or two. I hummed, holding my staff out, pointing in front of me. How about I properly greet them then? My spell around us was about to dissipate and they were probably waiting to attack. A series of spell circles appeared, spinning around, each one had an inlay of runes and lightning crackled off the edges. Thunderbolt. I cast and a massive burst of lightning exploded outward, tearing through my own Jotunheim spell and shooting off towards the general direction that they were last in. It was difficult to sense them due to the sheer Ryatsu being thrown around in every direction, but I think Aizen was still there. Bakudo number 73, to Zansho. Aizen's voice reached my ears, casting a fairly high-level defensive Kido. My lightning slammed into a pyramid-like barrier that formed around him, but my focus was no longer solely on him at that moment. The hollows moved exceedingly fast and I shouldn't be surprised. However, it looked different than both how Shinigami and Quincy moved. Interesting. I quickly took a step back, dodging a strange, scythe-like weapon connected to a chain. It was more crescent moon-shaped, but I didn't know what else to call it. It was strange enough to gouge out a significant chunk of earth at what appeared to be a casual toss. And my companions were in the same situation. Hitsugaya was fighting a woman with blonde hair who was wielding water. Water hot enough to melt his ice, that's unfortunate. Though, he looked like he was at the advantage in quantity. I think my spells were working. Both Yukitake and Shunsui were fighting off a guy with blue hair, a big guy with rippling muscles, and a third bald guy with dark skin. There were a few others hanging back towards Aizen, an older-looking guy and another who seemed like he was sleeping and, was that a kid kicking his shin? And one guy who looked very pale and stared at me ominously with those intense green eyes. How dare you look away while fighting me? The hollow, and it's still weird hearing them talk, addressed me. Now that I got a good look at him, he was a bit lanky and with an eye patch and long black hair. I'm the fifth Espada, Neutra. Repel undead. I cast, pointing my staff at him. He turned around and took a few steps before releasing a burst of Ryatsu. He turned back around to face me and looked furious. I honestly didn't think that'd work. Hollows were undead though. He held that massive scythe thing up and kicked off the ground at me. I flicked my hand, producing a portal in his path. You think a stupid trick like that will work on me? He hollered with a sneer, easily avoiding it. Well, I was hoping. He seemed like the type to fall for stupid tricks. I put my staff away in Mirage and instead took out another sword. Dawnbreaker entered my hands with its holy light and I deflected the thrown scythe that came barreling towards me. I could respect the amount of force behind it, this hollow was no pushover just in the physical strength department. The massive weapon was pulled back with practiced ease, re-entering his grasp and he swiped it out in a large sweep. I leaned back, escaping the bladed edge, but it was already returned and he swung it downwards. I channeled lightning to my feet and with my semblance activated I used Shuinpa, still awkward, but significantly better than it was a week earlier. Appearing at his side, my sword swung into his arm. He held his chain up using it to block me as sparks flew down its length and he pivoted, jerking the chain for his weapon to swing around his body in a large arc, flying through the air right towards me. Bakudo number 9, Geki. I quickly chanted, and his weapon collided with a small force of Ryatsu, causing it to be deflected off to the side. What a useful little cantrip. I used the opening to cleave towards his chest. It doesn't matter, my he arrow is the best among, his words abruptly died as Dawnbreaker tore into his flesh. His eyes widened and he twisted his body as best as he could, but a painful roar resounded and the holy lightning pulsed, slicing through any perceived defense he might have had. I raised Dawnbreaker up for a follow-up attack, but I noticed something nearly slipped through my perception. A hand shot towards my heart as if to spear through it. I took a step back, slapping it away only to see the pale-looking hollow from before standing next to me now. One hand in his pocket, and the other raised towards me. Seeing him up close, this hollow was strong. Probably the strongest one around here. Ulquiorra. I can handle him. The hollow on the ground pushed himself fully back up with a hiss. Blood poured from his chest with each movement. You forget your place, Neutra. The pale hollow apparently named Ulquiorra said rather monotone. Follow Aizen's orders. Tisk. Neutra clicked his Tony and opened his mouth. Suddenly a bright yellow light began to shine, and it reminded me eerily like that attack those mindless hollows used, except perhaps 100 times the strength. At the same time, that other hollow disappeared for a split second, reappearing behind me with finger extended, and his own Ciro forming at the tip with a greenish-black hue. Feme Zegron. I spoke aloud, becoming an ethereal body right as both of them launched their attacks. The condensed Ryoryoku shot forward from both ends, passing over one another. Ulquiorra dodged out of the way without any issue, but the other one wasn't so lucky. He brought up his weapon to block, but it had a good amount of force condensed. I used that opportunity to open up a portal behind him as his ally's own attack sent him hurling back through it. Out of the corner of my eye, he was dropped right in the middle of the Quincy on the other side while the old man was going on a warpath. That should help both sides, as I'm fairly sure Quincy and Hollows were very much enemies as well. I see. The Hollow frowned, appearing within my vision a few dozen yards away. He took his other hand out of his pocket and let out a breath. You will not be easy to deal with. I will end this as quickly as I can. He grabbed his sword from its sheath. Enclose, Murcielago. A green hue enveloped the area with the sudden intense climb of the Hollow's Ryatsu. It was dense enough that it mimicked rain that fell from the sky. I got a better look at him at this point. He originally had half a headpiece bone thing on his head, but now it looked like a proper headpiece that centered on his head. But the most eye-catching thing was the bat-like wings that sprouted behind his back as he lightly took to the air. Can Hollows Bankai now? I'm not jealous. Nope. I think that's cultural appropriation. I snorted, my own wings popping back out as I floated up to be level with him. He didn't rise to my joke. I was not aware of your species' existence until this moment. He said without any emotion. But it does not matter. He held out his hand and a spear construct made of his Ryoryoku formed with that same hue. I am Ulquiorra Cipher, the fourth Espada. Prepare yourself. He intoned. He flapped his wings once and shot forward. Fast, extremely fast, to the point where I had to focus to keep up. Dawnbreaker raised up and his spear collided with it. The force of the blow sent me hurling backwards towards the ground. My feet shattered the stone underneath as I forced myself to stay upright. His left arm shot out, trying to grab hold of my head. I tilted it to the side and instead grabbed his arm with my own. You're strong. I commented as his eyes flashed. I felt like this wasn't even his highest level for some reason. Well, let's see what he's got. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Izanami POV. What a chaotic mess this was. There were hollows pouring in through the tears in space they opened in the sky. There were even more hollows that appeared near Wilhelm, much stronger and humanoid looking. I did not like them. There were these Quincy that were running around and being general nuisances. And the Shinigami that were trying to fight all of them at the same time. And Wilhelm was correct, their leader did feel similar to my daughter. The moment he released his flames, if not for the lack of divinity, I would have wondered if my daughter had descended. Granted, it wasn't quite up to par, but at the same time, I recalled they have another stage of release with their swords. Very impressive for a non-god. At least the children had the common sense to not jump into this mess. No, they were standing off to the side with the healers. They were gathering the wounded and providing medical aid and other life-saving measures. I watched with mild amusement as Wilhelm apparently dropped one of those humanoid hollows right in the middle of the Quincy. His portals were very particular and easy to notice in a crowd. It turned out as well as one would expect. A strange three-way fight where the hollow did its best to survive. It did a thing where its power increased drastically and grew 2 extra hands, a scythe in each one, but it didn't hold up well while trying to fend off both sides with only himself. I looked up to the sky to see. Regular hollows, for lack of a better term, begin to overwhelm the non-captain Shinigami that were trying to restrain them. Watching it, I supposed I could lend a hand. I raised my hand up, and clenched my fist, destroying about 100 or so of the fairly large creatures. It was enough to give them some breathing room. Out of the corner of my eye, I did keep watch on Wilhelm. Perhaps I was worrying over nothing, there were not many here who could put up a genuine fight against him. Unless he used one of his sacred gears or called upon my son's authority, I was not overly concerned. However, there was something to be said about the number of beings here who did reach a certain threshold. Numbers should not be overlooked. Otherwise, I did not care much. Beyond a hail of those light arrows that poured down from time to time that I stopped, there were not many who dared venture close here. These Shinigami set up some makeshift barriers around the immediate area for emergency treatments, I would presume, so I did not have to intervene. However, I was starting to get annoyed with the ongoing conflict. It was just getting messier and messier, which just further irritated me. Even the buildings below began to be destroyed and the stronghold of these Shinigami was starting to become engrossed in this conflict. I raised an eyebrow as something shot fast towards our direction. I raised my hand up and slapped it out of the sky, causing a crater in the already disturbed rock formation we were standing on. I did not know how much longer this thing would last, thanks to Wilhelm casting such a large spell. There was the amusing thought of seeing how they would react to Wilhelm revealing his devil heritage so publicly after the fighting stopped. I was surprised he did so, but then again, he does tend to be bluntly dismissive of it for some reason. The person I had smacked down pushed themselves free of the rocks that now covered them. They did not look to be in the best of shape. No, it was a short, fat man with half a beard and covered in substantial burns. I'm assumed his beard wasn't always that way. He pushed himself up to his feet, supporting his weight with a staff reminiscent of Caduceus but an eye in the center with wings on the side. I wasn't the only one who noticed him, the others did too and were prepared to fight. Healers. He perked up. Perfect, he smiled, lewdly, and it made me feel very uncomfortable. You all love me and don't want to see me hurt, right? He winked, putting his hand in the shape of a heart. Love kiss, he cried out, and a massive heart-shaped projectile was launched outwards. Since the kids were behind me, I reached out and snatched this weird ability before it could go beyond me. And that was when I felt it. Rude, rude. Don't hog all of my love to yourself. He danced side to side with a chiding tone to his voice. Move aside, darling, Pepe's love is for everyone. He held his hands in the shape of a heart again and I felt a fury overtake me. With nostrils flared, I grabbed his face and slammed it into the ground. Why you aren't affected by my love? The short and fat man cried out in confusion as I pulled him up, still holding him up by his head. Love kiss. He called out again, several more times powerful than the previous one. It washed over me and my anger just increased. When that Shinigami thought to reinterpret my senses, I was amused. When your kin attempted to instill fear into me, I found it adorable. And now. I tossed him to the ground. I am no longer laughing. How dare you reject my love? His expression shifted from one of confusion and hesitance to fury as if I did him some great wrong but not being affected by his ability. Now I find myself utterly devoid of patience. I do not have much love left inside of me. It's reserved for a precious few people. And you tried to usurp it for yourself. His ability to seemingly force love and obedience in others. He reached into his own mouth, disgustingly pulling out a bow and arrow made of that spiritual matter. He attempted to fire the arrow at me, but I simply flicked it away. I am officially done. I declared, reaching out into the air. I will end this farce. I felt creation churn at the movement, pulling on the thing I have kept sealed away for centuries. I normally did not like using it, but at this moment, I was pissed off and I simply didn't want to deal with this nonsense anymore. Space distorted and the very ground trembled as I attempted to bring it out into the world once more. Congratulations, mortal, you have earned my full wrath. I am Izanami no Mikoto, goddess of death, and you will know my wrath. Come, Ameno no Hoko. I declared as reality split apart at its arrival. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 401, Chapter 363. Izanami POV. I usually kept a lid on my divine nature. There were things that gods simply could not avoid when presenting themselves in their true forms when mortals gazed upon us. Something instinctual that pricked at the back of their minds that told them that we were not simple. It was easier for these spirits to peek behind the curtain even if I didn't reveal myself. And now, that lid had been taken off. My divinity swept out in every direction as I called upon the spear. I've kept it sealed at my side for many years now. And I'm sure many back home would be utterly terrified to know that I was in possession of it. It wasn't originally in my possession, no, it was a peace offering from my former husband. There would never be any reconciliation after his betrayal, but I was not completely without sin in our conflicts. And many centuries after the fact, he wished to bury the hatchet as the humans say. At that point, my hatred had diminished greatly, and I accepted. Perhaps it was the catalyst that allowed me to finally move on from my past. I had never used it until this moment. If it was back home, I may have been more reserved, but in this particular moment, I was furious. The world bent to accommodate this mighty weapon of creation. The object by which both my former husband and I channeled our godly powers to raise Japan out of the ocean in the days of old. It was no mere divine weapon the likes of Zeus's Master Bolt or Odin's Gungnir despite the legendary prowess of such peerless devices. No, it was forged from the chaos before beginning. The same origins as my own progenitors. As soon as it appeared, the thunderclouds that Wilhelm had called into being, intertwined with his own divinity, were cowed into submission. I could feel the earth fluctuate and the wind churn to welcome its arrival as if calling out to an old friend. Ameno no Hoko, the heavenly jeweled spear. It's funny, it's not overly adorned in jewels. If anything, by today's standards, it would be minimalistic. But in the time before civilization, it was considered extravagant and regal. Truthfully, it even appeared a bit weathered on the surface and the flashiness of any adornments were muted by its apparent age. Yet, it merely took one gazing upon it to know its power. I was not a particularly powerful deity among those who could claim to be my peer in age. I was not worshipped, and even the pantheon I was part of did not look at me favorably. My feats had mostly been regulated to assisting my former husband as opposed to being an equal. However, when holding this spear, even the likes of those old monsters would think twice before facing me. It held the weight of an entire cosmology behind it as the origins of the land itself. The moment it touched my hand, the world respectfully silenced itself. The land that I tread was mine even if by other means and by another world. It awaited merely a call and it would respond to my orders. You. I looked down at the cowering form of this upstart mortal who thought to take my love away from the ones who I chose to give it to. The thought of the love I had for my children and the turbulent feelings I had for Wilhelm being replaced with this vile creature was utterly repulsive. Oh, he cowered, he stuttered and attempted to flee, crawling away on his stubby legs. And I admit, the speed that these mortals can move at would be annoying. Thus, I ever so slightly flicked my spear, and his legs were severed from his body. Death is too easy a punishment. You will spend an eternity in Yomi under my meticulous care. I raised my spear up, pointing it at him. My spear was one of creation, but that did not mean I could not do the opposite. Just as I held the opposite domains of creation and death, I used my spear to unmake this creature. The sniveling and crying, the pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as his body was unmade. I twisted my wrist, removing his last physical remnants from existence, leaving behind a soul that flew into my grasp. Looking at it, I frowned. Something familiar was pulling at it. I do not care if you claim ownership over this soul. I sneered, dispelling an attempt to retrieve it from my hand. If you truly want it so much, you can come crawling to Yomi and beg for it. I stated, putting it away for now. Now that I dealt with the immediate source of my anger, I realized that everyone was looking at me and the fighting had more or less stopped. I suppose I was not subtle with my declaration, my divinity had seeped out at that point and everyone most likely heard me. Well, except for a small handful. You bitch. A feminine voice was directed my way. I looked up to see a handful of these Quincy moving to attack me. The one who spoke, a woman with long black hair, held out her hands, and orbs formed of reishi. She threw them at me, and her companions who shared similar sentiments unleashed their own attacks, mostly that of arrows. I glanced behind myself to see the children still there. Holding my spear up, I slowly moved it through the air. The edge of the spear tip did not cut anything, rather, space began to bend and distort. The attacks that were aimed in my direction were sent off course, wildly flinging far away from myself or those behind me. It's not fucking working. Use bigger bombs. You think I don't know that? Why don't? I do not enjoy being looked down on like this. My lips pressed into a thin line and grasped at the air. Grovel in the dirt where you belong. They were forced to the ground, slamming into it at breakneck speeds. Quilge. The woman with long black hair pushed herself up out of the ground and shouted towards one of her companions. Do your thing, now. Another shot to the air, a man with glasses looked at me. His Majesty bestowed onto me the letter J. No one can escape my jail. He gathered his power into his hand and shot it towards me. I raised an eyebrow as it didn't actually attack me, rather, it formed a sort of barrier around me. Or as his words implied, he imprisoned me. See. There's only one God in this world. His Majesty's power. Adorable. I snorted, waving my spear and destroyed the barrier around me. The resulting explosion of power sent a shockwave outwards in all directions. I will be merciful. I took a casual step forward, appearing in front of him, making his body jerk back, but a twitch of my hand saw him get forced in place. I will allow your soul to return to him. I stabbed him through the heart, watching the life die in his eyes before casting him off my weapon and letting his body hit the ground below. Their eyes widened in shock and horror at the ease in which I dispatched their companion. Our retreat. One of them breathed out. Only His Majesty can order. The shadows around them all jerked wildly, grabbing hold of them the same way it did the first time I met one of their people. I stepped back onto the ground. Did I give you permission to leave? I tapped my spear onto the ground and the shadows were dispersed. As if some upstart could snatch away people in front of me on my land. Oh, objection. A thin and rather mundane-looking member of their retinue held up a shaking hand at me. Why, you can't possibly exist. His Majesty gave me the letter Q and I question to your existence. A conceptual attack. How amusing. Was he trying to bring my existence into flux and create a paradox? Your objection is noted. I walked towards him. And it's subsequently ignored. I swung my spear downwards in his direction. I didn't even have to do anything to counter his ability. The spear in my hand was an absolute declaration of my existence. He disappeared in a gouge that now split the large plateau we were standing on and continued into the distance, with several mountains missing their peaks. Foolish mortal, my existence is not something you can question. I snorted, flicking my spear back over my shoulder. You bitch, take this. I blinked, turning back towards the girl I had ignored. She held her fingers linked together up to the sky and a rather large blob of ray she had gathered. And based on what happened before with her handheld ones, I believed it to be a bomb. Ha, I was gathering this the entire time. I'll just blow up the entire Soul Society. She cackled. I looked at her rather tiredly and raised my hand again. The shadows answered my call, climbing up to the sky, the shadow hands grasping at each other until a column formed and enveloped the massive sphere of condensed and volatile spiritual matter. And it was visibly pulled downwards, disappearing into the shadows. I'm sure your people will appreciate your gift. Her eyes widened at the implication. And it would be rude of me to not allow you to share. You may leave. I slammed my spear onto the ground once more, and the shadows that once receded at my command now returned, grabbing them forcibly. Every Quincy that had invaded this place was forced backwards into the shadows, back to their home. They struggled, but it was pointless. It wasn't a matter of power, they were trespassing, and I was the landlord with absolute authority. Well, that hadn't taken very long, but there was one more objective to deal with. Those evil spirits, those hollows that stood above in such vast numbers. Oh, they had been mostly corralled by my renewed presence, but their existence was one that grated on me. Abominations that should not exist. Devouring the children of my daughter's son. I held my spear out once more, tilting it to the side so the flat of the spear faced the sky. I borrowed Wilhelm's storm, a single raindrop fell down from the sky. The droplet hit my spear, the minuscule sound that should have been drowned out instead echoed to the ears of everyone present. Creation in one of its purest forms shined along the bladed edge. I then swung my spear towards the sky, a droplet shooting off towards every single of the hollows present. Be purified. I commanded. Not a single one of those hollows escaped. A drop of water piercing through their cores, destroying the bonds around the soul that held down and devoured all the others. Thousands upon thousands of souls emerged, spewing out from within the abominations, freed from their ceaseless hunger and rightfully returned to the proper cycle of life and death. I then turned my attention to the other hollows. The ones that Wilhelm had been fighting. The humanoid ones that were significantly stronger than those beasts that I had just dealt with. It's strange, I could tell that they too had so many souls swirling around inside of them that they consumed, yet, there was something else there. A spark of humanity that barely flickered underneath their grotesque nature. Should I deal with them in a similar manner? I certainly didn't like them, but they were somehow less repulsive than their brethren I had just slain, which seemed paradoxical. There was also a Shinigami with them, one I recognized as being the one I put in time out from before. I looked at him and our eyes met. And there was something familiar in his gaze. Fear. He didn't hesitate, he fled immediately, and those hollows followed while I contemplated the question. Those tears in reality that they used, they had quite easily tore them open and jumped through without a second thought once the Shinigami made the move. Oh well, I suppose I didn't care that much. I would deal with any hollows that I saw, but I didn't feel the need to seek them out. They were not my problem to bear. Wilhelm. I glanced at him as he came over. Well, that's one way to deal with the Quincy and hollows. He chuckled. And I couldn't help myself but smile slightly. I was worried he would be put off by my anger, but there is nothing but warmth in his gaze. Yes, now, what to do about these Shinigami? The world shook as I hummed, looking at their stunned and confused faces. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/and not very long, but Izzy didn't need long either v. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 402, Chapter 364. If you need anything else, please call for me. What was her name, Nanao? Shuinsue's lieutenant. Thank you, child. Izzy calmly and politely thanked the Shinigami for the tea. The Shinigami seemed to stiffen and sort of sputter out a response before quickly disappearing from the room. After the whole incident they had very polite, giving us a room to wait in. It was funny to see the Shinigami utterly speechless and trying to comprehend what exactly it meant for Izzy to be here. Well, this is nice. I hummed, taking a sip. Odd. What? That girl was a believer in Shintoism. Perhaps even a Miko in her own right, she gave off a bright feeling in her faith. Izzy replied. How do you? I paused, making her raise an eyebrow. Right, Shinto goddess. How does that work? Isn't she technically a kami under the broad definitions of Shintoism? Shinigami are just spirits of the deceased at their most basic. Now that I think about it, are there Shinigami back home? I've never actually heard anything about them, but the idea exists in myths and legends. You can blame Hades for that. His reapers have been mistakenly identified over the centuries and humans develop their own beliefs. Technically his reapers are the Shinigami there, but the difference is obvious, as you know. As for worship, do you think that the lesser gods don't pay homage and worship to those higher-ups? My daughter and son are revered not just by mortals but by the thousands of kami that populate Japan. I guess it isn't that odd, other cosmologies have similar things now that I think about it. Hey, I don't want to alarm you, but your baby spirit's been growing pretty fast. Damn it, Drake. I sighed, putting my cup down. What did that dragon do this time? Izzy asked. Hey, that's uncalled for. He fed my sword spirit that marble that the Shinigami tried to steal or whatever. Well, less feeding it and more like, it's sort of latched onto it and been growing extremely fast ever since, and he's been updating me periodically. I didn't think there was anything majorly wrong, but I wasn't quite sure what exactly was going on, so it left me sort of wary. Would you like me to take a look? Izzy offered. Sure. I didn't even take time to think about it. She let out a sigh. You really should be hesitant about people like me looking into your soul. You're making it sound like I let any random person look at my soul. I rolled my eyes, scooting closer to her. I trust you and I don't have any secrets from you. Why do you have to say things like that? She grumbled, putting her hand on my chest. She took a breath and her eyes glowed slightly. I imagined she had to put some effort to push through my Campione resistance. I don't know what that marble is, but it doesn't seem harmful. It appears to be made up of a conglomeration of souls, but I did not poke it to see the intricacies. Weird. But, well, that's a relief then. I guess I can let it take a back seat for now and check it out again later. I relaxed, looking down at Izzy, and she tilted her head up, looking me in the eyes. Is something wrong? She slowly and hesitantly pulled her hand away, looking a little apprehensive about something. We've spent quite a long time together this time. Longer than we've spent together until this point. We did. I nodded. You sick of me already? I asked jokingly. Don't say that. She huffed. This has been one of my happiest memories. Going wrathful goddess on a bunch of mortals. I grinned. Not just those Quincy and Hollows, but basically telling the Shinigami to get their shit together or else. You know what I'm talking about. She puffed up with a hint of embarrassment. You weren't scared or intimidated, were you? She quietly asked. I know that I can be. Izzy, you're not going to scare me away. Honestly, I thought we were past this. Really? She leaned in, her face was only a few inches away from mine. Really? Good. She breathed out. Because after spending this time with you, I realized something. What? I blinked. I'm tired of holding myself back. Before I could process what she said, she pushed her lips against mine. It wasn't a particularly long kiss, but I was taken by surprise and didn't quite reciprocate. She pulled away quickly, looking embarrassed. Oh. The word kinda tumbled out from me. Perhaps I've been overthinking things. Just ignore what happened. She sighed, pushing herself up, but I quickly grabbed hold of her sleeve. Izzy, wait. Please, just give me a moment alone, Izanami. I called out her full name, something I don't think I've ever done, making her stop trying to wiggle out of my grasp. Izzy. I repeated again. Let's talk. I'm not a child. You're clearly not interested, and I misread any intentions. You don't need to. Izzy. I said again, interrupting her. Stop. I grabbed her hand so she couldn't run away. Please. She hesitantly sat back down, but looked rather uncomfortable. You didn't misread anything. I was just surprised. She shifted a little bit in her spot but didn't respond. I'm not blind, you know. To all the little things that happened between us. I muttered. You're one of my closest friends, and I haven't had many of those before. I didn't want to mess that up, so I just forced myself to ignore any flags. You're an idiot. She finally said, awkwardly looking at the ground. I know. She let out a cute little huff. I'm not a good person, Wilhelm. I've done many horrible things in my life. Some that I can never take back and things that you would be ashamed of me if you saw. Even my own children want nothing to do with me. I'm a vile and despicable woman, hated by the very country I created. Idiot. I shot right back at her. Don't confess to me then try to convince me otherwise. It was a momentary selfish desire of mine. You deserve to know how terrible I really am. She crossed her arms. I've killed a lot of people. I crossed my arms as well, staring at her. I'm usually apathetic to suffering if it's not in front of my eyes. I'm extremely lustful and greedy. I prioritize my own happiness and of those I care about over anyone else. I'm not a good person. Don't try to compete with me. She pursed her lips. You will lose because you're not a bad person. You're a wonderful and caring man who's willing to make a monster like me feel loved. And Izzy is one of the most amazing women I've ever met. She's kind and compassionate and tries to hide it under a veil of apathy and self-loathing. And anyone would be lucky to have any kind of affection from her. You're impossible. She threw her hands up with a frown. Where do we go from here? I reached out, grabbing her hand again. I said I'm a greedy person, Izzy. I won't ever want to let you go. She trembled slightly, a faint pink brushing her cheeks. Idiot, don't make that sound like it's a detriment. Would you like to try again? I offered. Or if you want to go slower we can. Wilhelm. She cut me off. Shut up and kiss me. Well, I didn't need to be told twice. Nor did she wait for me to actually make a move. She leaned in, and I quickly captured this goddess's lips properly this time. It was unfortunate that the passionate kiss only lasted a few moments as a knock on the door interrupted our little moment. And it was quickly followed by Shunsui walking in to see Izzy and I in a bit of an awkward position where it was very obvious what we had just been doing. You didn't see anything. Izzy told him. I didn't see anything. He immediately agreed. Izzy, with a cute blush, scooted herself over to properly sit next to me on my side of the table as I followed suit. Shunsui awkwardly moved himself opposite of us and sat down. He was bandaged up noticeably and looked utterly exhausted. I sneakily moved my hand under the table, taking hers once more, our fingers interlocking. A tiny smile made its way to her face despite the situation. Speak, what do you want? Izzy cut right to the chase, possibly a little annoyed by the interruption. On behalf of the Godi 13, I would like to ask for clarification on some matters that were discussed earlier. He cleared his throat. And by that, he wanted to know probably what she meant by, get your shit together or I'm taking back the land you're on. Very well. Izzy grumbled. You have been a proper host, so I will show you some courtesy. Ask your questions. Asterisk. Yorichi POV. Been a while since I've been to one of these captain meetings. I looked around the room to see all the old faces. So, what's on the agenda for today? Is it about the Eisen thing? The one we warned you about, the reason we were all kicked out originally. Watching all the captains collectively frown made me all giddy. Little Byakuya, you all right over there? I smiled happily, looking at his arm in a cast and his face kind of pale. Actually, most of them were pretty beat up or wounded. I think the healing division was preoccupied with the more severely hurt, so they only got some bandages and told to tough it out. I am fine. He practically hissed. It's a shame, I wanted the brat to kick your ass, but it was some Quincy, huh? A mere Ryoka is not worth any consideration. Even if he already learned Bankai. I hummed, making his eyes widen. But who would have guessed the Quincy? And the betrayal by Eisen? Right, who could have foreseen or warned everyone about that? We get it, Yorichi. Shunsui sighed. Do you really? I looked at him. Shihoin Yorichi. The old man opened his mouth. This is not a place. No. I raised my voice. He was surprised by my tone, opening his eyes slightly. I did my job, I did my duty. I served in my position for years and never did anything to warrant so much as a talking to. Yet, when suddenly something happens, we're all thrown under the bus so quickly without even a chance to defend ourselves. And look, proof that we were right all along. That maybe there was a conspiracy when suddenly nearly half the standing captains were cast out. Not just Tessai, Kisuke and myself, you know who I'm talking about. You don't get to just sweep it under the rug like it didn't happen when we had to run away from our home. Are you done? The old man grumbled. Yes. I breathed out. I guess I'd been holding that in for a while. You were wronged. He acknowledged, closing his eyes. All of us were, old man. I made sure to specify. And they probably aren't going to be as forgiving as Kisuke or I am. Tessai probably won't ever take back up his spot as Kido captain even if you pardon and give him an apology. And frankly, I don't know if I want to come back. But we're more than willing to help with dealing with Eisen. The old man looked at me for a moment and nodded. Eisen escaped along with Ichimaru Jin during the conflict. It's clear he was associating with Hollows and an execution order has been summarily signed. As Kanami Tozen disappeared as well, we are assuming he is colluding with the traitors and will be treated similarly. Yeah, he was one of the ones working with Eisen. I grunted. We would like all the information you have on Eisen and any associates of his. And the object that he was trying to retrieve from Kachiki Rukia. I would like an answer as to why something was hidden inside of my sister. Little Byakuya also spoke up. Ugh, I wish Kisuke was here for this. It's called the Hogyoku. I don't really know much about it, but according to Kisuke, it can remove the barriers between Shinigami and Hollows. He thinks that Eisen also had one, which considering the fact that there were a significant amount of Erinkar, well. Erinkar have appeared in the past, but never more than one or two over the past 1,000 years. Shunsui rubbed his chin. That would explain some things. They weren't pushovers, if things went on longer. They had impressive Ryatsu, but were they that strong? Little Suifeng asked. I was busy fighting the apparent Quincy invasion, so I didn't get a chance to see them up close. Except for that one that got in front of the captain commander, and that one didn't last long. No less than any of us, I'm afraid. Yuka sighed. They're strong, skilled, and ruthless. Great, so we have two groups wanting us dead and they all have combatants equal to us in strength, if not more numerous than our standing captains. Captain Hitsugaya scowled. And the traitors that ran away with a fourth of our combat potential. Not to mention that Aizen was hiding his strength. Hard to miss that. Shunsui agreed. His Ryatsu was much more impressive than what he let on. And he wasn't entirely truthful about his Zanpakuto's ability. It's absolute hypnosis. I chimed in. It's one of the reasons we've been having difficulty dealing with him. He can completely control anyone's senses that has seen him release his sword. That's. And we've all seen it. Captain Kamamura's voice rumbled from beneath his helmet. So Aizen has the ability to completely control what we can see, feel, sense, etc. He also has an army of hollows at his beck and call, as shown by the numerous Minos Grande and Ajucha classes that invaded. And to top it off, he has a group of Arankar that are at the very least, on par with us in strength. Shunsui rambled. Did I miss anything? The Quincy. Kenpachi hummed, seemingly the only person in a good mood. They were pretty good, can't wait to fight them again. And the hollows sound interesting too, I almost can't decide who I want to fight. Thank you, Kenpachi. I'm currently working on a way to trace the Quincy's point of origin. I believe I shall have a means within the week if things progress at the same rate they were before the second invasion. Mayuri spoke up. However, I would like to request samples from the... No. Denied. Absolutely not. Please don't. Fuck off, Mayuri. I also added in my own thoughts. Your request is denied, Captain Kuratsuchi. And I would like to be very clear that your only priority right now is to focus on finding the whereabouts of the Quincy stronghold. The old man glared at Mayuri. Mayuri scoffed but didn't argue. And this Hogyoku, are we going to retrieve it from this supposed devil? There was a beat of silence as everyone glanced around the room before they all looked at me. Hey, I'm not holding your hands here. I'm technically still a fugitive. As it is clear that the Central 46 were killed by Aizen in his rebellion, my authority is the highest until we can re-establish the governing body. As such, I am officially pardoning everyone involved in the events that occurred 100 years ago. The old man spoke up. Awesome, still not gonna help there. Come on, Yoruchi, can you give us something? Yuka asked. Seriously, don't look at me, this is new to me too. He only said that his mom was human before, I didn't know he was a devil. I didn't even know they were real or what that even means. It's not like I'm going to Sunday school with humans or something. I held my hands up. So if you want to go poke the race of beings that we had no idea existed until now, go be my guest. And you can also upset his friend. Fuck, I guess it makes sense why his Ryatsu felt so damn weird and almost hollow-like. But seriously, a devil. What the hell, I didn't even know they existed and by everyone else's expressions at the revelation, neither did they. Captain Kairaku. The captain commander grunted. You spoke with him and the woman. He almost sounded respectful there. Shunsui tilted his hat down. You mean if I asked the goddess about how she ordered us to, and I quote, clean up our mess otherwise she's going to do it for us, then yes I did. Report, Captain Kairaku. Shunsui sighed, and the old man didn't even chide him for his lackadaisical demeanor. Right, her orders were that the kids will be going home. That Kachiki Rukia is innocent of any supposed crime and that we clean up Soul Society otherwise she's going to take back the land we're standing on. Are we really going to believe that she's a... Captain Hitsugaya didn't need to finish his sentence, but everyone could guess what he was asking. Capital G, Goddess. I finished for him. Go ahead and call her out, it's not like she showed why she can back up that claim. Or is your Japanese mythology a bit rusty there? I don't pay attention to human myths. The younger captain scowled. Izanami no Mikoto, one of two creator gods of Japan. In the myth she and her husband, Izanagi, raised Japan out of the sea with a spear by the name of Amenenohoko. Which, I'm pretty sure we just saw. Shunsui replied, blinking as everyone stared at him. What? Nanao's an ISE, they're a long line of Shinto priestesses. I had her give me a rundown, and some of the stories do not paint a good picture. I wouldn't call myself knowledgeable about human myths and crap, but even I knew about Izanami. I knew the big names of Shintoism, and yeah, the fact that it's probably not made up right now is giving me anxiety. She was right when we asked about her name. I looked through my family records, and the only god we acknowledge is the Soul King. Byakuya spoke up. There is no mention of any other deities in existence. By what right does she claim ownership over Soul Society? Right. Shunsui scratched his cheek. She mentioned this when I asked. And she was not happy, mind you. But, you know, when Soul Society was created, where do you think the land it's made of came from? Everyone took a moment to process that, and we all came to the same realization. Oh. Was the collective response. But, Soul Society, the three realms were created by the Soul King before recorded history. Captain Hitsugaya countered. Or we were told. We don't have much to go on but the legends and stories. I'm pretty sure she's older than humanity. Shunsui said dryly. I would also like to point out, does everyone remember the thing that happened a little over a week ago with the realm shaking and the sky turning dark? That was her being upset. Well then. This just opens up so many questions that I don't think I want to know the answer to. Fucking Wilhelm. Oh, I have a friend and she's a pretty good stick to wave around. I'm gonna kick his ass the next time I see him because he somehow brought a damn goddess with him. I'll probably kiss him right after because of what happened to Aizen, but still. A week ago, I thought I knew the ins and outs of the world. Besides some tightly held secrets, there wasn't much I didn't know. And then comes the devil and the goddess that came and smacked my understanding of the world right off a cliff. I wanted to call bullshit. I think everyone wanted to call bullshit on someone revealing themselves as a goddess, but frankly, it's pretty damn hard to argue with what happened. I will send a message to the Zero Division. The Captain Commander tapped his cane on the ground. Until we receive a response, everyone, he glared at Mayuri, is ordered to treat our guests with the utmost respect. And her orders? Yukitake asked. Will be followed. The old man uncharacteristically sighed. However, our priority right now are the enemies that are at our doorstep. We have been wounded, our pride has been stepped on. We will show them why we have stood unwavering for thousands of years. He let out a grunt, and a wave of ryatsu flowed over us. Shihoin Yuruchi. I know what you're gonna ask. I'll go talk to the others and see where they stand after I bring the kids back. I waved him off. He nodded in thanks. Now, Captain Unohana, begin your report on our casualties and wounded. I droned out what came next. Honestly, the only consolation in all of this is that I can just imagine how utterly furious and confused Aizen must be right now. That, and I get to see the look on Kasuk's face when I tell him everything that happened. I think that's the only thing keeping me sane at the moment. ****. Well, that's been a long time coming. One awkward confession later and Izzy's finally a part of the harem. Chapter 403, Chapter 365. It's weird. Nothing changed between Izzy and I, yet at the same time, everything did. She was still the same wonderful and amazing woman that I considered an irreplaceable friend. Someone I trusted with my life and even that of my loved ones. But there was that extra little something there now. Maybe it was always there but I had just ignored it because of my own stupidity. The little looks we gave each other, the small smiles when our eyes met. The little touches too were always welcomed. Our overall relationship didn't really change much. We still poked at each other, we still were close, but with a bit more romantic affection. And we would definitely still do things in the future like we did. Oh. You have that look on your face, what's wrong? Izzy asked me. I just realized. We've been dating for a while now, haven't we? Oh. She blinked in realization as well. The things we've been doing together, the little bit of closeness that seemed to toe the line between romantic and platonic relations. Yeah. I lowered my head onto her shoulder. The girls know, don't they? Izzy pursed her lips. They were aware that I, perhaps, had more than platonic feelings towards you. Yasaka was more than upfront about the acceptance and Artoria has been pleasant about it. Yeah, I'm remembering things now that I ignored back then. They're going to be insufferable when they find out, aren't they? Without a doubt. I closed my eyes and let out a groan. My head slid off her shoulder and planted right in her lap. Can I be spiteful and just, I made a squelching sound while pressing my hands against my head, an obvious insinuation about killing myself. So they don't have the satisfaction. They're there. She ran her fingers through my hair, probably one of my favorite things at this point. I relaxed in her lap, enjoying the moment. We're dating. How good of you to notice. Did the trading of confessions not tip you off? Or perhaps you require another kiss as evidence. I'm just saying it out loud because it was sudden and I'm still processing. Don't misunderstand, I'm positively thrilled. But processing, in a good way. I paused. Actually, no. I need more kisses. She playfully slapped my shoulder. Still no regrets? Absolutely not. I have many regrets in my life, but you will never be one of them. I gave her a smile. I don't understand how you could be so willfully oblivious and still spout that kind of nonsense to me even before our little confession. She let out a cute huff in response, and the tiniest red tinging her cheeks. And I don't have to feel awkward about staring at your butt anymore. And you ruined the moment. She poked my cheek, her lips twitching in amusement. And I thought you were staring, but it's not like I was going to call you out. Obviously I was. A beautiful woman like you wearing tight clothing like that and just throwing it in my face. And you can say that to my face without a hint of shame. I'm astonished, truly astonished at your shamelessness. You call me shameless but you don't even deny what I said. Are you implying that I seduced you? She raised an eyebrow. Yup, it's all your fault. Now you have to take responsibility. Is this how you gathered your other harem members? She snorted. I don't want to answer that question. I'm sure you don't. Izzy replied. Are you finished with everything in this world? More or less. I would have left sooner if it wasn't for this whole thing. It was annoying and took a while, but I can't deny that it was interesting and beneficial. Did you at least do everything you wanted since coming here? I forced myself to roll over slightly so I could stare up into her eyes. What I could. I hummed. I originally came here because I wanted to find a way to, I guess, weaponize my soul properly, which I think I succeeded. I was mostly just anxious and felt I had to do something and have since calmed down. Realistically, I didn't expect to just conveniently solve all my problems and significantly increase my strength with a snap of my fingers. They have interesting abilities here. Izzy acknowledged. Some of them would be very dangerous if they were a bit more powerful. Yeah, and just look at the old man leading them. He just bulldozed through several of those Quincy's all at once. I would have to get serious if I took on that many opponents of that level. One or two I could be casual about, but start adding on more, quantity can overcome quality in some situations. As a goddess, I can say that he was impressive. He lacked the same standing as my own, but his pure power was respectable. Once he released his sword, I could see more clearly his peak even if it was still mostly sealed. I dare say he would command respect back home even amongst the gods. Kido is interesting and I'm still learning to use it properly. I held a finger up. Still needed to get the higher level ones, but they're nothing to scoff at and didn't work off the same paradigm as magecraft. A second finger joined the first. Shuinpo was an amazing find, it'll increase my speed quite a bit. I think I got to the point where I just need to practice more with that now, getting the fundamentals down as it were. But the real prize is my Zanpakuto. A third finger joined the others. Overall, I think I made out with quite a bit on this trip. They take a while to form or whatnot. The situation that you were dealing with was dire, was it not? Can you wait that long? It's complicated. I frowned thinking of that demon again. I'm obviously abusing the time dilation between world lines, but that only goes so far in a situation like this where I can't just come and go on a world line as I please. I know for a fact that any overt moves there by me would be detected. Sir Wiggles is keeping watch from the inside, and Gramps was doing something from the outside. I wanted to wait until I talked with him before committing again. Especially after almost dying. Good. I would be most upset if you died. She said dryly. Even if she was halfway joking, I did love to know she cared. And even if my Zanpakuto takes a while, I can feel it's going to be something special. Really, my only concern was how to replenish my own Riryoku since the Reishi wasn't native outside of this world line. I'll need to do some experiments, but I think I can cannibalize my own aura to get what I needed that way. After taking in so much Reishi during my stay here, my aura had sort of acclimated. Are you ready to go back home? She asked. More or less. Make sure the kids get home and then we're good to go. Will you come back? Probably. I like Shunsue and Yoruchi. And I feel like we may have had the tiniest bit of a hand in the chaos that happened, so probably check in on them every now and then. That's good. I will make sure they are doing their jobs properly. Yeah, Izzy was pretty intent that they clean this place up if they were going to be using pieces of Japan. We've put it off long enough. I patted her leg, pushing myself up. We should probably go see them. They've been waiting outside for a while now. Izzy grumbled in acknowledgement. Despite her whole wrathful goddess persona, she was hesitant to actually interact with people outside of the circle she already had in a more pedestrian capacity. I reached for her hand, bringing it up and giving it a quick kiss. Come on now, no need to be shy. She rolled her eyes with a small smile. Not all of us are utterly without shame. I think it's one of my better qualities. Sure, keep telling yourself that. I'm fairly sure it's what landed me all the wonderful women in my life, so I will. I said smugly. As much as I want to deny that statement, there is significant evidence to back it up, which is troubling in hindsight. Oh, Izzy. I pushed my shoulder next to hers. It's far too late for you to have second thoughts. I leaned in, claiming her lips once more. She didn't show any signs of hesitation and welcomed me with enthusiasm for the short moment it lasted. You're mine now. So I am. She smiled. I fully moved to my feet and helped her up as well. Let's go wrap things up so we can get made fun of by the girls when we get back home. I'm suddenly feeling in agreement with your earlier statement. We can simply end it now and save ourselves the trouble. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Izzy and I stepped out of the private room that Shunsui had given us and the others were all standing around. Yoruchi leaned against the nearby wall watching us intently. She visibly perked up once they saw us, but at the same time, she awkwardly shrunk back, not wanting to actually speak up. I can understand, Izzy was probably a little intimidating. Personally, I found it attractive when she's all wrathful goddess, but I know not everyone else feels that way when their creator goddess appears and smites some idiots. This feels like a funeral. Who died? I looked around. Besides all the people who actually died. Smooth. Yoruchi looked at me. Surprisingly, not that many died. There was a lot but, less than there probably should have been. She glanced at Izzy. Considering. Was Mayuri one of them? I asked hopefully. He wasn't even at the execution. So. Maybe a stray arrow flew across Soul Society and just happened to impale him right through the head. No, he wasn't one of them. She said dryly. As much as I'd also probably enjoy it. Oh well, there's always next time. Yeah, next time. She sighed, pushing off the wall she was leaning on. About that. What? So, got out of a meeting with the captains while they tried to make some plans going forward. Dealing with Aizen and his army of hollows, which is thankfully now in the open and I'm not a criminal anymore, and apparently the Quincy who we didn't even know existed until now. What are you getting at? I gestured for her to continue. They want to know what both your plans are. She frowned even saying it. Your conflicts are none of my concern. Izzy immediately replied. I told you Shinigami what I expect and that is all. Yoruchi flinched slightly. Yeah, don't worry about that, they're not arguing with any of your demands. She seemingly chose her words carefully. Thankfully, Aizen killed the Central 46 before he openly betrayed everyone. Thankfully. Aren't they your governing body? Yeah, but they're a bunch of elitist assholes. They'd probably do something to piss off the literal goddess in our presence. Ah, I getcha. And Aizen isn't going to sit still. Especially since you took the Hogyoku he was after. Hogyoku, is that what the marble is called? Of course you'd have no idea what it is. Did you take it just to piss off Aizen? It was shiny. I'm glad you're my friend. Yoruchi laughed. Kasuke would know more about it since he created it. But I doubt he's going to leave you alone. He'll track you down to the ends of the world if he has to if our thoughts about his need for it are right. I wish him good luck with that. Though, the idea of him getting frustrated that he couldn't find me would be fun to see. As for my plans in particular, I was going to go home. Far out of Aizen's reach, so you don't have to worry. And if you want, I can come check in every now and then. I don't mind lending a hand later if things get bad. No idea what's going to happen with 2 wars brewing, but I think bad is a good estimate. She reached into her shirt and took out a bound book. Here, this is for you. She said, tossing it to me. This is. I started flipping through it briefly. All Kido up to 90. I stole that when I had a minute, but the others are significantly harder to get, so you're out of luck there unless you want to go ask the old man. I'm kinda refraining from seeing him after our last talk, so I will thank you for this. This was actually really helpful. I'm a little surprised that you're taking Izzy's claim seriously. I honestly expected a lot of finger-pointing and disbelief. When someone calls themselves a goddess and threatens to completely upheaval Soul Society and shows they can do it with a gesture, it's pretty hard to dispute. Yoruchi snorted. Don't misunderstand, I am completely confused how it's possible for her to exist and trying my best not to freak out. Izzy hummed in amusement, but didn't speak up. I feel like I was completely overshadowed, but I can't really blame them there. There's been a sudden resurgence of people reading up on human myths and legends. Yoruchi added. Lots of people are scrambling to check old records and all of that. The rumors have been spreading and it's already causing a big commotion. I couldn't imagine why. The thought of them scrambling to dig up some old references to Izzy's myths or cracking open a Bible to study is honestly hilarious. Right, says the supposed devil. Half devil. My mom was human. I corrected. How does that work? I would presume how any sex works, but I don't really want to think about my mom doing it, thank you. I jokingly replied, stepping towards the kids who had been silently listening. I don't really know much about human myths and stuff, but I thought it was the devil, but you make it sound like there's more of you. How many of you are there running around? Yeah, not the devil, just a devil. And there's a bunch of us, but they don't usually come to the human world. I shrugged. But then again, I don't really pay attention to them. And that's not a scary thought. Her arms dropped to her side and she let out a sigh. Geez, this is all crazy and I don't even know where to start. Honestly, thanks for everything so far, you really did help us out. Goddess, devil, I don't really care, but genuinely thank you. What are friends for? I nudged her shoulder. Come on, let's go get the kids and bring them back home. Yeah, I want to get out of here before I get pulled into any more crap as it is. She chuckled. It's funny, with everything that happened, everyone seems to have forgotten that you apparently ran around and beat people up with a brick on your first visit here. Ah, good times. Actually, I should make sure to grab another brick while I'm here. For a souvenir. I obviously wouldn't use it for any other purposes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yawatch, King of the Quincy POV. Your Majesty, I have the records you requested. Jugram knelt down, holding up the bundles to me. However, I was unfortunately unable to find anything more in this short time, Your Majesty. If you would permit it, I will send someone to the human world to acquire what you desire. I held my hand up to silence him. Taking the topmost bounded book, I looked at it and flipped through a few pages. This will be sufficient for now. I did not think I would be researching old myths of human origins like this. It was utterly ridiculous, preposterous and outright nonsensical, yet, the facts presented themselves in plain view. Izanami. A goddess of death in legends. Was it merely coincidence? A god walked the earth and I had no idea about her existence until this moment. She shouldn't exist, she couldn't exist. It made no sense and anything I did I was unable to perceive her existence which just led credence that she was what she claimed to be. The Soul King split the original world into the three realms present today. Was it really possible that other deities existed in the past? Was it something lost to history, or something wiped from any records? No, it wasn't just her, but the men who accompanied her. Claiming to be another race that shouldn't exist, yet evidence was provided to the contrary. What other things have we missed? What other variables had so easily been able to slip through my carefully laid plans? Jugram, have the casualties been calculated? I set the book down with annoyance. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you wish to know which subjects were lost in the fight in Soul Society or in addition to Bambietta's negligence? Bambietta Basterbine, the explode. I could barely refrain myself from strangling her the moment I found out what happened. I couldn't completely blame her for what happened. Literal divine intervention was something even I can't perceive it seemed. But that didn't mean she escaped punishment. One of her large bombs was subverted and pushed down into the Wandenreich. And now a significant part of the Silbern was gone. Give me the full list. Yes, Your Majesty. He bowed. The following Sternritter have been killed in combat, as not, Pepe Wakabrata, Berenice Gabrielli, Nanana Najakup, Quilge Opie, and Driscoll Bursey. The majority of the other Sternritter dispatched were severely wounded. As for the casualties due to Bambietta's bomb, roughly 37% of the soldats were killed and Jerome Guisbat was severely injured and in critical condition. In addition, about half of the Silbern is unsalvageable. I took a deep breath and calmed myself. And the losses for Eisen. One of the Espada under Sosuke Eisen's command was killed by the captain commander. Good. I felt myself crack a smile. Acquiring the Hogyoku was never the main priority. It would have been beneficial, but not required. It was ultimately a useless trinket to me and simply keeping it out of Eisen's hands was the best-case scenario. No, my Sternritter did exactly what they needed to do. The sacrifice of a few was worth it to cast the eyes of the Shinigami away from us. They were the dregs anyways, ones that could be replaced given time. Now, in their eyes, our losses would be substantial, and the forces of Sosuke Eisen would appear the more immediate threat giving us needed breathing room. Even with the significant loss that was the piece of power I granted Pepe. I didn't need to use my almighty to know who was responsible for taking away that again. The Shinigami would not seek to invade for the time being. We could reorganize our forces and evaluate our next course of action in light of these changes that have occurred. Time to figure out who and what these entities that had involved themselves. This goddess and this devil who appeared out of nowhere and shouldn't by any rights exist. What else existed out there hiding in the shadows that even I didn't know about? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 404, Chapter 366. Shunsue walked up, his lieutenant standing by his side. He carried himself casually, his little welcoming smile on his face as he saw us. It didn't do anything to eliminate the underlying nervousness that he seemed to have. Mostly because Izzy was at my side, I would presume. Nonetheless, Izzy held a sort of mild impression towards him. I've known her long enough now to understand how she thought about certain things. Shunsui had been respectful but not entirely fearful of her even after learning who she was. Thus, he earned some small amount of goodwill from her. I just got back after the old man gave Captain Kenpachi an earful. Something about his Haori being pink. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Shunsui looked at me. I admit to nothing. I kept a straight face to the best of my ability. Though even Izzy was barely holding back a giggle at my side. We were about to get going, everything good on your end? Ha. He let out a long breath. About as good as we can expect. I don't suppose you'd want to hand over that Hogyoka thing. I don't think I can anymore. I really needed to investigate it once we left and I had a few minutes and a place to experiment in peace. He shrugged, not bothering to question it. We're preparing for war, so some things have been slow going. He glanced at Izzy and I think we both caught his insinuation. It's fair to say they had more important matters to deal with than Izzy's demand, which didn't really have a time limit. Although, we have started making inroads on cleaning up the Rakongai. He smiled, but it was strained. Izzy just hummed without answering him, making Shunsui look rather awkward. He coughed into his fist and carried on. The job was entrusted to my division, and Nanao here is gathering everything needed and building a proper plan. His lieutenant peeked over his shoulder looking a bit shy. Why yes, I'm writing up a proper plan, Lady Izanami. She squeaked as Izzy met her eyes. Child, come here. Izzy held her hand out, addressing the embarrassed woman. Come. Izzy beckoned again, a gentle smile on her face. The Shinigami shuffled closer not knowing how to react. Let me remove that curse on you. Curse? I repeated. Shuansue's eyes widened. You can tell. Do you forget who I am? Izzy turned to face him, a single eyebrow raising. Shuansue shrunk back slightly at her gaze. There are very few in existence that can claim to know curses more than I. For those of us that have no idea what's going on. I raised my hand. Shuansue scratched his cheek. Nanao's family, any man who marries into it dies after their child is born and the child is always a woman. That's weird. I blinked. You can fix that. Nanao whispered, looking at Izzy in awe. It shouldn't be too difficult. Izzy nodded, holding the woman's hand, but after a moment her brow furrowed in annoyance. Not just your soul, it's woven into your bloodline. She clicked her tongue. This will take a moment to unravel without causing any negative side effects. Need me to help? I offered. The offer is appreciated, but unneeded. It isn't anything strenuous or difficult, just merely meticulous in approach. I could easily rip it from her, but the damage would be severe. I would rather not leave any lingering remnants and do a thorough job from the start. All right, I'm gonna go check on the kids to see if they're ready to go. Give me a holler if you need me. I raised a hand to wave goodbye as they seemed much more focused on the woman's issue. I wasn't really needed there and that seemed more like a personal matter between them that I didn't want to interrupt. I walked through the little building we were at, moving through a couple rooms and opened the door to the courtyard on the opposite end. The kids were standing around, eyes immediately turning to me once I walked through. Where's the shorty? I looked around. Rookie is back with her division. Ichigo crossed his arms. Why, something wrong? He asked with a frown. Nah, was just curious. She okay? His frown disappeared into something resembling a smile. Yeah, she's good now. He nodded happily. Thanks, by the way. Despite everything, you came through in the end. You're a good kid. I ruffled his hair, much to his chagrin. He huffed and swatted my hand away. It's too bad I couldn't see your Bankai in action, was looking forward to it. You can fight me if you want. He grinned a little cockily. Are you going to easy on me? I asked humorously, mocking the words he originally said to Izzy. And I forgot to mention before, but I met your little hollow too. That was interesting. He paled a little. She's not mad, right? He asked, focusing on that specific part of what I said. Mad? Who knows? I hummed. Is she holding a grudge? His face dropped. Don't worry about it. I chuckled. Izzy thought it was funny, she isn't going to curse you or anything. She really is, you know. He whispered. Yes, she is Izanami and everything that entails. I nodded. And you? A bastard of a devil. My mom was human. I didn't really feel the need to hide it. He opened his mouth and closed it again. All right. Well, he took it better than most had. Wait, what did you mean by meeting my hollow? When you were training, he came over to say hi. Ichigo scowled for some reason. You know how to get rid of it. Get rid of your hollow? I asked, wanting some clarification. Yeah, just, get it out of me. Why? Why? Because it's a hollow. He scoffed. So. He stopped. I shouldn't have it, right? Hollows are bad, they're evil. I raised an eyebrow. Literal devil over here. He blinked and frowned deeper. He's always talking about taking control. Has he taken over me? Nah, I beat him back every time he gets annoying. We've fought tons of times in my inner world. Has he tried when you're weak? When you're vulnerable? Or maybe when you're sleeping and you don't expect it? Well, no. Then stop being an idiot. I flicked his forehead. If this hollow of yours was trying to cause you problems, then you would be having problems. It sounds more like he's just being a pain in the ass in a productive way. Maybe, try to understand and talk to him instead of opting for annihilation. That might make it more receptive if you aren't trying to ignore it and kill it at the earliest opportunity. I can't say I'm an expert in that whole mess, but if he's part hollow or some other edgy nonsense, then it's a literal aspect of himself, and him being dismissive about that part of himself can't be healthy. He fell silent with that same scowl I've come to associate with him, looking rather deep in thought, so I decided to leave him to it. Chad, you doing good? I lightly punched his shoulder. He grunted with a nod. Think my power can get stronger, found something in my other arm. Neat. He smiled gently. Oriheim. Everyone treating you well? I asked the adorable girl. Aha. She smiled happily. Good, good. I walked towards the skulking Quincy standing a few feet away. And you, Mr. Last of the Quincy? How are you doing? My entire world has been turned upside down in a single day. He said dryly. And which specific part was that? The fact that I am not the last of the Quincy as I had thought. He deadpanned. And finding out that literal gods exist, and apparently devils too. I was an atheist before coming here. That sounds rough. He let out a tired sigh. I'm going to have a very long talk with my father when I get home. He rubbed his temple. And maybe a priest too. He added on quietly. You should do that too, Strawberry. I raised my voice so he could hear me even though he probably could before. Why the hell would I see a priest? Ichigo scoffed. And don't call me that, you bastard. I meant talk to your dad, you dumbass. Shinigami powers don't just spring out of nothing. He flipped me off. Are we making fun of Strawberry? I'm always down for that. Yoruchi appeared in the courtyard in her cat form. Screw you all. Ichigo huffed. Oh, stop being a baby. The woman chuckled, hopping onto my shoulder. By the way, why was Shuinsue's lieutenant crying and hugging your friend? Something about a curse that she was undoing. I offered in return. Curse, oh shit, you mean her clan thing? Yoruchi's eyes widened. I don't know, I didn't really ask for details beyond the surface stuff. Seemed kind of personal. Yeah, wow. Some people are going to kick up a fuss about that. She said quietly. Anyways, we heading back home. I'm looking forward to telling Kasuke everything that happened. And that you have his marble. You plan on giving it up? As I told Shuinsue, pretty sure I can't at this point. He's going to have a panic attack. She snickered. Probably safer with you than whatever other plan he had. Yoruchi, why did Hatenclogs put something in Rukia? Ichigo asked. She told me that some traitor took something out of her and that he put it there in the first place. That's complicated. Honestly, I don't know all his plans in detail, but from what I could guess, he probably knew that she was going to be executed and hoped that the Sukayaka would destroy the Hogyoku as well. Sounds sketchy. Fucking hell he does. Strawberry agreed with me. I'll tell you what, you can kick his ass when we get home and demand answers yourself. Sounds good. Ichigo nodded. Wow, she threw Kasuke under the bus quickly. Era, is everyone ready to leave? Shuinsue walked into the courtyard followed by Izzy and his lieutenant. The latter of whom was basically worshipping the ground that Izzy stepped on, even more than before. Looks like it. Yoruchi chirped. I want to get out of here quickly before Little comes and tries to hand over her Haori again. Suifeng trying to convince you to come back, huh? Yup. Yoruchi nodded. Not happening. Shuinsue sighed but didn't press. Before I forget. He reached into his kimono and took out a handful of paper slips, spreading them out for everyone to see. Got one for all of you, their passes into Soul Society. He smiled happily, nearly forcing them into the kids' hands and only politely handed one to Izzy who took it with a little amused smile. Please don't invade again. No promises. His shoulders slumped. At least bring more alcohol next time. That, I can promise. I patted his shoulder and he perked up. It's been an interesting trip. I'll keep in touch. In that case, I really hope you're serious about the alcohol. All right, I'll bring the good stuff next time. I clapped my hands, turning to everyone else. Everyone ready, nothing else they need to do. No other people they need to rescue. Just get on with it, asshole. Ichigo scoffed. I rolled my eyes, flicking my hand to create a portal back to Urahara's underground sex dungeon. Despite the comment, Ichigo gave me another thankful nod as he went through without a second thought. Hard to dislike that kid, honestly. Fun to take the piss out of him, but I genuinely didn't dislike him. The others followed behind him, wordlessly giving a slight nod or a quick word of goodbye. Yoruchi hopped off my shoulder. You coming with? We're heading somewhere else. That's not cryptic at all. She snorted. I chuckled, weighing some options in my head. After giving it a moment of thought, I took out a kaleidophone and tossed it to her. She caught it with her mouth before setting it on the ground. The hell? She asked. If you need to contact me. Should be able to get a signal regardless of where either of us are. She perked up with a grin. Thanks, I'll play with this later. Well, I considered us friends at this point, so I didn't mind her having it. She would probably keep it away from her friend too, so I wasn't too worried. Don't be a stranger. She waved her little paw and jumped right on through, and I closed it behind her. Shunsui, thanks for everything. I held my hand out as he shook it. It's been, not the worst experience of my life. I still remember the old man training me in Yucatec. But it's a close second. Seems like I need to try harder next time. Please don't, he said with a mix of genuinely pleading and a joking tone. I patted his shoulder again, giving him a smile goodbye before. Izzy took the initiative and grabbed my hand with her own, looking very content with herself. I suppose she didn't really care to hide anything in front of those two, and I surely didn't mind. The iridescent portal opened up and we stepped through without a second thought, the linked space closing immediately as we stepped into her house in Yomi. Mother. A voice called out, making both of us nearly jump in surprise. Susanoo. Izzy's eyes widened. Her son was sitting right in the middle of the room, his eyes locked onto both of us and trailed down to where our hands were together. And he quickly put two and two together because sparks began flickering off his body. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eyes in POV. Jin. I turned around to see my co-conspirator enter the room. Hey there, bossman. He waved casually. Just wanted to come and make sure you didn't need a hand, he paused, looking at my still missing hand. I have no pressing matters. I felt a violent twitch above my eye. However, I would like to hear your thoughts. What ya need? The state of the Espada. Are there any concerns? You mean are they thinking of rebelling cause they saw you get your hand cut off and then run away? He asked. Yes. I grit my teeth. I'd call it 50-50ths. He shrugged as if it wasn't important. I mean, I think they understand. It's not like they didn't also run away from the self-proclaimed goddess, yeah. He walked forward, looking at the Hogyoku within its sealed container that I left it in while we were in Soul Society. They probably not kicking too much of fuss cause Neutra died. Old man Yamamoto did a number on him and that calmed them down. Self-proclaimed goddess. Utterly ridiculous. There was only one god in the world and that was the Soul King. The entire point, all of my plans were to fix the mistakes of that entity. It was foolish, nonsense. How could there be other gods in this world? Did that mean that everything was pointless? If there are more deities, then what's the point in trying to fix the mistakes of a singular god? Yet, I can't find it to disbelieve the claim. I felt it, in the deepest parts of my soul. I acknowledged her declaration without any true doubt. Everything went wrong. All of my carefully laid plans were entirely pointless. The mere existence of the thing destroyed all of my plans the moment she came in contact with them. And the other person? The phantom pain in my missing hand still appeared every now and then. And he stole my Hogyoku. I finally had victory literally in my grasp and he stole it. Why do you need that second one anyways? Isn't one enough? It is incomplete. I seethed. I needed to feed it Kasuke Urahara's own creation to fully bring out its potential. As it stands, it won't achieve the same power required. But even so, I may have no choice. They both had the same ability to break down boundaries, but when completed, it would become so much more. To grant desires at its core. I placed my hand atop the container, bringing the Hogyoku out. Grabbing it with my hand, I looked at it for a moment before pushing it into my chest, beginning the process of merging with it. I felt my hand squirm, my skin distorted and burst outwards, my flesh knitting and forming together to regenerate my lost limb. I clenched my new hand a few times to make sure it was working correctly. It seems we must improvise. The incomplete Hogyoku was insufficient to truly ascend to the stage I desired, but that didn't mean it couldn't allow me to take a step or two forward and maybe sideways. I would carry on my plans, admittedly reworked, but the destination was the same. I merely needed to reacquire my stolen prize and fuse it after the fact. Those other failed experiments, they could call upon the powers of a hollow to overlay with their Shinigami powers, so why couldn't I do the same? It didn't matter which path I took, in the end, I would sit above all of them anyways. I felt the Hogyoku respond to my will, my essence began to shift. I gathered my Ryatsu into my palm and swiped it downward over my face, the Hogyoku thrummed, answering my call. A bone-white mask covered me as I looked into my reflection on a nearby mirror. I wasn't like those misbegotten fools that had to fight tooth and nail to subdue their inner hollow to acquire this power. With the Hogyoku, even incomplete, the power was entirely my own. I could feel the surge of strength, the new realm I reached and the power I now held at my fingertips. Content with it for now, I dismissed my hollow mask and turned towards Jin with a smile. Neutra is dead, we should fill in the Espada slot. Go find Neliel Tuodelschwank, she should still be alive after what happened to her. Have Grands heal her and have her assume Neutra's position. My confidence was back. I felt strong enough to take on even the captain commander in my newfound state. Given some more time, I believe I would emerge the victor. Righto, bossman. Jin mock saluted. And what do you plan on doing about the goddess? And I felt it all drain away once more. I'm still working on that. Asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 405, Chapter 376. Izanami POV. Mother. Susanoo. I cleared my throat, slowly sliding my hand out of Wilhelm's. What are you doing here? You were gone for a while and I was worried. If you didn't come back soon I was going to go ask for help. He admitted, making my heart feel very warm. Wait, that doesn't matter. Why are you, and him? He threw his finger at Wilhelm. I didn't think anyone would care if I was gone. I apologize for making you worry. Mom. His face dropped. I'll be sure to leave a note if I'm gone for extended periods of time from now on. I gave him a reassuring smile. How sweet of him to check in on his mother and wait anxiously for my return. He grumbled something but glared back at Wilhelm. Mom, what are you doing with him? It seemed I wasn't able to distract him away from that line of questioning. Wilhelm was being polite and allowed me to answer these questions. I knew he didn't quite get along with Susanoo, so I was thankful for him keeping the peace. Susanoo, calm yourself. I said sternly as I saw his power bubbling beneath the surface. Wilhelm and I were spending time together, as a couple. May as well rip the band-aid off, it wouldn't be possible to ease him into it. Right as the words left my mouth, lightning crackled from his eyes and I could tell he was going to do something stupid. Wilhelm looked ready to start another brawl too, so I put my foot down, more literally than anything. Are you about to start a fight in my home? I grabbed him, making him flinch. And no. My son quickly denied, reeling himself back. No is right. I let go. Because I would be very upset if you started another fight. Are we clear? Why yes, mother. Good. But mom. You can't, he's a devil. Are you telling me who I can and cannot date, Susanoo? He's a devil. He repeated. I am more than aware of this fact. Susanoo stuttered, seemingly unsure of how to respond. I'll kill him. You will do no such thing. He can try. Wilhelm said nonchalantly. Not helping Wilhelm. I glowered at him. This is unacceptable, I refuse. Susanoo slammed his hand on my coffee table, breaking it. He stiffened as it shattered into pieces. Your acceptance was not a factor in my decision, Susanoo. You are my son, and I love you unquestionably. However, who I like and don't like is not something you can decide. I glared at him, reining in my own flaring temper at his actions. For the first time in many years I have someone I wish to be with, someone who makes me happy. I would ask that you respect my decision if nothing else. I gave him a moment to consider my words and offer any response, but he silently fumed instead. I will go get something to clean this up and I will make a lunch for all of us to sit down and eat. I will not tell either of you to like each other, but you will accept that the other is a part of my life. And so help me if I find out you two got into another fight. I gave them a fair warning. They would not like what came next if they actually fought again. With that, I disappeared into the kitchen, intentionally leaving them alone. As much as I knew this was a bad idea and just asking for trouble, they had to deal with this themselves and get whatever they were going to say out of their systems. All because I wanted to stop by the house and change into something more presentable. I knew it's silly, but I wanted my first time meeting Wilhelm's other harem members to be better. I wanted to look my best and feel like I belonged even if I found myself still trying to make excuses and question this newfound relationship. It felt too good to be true. To find someone who completely accepted me for everything that I was, the good and the mostly bad. You stay away from my mom. I let out a sigh, recognizing my son's voice. It's not that he was particularly loud, but I think they failed to realize that this was literally my home, within Yomi even. There was nothing that happened inside of here that I was unaware of. Fuck you. Damn it, Wilhelm. I resisted the urge to step in and mediate, because they were going to have to get this out of their systems eventually. They were both very headstrong men, and in hindsight, I could see the brawl they had as something necessary to come to this point. Heavens knew that if that incident never happened, Susanna would be much less receptive to my words and would have probably already tried to smite Wilhelm for his insolence. You dare, mortal. I could even feel his divinity from here. Oh, good idea, get Izzy pissed at you. I won't even make a move, do your worst. You hide behind my mother. Trust me, if I'm behind your mom, it's not because I'm hiding. Damn it, Wilhelm. Don't just blurt out things like that. Even if it's probably going to be true soon. It's been a long time since I've had a lover, and I admit it's something I've been feeling more aching for certain things lately. I'm going to kill you. No one will find your corpse, it'll be turned to ash and dust into the wind. How'd that go for you last time, I shook my head and went about preparing a meal. I didn't expect to have a luncheon like this out of nowhere, but I wasn't particularly upset about it either. I would always welcome my son popping in for whatever reason. They continued to bicker and I didn't pay it much mind. As long as things didn't get physical, I wouldn't step in at this point. I was cutting up some vegetables and the knife in my hand came to an abrupt stop due to the crashing of something in my living room. You broke it, good job, Thunderhead. I did not. Fix it before she notices. How do you expect me to fix it? You're a god. Use your godly powers. I'm a god of storms. I don't fix things. So you're useless. You dare, mortal. I'm not useless. Sure, when's the last time someone was like, gee, I sure hope a terrifying storm comes and ravages the country. You know what we could use, a monsoon. If you think so highly of yourself, then you fix it. You're the one who made the mess. I command you to fix this. Nah. I am your god, you will listen to my orders. Not my god, actually. If anything, I'm more linked to the Abrahamic cosmology than the Shinto one. You would disgrace your homeland. You were the one calling me a devil and dismissing me earlier, and now I'm suddenly under your umbrella. My son scoffed. And I should have known better than to expect anything worthwhile from your ilk. You know. I knew Wilhelm's tone and I preemptively began rubbing my temples. I don't think we should fight, we have some things in common. What could I possibly share with you? Well, for starters, I'll also be calling Izzy mommy later. I'll kill you. Hee hee. Okay, I believe it was time to intervene because it was just getting petty now. Lunch is ready, come and eat. I called out to them. Their little squabbling stopped as they came into the kitchen, and I urged them to quietly sit down at the table. Despite the sniping back and forth they were doing, I think this had been productive. I knew for a fact that if it were anyone else, Susanna would not take those kinds of jabs from anyone bar a handful. The fact that he truly didn't get upset and throw around his power was testament to some degree of acknowledgement on his part. This was going to be a nice and peaceful family meal. Did you know your sister flashed me? Damn it, Wilhelm. At ******. Wilhelm POV. How's my hair? Izzy asked, fussing over it. Perfect. I reassured her. As it was 10 seconds ago. And you're absolutely stunning and you didn't need to dress up like this. She was wearing a white kimono that looked very beautiful and elegant on her. A much more traditional type of clothing than the jeans and sweater she was wearing previously. I wanted to look my best for my first introduction. She said quietly. It's hardly a first introduction. Yes, but it will be the first time I'm meeting them as we're together. Izzy, they absolutely loved and adored you before. They'll probably love you even more now. She was so cute when she was being shy. Thank you. Would you like a quick kiss? I offered. We were literally at the door of I guess our home now, so even if anything wasn't as she wanted, it was a bit too late for further changes. They were waiting, I had given everyone a little bit of warning so they could all get together and welcome Izzy. Susanoo had been quick to leave after the meal. Maybe it was the story about his sister I told him, or maybe it was the kiss I shared with his mom. Yes, I would like that very much. So cute. I leaned in and lightly placed my lips against hers. And at that moment, someone on the other side decided to open the door. A very smug Jin was staring at us. And that was the reddest I think I've ever seen Izzy. Don't stop on my account, I don't mind watching. Jin broke the awkward silence. Personally, I like when he uses his tongue too. Come here, you silly girl. Scat Hack appeared and dragged the giggling genie off to give Izzy some space. Izzy looked like she wanted to hide, but I reassuringly took her hand and led her inside. Jin was sitting down, nearly vibrating in place. And everyone else was present besides Meridia, which I expected. Having her pop up on short notice was difficult at the best of times, and she could usually only do that every once in a while. Frankly, it's probably best to keep that for an emergency situation. We will now decide your fate. Scat Hack said with a very serious expression. Is that so? I said, crossing my arms, staring at her. And while I think that would be valid if it was some woman you didn't know, I'm fairly sure that isn't the case here. Jin, dear. I looked at my very adorable genie. What were the bets? I knew my girls well enough at this point. There were little looks around the room. That depends, who confessed first and how? She smiled brightly. I confessed first and pulled him into a kiss. Izzy covered her face with her hand. There were annoying huffs all around and they all took out money, tossing it to Jin, who cackled happily. Who bet what? I demanded. I expected her to get tired and flash her tits. Scat Hack freely admitted. Would have been quick and easy. Do you really think? Yes. Scat Hack cut me off, gesturing towards my wonderful grandmother. Hello, she smiled, with a hint of smugness I think as well. I abstained as I was relatively new and didn't know much. You are my favorite then. Izzy deadpanned. I thought Wilhelm would be the first to express his feelings. Artoria spoke with a hint of embarrassment. He was so forward with me, I did not think he would stumble for so long. I was close. Honestly, I thought it'd be Wilhelm pulling you into a kiss. Yasaka hummed. But I'm happy to see you finally made a move. I swear, he has selective blindness sometimes. Oh no, he was actually very aware of how I felt, he just chose to ignore it. Izzy huffed with a bit of good-naturedness to it. That made it sound worse than it was. I believe he requires remedial lessons then. There may be some foolishness that needs to be beaten out of him. Scat Hack looked at me with a vicious glint in her eyes. I agree. Artoria looked amused. Seconded. Yasaka giggled. Third, Jin chirped. I'm being bullied. I looked for my source of emotional support. Mama Reiku, I'm being bullied. My poor son. Reiku pushed my face into her breasts quicker than I could blink. Mama is here. And what did you bet? I pushed my head up to look at her. She looked away with a little blush. I was under the assumption that Master would need a firm helping hand. To be honest, if it went on any longer, we all would have been more forceful. Yasaka added. As fun as it was to watch you two dance around it, it needed to reach a conclusion at some point. We're all genuinely happy that you both finally met halfway though. So no one's upset. I don't want to assume and I hope we can talk about anything. I escaped the gravitational pull of Reiku's cleavage to look around the room. Oh my foolish student. We approved it after speaking when Venelana joined. That long ago, huh? I remember they got together in Meridia's realm and had a girls' talk, which was a while ago. I let out a sigh, looking at Izzy. I'm an idiot. Yes you are. She replied nearly instantly. But you're my idiot. Her expression softened. I suppose our idiot. It will take some getting used to being in a harem of all things. I can honestly admit I never foresaw this for myself, but I can't bring myself to hate it. Aw, I'm so happy to have a new sister. Jin shot up from her seat, hugging the surprised goddess. Welcome to the family. After she got over the initial surprise, Izzy smiled just as brightly, returning the hug enthusiastically. Scat Hack snuck up to my side in a rare show of outward affection, her arms wrapped around me, her lips finding mine with ease. You have gained many new things, yes? She asked after breaking the kiss. Yeah, I have more stuff to work on. Good, we shall train after you settle what you require. That loving look that I knew was reserved only for me, it never failed to make my heart beat faster. Scat Hack was without a doubt the most independent of my girls. That's not to say independent from me, but rather from everyone. Even Meridia ruled over an entire realm, whereas Scat Hack in comparison seemed to merely wander from one fancy to another with no clear goal. That wasn't to say she was without a purpose, but she chose to live a more nomadic life it seemed, in that she didn't pick a particular role and settle down into it like the others did. I never faulted her for it, and I always made sure she got the space to live the way that she wanted. But it was moments like this that were the perfect reminder that we had an unbreakable bond. Let me talk to Gramps later, then I'll have some free time. I returned the favor, kissing her cheek. She replied with a hum, acknowledging it. Yeah, I needed to talk to Gramps to see where he stood on the world line that Chaldea was operating in. That'd be my first stop right after this. Scat Hack settled, leaning on me, and we watched as everyone clamored around Izzy, giving her a hard time about finally coming together. Tell us about what happened. Did you have fun? What problems did Wilhelm cause? Yasaka finally asked. What makes you assume I caused problems? I'll have you know that in terms of causing problems, Izzy definitely has me beat here. I quickly defended myself. Oh. Izzy raised an eyebrow in a threatening manner. You wish to play that way then? Very well, let me tell you all a story about a man and a brick. You know what, I think Gramps is calling me. Do you have something to hide, my student? Scat Hack's grip around me tightened. Welp, not gonna live this one down. But I guess it isn't the worst thing ever. That's probably what Roman. Oh, I got a story after this too. I went to Remnant recently, and guess what I found out? Jin looked at me, her smile widening by the moment. Oh God, she knows. Drake, I give you permission to kill me. You think they'd write Watermelon Torchwick on your tombstone? At ****** at A/N. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 406, Chapter 368. And you have the thing I told you to keep on yourself at all times. I looked at my adorable little fox. Aha. She held up the talisman I specially prepared for her. It was based on the original design, and similar to the one I gave the kids back in Soul Society. Though, this one was significantly more powerful. This one held a full-powered attack of mine using my authority inside of it. It took some time and effort, but I managed to seal away that in the form of a talisman by bleeding a lot of my divinity into it. But, for my daughter, it was all worth it. I gave her a quick head pat, taking that moment to also check the hair ornament I got her back in Remnant a while ago. A secondary line of defense because I'm paranoid and a worrywart. And you're going to be good for your grandma Lucretia? I asked, teasing her. I'll be good. She puffed up. And we'll play after, right? Of course, I just need to have a boring grown-up talk with Grandpa Zelretch. So you get to go have ice cream with Grandma Lucretia. Afterwards, we're going to spend the whole day together. I reassured her. Her ears twitched in excitement and there was a big grin on her face. So cute. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Lucretia put a hand on my shoulder, walking forward to greet Kunu. And you little lady are going to get a treat. We're going to my favorite little ice cream parlor. This was not the first time Kunu met Lucretia, thankfully, and she liked the older woman, so it wasn't awkward in the slightest. You good? Don't need me to go threaten anyone to make everything smooth? I asked. Oh, don't worry. Lucretia giggled a little. Everyone here knows better than to mess with me. Here meaning the clock tower. They were going to walk to a little place just outside the walls, so to speak. Which was why I was being so protective, probably. I didn't trust 99.9% of the people here, and for good reason. Thank you, Lucretia, this means a lot. Oh dear, it's no trouble. I absolutely adore Kunu and I don't mind watching her at all. Lucretia smiled happily. Go talk to Zelli, I'll make sure Kunu's appetite is ruined and comes back bulging with ice cream. Joy. I deadpanned. She giggled again, patting my shoulder. Are you ready to go, Kunu? Give your daddy a goodbye. Bye, Daddy. Kunu reached her arms out and I enthusiastically accepted the hug. Love you. She whispered. I love you too, my little fox. I gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. Have fun. Lucretia nodded at me and I gave her one last silent thank you before they headed out the door. She was right. Lucretia had been here for how long now? There was no way Gramps would let the people here not know who she was and that she wasn't to be fucked with. I didn't know how Yasaka did it for so many years, especially alone. Letting Kunu out of her sight, even doing it with someone I trusted, nearly made me be overwhelmed with anxiety and worry. Walking through a couple rooms, I found Gramps' office door ajar and gave it a light knock, announcing myself. He glanced over to me and I walked inside, sitting in the empty chair as I usually did. How's Kunu? He asked, not glancing up from the papers he was looking over. Good. I smiled. Maybe a tiny bit bummed that she has to wait a little bit before we can spend our day together, but otherwise she's happy. And thank you again, you and Lucretia. This is important and I didn't want to put it off, but I also wanted to spend time with Kunu and it's difficult juggling everything sometimes. That's what family is for. He looked up, giving a gentle smile. I'm sure Yasaka is enjoying the break too. I could imagine. I loved Kunu but she could be a little hellion. They're all having some girl time since, well, they have a new sister. And I'm sure Izzy is enjoying all the new attention. Oh, that finally happened, huh? Please not you too. I sighed, slumping in my chair. Did you have a bed as well? I may or may not have. He coughed into his fist. Who won? Jin. I groaned. Drat, I was sure it was going to take someone sitting you both down to point out the obvious. If I wasn't spending the day with Kunu, I would be raiding your liquor right now. I let out a long breath. And it was especially true after the relentless teasing the girls gave me over the name that Roman apparently actually legalized back on Remnant. I admit I was skeptical that he actually put it all through correctly, but Jin confirmed it. According to the Kingdom of Vale Remnant, I am legally known as Watermelon Torchwick. And it's never going to get old. There was the fact that Jin went to Remnant, and I didn't have the chance to ask her about that. Certain things took precedent in that ensuing conversation there, and I took the quickest out I could. So what's the word on that world line? It's making me anxious not being able to just hop back over to check on everyone. I decided to get right to the important part. Here, take a look. I flipped through a few pages, pulling one out and handing it to me. It was full of calculations, enough that I was thrown off trying to figure out what he was doing. What do you think? It's definitely paper. I nodded to myself. Don't be a smart ass. He snorted. Tell me what you think. I'm missing context, so these equations mean nearly nothing to me. I was trying to begin the basis for simulating that world line and I ran into a big wall. I grunted, looking it back over from the top. I grabbed a pen off his desk and ticked off a couple parts to help me work through it. To be honest, I'm drawing a blank here. If you didn't tell me what you were doing, I would think this was gibberish. And even now, it doesn't really make sense. Am I missing something? No, it's like that for me too. He stood up, moving to a shelf and looking through several things before grabbing a small notebook and tossed it onto his desk. Those are more observations I made. This is a unique situation and I find myself confused just as much as you are. I believe I understand what's going on, but it's still something I'm not 100% sure of. And since there is an entity powerful and knowledgeable enough to notice me if I tried to reach my hand over there, I can't do much to verify. I skimmed what he wrote to get the basics of what he was thinking right now. All other possibilities were cut off then. Is that what you're saying? I flipped a page. That's one aspect, yes. No wonder the calculations looked weird. Instead of a branching tree of possibilities, that world line is just a straight line with no deviation. It makes sense, but it's not something I've ever actually seen before. I've seen similar situations, a result of my status. However, the cause of this particular instance is new to me. I've never seen one so thoroughly man-made, if the term is applicable. I've seen people or entities cause something that resembles this status, but nothing has come close to the intricacy. These beacons you mentioned, they're singularities, aren't they? Yes, I was able to detect 7 more singularities similar to the one you experienced that prop up this distorted reality. I was even able to take a peek at your Chaldea, however, it was difficult due to the energy fields that Chaldea's puts off, which I am to assume is also covering them from the eyes of the one you encountered. That links up with what we already know, but confirmation is always good. I hummed, closing his notebook. What's the game plan? I don't have one as of yet. I'm doing my best to remain undetected, which makes my efforts very slow. Give me a week, 2 at the latest, and I think I can give you a method to secure a path back inside without detection. I can wait that long. How's Chaldea doing? The details escape me, for obvious reasons. However, they appear to be preparing for the next singularity. And do you have any information on that? I questioned. It should take place in France, specifically New Orleans during the 100-Year War. Oh. I blinked in surprise. Something wrong? No, it's just, I'll probably be meeting someone I didn't think I would ever see again. I miss Jean, I missed her a lot. She was someone who so easily accepted everything about me even if it was against the beliefs she subscribed to. She was a pivotal part of this piece of history, so there was a very good chance I would see her, or a different version of her. I'm very much hoping I didn't have a repeat scenario like with Artoria. No, I refuse to have a repeat. I'll do what I have to. Keep in mind, this isn't a green light for you to fight the entity again. And to be honest, I'm confident that you won't have the same easy path to my old teacher's workshop outside of time and space. That was perhaps a mistake on the demon's part, one that was rectified the moment you were dispelled. I know. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. I don't plan on just jumping right back into a fight with it. I need more time anyways. I have some new things I need to get up to a certain level with before I even harbor that idea. For now, I just want an opportunity to check back in and make sure everyone's doing good. The singularities were obviously created by the demon, so there's probably a path to take if they're retraced that will lead back to him. Good, because I'll need you to gather data for me on this next excursion. I'm only confident in sending you undetected, so don't get any ideas. Once I get more information, I believe I can bypass the demon and allow others to join you. I'll probably need all the help I can get. Well, that's something to consider later. He clapped his hands. On to a lighter topic, have you thought about the social gathering I told you about previously? Ah, the thing with all the science and whatnot. To be honest, it hasn't been a priority for me to give much thought about. That's to be expected with everything you've been worrying about. You also have new things you've gained as well. Yeah, ScatHack is going to help me train the new stuff I got. Once I get to a point where I'm content with it, I'll show you everything. I nodded. I look forward to seeing what you have to show. That wasn't a world I paid any meaningful attention to. He rubbed his beard. Have you given thought on who you wish to attend with you to the party? I hummed to myself, giving it a quick thought. This sounds bad, but I think all of my options are unwise. I mean, out of my girls, who delve into magic and has the know-how to keep up with the people there, especially when they're going to be trying to outdo one another. ScatHack, Jin, or Yasaka perhaps. Yasaka's magical knowledge basically equates to knowing how to punch over it. I tapped my finger on the desk. ScatHack, well, she wouldn't put up with any nonsense, nor would I want to force her to. And Jin, I don't want Jin to be forced to be around those types. You know how they would act with a phantasmal walking around, especially with the insinuations on what she is. I would do unspeakable things if it meant protecting Jin's happiness. All valid points. Well, give it some thought. It's not the end of the world if you go alone. Nor do you even have to go. Some people have simply been bothering me about you making an appearance once it became known you were my grandson. No, I'll go, I really don't mind. It sounded like it meant a bit to the old man, so I would definitely do this for him. I might have another option I didn't bring up. Oh. I was planning on going to Remnant to have a chat with Salem about everything. It might be something she'd be interested in. If she doesn't kick me out of her castle, that is. I made her that promise and I intended to fulfill it. I'll let you be the judge of that. He said simply. It'll also give me a good chance to practice my new stuff on actual targets. Lots of grim over there that could be blown up with my new Kido. I stretched my arms, opening the notebook again. Alright, since I'm here and Kunu is going to be a little while still, let's just sort out this nonsense, get it out of the way. Let me get caught up to where you're at. I could use your input on a few things anyways. Tell me when you get to page 14, there's something specific there that I'm unsure about and could use another perspective. Well, let's knock this out then. I hummed, circling a few things. A little bit of work, then spending the rest of the day with my daughter before going to see Salem. And not only that, but there's the possibility I'll see Jean again soon. So much to do in so little time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 407, Chapter 369. Rules. I asked as I went through the motions of stretching my arms. Same as always, however, I wish to see what you have learned. ScatHack hummed, summoning her spear. Sure, but keep in mind that I'm still a bit inexperienced with it. I brought out my Zanpakuto. Then you had better learn quickly. She flashed a feral grin, and I realized I was in for a hard time. If you impress me, I will lay with you afterwards. Well. Consider me properly motivated. Heido number 1, show, I held up my finger, pointing at her. She blinked, flicking her spear up to slice through the invisible force that was shot/went/flew for her face. Interesting, what other tricks have you learned? She took a step forward and shot towards me. Her spear snaked towards me, moving unnaturally to intercept my vital spot even as I took steps to avoid it. I was forced to bring my Zanpakuto down to deflect it, lest I get stabbed through the stomach. Her back foot dug into the ground and she followed up with a powerful thrust forward. The air at the tip of her spear distorted with the force, causing a boom to erupt with the singular movement. Bakudo number 8, Seiki. I quickly chanted at the point of contact. Her spear tip collided with my spell, the repulsive force fought with it for a moment before her spear was deflected once more. Bakudo number 21, Sikianten. I followed up as soon as I had the opening. The spell that Yoruchi had used those weeks ago. Like a smoke bomb that was set off, smoke burst outwards, enveloping us within the blink of an eye. I wasn't stupid enough to assume this would hinder her in any meaningful way, but it would obscure my next move. With a burst of Shuinpa, even if it was still somewhat lacking, I arrived in front of her and she was genuinely unprepared for my sudden speed. It was enough that she immediately went defensive, her spear crossed in front of her chest to block my incoming strike. The moment my sword made contact with her spear, the smoke around us was blown away, sweeping up and around us like a hurricane. My Ryatsu erupted outward, flowing into my strike, and I saw ScatHack lift off the ground and get sent hurling backwards. She caught herself in midair, reorienting her body to land on her feet even if they dug into the earth, cracking and shattering the ground where she landed. She raised an eyebrow at me, a wide grin forming. She planted her left foot forward and reeled back her arm, throwing her spear right at me, another sonic boom accompanying her attack. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. I quickly casted a barrier in front of myself. The invisible wall that sprang up vibrated once her spear collided with it, sending ripples across the surface, a noticeable tension that was being tested. And nearly instantly her foot kicked the butt of her own spear, cracking the invisible shield and piercing through it with the additional force. I jerked and spun my body in an awkward way to avoid the spear as it sailed right past me, and I took that moment to Shuinpa a distance away. Nearly tripping, I used Shuinpa again to move out of the way of her spear that slammed into the spot I was just in. Once, twice, her spear followed me with each movement. While I was dodging handily, she was also keeping up with her own efforts. You may be fast, my student, but your movements are predictable. She laughed as I nearly fell over myself again, dodging a spear that almost pierced through my eye. Heido number 4 Byakurai. I twisted my body, pointing my finger at her to fire off a bolt of pale lightning. It was easily several fold stronger than what it should be, perhaps due to my innate affinity with lightning. It was her turn to dodge, twisting her body to the side to escape the attack. If this is your best, my student, then this scat hack will be left wanting. You know what? Fuck it, let's try something. Bakudo number 1 Sai. I casted the most simple binding at her. Something meant to force her arms behind her back. It lasted not even a tenth of a second before she broke it, but it disrupted her movement for just as long. Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. An ethereal rope shot at her, binding her hands. Bakudo number 30, Shitatsu Sansen. 3 triangular beams of light shot forward, pinning her in place before she could remove my second binding. Bakudo number 9, Howen. An orange-colored tendril with a spiraling yellow pattern erupted from my palm and enveloped scat hack again, adding another layer of binding. Bakudo number 16 Hitsuji, Bakudo hashtag 36 Emakusha no Fukaku, Bakudo number 37 Tsuruboshi. I quickly threw out several more binding spells to envelop her. None of them were particularly powerful, and I knew for a fact that they wouldn't hold her very long, if at all. I was sorta thinking she would let me bind her to see what I would do. Either way, I didn't want to disappoint. I held up my palm towards her, gathering a significant amount of my Riryoku. I actually hadn't tried this spell out as it was one of the new ones Yorichi gave me, but what better time than now. Heido number 88 Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiho. The lightning swirled in front of my palm, ready to actualize, but I felt something twitch/move/flow wrong and realized I may have made a mistake. The spell imploded on itself. All the power I gathered was sent backwards, and I felt myself rocket away from the ensuing explosion, bouncing off the ground a few times before coming to a stop. I noticed a shadow hover over me. Ow. I whined, as Scat Hack poked me with the butt of her spear. That was certainly impressive. She seemed humored by my situation. I did not think you would defeat yourself so splendidly. Completely intentional. I said, moving my arm up to block the sun beating down into my eyes. I had to give you a handicap somehow. A handicap I need, is it? She snorted, pushing her spear into my gut. You are brave to say such a thing when you are at my mercy. She poked me a few times to prove her point. And it was foolish of you to attempt a spell you have not mastered in our battle. Training wounds are expected, self-inflicted wounds from foolish endeavors are not. I am not pleased that you almost harmed yourself in such a way. I've seen it used once, and I had experience with other similar spells. I thought I could at least get it to cast properly. I admitted to a small miscalculation on that end. Obviously, I needed to practice the higher-level Kido spells in a more tame situation, as they were clearly much more volatile. Her spear was shoved into the ground near my head and she sat down on top of me. I will tell you my thoughts otherwise. Those spells you showed me were interesting with unique effects I did not expect. I will have you give me the source to look into so I can understand them better. However, they will be a boon to you, that I am sure. Yeah, I thought so as well. And those were mostly the lower-level spells. I recently got my hands on the higher-level stuff, but I still need to practice them, as you can see. She nodded and continued. Yes, and the method you used to move quickly was very interesting. It took me by surprise. However, you are clearly not an expert in it yet, and it is not without its flaws. Also noted that. I've been practicing it a lot and I'm much better than when I started. Good, more practice then. She patted my chest. I will always be here to assist you, my student. I know. I couldn't help but smile towards her despite the situation. I know I can always rely on you. She hummed happily, a small smile forming on her face. She swung her leg around so that she was straddling me. As the victor, I will claim my prize. Her hand grasped at the zipper on my pants, and there wasn't a single protest from me. At *****. Are you two done playing? Yasaka waved her tail from where everyone else was sitting and chatting. Jin, Artoria, Reiku, and even Rin joined her. I thought you were busy. I slid into the seat next to her and Jin, Scat Hack taking an empty one opposite. I snuck away for an hour or so. She chuckled. And thank you for yesterday. It's been stressful, so knowing I could relax and have a small break knowing Kunu was safe was a big relief. Don't thank me for something like that, I'm always happy to help with our daughter. I nudged her. Of course. Her tail wrapped around me. How is everything going on your end? She let out an exaggerated sigh, slumping down onto the table. As well as expected. Medea's been wonderful with the project you set her on, and I genuinely mean that. Hades sent over some of those ancient Greek heroes a while ago, just after you left, and they've been training my people to fight as an army and not just as a mob. Mordred and I have joined with them for joint exercises as well. Artoria chimed in. The knights under my command have not known war on a large scale, thus the experience is beneficial for them as well. It seems like that's a common notion among people here. I can understand it, large-scale war when everyone is essentially superhuman at a minimum is odd. Normal tactics will have to be revised. Reiku nodded too. We've already started making plans. Nurarihion joined in on that, as we brainstormed strategies and even some of the Greeks helped out. We're stumbling in the dark, but we'll manage something by the time we're ready. Yasaka replied. But enough about that, I'll have to deal with that in a little bit anyways. What are you doing? Probably heading to Remnant after this, I need to talk to Salem. They knew about that already, so I didn't need to overly explain. By the way, where is Izzy and Venelana? Both are busy. Yasaka shrugged. Speaking of Remnant and Salem. Jin spoke up. I may have gone there to talk to Salem a little bit. Jin stated, looking a little guilty. Did something happen? I may have threatened her a little. Jin looked down, mumbling the words. Please don't be mad. Ah, was that why she went to Remnant then? Jin. I leaned over, wrapping my arm around her. There is very little you can do to make me mad. If you felt the need to go there, I assume you had a good reason. She looked like she didn't want to go into details, so I wouldn't press. If it wasn't anything harmful, she's allowed her secrets. Do you want to come with me? I offered. Jin shook her head. I'm good here. Actually. Artoria interjected. Rin and I would like to accompany you to this Remnant if you wouldn't mind. Oh. I blinked in surprise. I thought you were still running around Skyrim. Getting bored over there. It's great, honestly. The college is amazing and I've been learning a bunch of spells. Not to mention I've been making a ridiculous amount of money by searching old tombs and stuff. But. Rin trailed off. You want some variety? If I have to see another giant spider or zombie, I'm going to flip my shit. She said with a completely serious look. The last barrow we excavated, Rin set it on fire. I am done with giant spiders. She iterated again. Noted. I couldn't blame her either. Besides, I want to learn a bit more about aura and semblances. I think I may be close to getting my semblance. I've felt this way for a little while now. She muttered. But I'm not too sure. For some people it's a gradual thing, some it's spontaneous. If you think something's coming, then it probably is. Jin chimed in. There's really no exact science to it, it's slightly different for each person. And there may be an argument made for Remnant itself helping facilitate it quicker with other aura users around. A sort of synchronization, if you will. She paused, looking thoughtful. Something to think about. Regardless, you're more than welcome to tag along. I assume you'd want to check out the cities and stuff, not come with me to see Salem. I see enough of your love life as is, so no thanks. She said dryly. That's fine, I can drop you guys off near Vale. I know some people there that can get you legal identities easily enough. Yes, your criminal associates. Artoria looked at me. I shrugged. They're not bad, but yeah. And isn't he also a criminal there? Rin pointed out. It depends on where I am. Pretty sure I'm in the clear for Vale by this point. Right. She snorted. I will also come. Scathack stated. I enjoyed my time the last time I wandered there. I find myself wanting to return. Reiku, do you want to come too? I felt like I could answer this question for her, but I didn't want to exclude her either. Do you need me? She tilted her head. Other than just wanting you by my side, there's no pressing concerns. I shot her a warm smile. Then I would rather stay here, master. I nodded, and didn't argue. She carved out her own little source of happiness here, I didn't want to pull her away for no reason. Who would have thought she'd find enjoyment with helping children in school? She'd been with Kunu and the other children her age so much that she's basically a teacher's assistant and one of the staff at this point. And everyone there absolutely loved her and I couldn't blame them one bit. What about me? Yasaka whined. Yasaka, do you want to come? I asked, rather sarcastically. Yes. But I can't. She slumped back down. Actually, I quit. Let's grab Kunu and run away somewhere fun. I gave her a sympathetic pat. I knew that she's under a lot of stress right now, but there wasn't really much that could be done about it. Should I ask the others? I looked around. I wasn't kidding, they're busy. Venelana is hosting some social function for the next couple days and Izanami is visiting another death deity for certain reasons she didn't clarify. Neither seemed like something they could walk away from. Yasaka clarified. Shame. Well, I shouldn't be gone too long, a few days or so. Anyways, I was going to head over soon, why don't you all get ready and grab anything you need? Sure, I got a few things I want to grab before I go, give me like 20 or 30 minutes and I'll be back. Rin quickly got up from her seat, heading back towards the house. The others similarly followed suit to make any final preparations. ****. Ladies. I offered them a portal off to Remnant. Thanks, Schweinorg. You'll meet back up with us, right? Rin asked. Sure, just give me a little while to talk things out with Salem. You got everything you need otherwise, or the right money to buy stuff. I nodded. All right, see you over there. She waved, talking through the portal. I wish you luck. Artoria stood on her tiptoes, giving me a quick kiss, before following after her. Scathack instead grabbed me and brought me in for a deep kiss, a little smug smile was all she left afterwards before joining the others. I waved my hand, closing that one and mentally calculating another to the grim lands where Salem resided. Have fun. Jin cheerfully waved me goodbye. As much as I can given the circumstances. There was a chance that Salem and I went separate ways and I admit it gave me some anxiety. No sad. Jin pouted, grabbing my hands and putting them on her butt. If you're sad, just think about what you can do to me when you get back. Well, that will certainly cheer me up. I leaned in, giving my wonderful genie a kiss as well. But seriously. Jin leaned in. When you get back, my butt. You are a lewd genie. It's your fault. She puffed up. And I'll continue to take responsibility. I gave her a little swat on her behind. Behave. I added playfully. She gave me one last wave and I walked through the portal, the light of day instantly turning into the twilight that was the Grim Lands. At this point, I was more than used to the Grim noticed my presence, but the smart ones once more kept their distance and the lesser ones were cowed once I let my Ryatsu descend upon them. The useful trick that I picked up in my time among those Shinigami. Just the weight of my spiritual power pushing down on everything around me as I let it flow outward. On a side note, I'll need it to test how effective a Zanpakuto was against Grim. But that thought was pushed aside as I reached Salem's castle. The same gothic and menacing appearance didn't strike fear into me, but one of anticipation, because a woman who made me feel such turbulent emotion sat behind its walls. Pushing the doors open, I entered unceremoniously. So you've come back once more. Salem looked down at me upon her throne. Why do you sound surprised? I questioned, looking at her with a smile. Only the foolish venture into the Grim Lands, and you seem to do so on a mere fanciful whim or some other inane motion about courting me. I merely question when this nonsense will cease and you will depart for the final time. You underestimate what I would go through just to see you again. A merely inconvenient trip through the Grim Lands is nothing in comparison. I returned to her. She's always like this after I come back, expecting the worst. Something you should know about me is that I'm an extremely selfish person. Once I get something, I never want to let it go. If something is mine, then I will keep and treasure it forever. Seeing her huff in mock annoyance was always so adorable. But that's always been your decision to make. I took bated steps towards her throne and she seemed to sit straighter as I approached. And I want you to know everything about me. If you don't mind, I'd like to tell you about my life and where I came from. Oh, you're finally going to reveal where your community of magic users hides? She raised an eyebrow. Salem, I'm not from Remnant. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. Chapter 408, Chapter 370. I didn't want to play coy or do one of our back and forths, I wanted to be completely honest with her as she deserved that much from me. However, perhaps I should have eased her into it instead of just blurting out something like that right off the bat. Are you an alien? She asked, with a hint of sarcasm to it. You know, that isn't the first time someone on this planet asked me that. I chuckled awkwardly. And by the strictest definition, technically. But, it's a little more complicated. This is not the conversation I expected to have. She looked unconfident, a stark contradiction to merely a moment ago. Come, she said, leading me towards her own private quarters. She pushed the door open, one I have never been through without any fanfare, practically pulling me inside. If it was any other time, I would be excited that she was leading me to what was essentially her bedroom, but her reaction made me a little bit nervous. I only took a moment to look around. It was as one would expect the master bedroom to look like in a castle. It was divided into the bedroom portion, a massive bed and other amenities, and then a small study, complete with shelves full of books. She took a seat over in the study portion. "Sit," she stated, gesturing to a chair next to hers. I slid into it, waiting for her as it looked like she wanted to say something. I could imagine this was already a lot for her to take in, assuming she was believing what I initially said in the first place. "Have you ever lied to me?" She decided on what to ask first, looking at me intently. "Never," I said without hesitation. I was always upfront when it was clear I wasn't telling everything or being vague. "Explain it to me properly." "All right." I licked my lips, thinking about the best method to go about this. "I think you would understand better if I explained from a magical perspective." I pushed my hands together. "I told you about magecraft, right? You described it as something replicable by non-magical means." She nodded. "Right, then I never did say anything about the opposite, did I?" She raised an eyebrow and gestured for me to continue. "The opposite of magecraft falls under the domain of true magic. To give the barest summary, it's something beyond mundane means, more akin to miracles than anything else. There are only a handful of true magics left for humans, and with time, they'll also be regulated down to mere magecraft. Such as the true resurrection of the soul, to give a broad example." I paused, letting her digest that bit. "My grandfather discovered one of them, known as the kaleidoscope, the operation and manipulation of parallel worlds." She opened her mouth and closed it again, her brow furrowed in deep thought. "So when you say you're not from Remnant, you mean this dimension, basically?" I could go into more details about how it works, but I don't think that's what you would want to talk about right now. As much as I enjoy talking about the workings of magic with someone that can keep up, you are correct. She frowned slightly. "Where you come from, magic is common there." "No." I shook my head. "Magic and things, supernatural, are basically hidden in the world I was born in and the world I consider my home." "Why would you hide such a thing?" She frowned deeper. "It's complicated." I smiled wryly. "To get into it, it'd take hours to just explain the basics of the social aspect." "And you're not just saying that to get out of telling me?" "No, I told you before that I would tell you everything, I didn't lie. If you ask me to tell you my most embarrassing secrets, I would do so without a second thought." "You are being very trusting with me," she said softly. "Because I do trust you." "That spirit of yours was right, you are a fool," she snorted. "Pardon." I blinked in confusion. "It does not matter," she added with a slight huff. "And what is the world you come from?" "It's called Earth." "You named your planet after dirt?" She looked at me incredulously. "Earth," I corrected. "But Gaia is a more proper name for those in the know." She nodded, but I don't think she really cared, for lack of a better word. No, she was clearly still trying to handle this new information even if she wasn't showing it outwardly. I'm fairly sure she didn't quite know how to respond or what questions to ask, as this was certainly not the conversation she thought she would be having. "Do you have any other large pieces of information to drop on me?" She breathed out. "Yes." "Very well, you may as well give it to me now." "I'm not entirely human." She looked at me in confusion. I suppose I did not question the idea that humans are prevalent in another world, as I am assuming that the brother gods are not behind this based on the book you gave me previously referencing other deities. Which seemingly answers many questions I once had. She said dryly, letting out a small sigh. "Speak plainly. You seem to have the concept here, but only in some literature. My mom was human, but my biological father is a devil. I'm a half-devil. I've read through various things on Remnant, and it's obvious they have the idea of devils and demons and such, rather close to the ones I'm familiar with, but as far as I'm aware, they don't actually exist in this world." "A half-devil." She repeated the almost foreign word. "I know you're not a fan of the people on Remnant because they're not humans like you remember. I'm only half human." I hoped that it wasn't something she was against, but it was something she needed to know. "This is a lot to suddenly take in," she replied softly. The way she said that made me wince slightly. "I'm sorry. Do not apologize for doing what I asked." She let out another of her cute little huffs in annoyance. "I am thankful that you are sharing intimate secrets with me." She looked like she wanted to say something else. "Would you like some time?" I could tell I hit the nail on the head. I would like some time to gather my thoughts, as I am unsure about the emotions I am feeling right now. "Yeah, that's probably for the best." I forced a smile. "Why don't I head out and come back in a few days or something?" I was turning, about to leave, but she grabbed on my sleeve. "Stop." she demanded, making my steps come to an abrupt halt. She pulled herself up from her seat and moved rather quickly. The next thing I knew, her lips were touching mine, our noses brushing against one another. Usually, I'm the one doing that, I said rather absent-mindedly at her suddenness once we parted. Umph. She crossed her arms, pulling away, that adorable little huff of hers returning. It is inexcusable for someone of your stature to mope in my presence. I simply took pity on you, and you seem to enjoy such an inane gesture. Cute. Stop looking at me like that. She scowled, turning away. Leave, get out of my sight. All right, I'm going. I put my hands up in surrender. I will send you a message on the small device when I wish to resume our talk. She whispered, just enough for me to hear. I'll wait as long as you need me to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Despite the talks not going as planned, or rather, did I even have a plan going into it? I suppose it didn't go bad, her standpoint was completely understandable. I could imagine how her worldview was turned upside down with a few words and she needed time to process. I didn't want to lean on our relationship while she was trying to understand the idea that I'm from an entirely different world. The concepts and ideas shouldn't be something beyond her, and even if they were new, she's a very intelligent woman who should get the gist of what I was talking about. Well, I was worried about the half-devil thing, but the kiss at the end made me feel better. Sometimes, people just need some space, there is nothing wrong with that. I played around with my scroll, catching up on the latest news. Apparently, I was no longer a criminal in Vale, woo. Couldn't say the same for Atlas or Mistral, but there wouldn't be anyone trying to arrest me in Vale, hopefully. There was apparently a huge public backlash about it, and that was a little less than a week ago. Cries about corruption and some other nonsense that's actually true, but I digress. I didn't feel like reading through the hundreds of posts about it anymore. I'm a free man. And I didn't even bother with the stares I was getting as I walked to Junior's Club after jumping over to Vale. I could imagine that my face was more predominant right now because of how controversial the withdrawal from my arrests was. My face was plastered all over the remnant internet even more. I took out my scroll, looking at the missed messages I've gotten, nearly all of them from Pyrrha. She sent them knowing I wouldn't be receiving them until I got here again, so I glanced over them a bit before sending her one of my own. Wilhelm, in Vale, doing anything. Pyrrha, finally, I thought you were going to miss it. Pyrrha, I'm at Beacon right now, the second half of the entrance test starts tomorrow morning. Wilhelm, right on time then. And, second half. Pyrrha, we took a written test, doing a physical one tomorrow. Real grim I heard. Wilhelm, need help. Pyrrha, it's a test, you can't help me. Wilhelm, yeah, it's called cheating. Pyrrha, LOL, how would that even work? Wilhelm, let me borrow your clothes, they'd never know. We're basically twins if you think about it. Pyrrha, you realize that I wear a skirt, right? Wilhelm, first, why do you even wear a skirt? Besides showing off those awesome legs of yours. And second, I would absolutely rock a skirt. Pyrrha, didn't we already have this discussion? It's easy to move around in, and it's not like I'm flashing everyone when I move. I do have tights hidden underneath. Wilhelm, I noticed you didn't deny what I said about your legs. Pyrrha, what am I supposed to say to that? Wilhelm, something like thanks Wilhelm, I know my legs are fabulous, thanks for pointing it out. You know, gratitude. Pyrrha, brothers, you're horrible. Thanks though, I was feeling a little nervous. Wilhelm, no problem, Red. I'm here if you need me. And seriously, I do have some stuff I could sneak you. I know you'll not accept, but I wanted to offer. Pyrrha, thank you, Wilhelm, I really do mean it. Wilhelm, no problem. Tell me when you've passed and have some time off. You can come to the city and we can celebrate. You for making it into Beacon, and me for becoming a free man. Pyrrha, people are freaking out over that. How did you even get that to happen? Wilhelm, I don't think you want an answer to that question. Your delicate sensibilities might be damaged. Pyrrha, I'm going to pretend that you did nothing illegal. Wilhelm, technically, it was Roman who did all the illegal stuff. Pyrrha, yes, that makes it so much better. Wilhelm, yeah, I thought so too. Glad we're on the same page. Pyrrha, it was sarcasm. Pyrrha, gore. You better not get into more trouble or I'm going to be upset. Wilhelm, come at me. Pyrrha, don't think I won't. I got a lot better since the last time we met. Wilhelm, so did I. Pyrrha. Pyrrha, doesn't matter, I'll stop you from doing anything illegal. And this weekend I should be able to head over to Vale. Tomorrow is the test day, then Friday they have like an orientation or something where we do our first classes. Then the weekend is free. Wilhelm, sounds good, my GF is here too, so you can meet her. And someone who's basically like my sister. Pyrrha, I'd love to meet them. Pyrrha, I have to go, the teacher is gathering everyone for something. Wilhelm, all right, give me a heads up. I heard you do teams and stuff there, so bring them too if you want, my treat. She didn't respond after a few moments, so I put my scroll away. It was always fun teasing her. But it was fine, I was already at Junior's place. The guy at the door looked surprised to see me, but I'm sure he knew me well enough at this point and didn't even stop me when I pushed the door open with a bit of fanfare, letting it loudly smack against the side, announcing my presence. It was early evening still, so not many people would be coming to a nightclub, so I didn't really give it much thought. However, my steps came to an abrupt stop after stepping inside. Artoria and Rin were sitting at the bar, Milsha and her sister, Melanie, were sitting there as well. Junior was behind it, serving everyone. But most notably, Roman was leaning against the bar with a wide grin on his face as he eyed me enter. Well well, if it isn't my wayward son, Watermelon Torchwick. He flicked his hat up, taking out the cigar in his mouth. How nice of you to bring your girlfriend to meet dear old daddy. What fresh hell did I walk into? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 409, Chapter 371. What's wrong, Watermelon, not happy to see your dad? It was Rin of all people giving me shit. Gods, that smug smile on her face as she mocked me, I would not forget this Rin. Rin, I want you to remember this moment. How happy you are right now. I want you to remember this when I get even. I looked at her as I took a seat on the other side of Artoria from her. Okay, Watermelon. She replied as non-expressively as possible, which just added to the stinging feeling in my gut. Damn it, Roman. I laid my head on the counter. Artoria gave me a little pat on the back and I pulled myself back up, putting an arm around her. Oh boo-hoo. The flamboyant thief puffed out some smoke from his cigar before pushing it into an ashtray. Not even a thank you for making you a freeman again. Just right to the gut-wrenching insults. What I go through for my little baby boy. He wiped a non-existent tear from his eye. Yeah, Schweinorg, be nice to your dad. Rin snorted. I like her. Roman snapped his fingers pointing at Rin. I give you permission to date my son. Yeah, no. I immediately denied. Ugh. She made a choking noise. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I glared at Rin. Do I need to repeat myself? I flipped her off with the hand I had behind Artoria. Saber, your boyfriend, Watermelon is being mean to me. Rin whined. Will, please don't make rude gestures towards Rin. You didn't even see what I was doing. Rin, please stop antagonizing him. Boo. Whipped. Milsha said, adding a cracking noise. Kinda cute though. Melanie added. When he said he had a girlfriend last time, I didn't believe him. And I definitely didn't picture someone like her. What's that supposed to mean? I asked. Hell kid, even I can see that you two don't look like you'd mix. Junior spoke up, wiping a glass in his hands. Honestly, if her hair was white, I'd mistake her for a schnee. And you, well, you're you. I feel like you're insulting me. You got good instincts. He didn't even deny it. They're not wrong. Rin chimed in. Honestly, I wouldn't have put money on you two getting together if I hadn't seen it myself. All right, tell me the truth. Roman took his hat off, placing it on the counter. My boy is actually gay and this is all fake, isn't it? Fuck you, Roman. Kind of proving his point then. Melanie remarked. No wonder he rejected me. Milsha nodded. You should see how much time he spends on his hair and clothes. Rin joined in. I knew something was up. All right, all right. Roman put his hands up. We're not animals, and this isn't back in the day. We'll accept you no matter your preferences. I'm sure I can find you a nice boy to settle down with. Do you see what I put up with? I looked at Artoria, who genuinely looked amused by the whole thing. She leaned over, placing her lips against mine in clear sight of everyone. Do you feel better now? She asked. There was a hint of shyness now, as Artoria was always bashful about being affectionate in public. Brothers, they're fucking adorable. Melanie scoffed. My teeth are gonna rot from the sweetness. Milsha agreed. Welp, that's enough wholesome for me. I'm going to need to go kick at least 3 orphans to get back to normal after this. Roman snapped his fingers. Junior, hit me up, I need something to wash this sugary taste out of my mouth with. It's not even 4 p.m., Roman. Junior gave him a side-eyed look. I've had a shit day, honestly, I need another drink. The thief slumped. Just found out that my melodic cudgel isn't salvageable. Going to have to get another one made. You're Kane. I blinked, trying to remember. Yeah, I remember you named it something stupid. Hey, it's a good name. Classy, even. I'm sure the people you hit over the head with it agree. They should be thankful. At least it isn't Neo dealing with them. That's fair. She'd probably just stab them. Speaking of, where's the murderous munchkin? Oh, that's a good one, I'll need to remember it. He hummed. And she was here a little while ago. He swept his hand towards Artoria and Rin. While I was entertaining your wonderful girlfriend and friend like a good father figure. I could point out several things wrong with that sentence. When he was making our proper identification. Artoria clarified. And I did not express proper gratitude. I can imagine that such a thing was not an easy endeavor with the systems they used to track residents. Well. Roman leaned on the counter, looking rather smug. Aren't you a polite young miss? My watermelon is lucky to have you. It's finally nice to get some recognition for all the hard work I do around here. It's really not difficult. Roman just has people to push the right paperwork at the right times without any questions being asked. Junior remarked. I feel underappreciated. He huffed. Anyways, before I went off on a tangent. I was going to say that Neo was slipping the paperwork to the right places. She had to quickly go do it after getting their pictures so they got in before the offices closed in a few. Thanks for handling it, Roman. I said genuinely without the joking nature of our earlier back and forth. Yeah, it's no problem. He waved it off, the usual smug and arrogant demeanor slipped away for the brief moment. You said your cane broke. Got it on you, I might be able to help. Rin was looking at the empty glass in front of her before facing him. You a blacksmith or something? Or something. She smiled lightly. Roman shrugged, reaching behind his back and taking out 2 halves of his cane, setting them on the counter and pushing them over. Was probably just going to keep them on the shelf as a memento, but have at it. Damn Roman, that's a clean cut. What did you do, put it through an industrial saw? Junior snorted. Hey, don't look at me, you know how much I cared about that thing. It was the first weapon I ever designed. And some little brat. Roman spat out in annoyance. Cut it in half with a stupid and overly large farming instrument. A tractor? I asked. No, aside you nitwit. He huffed. Why would a kid be using a tractor as a weapon? That's ridiculous. Right, because I should have assumed a weapon when you said, farming instrument. But aside you say. I rubbed my chin, recalling a younger girl who had such a weapon. Some abomination, a combination between a sniper and a scythe or some other stupid nonsense. She wouldn't shut up about it. But she did this thing where the blade shifted and another blade came out, kind of green-like. Didn't think much of it, and I blocked her with my cane and it just sliced right in half. What the hell is this thing? Rin blurted out, looking at the 2 pieces of his weapon. How many moving parts are there? Why are there so many things stuffed inside? That, my dear, is perfection compressed into a carryable and fashionable form. It's a 40-inch, sleek, Atlas military-grade steel cane, complete with working dust-compatible gun mechanisms with alternating flare chamber. He paused, raising a finger up. With detachable grappling hook, complete with a 30-foot carbon steel wiring mesh that can support up to 1,200 pounds. Or at least it was. I added. That's a spanking when we get home. Roman's lips thinned. But yes, it was. Yes, your stupid cane is impressive. Milsha rolled her eyes. Maybe get something less ostentatious this time. First, I'm surprised you even know what that word means. Roman countered. Second, that is a masterpiece of engineering. Do you have any idea how hard it was to work all of that in there? The mesh wiring is 30 feet long when fully deployed. Sounds overly complicated and unnecessary. Roman scoffed. Unnecessary? Complicated? What is this, the Dark Ages? Everyone uses more sophisticated weapons these days. I use a plain sword. I pointed out. For what little value my swords counted as plain. Basic claws. My boots are pretty minimalistic. No mecha shift. The twins chimed in. I use a sword as well. Artoria chimed in. And I guess I use a spear. Also martial arts. Rin shrugged, examining the cane. Uncultured heathens. Roman looked aghast. At least Junior here is using something presentable, even if it's something brutish and inelegant. Really, what do you use? I asked him. A bat and rocket launcher combo. He replied. That's pretty neat. I noted. And you said your cane has 30 feet of wiring in it. How the hell does that work? Oh, that was hard. Roman perked up. It sort of works like a zipper. The wiring mesh isn't intertwined until the hook is launched. That's surprisingly brilliant. What do you mean surprisingly? Roman looked aghast. I am the epitome of intelligence and cunning. Says the guy who got done in by a little girl. Milsha snorted. That was bullshit. Roman crossed his arms in annoyance. I don't know what she did, probably some semblance crap that I didn't expect. My cane could take a hit from one of Irondick's ship cannons and walk away fine. Question. I raised my hand, interrupting his rant. Did she happen to be wearing a red cape too? She did. Well, I do believe I may be at fault then. Bastard. You're not wrong there. I hummed. What did you do? Artoria looked at me. I hope it is not something illicit. Damn, kid really is whipped. Did you give him a spanking after his little crime spree? Roman chuckled. Fuck off, Roman. I chose to ignore him. Nah, the girl, she was nice and helped me when I got disorientated from traveling. I think she understood what I meant by the way I said that. Anyways, she helped me and went on about how she made her own weapon and everything, and I gave her an ingot of orichalcum as thanks. That was kind and thoughtful of you. She smiled. Thoughtful my pert behind. Roman grumbled. And what's this oracle, what's it? It's a rare metal, stronger than steel. I said simply. Interesting. Roman rubbed his chin. Got any more? Oh, does dear old dad want something from little ol' me? How the tables turn. Can you repeat what you wanted? I'm just so unbelievably happy at my new adoption that I missed what you said. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. He sighed. All right, what do you want? I'll think about it. For now, Rin should probably be able to fix your stupid toy. Not a toy. Yeah, I can fix it. Rin replied. Not as bad as I thought. I knew she could. Just some meticulous use of alteration and structural grasp should do the trick. How much you think it'll cost? Roman asked. I don't mind spending a bit, but if it's going to cost as much as... don't worry about it. Rin cut him off. You didn't charge us for the IDs and stuff, consider it as thanks. What's this, Rin not being a money grubber? I looked at her in shock. Did you say something, watermelon? Rin shot back. Damn, she must have really made a killing back in Skyrim. Why was Ruby even fighting you, Roman? You didn't go kick her puppy, did you? I realized the missing core piece of information in what he said. Hey, I'm a law-abiding citizen and I resent that, he puffed up. At least according to Vale. Everywhere else still has a warrant for my arrest. And you for that matter. I wouldn't suggest going to Atlas or Mistral. Yeah, I already saw the shit show that happened after it was revealed to the public. But why were you fighting her? Oh, it wasn't public knowledge yet when she saw me. I may or may not have said something to invigorate her inflated sense of justice, which led to us coming to blows. He said nonchalantly. You just egged her on because you were bored, didn't you? You know your old man so well. He grinned. So what happened? You know, besides your toy getting cut in half. About what you'd expect from Huntsman, or Huntsman Light in her case, fighting in the middle of the street. One of Beacon's teachers was nearby, the deputy headmistress. She intervened once things got a little out of hand. I of course completely claimed self-defense and walked away without any repercussions. Roman, did you seriously manipulate a 15-year-old girl into getting in trouble? I know her, sorta, and I'm gonna be pissed if she's getting in trouble because of that crap. Oh, stop being a baby. She got bailed out by the Beacon staff. Heard them offering her a spot at Beacon to avoid any criminal charges. Technically, if she were an official huntress in training and attending Beacon, she wouldn't get in trouble, yada yada. And it's not like I would have pressed charges. You're such an ass. He shrugged, in a what can you do sort of way. Enough about that though, I'm curious how you landed a woman that's clearly out of your league. So, what's the story? And is it embarrassing? I can trade you a few of my own. Did he ever tell you the time he was getting robbed and in return robbed his robber? Artoria smiled brightly, shaking her head with a small chuckle. I was being foolish and Wilhelm refused to allow me to continue as I was, to the point where he challenged me to a duel. I was moved by his actions and we had our first date shortly after. That's boring. Roman grunted. Extremely cute, adorable even, but boring. I was expecting something juicier. Yeah, well, my life isn't a comedy for you two. Ask him about his harem. Rin smiled. Damn it, Rin. Asterisk. Salem POV. When was the last time I walked amongst these, lesser beings? Other than the time I spent with the source of my current confusion, I could not recall. Perhaps a few decades ago when I briefly satiated my curiosity after learning about certain advancements in their technology. Yes, I believed it was when their first airships were created. I had found it interesting enough to see them in person. How time moved without one noticing when immortal. I normally would not allow myself to wander amongst these lesser beings/humans/things, but I found myself needing to breathe. To step away from what I knew and indulge in a different perspective. I did not know what I was feeling at this moment. Discovering that everything I worked for, everything I sought was so insignificant left me with an unfamiliar feeling. I was the Queen of the Grim. At my command, an army of Black Death could march and purge the world of every breathing person. Yet, at this moment, I felt wholly irrelevant, as if my existence meant nothing. Was it hate swelling up within my breast? No, I was not unfamiliar with hate. I had known hate for thousands of years. And I cannot bring myself to hate him when my cold still heart seems to beat in his presence. It was vexing and made me even more annoyed. A change of scenery. The idea had sprung up in my mind and I allowed myself the whimsy. I cast a basic illusion over myself to appear as I did in my younger days. No paled skin or cursed marks, no red eyes and white hair. I looked as I did in my youth with vibrant blonde hair to match my fair complexion. These ignorant mortals could not see through the simple disguise, so I cared not for the looks I received. Except for the few who stared at my behind for more than was appropriate. They received a discreet chiding. I felt a small annoyance when someone other than that foolishman did so. Now, what was I to do? I simply came here on a whim, to this human settlement. I commanded Cinder to fly me here, and I gave her orders to wait for my return, but I did not have a destination or plan in mind. How silly that I did this without any consideration. Perhaps a tavern. I turned to notice the gathering of patrons with drinks around. Such a type of establishment was not uncommon in my era, and it's obvious that it persisted through the millennia. How nostalgic. Ozma and I visited many places similar in our travels. I found my feet carrying me without a second thought. Pushing the doors open, the patrons inside stared at me for a moment before turning back to their own matters. I looked for an empty table in the corner and claimed it as my own. A piece of parchment awaited me, listing the services they provided. A manner of drinks that I did not recognize but were intriguing enough for me to indulge in this particular instance. I barely noticed the next person to walk through the doors as I explored what this tavern had to offer. I barely gave them a glance, but my attention quickly was consumed by their presence. They were staring right at me. The woman who walked inside, her eyes met my own and I knew that it wasn't merely a gaze casted in my direction or haphazardly on my person. No, they penetrated the illusion I had weaved around myself. Did I stumble onto a maiden by mere happenstance? The thought was amusing enough that I found my mood ever so slightly lifted. She walked towards my table, no amount of fear, nor hesitation on her part. I assumed she did not know who I was. A fly willingly moving towards the spider's web. You must be Salem. She spoke. Or not. I am. I did not react. Do you know me, child? I raised a questioning eyebrow at her declaration. I wished to know with what confidence she approached me, even knowing who I was. A child. I have not been called a child for at least 2 millennium. But yes, I do know you. She chuckled, taking the seat opposite at the same table as I. Her words did not quite register with me as she spoke again. We share an interest, and he has spoken of you on many occasions. I did not expect to meet you here, but I suppose the whims of fate are thus. Who are you? You can call me Scathack. *****. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Chapter 410, Interlude 30. Salem POV. You are his lover? I asked in surprise. Yes, among other things. She said simply, as if it were not a significant discovery on my part. How strange, I did not expect to meet you at this instance. But the whims of fate are often unexpected. You have appeared here by chance. The one time I leave my domain and venture outside. I asked skeptically. She held up a finger and the magic around her swirled to reveal a string of symbols I was familiar with. I believe my student has mentioned this branch of magecraft to you, yes? Student. I tilted my head. And yes, he did. I have touched on it briefly, but I cannot depict what you did at mere sight just yet. I was his teacher. She smiled wistfully. He came to me as a boy wanting to become stronger. He was oh so young back then. His youthful arrogance was cute even if I had to often beat it out of him. She reminisced, looking nostalgic. As for my spell, it is just a simple matter of weaving myself into the web of fate and having it point me in a direction that would bring me some manner of excitement. As I approached this town, I had heard of a large group of these Grimm that were nearby. I had assumed they were the cause of my presence, but I believe I was mistaken until now. I see. I digested her words at face value even if they were startling. I suppose it was safe to assume that she had a similar origin as his. There was an ancient Grimm nearby that was gathering its lesser brethren to attack this town. I did not wish to be disturbed, so I commanded them to cease and disperse. Unfortunate. She hummed. Not the response I am accustomed to when speaking of Grimm tides attacking settlements. Oh, the town was in no danger, the corners of her lips tugged up. It would take more than mere Grimm to overcome me. Your confidence is admirable. My lips thinned at her insinuation. She let out a laugh in response. I assume that my student has not told you about me then. He spoke that he was going to tell you everything. Did he fail to do so? Should I give him a gentle reminder about the responsibilities he has when courting a woman? I felt oddly defensive of him when she said that. It is my fault. After he told me where he came from, I told him that I needed space and time to myself. I see. She hummed out a response. Then it is good he has been proper. His presence has not been unwelcomed. I replied. Even when he stares at my behind. Of course he does. She laughed again. My student may be lascivious, but he will not do anything to make you uncomfortable. He is a sweet and caring boy. I presented him my naked body and made efforts to entice him further, yet he denied me until I became his woman first. Are we speaking about the same person? I snorted, remembering all the times he very blatantly stared at my rear and even made lewd comments. But I suppose you are correct. He has never tried to initiate more than a simple kiss, and his hands never wandered despite his obvious infatuation with certain parts of my body. You said your name was. I did not fully introduce myself. The woman took over. You do not know of my history, so I can be willful. I am the immortal witch of Dunskaith. Queen of the land of shadows. Lord of spirits. And God Slayer. I am Scathack. There are many things you just revealed that I have questions about, but I am fairly sure I do not have the proper context to understand. You may ask me questions. I would prefer that you get your information from Wilhelm, but my matters are mine to speak of. What do you mean by God Slayer? I asked the most pertinent. Does the concept not exist here? She asked herself. Jin only spoke of her creators, your brother gods, yes. Are there no other deities around? The brother gods are the only gods of Remnant. How strange. From my world there were thousands if not more, depending on where one lived. But my title is just as you would expect. I have slain men, demons, monsters, dragons, and even gods. I see. I did not know how to feel about her confession in comparison to my own failures. You are upset by what I said, I will not speak of it again. She once more simply replied. I didn't even know what proper response to give to her statement. The term was logically something I understood, but I could not wrap my head around it being applied to the woman sitting in front of me. I saw the power of the brothers firsthand, and the thought of any mortal standing up to that was ridiculous after how horrendously I failed. You said you were his teacher. I tapped my fingers on the table, deciding to just ignore that for now. I already had too much on my mind, I would understand more about that later. How did you become his woman, as you put it? Is it not a natural occurrence of events? She tilted her head. I would deny it to his face rather than bear his insufferable smugness, but my student is handsome and charming. Considering his other attractive traits and his personal strength, I would call it inevitable due to the years we spent together. Inevitable, was it? And you don't care that he keeps other women? I asked. That he has a harem? She chuckled. Such things are not strange in my culture. Strong men have many lovers. And if I did not promise myself to him fully, I may have had many lovers myself. But he is the only man I will ever have in my heart. She paused for a moment. And between my legs now. I suppose that is a very simplistic way to look at it. Do you disagree with it then? Do you not fancy my student? She asked. It is difficult to dislike him. I admitted, feeling oddly comfortable in the presence of this woman who was nearly a stranger. Are you asking me or asking for yourself, Do you dislike that he has other women that he holds in his heart? It is understandable if you do not accept his romantic pursuits due to this. It wasn't uncommon when I was younger. I briefly frowned thinking of my own parents. Their faces were very vague now, I could hardly remember what they looked like. But my father had many mistresses. You are not the only one of his pursuits to have reservations. One of his other paramours is currently on Remnant as well, and she was hesitant about accepting this relationship. Another one of you? I raised an eyebrow. And is she like you as well? Similar in some aspects, but different in others. I believe you have the concept of knights here. Yes, I am familiar with it. She is a knight. The woman stated. Her land of origin was very near my own, but we were separated by several centuries. However, we are very different in most aspects. My students' lovers are a very diverse lot. It seems I must apologize for my earlier comment in calling you a child. She cracked another grin. Have you not met any other long-lived beings? No. I pursed my lips. Beyond my former husband bound by a curse to continuously reincarnate, I am the only immortal left in the world. If you don't mind me asking how old? My age. She hummed. That is a difficult question to answer as the human calendar changed at some point in my home. I was around 2200 when I died based on the calendar years that humans have kept. Pardon. I blinked. Yes. You died. Oh, yes, you don't know. My existence is one of a spiritual nature now. It is unfortunate, but I am weaker than when I was a living being. Otherwise, I would think about seeking out those brother gods of yours to test myself. You are dead. I repeated it because it sounded absurd. If you're confident enough to seek out the brothers, then what could have possibly killed you? It was by my own hand. The woman turned sullen. I was old, far too old, and I no longer had a purpose for living. I was bound to my realm of shadows, isolated and alone. And I did something shameful to end my own misery. I could feel sympathy for her situation. I did not think it was possible to hear about someone else living so similarly to myself. I would hardly call it shameful to kill yourself in that circumstance. I offered some verbal respite despite her still being a stranger to myself. No, I did something far worse. I wished to die as a warrior and asked the one person I could to fulfill my wish. You asked Wilhelm to kill you. I hurt him in a way that my spear never could. She smiled wryly. I knew the way he felt towards me, and I still asked him to do so. Yet you sit here. I pointed out. That foolish boy. She sighed, resting her arm on the table. The lengths he went through to bring me back. So it is merely gratitude then. You are with him because he granted you your wish. No. She shook her head, not at all upset by what I insinuated. If it was merely the case of gratitude, I would still have been his woman, I would still allow him any part of me he desired. But my heart would still remain beyond his reach. I believe it is enough to say that the heart of this scathack belongs to him. He sounds like a good man. I said quietly. He is very much so. And the woman that is here as well. The one you said was Yuzher. What is her opinion? They recently confessed their love for one another. You have given me much to think about. Why was I feeling this strange sensation in my heart? Thank you for speaking with me. It was interesting, speaking to someone similar. I will. Where are you going? The woman pushed an empty seat near us with her foot, blocking me from leaving. Do you believe I would let you go so easily? She raised a challenging eyebrow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And then, he had the gall to ask me the color of my undergarments. I huffed, drinking from this alcoholic beverage I had been given. I was trying to figure out who in the brother's name this strange person was, and he asked me such an absurd question. Ufufu, he cannot help himself sometimes. That foolish boy pulled down my pants in front of the others just so he could grab my ass more easily. And that was merely recently. So I should be prepared to fend off his perversions. Who says you need to do so? I happily accept it. She grinned. I do enjoy the aggressive and passionate side of him. I suppose it's nice to be desired again after so long. I grumbled, setting down my empty glass. I'm out. I'll order another round. She replied. However, you didn't answer. Didn't answer what? What was your answer to his question? I was forced to reveal that I was not wearing any undergarments at the time. I crossed my arms in annoyance. And he has not let me forget it either. So like Jin. That smug relic spirit. I snorted in annoyance. She came to threaten me. She is a silly girl, still learning how to live outside of her predesignated role. I'm sorry if she said something offensive. Oh, I don't care so much about that. But she practically threw it in my face about where the relic of knowledge was. The woman broke out in laughter. Jin enjoys making others uncomfortable. She very clearly enjoyed it when she did it to me. I was too embarrassed to even bring it up with Wilhelm. And she obviously knew that I previously wanted it and taunted me saying that I was free to take it from her. It wasn't an unpleasant experience, however. Having Jin speak of her fetishes. She tilted her head. No. I huffed. I don't care about what deviances she prefers. I meant it was nice to not have someone cower or worship me on sight. What about Wilhelm? Oh please, if I merely hike up my dress, I could get him to do whatever I wanted. If that is not worship, then I don't know what is. That sounds like him. She snorted. However, I will warn you about leading him around by the cock, you will pay for it. Oh. I have shared my bed many times so far, but even I had trouble handling his stamina. That is all I will say on the matter. So he isn't merely bravado then. You are free to test for yourself. She smiled. Maybe I will. Where is the waiter? This is poor service. I looked around, wanting another refill. I had forgotten how many drinks I had at this point, but I suppose it did not matter. That is my fault, I had forgotten to remove the barrier around us. Those without a more prominent source of magical energy won't perceive us beyond merely existing here. Is that what you did? I just saw you put up a barrier and didn't care to question it. I waved it off, noticing that it was getting rather crowded and it looked like quite a few huntsmen had come in since we had been chatting. I admit I lost track of time and the situation as it has been, a very long time to have someone to talk to like this. Wilhelm of course was someone I had considered a peer in most regards, but when he was actively pursuing me it was different. A friend. Hey there, ladies, mind if I join you? Both Scat-Hack and I turned to look at the source of the voice. The one that was directed at us. Black hair, red eyes, and a white-collared shirt with a cape behind him and a large weapon on his back. I thought you said. Yes, and it is still active. She stated. Curious, you look familiar. I looked at the men, not remembering where I'd seen him before. Should I be worried? He chuckled. Mind if I join you? All the other tables are full. Do you know him? Scat-Hack looked at me. I think I've seen his picture before, which is odd in itself as I don't bother much with the matters of the world. I furrowed my brow, trying to recall, looking at him. The magic he wields is minuscule and weak. Wait, what? The men blinked in confusion. Oh, now I recall. I did not remember until you mentioned the weak and minuscule. I looked back at him. I remember receiving your picture long ago. You are one of Ozma's pawns. How humorous to find one here by chance. His eyes widened and he grabbed the hilt of his weapon, going defensive. Who are you? Did he not tell you about me? How very in character for him. My former husband likes to keep his disposable pawns dreadfully ignorant. I drawled. I am Salem. And that look of confusion turned to horror as realization set in. I admit that I took delight in it. Draw your weapon and you will die. I said simply, making him stiffen. Sit down. I commanded. He awkwardly edged towards the seat on the side, making himself look rather small as his eyes darted everywhere, looking for a means to escape. Is he your enemy? Scat-Hack asked. Enemy is a rather strong word. I would not call a fly that annoys me an enemy. I don't even know why he was reaching for his weapon. At the very least, Ozma should have told him I'm immortal. Ah, the foolish kind then. Indeed. I smiled. I suppose it could be called brave as well. Often they are the same. I chuckled at that. And what brings you here, pawn of Ozma? You clearly did not know of my existence, otherwise Ozma would no doubt have sent more than just one of his pieces. Who's this Ozma? Scat-Hack asked. My former husband. I scowled. What? The men blinked again. Of course he did not tell you this. I rolled my eyes. Yes, your leader was my husband at one point in time. Like many young girls, I was stupid and naive. A mistake that has been since rectified. Tell me, is he still stealing bodies from his victims and claiming the side of good? I was being pedantic, but who was going to call me out? Him? Well, it was rhetorical, otherwise, I would be annoyed that you didn't answer me. But I did ask you a question. I narrowed my eyes. Ah. He stiffened again. I was coming along with the other huntsmen because of the reported grim tide approaching. Yes, that was something happening. I hummed, remember what Scat-Hack said. You need not worry, I am in a good mood and dispersed it some time ago. What? He seems not quite the intelligent sort. Scat-Hack noted. What is your relationship with this Ozma beyond former matrimony? You appear hostile to him. We fought over the years and have something of a shadow war going on. Or mostly him flailing around trying to defeat me since he doesn't seem to know what the word immortal means. He tends to find impressionable children and fills their heads with delusions of grandeur and sends them at me in some half-hearted attempt at learning the definition. So this is one of his warriors then. He doesn't seem too bad. Scat-Hack admired. He may be able to survive a few rounds if I went easy. You give him too much credit. Perhaps. She nodded. Do you wish to kill him? He is aligned with your enemy, yes. I mulled it over and dismissed it. Wilhelm was against me killing it seemed. I am in a good mood, you may leave. I gave him a point of mercy. But he just sat there, unmoving. That was your cue to get up and flee before I change my mind. Right. He shot to his feet, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor. Wait. Scat-Hack called out, making the men stop in his tracks. You possess one of those communication devices, yes. My scroll. He fumbled. Yes, Hand it over. He opened his mouth and closed it again, opted to put said device on the table and scrambled outside. Why did you ask for this? They are easy to commandeer or purchase elsewhere. I asked. You said that he answers to your former husband for whom you have had a falling out. I assume he did something worth your ire. Yes. I still felt that ache after all these years since my children died. And this device can communicate with one he presumably owns, yes. I felt the corners of my lips tugging upwards as I realized what she was getting at. Yes, yes it would. And he would not know what we have taken from his subordinate. Shall I fetch another round of drinks? She offered with a wide grin. I couldn't help myself but giggle. Oh, this will be enjoyable. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A/N. Crow's bad luck semblance. Hey, you should go to this specific bar. Crow, sounds good. If you want to read 7 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum.